Flower Stealing Master Chapter 1077 to Chapter 1144. Xianxia suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. She didn't want to drink because of this. She was afraid that he would misunderstand that she was inviting him to kiss her. Her heart immediately began to beat faster. However, when his lips touched hers, Xianxia subconsciously loosened her teeth, allowing his tongue to roughly enter her mouth. Just like this, the two of them unknowingly drank more than half a pot of grape wine. Her entire body suddenly became a bit dizzy. Her cheeks became red and her eyes became misty and alluring. "Madam, is it okay now?" At this moment, Song Qingshu's eyes were incomparably clear as he looked at her. You only know how to tease me. I am already in such a state, yet you still dare to ask me?" Xianxia grumbled coquettishly. Her tone was 30% drunk, 30% shy and 30% bold. Song Qingshu smiled maliciously and said, "If Madam doesn't personally say it, how would I know whether or not I misunderstood?" "You didn't misunderstand." Xianxia bit her lips and said word by word. "What do you mean by didn't misunderstand?" The playful expression on Song Qingshu's face became even stronger. Xianxia felt her teeth itch. She wished she could get up and ruthlessly bite him. "It means that no matter what you want to do, I will not refuse. If I want to touch some places that I shouldn't touch, is that also okay?" Song Qingshu's smile became even more strange. As soon as he spoke, his big hand stopped near her clothes. "Up to you." Xianxia turned her head away. He couldn't see the expression on her face, but it could be seen that her ears were completely red. Song Qingshu felt that she was becoming more and more bashful. He couldn't help but lift her chin and kiss her heavily. Wu Xianxia felt that it was difficult to breathe, but she was reluctant to push him away. Although she was no longer a young girl, she had never experienced such a gentle kiss. At first, she was a bit stiff, but she quickly closed her eyes, leaving only her long eyelashes trembling. This person is really a scoundrel. Just now he deliberately asked me, but now his hand has already reached. Xianxia's pretty face turned red, but she was too lazy to care about him. She could only let him do whatever he wanted. Song Qingshu was very experienced. It didn't take long for Miss Qing to realize that she couldn't hold on any longer. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind. I wonder how many women this man has touched to have such an ability to torture people. Song Qingshu was about to reach out and take off the mask on his face. Xianxia felt his movement and hurriedly stopped him. "No." "N?" Song Qingshu looked at her in surprise. Why would she still refuse at this time? "No, don't take it off." Xianxia's voice trembled. "Why?" Song Qingshu was confused. Because. Xianxia blushed and suddenly whispered, I like your current appearance better." Song Qingshu suddenly had a strange look on his face. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He boasted that he was handsome, but in the end, he couldn't compare to the bearded Tang Quebian. Speaking of Tang Quebian, although his appearance was a bit rough, he seemed to be very popular with women. The number one beauty of the Jin Kingdom fell in love with him, and the number one beauty's younger sister also liked him. Now that he met Xianxia, she unexpectedly had a good impression of him. However, he quickly relaxed. After all, these days he had spent most of his time with her as Tang Quebian. It was normal for her to have a good impression of him. Thinking of this, he immediately regained his confidence in his charm. Even if he didn't use his handsome face, he was still very charming. Since Madam likes this face, then use this face. Song Qingshu's words made Xianxia so embarrassed that she directly buried herself in his arms. She didn't dare to look at him again. Unknowingly, Xianxia's clothes were half undone. Song Qingshu stretched out his hand and a faint smile appeared on his face. He moved closer to her ear and gently said, "Madam, seems to be ready to welcome me." Xianxia couldn't wait to bite him. She thought that this person was really hateful. He always teased her like this. However, at this time, her mood was completely aroused. She suddenly looked back at him boldly and gently bit her lip. "Yes, do you want to come?" Song Qingshu felt a flame explode in his body. He directly got up and put her on the table next to him. "Ah, on the table?" Xianxia suddenly felt a little guilty. After all, she had always followed the rules. Even after getting married, she and her husband were intimate. How could she do it in this kind of absurd place? What, madam doesn't like it? Song Qingshu pressed his hand on the table and looked at her from a close distance. Xianxia subconsciously wanted to say that she didn't like it. However, when she thought about how her husband had chosen to let his wife seduce another man for the sake of the family's interests, a feeling of revenge suddenly rose in her heart. She raised her snow-white and round chin and said, "I like it." Song Qingshu leaned over and whispered in her ear, "In fact, even if madam doesn't like it, I will still want you here." "I'm going to die," Xianxia sighed in her heart. She felt that she was completely controlled by him. This man's casual words, even his breath, could make her endlessly aroused. "Tonight, you can do whatever you want." Xianxia could clearly feel that her voice was a bit different. It was a bit more flirtatious than usual. Song Qingshu's breathing suddenly became heavy. He was like a hungry wolf pouncing on a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in front of him. Not long after, the wine jug and wine glasses that had been swept to the edge of the table fell to the ground due to the continuous shaking of the table. Early the next morning, when Song Qingshu held Xianxia's hand and went out, Lu Guining was already waiting outside with dark circles under his eyes. When she saw her husband, Xianxia's body trembled and she subconsciously stopped walking. Song Qingshu held her hand and softly comforted her. "He has already written the divorce papers. You are no longer husband and wife. Furthermore, he made you do that kind of thing yesterday. You don't have to blame yourself." Song Qingshu's voice seemed to have a strange magical power. Xianxia's agitated mood slowly calmed down. When Lu Guining saw them come out, he hurriedly rushed over. He wanted to question Song Qingshu, but he was suddenly stunned by his wife's beauty. Although Xianxia was beautiful, because of her temperament, she always looked shy and timid. After coming to Yangzhou, all kinds of things happened frequently. There was always a faint trace of worry between her eyebrows. But now, the woman in front of him was glowing like a delicate and beautiful rose. Lu Guining's heart suddenly felt a sharp pain. He finally believed that his wife had not lied to him before. She had not done anything to disgrace the family. This was because this kind of beauty would only appear after being nourished by the rain and dew. His wife had not shown this kind of special beauty before. When he thought of how he had personally pushed his wife into someone else's embrace, Lu Guining's face turned green and white. However, it was too late to regret now. He could only hope that this sacrifice could be exchanged for the family's future. "When are we going to save Sir Han?" Lu Guining felt a bit guilty and didn't dare to look at his wife's eyes. He was filled with anger towards Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu lightly replied, "I promised to help you save Han Zhozhou and the others, but I didn't say immediately." Lu Guining was shocked and angry. He pointed at him and shouted, "Do you want to renege on your promise?" Song Qingshu's expression turned cold. "First, whether or not to save them is up to me. You'd better be polite to me. Second, the reason why I agreed to save Han Zhozhou and the others was only because of Xianxia's face. Even if I want to renege on my promise, I will renege on her. I don't owe you anything. Third, we are going out for a walk. Please get out of the way." "You." Lu Guining was already angry. When he heard this, he rushed forward. However, he seemed to hit an invisible wall. He staggered back a few steps before stabilizing himself. Only then did he remember that the difference in their martial arts was like heaven and earth. His face suddenly turned green and white. Seeing that her husband had been knocked down, Xianxia subconsciously wanted to help him up. Song Qingshu shook his head. "Don't worry, I didn't hurt him." When she saw that Lu Guining was not seriously injured, Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, she couldn't help but be angry at herself for not living up to expectations. She actually cared about this man. "If you want to go for a walk, go by yourself. Leave my wife here. I have something to say to her." Lu Guining had no other choice but to try to persuade him. "Your wife?" Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. He took out a handkerchief from his bosom and shook it in front of him. "You wrote this divorce letter clearly. You have nothing to do with Xianxia anymore. Don't call her your wife. Lu Guining was anxious and immediately blurted out, "That was just a moment of impulse. It can't be taken seriously." Song Qingshu took back the divorce letter and smiled disdainfully. "Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world." Seeing that Song Qingshu couldn't do it, Lu Guining had to summon up his courage and look at his wife. "Xianxia, don't you think about our many years of marriage?" Xianxia's face turned pale. She said lightly, "When you misunderstood me and insulted me, did you think about our marriage? In fact, I can endure all of this. But later, you know what you made me do. Are you still worthy of being a husband? I know I was wrong before. I will use the rest of my life to make up for it." Before Lu Guining could finish, Xianxia interrupted him. "What's the point of saying this now?" Lu Guining was speechless. "Let's go." Xianxia took the initiative to hold Song Qingshu's hand. Lu Guining's face darkened to the extreme as he watched the two of them leave. He suddenly heard the moaning and singing from next door last night. He could no longer hold back the anger in his heart as he scolded, "You fickle woman. Last time when you were with me, I didn't see you make a sound at all. Now you're so slutty when you're with other men." Song Qingshu's face turned cold. He was about to teach him a lesson when Xianxia grabbed his arm tightly. "Don't." Hearing his words, Lu Guining's face immediately swelled to the color of a pig's liver. He wanted to refute, but he suddenly remembered Xianxia's sobbing voice from next door last night. He suddenly lost his confidence. What's more, the battlefield was with his wife. No matter who won or lost, he would be the biggest loser. Seeing that he was standing there in a daze, Song Qingshu pulled Miss Cheng's hand and walked out. Miss Cheng's body trembled and she looked hesitant. However, she quickly let him lead her away. "Where are we going now?" After leaving the yamen, Xianxia suddenly relaxed and couldn't help but ask the man who was holding her hand. "To see someone." Song Qingshu smiled mysteriously. No matter how many times she asked, he just smiled and didn't say anything. When they arrived at a secluded courtyard, Xianxia saw the person sitting calmly on the fishing platform. She realized that the person they were going to see was the real ruler of Yangzhou, Li Keqiu. Could it be that Li Keqiu has secretly sided with the Golden Snake camp? Chung. Yaojia was secretly surprised. As a member of the Southern Song delegation, she had seen Li Keqiu once. Naturally, she recognized him. In addition, she was influenced by the delegation, so she knew a little about the current situation in Yangzhou. Previously, neither the Southern Song nor the Mongolians regarded the Golden Snake camp as an opponent. After all, Li Keqiu controlled the territory of Jianghuai and the Golden Snake camp. He also had 100,000 green camp troops under his command. His strength was slightly stronger than the Golden Snake camp. Therefore, all parties subconsciously thought that it was impossible for him to side with the Golden Snake camp. But looking at the current situation, Xianxia suddenly sighed. What did this have to do with her? In any case, her relationship with her husband was already like that. Not only was Xianxia shocked, but Li Keqiu was also startled. If Xianxia could recognize him, how could he not recognize her? He still vaguely remembered that she was a member of the Southern Song delegation. How could he not be surprised? The current situation in Yangzhou was delicate. Seeing the Southern Song delegation and Song Qingshu together, he couldn't help but think of more things. Noticing his frightened expression, Song Qingshu faintly smiled and said, "Uncle Li, you don't have to worry. She is one of my people." He deliberately brought Miss Qing here to achieve this purpose. When Xianxia heard Song Qingshu say that she was his woman, her face turned red. She didn't know what to feel. After all, she was the daughter-in-law of the Lu family and Li Keqiu knew this. Li Keqiu nodded slightly and stopped thinking about Xianxia's matter. Her attention returned to Song Qingshu. "Nephew Song, why did you ask me out so soon?" Song Qingshu smiled. "Didn't I say that to Uncle Li before? We should be able to see the results today." "So fast?" Li Keqiu's brows knit together tightly while his face was covered in disbelief. After all, he'd only been acting perfunctorily earlier because he didn't believe that Song Qingshu could affect the higher echelons of the gold and pure sex at all. Li Keqiu was skeptical. He called over one of his subordinates and asked. Then he said snappily, "Nephew, are you here to have fun?" The Jin and Qing envoys are clearly still in the yamen. Song Qingshu took a sip of tea and said unhurriedly, Uncle Li, why are you in such a hurry? How about we play a game of chess first? Seeing his confident appearance, Li Keqiu couldn't help but waver in his previous judgment. He hesitated for a moment and said with a smile, all right, I'll play with nephew. His subordinates had already set up the chessboard and the two of them began to play. Miss Qing, who was standing to the side, felt very awkward. However, after watching the two of them play for a while, she nearly laughed out loud. The two of them had been so formal that she had thought they were both chess masters. Who knew that after watching for a while, Miss Qing would realize that Song Qingshu's chess skills were even better than hers. During this period of time, in her heart, Song Qingshu was a high and mighty person who played with her like an ant. It was not until this moment that Miss Qing realized that he was also an ordinary person. She immediately felt a lot more amiable. Fortunately, Li Keqiu was also a bad chess player. The two of them were really evenly matched. This time, they really played until the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. Ha ha ha, I haven't been so happy in a long time. Although Li Keqiu was known as a Confucian general, his skills were mostly in the army. Although he was not completely ignorant of the four arts, his level was still very limited. In the past, when he played chess, he was either completely defeated or his opponents were afraid of his power and deliberately went easy on him. How could he be as happy as today? The more he looked at Song Qingshu, the more he liked him. After an unknown period of time, one of Li Keqiu's subordinates ran over and whispered something in his ear. He was so shocked that he immediately stood up and said, "Did you see clearly?" The subordinate nodded and said with certainty, "Not long ago, the Qing kingdom's diplomatic corps left the Xingyuan. I followed them all the way and saw them leave the city gate." Li Keqiu glanced at Song Qingshu. Seeing that his expression was as usual, he suddenly felt that he was unfathomable. Thinking of another matter, he hurriedly turned his head and asked his subordinate, "What about the Jin kingdom's diplomatic corps? We haven't seen any movement from the Jin kingdom's diplomatic corps." When we saw that the Qing kingdom's diplomatic corps had left, we quietly asked the Yamen's people to investigate. We found that the Jin kingdom's diplomatic corps had already left. It seemed that they left in a hurry. A person was left in the courtyard, cursing Tang Quebian. The subordinate replied. What? Xianxia looked at Song Qingshu in surprise. She didn't know that the Jin kingdom's diplomatic corps would leave today. From what Song Qingshu said, the person who cursed Tang Quebian must be her husband, Lu Guining. Song Qingshu quietly patted Miss Cheng's hand and used the secret voice-sending technique to say, "I'll explain it to you later." This was indeed his arrangement. Before this, he had secretly moved Zhang Hongfan away. He was waiting for his father to pay the huge ransom. In addition, his subordinates had also been quietly informed. After he left with Miss Cheng, everyone quietly left. By the time Lu Guining reacted, everyone had already left. Miss Cheng's character was originally soft. Hearing him say this, she had no choice but to suppress her doubts and silently stand to the side. "Nephew, you have made me have a whole new level of respect for you today." Li Keqiu looked at him with a complicated expression. Song Qingshu smiled and said, "You flatter me. It's fine as long as Uncle Li remembers his previous promise." Hearing him mention this matter, Li Keqiu's expression changed, but she quickly recovered. She laughed and said, "Of course." Then he paused and gave Xianxia a meaningful look. Then he said to Song Qingshu, "However, I have a matter that I would like to trouble you with." Speaking to this point, he closed his mouth. Song Qingshu knew what he meant. Perhaps he was still worried about Miss Cheng's identity as a member of the Southern Song dynasty's diplomatic corps. In addition, he didn't want her to know too many secrets, so he said to her, "Miss Cheng, wait for me outside." Miss Cheng was already preoccupied with her husband's matter. In addition, she had no interest in these state affairs. Hearing this, she nodded and left without any objections. Watching her figure disappear at the door, Li Keqiu looked at him playfully and said, "Nephew is really resourceful. Not only can you influence the court situation of the Jin and Qing kingdoms, but now you even have people in the Southern Song dynasty's diplomatic corps." Song Qingshu was happy that he misunderstood and didn't explain. He just smiled and said, "I don't know what Uncle Li is worried about. It's like this. Li Keqiu paused as if thinking about how to phrase it. I can bring the Jianghuai region to join the Golden Snake Battalion. But what will I get? The hereditary Iron Hat King. Song Qingshu's answer was also very simple. If the world is unified in the future, your Li family will enjoy the glory of the empire for generations. Li Keqiu suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. This promise was really big. Due to historical reasons, the Han Empire rarely conferred the title of king. The Southern Song dynasty was slightly better in this regard. However, the title of king was only an honor and didn't have any real power. In contrast, the Manchurian Qing was much more generous in this regard. All kinds of king titles were given to the surrendered warlords as if they were free. This stimulated the group of warlords to work for them with red eyes. This was how they were able to sweep the rivers and mountains of the Ming dynasty in a short period of time with tens of thousands of bannermen. However, no matter how generous the Manchurian Qing was, they only conferred ordinary king titles. There were only 8 Iron Hat kings, all of whom were the sons and nephews of Nirachi. Moreover, they had made great achievements in the war to unify the world. The reason why the Iron Hat King was so rare was that the title was usually given for life. After your death, the title would be taken back by the imperial court and your descendants couldn't inherit it. There was another kind of title that could be inherited, but every time the title was inherited, the title would be reduced by 1 level. After a few generations, the title could only become the lowest level. However, the Iron Hat King had a special characteristic: it was hereditary. No matter how many generations you passed, your title would not change. Song Qingshu came from the later generations and naturally learned the experience and lessons of the previous dynasties. Therefore, he was extremely generous at the beginning. Even if there were any problems in the future, he could imitate the way the Qing dynasty dealt with the surrendered warlords in the future. Although Song Qingshu's promise was suspicious of painting a picture, it still made Li Keqiu extremely tempted. Because he knew that whether it was in the Qing dynasty, Mongolia, or the Southern Song dynasty, he would never be able to obtain a hereditary title. My dear nephew is really generous, Li Keqiu said with emotion. But I still need a promise. Please speak. Song Qingshu's expression turned serious. In the future, you must give the position of empress to Yuanji. Li Keqiu said in a low voice. As long as his daughter became empress, then his grandson would be the crown prince in the future. Then the whole country would belong to the Li family. For such a great benefit, it was worth it for him to take such a big risk. He abandoned Mongolia and the Southern Song dynasty and chose the weakest Golden Snake camp. Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows and finally said slowly, everyone in the world knows that I already have a wife. She is the head of the Ame faction, Zhou Zhirua. In addition, we have a very good relationship. In the future, the position of empress should belong to her. I don't want to lie to Uncle Li, but I can promise that in the future, the position of imperial consort will definitely belong to your daughter. Thinking of Zhou Zhirua's beautiful face, Song Qingshu's heart gradually felt warm. Then he said to Li Keqiu, feelings can't be calculated like this. Of course, if Uncle Li insists on the position of empress, I can agree. But have you forgotten what happened to Lu Xiao and Guoxingtong? Li Keqiu's expression suddenly changed. How could he not know about this past? Back then, the founding emperor of the Eastern Han dynasty, Lu Xiao, loved his wife, Yin Lihua. However, in exchange for the support of King Zhending's 100,000 troops, he had no choice but to marry King Zhending's granddaughter, Guoxingtong, and make her his empress. However, Lu Xiao had always loved Yin Lihua. In addition, because of this matter, he was full of guilt towards Yin Lihua and had always wanted to make it up to her. In the end, Guoxingtong was crippled and King Zhending's family was almost exterminated because of the rebellion. The meaning of Song Qingshu's words was also very clear. Don't force me. If you force me, I can be like Lu Xiao and promise you first, then burn the bridge after crossing the river. In that case, nephew, think about it carefully. Contact me when you have made up your mind. Li Keqiu stood up with a look of displeasure on his face. After leaving these words, he swaggered away. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. In fact, he had a more tactful way. However, for the sake of the future, he didn't want to lie and deceive Li Keqiu. Also, he didn't know why he suddenly became a hipster. Was it because Zhou Jirua was involved? Song Qingshu suddenly fell into deep thought. Outside, Miss Ching saw Li Kexiu and the others coming out. She couldn't help but walk in with a puzzled expression. Did it not succeed? She didn't know what they were talking about, but looking at Li Kexiu's expression when he went out, it was obvious that the conversation wasn't pleasant. A little bit. Song Qingshu sighed in his heart. According to the more recognized standards of society in his previous life, there was no difference between a little bit and a lot of difference. For example, two entrepreneurial advertising companies A and B did a very good job on a certain project. However, Party A felt that Party B might be a little bit worse than Party A. In the end, Party A won the bid. For Party B, although it was only a little bit, it had already lost everything. Let's go. Accompany me for a walk. Song Qingshu let out a long breath and pulled Miss Ching out. After spending some time together, Xianxia was already used to his intimate touch. Her face turned slightly red as she followed behind him. Along the way, Song Qingshu remained silent. Miss Ching hesitated for a long time and finally plucked up her courage to ask, "Well, why did the Jin Kingdom's diplomatic corps leave?" Song Qingshu looked back at her. Her fair and rosy face was extremely cute and attractive. He couldn't help but pinch her cheek. "You want to ask how Lu Guining is, right?" Xianxia turned her face away in embarrassment. Although every inch of her body was no longer a secret to Song Qingshu, such an intimate action in broad daylight on the street still made her feel a little guilty. "Don't worry, no one will make things difficult for him. This is just a small lesson for him," Song Qingshu said lightly. Previously, he had been scolded several times by the other party. Although he couldn't do anything to him because of Miss Ching, he could still give him a small punishment. Oh. Miss Ching let out a sigh of relief. After spending some time together, she believed that the other party would not lie to her in this aspect. Song Qingshu suddenly reached out and wrapped his arms around her waist. He pulled her into his arms and looked down at her. "What do you plan to do in the future?" "Ah?" Miss Ching was startled by his sudden action and subconsciously looked around with a guilty conscience. "Do you plan to continue to follow young Master Lu as a good wife and loving mother, or do you have other plans?" Song Qingshu asked. "A good wife and loving mother?" Miss Ching smiled bitterly. "Do I still live up to these words? A good wife has done such a thing with you. How can I be considered a good wife? A good mother? I have been married to him for so long, but we have no children. My mother-in-law has always complained about this matter. How can I be considered a good mother?" Song Qingshu leaned over and gently bit her ear. He said with a smile, "I personally experienced it last night. There is absolutely no problem with your body. It should be young Master Lu's problem that you don't have children. If you want to deal with your mother-in-law, how about I work a few more times and give you a son?" "How will you give him?" Miss Ching asked in confusion. Then she realized what he meant and her face suddenly turned red. She could not help but pout coquettishly, "You're so annoying. You're so naughty. Let go of my wife." At this moment, an angry shout suddenly came from not far away. Miss Chang's face suddenly turned pale. Song Qingshu turned his head and found that Lu Guining was staring at them with red eyes. Lu Guining was suffering alone in his room because of what happened last night. It was not until the people from the Yamen came to clean the room that he found that the Jin Kingdom's diplomatic corps had all left. He suddenly felt that he had suffered a double loss. Although what happened last night was painful for him, as long as he could save Han Zhuozhou and the others, this sacrifice was completely acceptable. But when he saw that the Jin Kingdom's diplomatic corps was empty, he suddenly felt that he had been cheated. When he thought that his wife had been fooled, he was furious. Disregarding his injuries, he carried his saber and searched the streets for the Jin people. However, the Jin Kingdom's diplomatic corps had already left the city. How could he find them? The more he couldn't find them, the more aggrieved he felt and the more furious he became. At this moment, he suddenly saw Miss Ching not far away. He was pleasantly surprised but couldn't help but become angry because his wife was not alone at this time. She was shyly held in the arms of a young man. Because of Tang Qua's argument, he felt that he had been cheated on. Now that another man had appeared, he suddenly felt that there was a grassland on his head. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He rushed over with his saber and fiercely stabbed the two of them. He wished he could kill this adulterous couple with one stab. Song Qingshu protected Miss Qing with one hand and easily caught Lu Guaning's saber with the other. He coldly said, "Young Master Lu, is this how you treat the benefactor who saved your wife?" Ah? Not only was Lu Guaning confused, but Miss Qing was also dumbfounded. She looked at the man beside her in a daze, not knowing what he was up to. "What do you mean?" Lu Guaning used all his strength to pull the saber back. He found that it wouldn't budge, so he could only stare at him and ask. "Today, I saw your wife being escorted by several Jin people, so I saved her. I heard from her that you were also imprisoned by the Jin people, so I came to rescue you. Who would have thought that you would attack me with a saber?" Song Qingshu spoke neither too fast nor too slow. Miss Qing admired him for being able to come up with such a seamless lie in such a short time. "Is that true?" Lu Guining looked at his wife skeptically. Miss Qing blushed slightly. She didn't know why, but she subconsciously followed Song Qingshu's words and said, "Yes, it was this young master who saved me." She felt slightly guilty in her heart. After all, it wasn't good for her husband to be deceived by an outsider. However, when she thought about how her husband had forced her to do such a thing, it wasn't something a husband should do. She immediately felt relieved. Moreover, she wasn't lying. These days, Song Qingshu had indeed saved her many times. Lu Guining hurriedly withdrew his saber and said to Song Qingshu apologetically, "I'm really sorry. I misunderstood benefactor. May I ask benefactor's name?" "I am Song Qingshu of the Golden Snake Camp." Song Qingshu's attitude toward him had changed from Tang Quebian's previous attitude toward him. He became much more modest and polite. "You are the Golden Snake King, Song Qingshu?" Lu Guining's face revealed a shocked expression. "I have long heard of your prestige. I have always admired you. Now that I am able to meet you in person, it is truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes." When Miss Qing, who was standing to the side, heard her husband's words, she suddenly had a strange expression. She thought, "If you knew that the person who ran wild on your wife last night was this person, I don't know if you would still feel lucky." Returning Cloud Manor's young master Lu's righteousness reaches the clouds. "I also greatly admire you." Song Qingshu faintly smiled. Lu Guining's face heated up. He thought that his reputation was nothing compared to Song Qingshu's. Although he knew that Song Qingshu was just being polite, he was still somewhat happy. "How does Prince Song know me?" Lu Guining suddenly realized something. His expression couldn't help but change as he stared at Song Qingshu. Miss Qing's body trembled when she heard this. Her heart was in her throat. She looked at the man beside her with a worried expression. "If the Golden Snake Camp wants to establish a foothold in the world, we must have the ability to gather information," Song Qingshu calmly said. Lu Guining was startled. He no longer had any doubts. Nowadays, all the heroes of the world were rising. Each power was vigorously cultivating intelligence agencies. As an overlord, it was not surprising that Song Qingshu knew information about him. Miss Qing also let out a sigh of relief. She gently bit her lips and blushed. She thought that this man really didn't even blink when he lied. "I don't know why Prince Song came to Yangzhou this time?" Lu Guining probed. "Not long ago, I had a dream that I would meet a fated person in Yangzhou. Therefore, I deliberately came here to relax." Song Qingshu calmly looked at Miss Qing as he spoke. Miss Qing's heart swayed under his gaze. She subconsciously glanced at her husband. Seeing that he wasn't paying attention to her, she relaxed and suddenly felt a strange sense of excitement. Lu Guining didn't notice the two of them exchanging glances. In his heart, he was thinking that Song Qingshu must have come for Li Kexiu. He was Song Qingshu's competitor. But when he thought about Han Xingzhou and the others being imprisoned, he became dejected. At this moment, he didn't care whether Song Qingshu was a competitor or not. When he thought about rescuing Han Xingzhou, his heart burned with anger. Tang Quebian, that bastard, had eaten his fill and left. He didn't keep his promise to rescue Han Xingzhou and the others. "Prince Song, I have something to say to my wife." "I don't know." Lu Guining was anxious to ask about Tang Quebian. He had no choice but to speak to Song Qingshu with an awkward expression. Miss Cheng originally didn't want to talk to her husband, but after hearing Song Qingshu's words, she couldn't help but look at him with hidden bitterness. She reluctantly walked forward with her husband. Miss Cheng, did Tang Quebian say anything before he left? Lu Guining still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. He hoped that Tang Quebian would keep his promise and make some arrangements before he left. You didn't even ask me how I was, and the first thing you asked was about Tang Quebian. Miss Cheng's heart became colder. Aren't you fine? Lu Guining looked embarrassed and hurriedly said, You can't let him play with you for nothing. Miss Cheng frowned and interrupted him, Your words are really unpleasant to hear. Lu Guining wanted to say something, but at this time a sudden change occurred. The window of a nearby house exploded and an old farmer ran out into the street in a panic. How can you walk? Lu Guining was in a bad mood, so he couldn't help but run a few steps forward and curse at the old farmer's back. Get lost. At this time an angry shout suddenly came from behind him. Lu Guining didn't have time to react before he felt a sharp pain in his waist. Then, his whole body flew to the side like a broken sandbag. Guining! Miss Cheng cried out in alarm and hurriedly ran over to help her husband up. Although she now treated her husband coldly, the two of them had been treating each other with respect for many years, so they still had some feelings for each other. Seeing her husband's mouth full of blood, Miss Cheng suddenly felt a deep sense of powerlessness in her body, making her hands and feet cold. She suddenly thought of Song Qingshu and suddenly felt like a drowning person grabbing a life-saving straw. She hurriedly looked back at him and said, Young master. Song Qingshu's figure flashed and appeared by her side. He looked at Lu Guining's condition and couldn't help but frown. Lu Guining was already injured and had been kicked in the waist by an expert. At this moment, he was already half a step into the gates of hell. I beg you, save him. Miss Cheng pulled his hand, her eyes full of pleading. I'll try. Song Qingshu arrived behind Lu Guining and continuously poured his internal force into his body. Finally, Lu Guining's face had some color. I've stabilized his condition, but I don't know if I can save his life. We'll only know when the doctor comes. In fact, Song Qingshu was sure that Lu Guining's life was saved. However, he was kicked in the back of his waist and his kidney was injured. He might not be able to live in the future. Therefore, Song Qingshu deliberately said that his situation was not optimistic, so that they would be satisfied if he could save his life in the end. If Song Qingshu told them that his life was saved, they might even suspect that it was their doing when they found out that he could not have sex. Then, they would resent him. It had been like this since ancient times. The reason why Song Qingshu was able to see through people's minds so clearly was not because he was extraordinarily intelligent, but because he came from an era of information explosion and had a lot of experience from his predecessors. Thank you, Prince Song. As expected, Lu Guining's tone was filled with gratitude. Song Qingshu nodded slightly, and then looked up to see the situation of the people who were chasing him. The old farmer who had been running in front had been intercepted, and a middle-aged man and a graceful girl were besieging him. The middle-aged man was the one who had kicked Lu Guining. Although he was already in his middle years, he could still vaguely see that he was a handsome man when he was young. However, there was a faint trace of ruthlessness in his eyes, making people feel uncomfortable. The girl was tall, and her clothes revealed her curvaceous body. Her movements were full of youthful vigor, especially her two long legs, which were unforgettable. It's her. Seeing that pair of slender legs, Song Qingshu immediately recognized that she was Xianxia. He was curious about the middle-aged man beside her, but he was even more curious about why they were besieging the old farmer. From his appearance, the old farmer looked exactly like a farmer from the countryside. If he hadn't revealed his extraordinary martial arts, even Song Qingshu would have been fooled by him. The old farmer's martial arts were very strange, often attacking from unimaginable angles. Every move and every stance exuded an eerie ghostly aura, causing Xianxia and the middle-aged man to feel apprehensive. No wonder they're attacking together. Song Qingshu nodded to himself. He was very clear about Xianxia's martial arts. Among the younger generation, she was definitely one of the best. Even if she ran into some senior masters, she wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Of course, if she ran into the 5 uniques, she still wouldn't be able to handle them. That middle-aged man's martial arts seemed to be above Xianxia's, requiring 2 first-rate masters to attack together. It was clear how high the old farmer's martial arts were. However, Song Qingshu suddenly frowned. With his cultivation, he quickly noticed something was wrong. Although the old farmer's swordsmanship was strange, it seemed like he had just learned it not long ago. When he used it, he didn't have a complete understanding of it. Often, he noticed that the old farmer's moves had some problems connecting them, causing him to lose an opportunity to win the battle. It's a repeat, Song Qingshu said to himself. This was the second time the old farmer had used his swordsmanship. That middle-aged man's cultivation was profound. Quickly realizing this, his eyes brightened. Taking advantage of the moment the old farmer was busy dealing with Xianxian, he suddenly appeared behind the old farmer, his fist landing heavily on the old farmer's back. Pfff! The old farmer coughed up a mouthful of blood, staggering forward as if he was drunk. At the same time, he swung his sword to protect his body, using a killing move that would take him down with his opponent. Seeing the outcome was already decided, the middle-aged man and Xianxian involuntarily retreated 1 zhang, only faintly surrounding the old farmer. There was no need to fight him to the death at this time. Song Qingshu shook his head and said to Xianxia, "Let's go, we'll take young Master Lu to find a doctor." He wasn't a saint, this kind of Jianghu feud happened every day. Moreover, he didn't know the grudge between the 2 sides, so how could he intervene? Of course, if the old farmer was a young and beautiful woman, maybe Song Qingshu would change his mind. As for the middle-aged man injuring Lu Guining, that was a grudge between the 2 of them. Him saving him was already giving face to Xianxia. How could he help him get revenge? Just now, Xianxian and the others were busy running away and didn't notice what was happening. Now that they saw Song Qingshu, the 3 of them had different expressions. Xianxian's eyes were filled with surprise and joy, the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with fear and malice, and the most puzzled one was the old farmer. His eyes were filled with ecstasy, and he suddenly rushed towards Song Qingshu. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he quickly chased after him. Xianxian hesitated for a moment, then cooperated with him to stop him. Seeing that there was no hope of escaping, the old farmer suddenly shouted to Song Qingshu, "Save me." Song Qingshu's expression immediately changed, because he recognized this voice. This person was Nanlan's husband, Tian Guinong, who had been rescued from Xinjing. Previously, he had heard from Nanlan that Tian Guinong had suddenly disappeared, so he had run here. Song Qingshu immediately realized what sword technique Tian Guinong had just used, the Lin family's Bixia swordsmanship. No wonder his martial arts had advanced by leaps and bounds in such a short period of time. It was because he had practiced the Bixia swordsmanship manual. In addition, his experience in Xinjing had turned him into a eunuch, so the Bixia swordsmanship manual's greatest difficulty, to practice this sword technique, one must castrate oneself, was not a problem for him at all. Thus, this sinister sword technique seemed to be tailor-made for Tian Guinong. Song Qingshu quickly realized that Tian Guinong must have heard him mention that the Bixia swordsmanship manual was in the Lin family's old residence in sun-facing alley, so when he had the opportunity, he secretly went to Fujian to steal the manual. Unfortunately, he had only practiced for a short period of time and his tracks were exposed. In the end, he was seriously injured by the middle-aged man. In the blink of an eye, Song Qingshu had analyzed the ins and outs of the entire matter. His figure flashed, and he appeared beside Tian Guinong. Then, he waved his hand and pushed Xianxian, who was closest to him, back. Facing the middle-aged man, he wasn't so polite. Previously, the way he injured Lu Guining was clearly sinister. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with Song Qingshu, but since he wanted to stand up for his subordinate, he might as well do Miss Qing and Lu Guining a favor. Thus, he didn't show any mercy and decided to make the middle-aged man stay. The middle-aged man punched out. Song Qingshu stretched out his finger and pointed at the man's fist. Before the 2 sides even made contact, the middle-aged man's fist blossomed with blood. Invisible sword chi. The middle-aged man snorted in shock, and then wisely chose to retreat at a faster speed than when he came. But how could Song Qingshu let him escape like this? He took a step forward and followed him like a shadow. Then, he pointed at the middle-aged man's body. If he was hit by this move, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. "Don't hurt my father." At this time, Yellow Nancian cried out, rushing out from the side with her sword in hand. This middle-aged man was Yellow Nancian's father, Yellow Isan. Hearing her cry, Song Qingshu couldn't help but hesitate. His relationship with Yellow Nancian wasn't bad. If he seriously injured her father, wouldn't he offend her to death? At the end of the day, Yellow Isan didn't have any deep enmity with him. Whether it was Lu Guining or Tian Guinong, they weren't important to him. With this in mind, he held back a little. At this moment, a ruthless glint flashed across Yellow Isan's eyes. He grabbed his daughter and slammed her against Song Qingshu's finger. Song Qingshu was shocked and quickly retracted his strength. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yellow Nancian cried out in pain as a bright red flower of blood bloomed on her chest. Taking advantage of his distraction, Yellow Isan disappeared into the distance in a few leaps. I feel like my chest is very hot." Yellow Nancian's eyes were half closed as she weakly replied. Song Qingshu knew that she was hallucinating after being injured and hurriedly sealed the acupuncture points around her wound. "Miss Nancian, you must not circulate your qi to heal yourself, otherwise the sword energy will damage your foundation. I will help you remove the sword energy." Thank you." Yellow Nancian's beautiful eyes were tightly closed, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes, not knowing if it was because of the pain or because she was sad that her father used her as a shield. Song Qingshu hurriedly transferred a strand of true energy into her body to control the sword energy, preventing it from wreaking havoc in her body. However, it would take time to remove it. Fortunately, in that critical moment, Song Qingshu sensed something was wrong, and not only did he withdraw most of his strength, he also avoided hitting her vitals. Otherwise, Yellow Nancian would probably be dead by now. Although she was heavily injured, as long as Song Qingshu removed the sword energy, she would be able to recuperate and her life wouldn't be in danger. Just as he finished controlling her internal injuries, Tian Guinong suddenly vomited a mouthful of black blood, causing Miss Ching to cry out in shock. "Song, this person." Holding Yellow Nancian in his arms, Song Qingshu took a step forward and appeared next to Tian Guinong. Seeing how weak Tian Guinong was, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be shocked. Earlier, he saw Yellow Isan punch Tian Guinong in the back, but it shouldn't be life-threatening. That was why he saved Yellow Nancian first, but how did things end up like this? Seeing the pool of black blood on the ground, Song Qingshu's expression changed. Hurriedly pulling open Tian Guinong's clothes, he found a purple fist mark on his back. "There's poison." Song Qingshu's expression finally changed. Even from so far away, he could smell the disgusting smell of the poison. It was clear that the poison was extremely potent. Reaching out to check Tian Guinong's pulse, Song Qingshu's expression sank. He could only do his best to transfer his true energy into Tian Guinong's body. "Song. Young master, is there no hope for me?" Seeing his expression, Tian Guinong sighed. Song Qingshu was silent for a moment. In the end, he still told the truth. "The poison has attacked the heart. Even if the almighty immortals came, they wouldn't be able to save him. In the end, I don't have that fate." Tian Guinong smiled bitterly. "Young master, don't waste your qi anymore. I have something to tell you." After saying that, he glanced at Miss Ching and her husband. Her husband was injured because of this person. Xianxia unhappily glared at him. However, it was not convenient for her to eavesdrop on his last words, so she helped her husband up and walked to the side. Song Qingshu didn't withdraw his true qi. "You said it. My cultivation can still hold on." Although Tian Guinong was despicable in the original novel, he was still his subordinate in this world. Back then, he had even planned to form a group of villains, and Tian Guinong was one of them. Thus, as he watched his life slowly fade away, he felt exceptionally sad. "Many thanks, young master." Feeling the steady flow of true qi into his body, Tian Guinong's originally cold heart couldn't help but warm up. He took out an old kasaya from his bosom. "Last time, I found out the whereabouts of the Bixia swordplay manual from young master. I couldn't resist the temptation and secretly went to Fuzhou to retrieve it." Song Qingshu secretly sighed. Yu Buchuan, Zhuo and Lin Pingji had schemed to find the Bixia swordplay manual. For this reason, they were suspicious of each other. Unexpectedly, it had fallen into Tian Guinong's hands. Gently stroking the Xianxia, Tian Guinong's eyes were filled with reluctance. The martial arts in this manual are really mysterious. I've only practiced it for a few months, but my martial arts have advanced by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, I don't know how the news got out, but I was targeted by a mysterious person. I disguised myself along the way and thought of countless ways, but in the end, I was still caught in Yangzhou. Previously, he was dressed like an old farmer. Obviously, he had disguised himself. Now that the makeup on his face had fallen off, his original appearance was revealed. Song Qingxu was silent. He knew that the mysterious person he was talking about was Yelu Isin. He was also puzzled. Yelu Isin was the privy secretary of the southern courtyard of Liao. He had a high position and power. Why would he come here to meddle in the affairs of the martial world? This Bixia swordplay manual is not fated with me. I'll give it to young master. Tian Guinong stuffed the Xianxia in his hands into Song Qingxu's bosom. Song Qingxu frowned. He didn't take it. Instead, he said, "This is what you left behind. When the time comes, you can give it to your wife or Qingwen." The wife he was talking about was naturally Nan Lan. Qingwen was Tian Guinong's daughter, Tian Qingwen. Tian Guinong chuckled. This martial art is not suitable for women. Young master, you should keep it. I found it according to young master's guidance. Speaking of which, it should belong to young master. Song Qingxu laughed bitterly. The Bixia swordplay was indeed not suitable for women. But at the same time, it wasn't suitable for men either. The phrase "if you wish to practice this divine martial art, you must castrate yourself" had caused many men to feel a chill in their crotches. Tian Guinong obviously wasn't in the mood to explain this to Song Qingxu. He stuffed the Xianxia into Song Qingxu's bosom. Then, he looked at the northern sky. His eyes gradually became lax. Young master, I will have to trouble you to take care of Nan Lan and Qingwen in the future. Song Qingxu's heart stirred. He blurted out a famous saying from his previous life, "I will take care of your wife and daughter. You don't need to worry about them." A strange expression appeared on Tian Guinong's face. But, he finally smiled. That's good, that's good." Song Qingxu couldn't help but sigh when he saw Tian Guinong's eyes slowly close. He had been constantly transferring his real qi to Tian Guinong. How could he not know that Tian Guinong's life had been extinguished? Great master, at this time, the Golden Dragon Gang's men who had been lying in ambush nearby ran out. Great master, let's go quickly. The Qing Empire has received news that a group of soldiers are rushing over here. Song Qingxu slightly nodded. With his current status, it was indeed inconvenient for him to meet the Qing Empire's army. He immediately ordered the Golden Dragon Gang's men to take Tian Guinong's body away. Then, he helped Xianxia support Lu Guining. He carried the unconscious Xianxia and returned to the Golden Dragon Gang's secret stronghold with them. "Where's your gang leader?" Song Qingxu couldn't help but ask after not seeing Jia Weiner. "Gang leader has brought some people to Taizhou to handle some matters," the Golden Dragon Gang member replied. Song Qingxu nodded. Jia Weiner was in charge of such a big business all by herself. She was indeed very busy. On the contrary, he, the boss, was much more leisurely. "Go and order a good coffin. Then, deliver Tian Guinong's body to Yanjing's Tian mansion and hand it over to Madame Tian. Also, help to bury him. Remember to give this letter to Madame Tian." Song Qingxu gave a secret letter to one of his subordinates. In the letter, he wrote down the general situation of the matter. He also comforted the mother and daughter with words of condolence. "Yes, great master." Because of the great victory against the Qing Empire, Song Qingxu's prestige in the Golden Snake Battalion was unparalleled. So, this subordinate was very excited to be able to do something for him. In addition, go to the city and find a highly skilled doctor to treat young Master Lu's injury. Don't worry about the cost. If it is useful, use any expensive medicinal herbs. Song Qingxu ordered. Alright, the subordinate felt strange. Why did the great master value Lu Guining so much? Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something. Don't we need to find a doctor to take a look at that girl? Song Qingxu knew that he was talking about Xianxia. He shook his head and said, "No need. I will treat Xianxia." Xianxia was injured by his sword qi. If he didn't dissolve the sword qi in her body, no matter how skilled the doctor was, even if he could save her life, he wouldn't be able to save her. It should be known that revered Ming was a 1,000-years-old monster. When Ah Qing's innate sword qi entered his body, he tried countless ways to dissolve the sword qi in his body. Instead, his injuries became more and more serious. In the end, he could only go to the Blackwood Cliff to find the Absorbing Star's great technique. Only then was he able to get rid of Ah Qing's sword qi. After arranging everything, Song Qingshu returned to the room where Xianxia was. Seeing her frowning in a semi-conscious state, he immediately regretted it. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have used the sword qi. If he had used the solitary young finger, she wouldn't be in so much pain. He didn't know why, but when he saw Xianxia, he couldn't help but feel a murderous intent. They clearly didn't know each other before. Could it be because of Tianguino? That didn't seem likely. Song Qingshu shook his head, dispelling all the guesses in his mind. He helped Xianxia up to sit in front of him, then reached out his hand to undo her clothes. Throughout the process, Song Qingshu's eyes were crystal clear, without a trace of evil intent. He didn't need to deliberately take advantage of her, but because Xianxia's wound was on her chest, he couldn't treat the wound through her clothes. Fortunately, the wound caused by the sword qi was between her chest and collarbone, so he only needed to remove her clothes a few inches below her collarbone. If the wound was any lower, even if Song Qingshu didn't have any evil thoughts, the situation would inevitably be a little awkward. Reaching out his hand to press on her wound, Xianxia couldn't help but make a sound of agreement. Obviously, he had touched her sore spot. Song Qingshu's following movements became gentler and gentler, carefully dissolving the sword qi in her body. After dissolving the sword qi, Song Qingshu picked up a bouquet of little red flowers that he had prepared earlier. This little red flower had an interesting name, called Little Red Lotus of the Buddha Throne. Not only did it reduce swelling, it also had a certain detoxifying effect, an excellent medicine for treating external injuries. Song Qingshu first crushed half of the little red flower and fed it to Xianxia, then placed the other half an inch away from her wound. Circulating his vigorous internal energy, he slowly forced the medicinal energy from the flower into her wound. About half an hour later, Xianxia woke up with a soft moan, asking in a low voice, am I still alive?" Song Qingshu smiled faintly. "Originally you didn't want to live, but King Yama saw that a little girl like you is so beautiful, it would be a pity for you to die before getting married, so he told me to bring you back. Your mouth is always so sweet." Xianxia had known him for a long time, she had more or less gotten used to his way of speaking. Suddenly, she felt a slight chill on her chest. Looking down, she saw her smooth skin and couldn't help but be startled. "It was an emergency, so I took off my clothes to heal. I hope Miss Nancian doesn't mind," Song Qingshu hurriedly explained. Xianxia's face flushed red for a moment. She confidently said, "Us grassland women are not as shy as you Han women, not to mention you didn't reveal anything." "That's right," Song Qingshu regretfully smacked his lips, "if only the wound was 2 inches deeper." No matter how open-minded Xianxia was, she was still a woman. How could she endure his teasing? Her face flushed red, glaring at him coldly. All right, Song Qingshu smiled, "don't move, I'll be done in a while." Then he hurriedly focused his mind and continued to evaporate the medicinal energy. Xianxia grunted softly, not daring to look at him, acting like a little girl for the first time. After another half an hour, Song Qingshu finally forced all the medicinal power of the Buddha thrown Little Red Lotus into her wound, and then he bandaged it for her. When Song Qingshu's fingertips accidentally touched her skin, Xianxia's body trembled, saying unnaturally, "I'll do it myself." Song Qingshu shook his head. Using an unquestionable tone he said, "How would it be convenient for you to do it yourself? If you move too much and cause the wound to tear, it'll be even more troublesome." Alright." Xianxia hesitated for a moment but nodded in the end. In order to ease her nervousness, Song Qingshu continued to bandage her wound while smiling. "I didn't expect your skin to be so smooth and soft after spending all day on the prairie." Xianxia blushed slightly, but she was more easygoing than most Han women. Raising her chin, she snorted, "This miss was born beautiful, are you not convinced?" Song Qingshu laughed out loud. As he tidied up her clothes, he said, I wonder which man will be lucky enough to be your son-in-law in the future. His wife is tall and graceful like a grassland woman and has the delicate skin of a Han woman. Yelu Nancian smiled sweetly, no matter who that man is, you have no chance, right? Song Qingshu raised an eyebrow, oh, why is that? Yelu Nancian snorted, Yelu Nancian's husband, of course he has to treat me wholeheartedly. You've incurred so many debts of love, only those silly women would be willing to follow you. Song Qingshu shrugged his shoulders, not minding her words, no matter what, to be considered by the princess as a candidate for prince consort, this one is already honored. Yelu Nanshan's face heated up, she couldn't help but whine, who even considered you as a Fuma candidate? Song Qingshu smiled and did not argue with her. Instead, he changed the topic and asked, was that your father on the street? Hearing his words, Yelu Nanshan's face darkened, she couldn't help but nod, N. Song Qingshu asked curiously, since it's your father, why did he do that? Yelu Nancian knew he was referring to her father using her as a shield, she sighed and said faintly, I don't know either. What did you guys come to Yangzhou for this time? Seeing her blank expression, Song Qingshu decided to change his way of asking. Nominally, it's to ask Li Kishou to surrender. But even I know that Great Liao is struggling to survive in the cracks. How could Li Kishou surrender to us? Yelu Nancian shook her head. Later, I discovered that after we arrived in Yangzhou, father didn't rush to make contact with Li Kishou. Instead, he kept an eye on the people passing through Yangzhou. I didn't know why at first, but now I think I understand. He came here to capture that person. Song Qingshu knew that the person she was talking about was Tian Guinong. It seemed that Yelu Isen's target was the Bixia swordbook. He didn't know how he knew it was in Tian Guinong's hands. I don't know why these days, I feel that father has changed a bit, but his appearance and tone are still the same as before. Maybe I'm thinking too much. Yelu Nancian suddenly said. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat, he looked into the distance thoughtfully. Is that so? Noticing the fatigue in Yelu Nancian's eyes, Song Qingshu smiled at her and said, rest well, we'll investigate this later. N. Yelu Nancian was indeed very tired. She let him hold her shoulders and lay down on the bed. Not long after, she fell asleep. Song Qingshu covered her with a blanket and quietly closed the door. Not long after he left, he faintly heard a woman sobbing not far away. He followed the sound and found a young woman sitting in a pavilion in the depths of the forest, crying non-stop. Could it be that Madame saw me with another woman and became so sad because she was jealous? Song Qingshu deliberately coughed and said with a smile. The young woman in front of him was naturally Xianxia. She raised her head and saw him. Her face turned red. She bit her lips and turned her face away. Gongzi is making fun of me again. Then why is Madame crying? Song Qingshu walked over and sat down. His hand naturally held her hand and asked with a smile. Xianxia was startled. She didn't expect him to be so impudent. Wuji was scared. She looked around guiltily. Seeing that there was no one around, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Isn't it because of Guining? What happened to young Master Liu? Song Qingshu vaguely guessed what was going on. Xianxia's face suddenly turned red. She hesitated for a moment before whispering, the doctor said that his kidney meridian was damaged. From now on, I'm afraid he can't. She couldn't finish her sentence. Can't sleep with Madame? Song Qingshu casually said, although I really want to say my condolences to Madame, no matter how I look at it, this is good news for me. How can you be like this? Xianxia was extremely angry and immediately cupped her fists. I'm just saying something from the bottom of my heart. Song Qingshu grabbed her hand. Seeing that she was frowning, he quickly changed the topic. Young Master Liu has suffered a great disaster. He must be in need of comfort. Why did Madame come alone and cry alone? Xianxia wanted to say something but stopped. After a long time, she said, when Guining found out about the result, his entire face immediately turned ashen. He didn't want the doctor to treat him and didn't listen to anyone's consolation. I was also driven out by him. I was worried that he would take things too hard. I was afraid that he. As she spoke, she began to cry again. Madame is his wife. At this moment, he certainly can't face you. Song Qingshu pondered for a moment. How about this? I'll go and persuade young Master Lu. You'll go? Xianxia wiped the tears on her face. Her expression immediately revealed a strange expression. She thought that if he went, wouldn't it be adding oil to the fire? Looking at her expression, Song Qingshu knew that she had misunderstood. He couldn't help but smile and say, "Don't worry, I won't deliberately provoke young Master Lu. Unless Madam secretly tells him my identity, I have absolute confidence that I can make him pull himself together." I absolutely didn't speak nonsense. Xianxia hurriedly waved her hand. She didn't know why she didn't want her husband to know the true identity of Tang Quobian. Now that Tang Quobian had left, let that matter go with the wind. That's good. Song Qingshu got up and said, "Come with me to persuade young Master Lu." You, quickly let go. Seeing that her husband's room was getting closer and closer, and that he was still holding her hand tightly, Xianxia suddenly panicked. Seeing her anxious face blushing, Song Qingshu felt that it was exceptionally attractive. He couldn't help but lean over and kiss her red lips. Xianxia's eyes suddenly widened and her face was full of disbelief. It should be known that the two of them were just outside the door, separated by only a door from Lu Guining. "Let me be alone, let's go." Lu Guining's voice suddenly came from inside the room. When he heard that, he wanted to move, but he thought that his wife had run back to persuade him. Hearing her husband's voice, Xianxia anxiously pounded the chest of the man in front of her with her pink fists. Seeing that she was about to cry, Song Qingshu let go of her. He didn't want their relationship to be exposed so quickly. That would be too boring. "Young Master Lu, it's me." Song Qingshu cleared his throat. The room suddenly fell into silence. After a long time, Lu Guining's dry voice came, "Prince Song, please come in." He could ignore his wife, but Song Qingshu had saved his life and was also the world-famous Golden Snake King. No matter what, he couldn't afford to offend him. Song Qingshu smiled at Xianxia. He pulled her hand and pushed the door open. Xianxia was so scared that she hastily pulled back her sleeves. After entering the room, he saw that Lu Guining looked haggard. It was as if he had aged 20 years. Song Qingshu secretly sighed. As a man, he could more or less understand Lu Guining's current mood. "Young Master Lu, I heard about your condition from the doctor. I hope you can get over it." When Song Qingshu said this, Xianxia's heart warmed. Song Qingshu obviously knew about it from her. If she told the truth, her husband would surely complain to her. This man was really considerate. Thinking of this, Xianxia became absent-minded for a moment. How can I get over this kind of thing? In any case, I am already a cripple. "Young master, you don't need to waste your breath to comfort me," Lu Guining said with a bitter smile. Song Qingshu cursed in his heart. "I am not related to you, so I don't want to pay attention to you." The reason why he spent so much effort on Lu Guining and his wife was not because of Xianxia. Although Xianxia was lovely and moving, Song Qingshu had always been surrounded by stunning beauties. How could he be so infatuated with a woman? Song Qingshu patiently conquered Xianxia and got close to Lu Guining mainly because of the name of the Xianxia Lu family. Nowadays, there were many aristocratic families in the southern Song dynasty. Although it was not as exaggerated as the Wei and Jin dynasties, Song Qingshu's identity made him a commoner in the eyes of these aristocratic families. If he could get the help of the Xianxia Lu family, it would be easier for him to gain a foothold in the southern Song dynasty in the future. Of course, the Xianxia Lu family was not a top aristocratic family. The entrance ticket he brought was not worth Song Qingshu spending so much effort. Song Qingshu was more interested in the Xianxia Lu family's headquarters. Xianxia was the Shaoxing of Song Qingshu's world. It was the gateway to the southeast of Hangzhou and was close to Hangzhou Bay. Hangzhou, which was the linen of this world, was the capital of the southern Song dynasty. It was heavily guarded, especially against the north and west. In the east, the Qiantang River was close to Hangzhou Bay. There were also elite naval forces stationed there. Overall, the only weak point was the defense against the south. Of course, this would only be carried out as a last resort. After all, the southern Song dynasty was now regarded by all the Han people in the world. If he rashly attacked, he was afraid that he would be spurned by all the Han people in the world. However, as the leader of the Golden Snake Battalion, who also aspired to rule the world, Song Qingshu had no choice but to prepare for a rainy day. The most important part of this plan was that it had to be fast, so before attacking, he had to ensure that Shaoxing City was under his control. Shaoxing, Shanin, was the headquarters of the Lu family. They had been operating here for nearly 100 years, and the family's power had already penetrated into every area of Shaoxing City. Controlling the Lu family was equivalent to controlling Shaoxing City. This was the main reason why Song Qingshu had spent so much time and energy on the Lu Guaniying couple. Song Qingshu gathered his thoughts, looked at Lu Guaniying, and comforted him, "Young master, there is no need to belittle yourself and become a cripple." In the past, Sima Qian encountered a great disaster, but in the end, he completed the separation of the Shi family. Kai Luan was in the palace, but he invented the paper-making technique, which will be remembered by all ages. Xing He went to the Western Seas 7 times, raising the prestige of the Chinese nation. Each of their experiences were worse than young masters, but they could also achieve immortality. Why is young master disheartened by a little setback? Lu Guaniying sighed. I understand this reasoning, but as a man, this kind of thing, how can I accept it? Seeing that his eyes were still lifeless, Song Qingshu knew that his consolation did not have any effect. Xianxia, who was beside him, also looked at him worriedly. The eagerness in her eyes showed how high her hopes were for him. After pondering for a moment, Song Qingshu suddenly said, "As a man, love is only a small path. If you can do something earth-shattering and bring honor to your ancestors, then that is the right path. Why doesn't young master put your energy into your career?" Career? Lu Guaniying smiled bitterly. I know myself. In terms of talent, I am only a mediocre person. In terms of martial arts, I am even less than average in Jianghu. What kind of career can I achieve? You can't say it like that. Song Qingshu smiled. I don't know if young master has heard of the Bixia swordplay manual? Evil warding sword manual? Lu Guaniying was shocked and his eyes finally lit up. Legend has it that Lin Yuantu of Fu Wei Escort Agency used a set of 72 moves Bixia swordplay manual to become invincible. In recent years, various sects in the pugilistic world have been fighting for this set of swordplay manuals. How would I not know? However, this swordplay is only a legend. A few years ago, when the Fu Wei Escort Agency was exterminated, no one from the Lin family was seen using it. Therefore, many people doubt whether the swordplay manual really exists. Of course this sword art exists. Song Qingshu smiled mysteriously. Why is young master so sure? Lu Guaniying's heart skipped a beat as he looked up at him. Could it be? Yes, the Bixia swordplay is in my hands. Song Qingshu took out the kasaya from his robe and handed him the first page. Looking at the strange words Bixia swordplay manual on the kasaya, Lu Guaniying's jaw dropped. It really is the Bixia swordplay manual. The kasaya looked like it had decades of history and could not be faked in such a short period of time. That's right. I can impart the Bixia sword manual to you. I hope that you will be able to pull yourself together and achieve great things in the future. Song Qingshu smiled. He had already glanced at the Bixia sword manual before. Back then, Hong Qigong, Ouyang Feng and the other 4 masters practiced the Nining manual for decades and often had new insights. However, Wang Chongyang had only looked at it for about 10 days and had mastered the Nining manual. Song Qingshu's current cultivation was not lower than Wang Chongyang's. In addition, with his special talent, he had already understood the Bixia swordplay manual in a short period of time. Moreover, because the Bixia swordplay manual was recorded by Lin Yuantu through his memories, it was more or less incomplete. There were many flaws in the Bixia swordplay manual. These flaws disappeared in a flash. Even Ling Huchong, who had mastered martial arts in the original work, could not see them. However, Song Qingshu had the advantage of reading the Bixia swordplay manual. In addition, his cultivation was higher. After reading it, he had already understood the Bixia swordplay manual. Therefore, if anyone used the Bixia swordplay manual against him in the future, it could only be said that they were courting death. Therefore, when he passed the Bixia swordplay manual to Lu Guaniying, Song Qingshu was not worried that he would betray him in the future. Everything was under his control. Really? The Bixia swordplay manual was a secret technique that countless people in Jianghu dreamed of. How could Lu Guining not be excited? Xianxia, who was beside him, was also shocked. She did not understand why Song Qingshu would give such an important manual to her husband. Could it be because of her? Thinking of this, Xianxia could not help but feel a little dazed. Of course it's true. Song Qingshu smiled. But Lu Guining was pleasantly surprised. He suddenly thought of his body's condition. Now I am no longer a normal man. Won't practicing this technique affect me? There were many secret techniques in Jianghu that had very harsh requirements on the body's natural talent. Not to mention secret techniques, even if a eunuch practiced ordinary martial arts, it would be very difficult because of his body's defects. This was also the reason why Lu Guining was so worried. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. He unfolded the kasaya a little more and said, I'm not sure about other martial arts, but this martial art can be said to be tailor-made for young master. Lu Guining and Xianxia were curious. They leaned over to take a look and saw that the first sentence was, if you want to practice this technique, you must castrate yourself. They both cried out in surprise. Xianxia was embarrassed, but Lu Guining was pleasantly surprised. Lu Guining suddenly thought of something and his expression became strange. Could it be that young master also? The Bixia swordplay manual was a divine technique that all people in Jianghu yearned for. He did not believe that Song Qingshu could resist the temptation. Moreover, if Song Qingshu had not practiced it successfully, how could he be willing to pass it on to him? Cough, cough. Song Qingshu knew that he had misunderstood. He had no choice but to explain, I have another technique, so I have never practiced this technique. As he said this, he subconsciously looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat when she saw his expression. She could not help but think of the other party's bravery when he galloped on top of her that night. Her body softened a little. She silently added in her heart, he has never practiced this technique, I can testify. At this moment, Lu Guining was extremely excited. However, he was not an idiot. He knew that there was no free lunch in this world. He could not help but hesitate. Young master and I just met, why did you give me such a big gift? Song Qingshu was originally admiring Xianxia's bashful demeanor. Hearing this, he withdrew his gaze and said with a smile, these years young master Lu has been busy fighting against the Mongols and the Jin. He has not even taken care of his beautiful wife at home. Until now, he has not had any children. Song Mao admires his patriotism. Now that I am able to help young master, it is only a slight effort. Young master need not worry. Lu Guining was moved. He hurriedly got up and bowed. Then Guining will thank Prince Song in advance. Young master, you don't have to be so polite. Rest and recuperate. Once your injuries are healed, I will teach you the Bixia swordplay. Song Qingshu quickly reached out to support him. Lu Guining nodded heavily, tears welling up in his eyes. His heart was filled with gratitude towards Song Qingshu. He secretly compared himself to Tang Qibian and realized that the difference was like heaven and earth. I will go out first. Young master, rest well. Song Qingshu saw that it was about time and got up. I will go see him off. Xianxia also stood up. She didn't know why, but now that she was in the same room with her husband, she felt particularly depressed. Instead, she preferred to stay with Song Qingshu. See the young master off. Lu Guining didn't think too much about it. Instead, he eagerly asked his wife to see him off. When they reached the courtyard, Song Qingshu suddenly stopped. He turned his head and looked at Xianxia with a faint smile. Why are you looking at me like that? Xianxia blushed slightly and turned her head away. I want to know what Madame is thinking. Song Qingshu walked to her side and chuckled. After what happened last time, Madame and young Master Lu's relationship is only in name. In addition to young Master Lu's divorce letter, Madame is now a free person. Why do you still want to stay by his side? I don't know. Xianxia looked at him blankly. Her lips moved slightly. We are husband and wife. Now that he has encountered such a situation, he needs help. How can I leave him at this time? Song Qingshu nodded. Madam is really kind-hearted. This is also good. Take care of him for a while. Once he gets used to it, you can make other plans. Xianxia nodded. However, a trace of sadness flashed in the depths of her eyes. The other party didn't take the initiative to promise her anything, so she naturally didn't say anything. When she thought of the fact that she had been married before and that such an experience meant that the two of them were destined to have no future, she couldn't help but feel a little sorry for herself. Song Qingshu was keenly aware of the change in her mood. He thought for a while and roughly guessed what she was thinking. He stepped forward and held her in his arms. If Foreign is willing, I will marry you in a sedan chair. Miss Cheng's heart warmed, but she angrily said, you already have a wife at home. Even if you want to take a concubine, how can you use 8 sedan bearers? Hearing this, Song Qingshu's heart was moved. Xianxia obviously didn't mind being a concubine. Foreign, you can rest assured. Whether it is a wife or a concubine, my Song family uses a large sedan chair. Moreover, the wives and concubines are treated equally, there is no distinction between them. Hearing his heartbeat, Xianxia could not stop her tears from flowing down. She did not know if she was moved or gratified. She wiped the tears on her face and pushed him away. Although her tears were flowing, there was a faint smile on her face. You can fool a little girl with such words. How can a wife and concubine not have a big or small difference? Humph, I am not stupid. Why would I give up my position as the young madam of the Lu family and run over to be your concubine? Song Qingshu let out a deep sigh. It seems that I was overthinking things. Seeing the loneliness on his face, he turned around and was about to leave. Xianxia suddenly became anxious and pulled him back. Song Qingshu looked at her in astonishment. Xianxia's small face suddenly turned red. If I really abandon Guining and follow you, it will not be good for your reputation or mine. Moreover, the Lu and Qing families have been good friends for generations. My family will not agree to me leaving the Lu family. The corners of Song Qingshu's mouth slightly rose. He deliberately sighed again. It seems that you are still more willing to be Mrs. Lu. Xianxia anxiously stamped her small feet and her breathing became rapid. Her plump chest trembled a few times as she said, do you really want me to say it so clearly? With Guining's current situation, he and I are only husband and wife in name. We are not husband and wife in reality. If you think about it in the future, I can quietly follow you. Song Qingshu saw that her earlobes were completely red. He knew that she was extremely shy. However, he liked her shyness. He could not help but deliberately moved closer to her ear and teased her, I wonder what madam wants to do with me. Hateful. Xianxia could not hold on any longer. She pouted coquettishly and turned around to run away. Song Qingshu laughed loudly behind her. Song Qingshu returned to his room. A subordinate of the Golden Dragon gang sent him a message. Li Keqiu wanted to see him. Strange, why does he want to see me so soon? Song Qingshu was lost in thought. He could not help but be curious. After all, they had parted on bad terms not long ago. There was no reason for the other party to come to see him so soon. Could it be that he was willing to give in and no longer care about his daughter's position as empress? With this kind of curiosity, Song Qingshu once again saw Li Keqiu. The place where the two sides met this time was on a gaily painted boat on the river. Song Qingshu was skilled and bold, so he was not afraid of any ambush from the other side. He calmly sat down in front of Li Keqiu. Nephew, you really have a good bearing. Li Keqiu revealed a strange expression. Song Qingshu smiled and said, Uncle Li also has an extraordinary bearing. Both of them looked at each other and burst into laughter. Both of them understood the meaning of each other's words. Li Keqiu admired Song Qingshu for coming alone. Song Qingshu admired Li Keqiu for daring to be so close to him. After all, with Song Qingshu's current cultivation, even if Li Keqiu had 100,000 elite soldiers, they would not be able to save his life at such a close distance. I was indeed a bit angry during the day. However, after I came back, I carefully thought about it and found that what you said was not unreasonable. Li Keqiu poured a cup of tea for Song Qingshu. She then said, "This time, I specifically called you over to avoid any unexpected events. I want to tell nephew that I have already thought it through and am willing to cooperate with nephew. The position of imperial concubine is not an injustice to Xianxia." "Really?" Song Qingshu's eyes widened in disbelief. He could wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, but by chance he found it effortlessly. However, this happiness came too quickly. It was somewhat unreal. "Of course it is true." Li Keqiu then changed the topic. "However, there is one matter that I need to trouble nephew with." Song Qingshu smiled and said, "Uncle Li, please speak." "Not to mention one, even if it was 10 or 100, I would not even frown." Li Keqiu shook her head and looked at him meaningfully. "Nephew should not speak too early. This matter is not so easy to accomplish." Song Qingshu lightly said, "If it was something easy to accomplish, why would Uncle Li open your mouth to find me? Nephew indeed has a good bearing." Li Keqiu gave a thumbs up. She then continued, "You also know that Yangzhou is currently at the mouth of the wind and waves. All the forces are staring at this fat meat. If I choose the Golden Snake Camp, I will definitely offend a few other forces. Let's not talk about Jin and Qing. Nephew previously said that he could help settle them. I believe in nephew's ability. Although Mongolia is strong, it is after all too far away. It is beyond their reach. I am also not worried. However, I have always been very close to the Southern Song. They have always viewed me as something in their pocket. If they find out that the cooked duck has flown away, they will definitely fly into a rage out of humiliation." Song Qingshu nodded. This was also the question that he had been thinking about. Song Qingshu looked at her playfully and said, "Uncle Li, you must have come up with a plan." Li Keqiu blushed and said with an embarrassed smile, "Nephew, you are really insightful. I was thinking that since Han Xingzhou and his people have fallen into the hands of the Mongols, it is a golden opportunity. If we can rescue them, we can do them a big favor and take the opportunity to sign a non-aggression agreement with them. In the future, when they return to the Southern Song, they will naturally be too embarrassed to attack us." "Really?" Song Qingshu tapped his fingers on the table. His biggest enemy had always been the Mongols, and it was not wise to start a war with the Southern Song at this stage. Not only would he waste his strength, but he would also lose the support of the Han people. "Okay, we will do Han Xingzhou a favor." After thinking for a while, Song Qingshu came up with a plan. In fact, even if Li Keqiu didn't say it, he would still save Han Xingzhou. On the surface, Han Xingzhou was a firm warmonger in the Southern Song. After saving him and returning to the Southern Song, it was very likely that he would attack the Jin Kingdom. Now that the Jin Kingdom was under Song Qingshu's control, it was not a wise choice. Unfortunately, it was not so simple. In the Southern Song, 3 powerful ministers were fighting each other. Han Xingzhou was the most powerful, and Jia Sherdao and Shermi Yuan were the second. The two had to unite to fight against Han Xingzhou. Now, the situation in the Southern Song court had reached a delicate balance. Han Xingzhou wanted to attack the north, and besides the Jin Kingdom, Jia Sherdao and Shermi Yuan were the least willing to see him succeed. If he succeeded, Han Xingzhou's prestige would soar, and they would not be able to fight against him. Therefore, once Han Xingzhou attacked the north, Jia Sherdao and Shermi Yuan would definitely try to stop him. In history, one of the main reasons why Han Xingzhou's northern expedition failed was because of his political enemies. In this chaotic world, Han Xingzhou's political enemies had become the 2 most famous and ruthless figures in history. The problems he would encounter would be 10 times more difficult than the northern expedition in real history. Considering all the information, Song Qingshu was very sure that once Han Xingzhou started the northern expedition, even if he didn't do anything, Jia Sherdao and Shermi Yuan would take care of him. Therefore, although Han Chuanzhou's northern expedition seemed intimidating, it was nothing to worry about. More importantly, Song Qingshu could take advantage of this opportunity to gain complete control of the Jin Kingdom's army. Although Tang Quebian was the highest commander of the Jin Kingdom in name, he had risen too fast, which inevitably led to an unstable foundation. A large part of the military was controlled by Taizong's family and several big families. Once Han Xingzhou started the northern expedition, he could take over the army. During the war, it would be much easier for him to promote his trusted subordinates and eliminate his political enemies. Of course, Song Qingshu had another consideration. The southern Song dynasty was the most advantageous situation for him. If Han Xingzhou died in Yangzhou, it would be easy for Jia Shidao to dominate. In history, Jia Shidao had controlled the military and financial power of the southern Song dynasty. If there was a chance in this world, Jia Shidao would still control all the power. It was not good for Song Qingshu that the southern Song dynasty was the most powerful. So, after thinking about it, he finally found that saving Han Xingzhou was the most advantageous thing for him. This was why he had agreed to help Qing Yaojia and Lu Guining save Han Xingzhou. It was not because he was blinded by lust, but because he had secretly decided to save Han Xingzhou. Qing Yaojia had come to ask him for help, so why not? Seeing that Song Qingshu had agreed to save Han Xingzhou, Li Keqiu was overjoyed. The two of them spent the rest of the time discussing how to save Han Xingzhou. When he returned to the stronghold of the Golden Dragon Gang, he found Lu Guining pacing back and forth in front of his room. He could not help but laugh. Perhaps he was afraid that he would not give him the Bixia swordplay when he returned. "Young Master Lu, why did you come to me so late at night?" Song Qingshu looked around. He was surprised that Qing Yaojia was not there. "I have something to ask of you, young master." Lu Guining hesitated. "Come in and talk." Song Qingshu opened the door, but he did not care. Lu Guining had come to him for nothing more than the Bixia swordplay or to help save Han Xingzhou. After entering the room, Lu Guining was obviously nervous. He opened his mouth several times, but he did not say a word. Song Qingshu smiled and said, "Young Master Lu, you do not need to stand on ceremony. If you have any difficulties, just say it. As long as Song Mao can do it, I will do it without hesitation. Young Master can definitely do it, but I am afraid that you are not willing." Lu Guining's eyes flickered. It was obvious that he was very hesitant. "Oh, tell me about it." Song Qingshu was also curious. Lu Guining took a deep breath as if he had made a great decision. He asked, "What does young master think of Qing Yaojia?" Song Qingshu frowned. He did not understand why Lu Guining would suddenly mention his wife. He could only nod and say, "Madame Lu is as beautiful as a flower and as gentle as the moon. She is a rare good wife. Young Master Lu is very lucky." "Yes." Lu Guining smiled bitterly. "It is a pity that something like this has happened to me. I am afraid that I will be a burden to her for the rest of her life." Song Qingshu's face darkened. He thought that he was about to become a street office auntie. Why did he have to comfort this couple all day long? However, the Lu family will be of great use in the future. He could only be patient and said, "Young master, why do you say such things? Even after such a thing has happened, Madame Lu has not abandoned you. She is clearly not the kind of person who is afraid that you will be a burden to her. She is indeed very good." Lu Guining sighed. "That is why I feel even more sorry for her. As her husband, I will not be able to support her for the rest of her life. That is why I want to give her a son so that she will have something to look forward to in the future." "What is so difficult about that?" "You can." Song Qingshu's eyes suddenly widened. He finally reacted. What did Lu Guining mean? He was clearly unable to have sex with her. How could he give Qing Yaojia a son? Lu Guining saw his expression and knew what he was thinking. He could not help but smile bitterly. "Young master, you do not know. Actually, even if this had not happened, I may not have been able to give her a son." Song Qingshu frowned and asked, "Why is that?" "I have been married to Qing Yaojia for many years. These years, her stomach has not moved. That is why the people in the clan often point fingers at her behind her back. However, I have privately found a doctor to diagnose her. The problem is most likely with me." Originally, Lu Guining would definitely not speak of such a shameful matter to outsiders. However, now that an even more serious matter had occurred, this matter was no longer important. Song Qingshu immediately felt relieved. This was no wonder. In the original work, Lu Guining was a good young man. After interacting with him for this period of time, he had become somewhat despicable and wretched. So it was because of this matter. After all, for a man, not being able to have children was truly a great nightmare. Under this kind of pressure year after year, even a bright personality would inevitably become somewhat distorted. It is useless for young Manor Master Lu to tell me this. I am not a doctor and cannot help you. Song Qingshu had a faint guess in his heart. However, he immediately threw this thought to the back of his mind. After all, it was too absurd. How could it be possible? Of course young master can help me. Lu Guining immediately became excited. Ah? Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. How could he help with this kind of matter? Ah? If there was a mirror, Song Qingshu knew that his current expression would be one of stupefaction. He really hadn't expected this. I know that this request is very difficult for young master, but I have no other choice. Tears glistened in Lu Guining's eyes. When I was healthy, I couldn't get her pregnant. Now it's even more impossible. Song Qingshu was silent as he listened to him continue. We're not young anymore. A few years ago, we could still find some random excuse to get by. But now, if we don't have any children, we'll be criticized by the people in our families. Also, for a family like ours, not having a child is a very terrible thing. At that time, no matter if it is resources or help, we will not be provided to the bloodline that is destined to be extinct. We may not be able to establish ourselves in the family. Can't you just find someone to adopt a son? Song Qingshu frowned. But that child has nothing to do with us. If young master is willing, at least it will be Yao Jia's child. Seeing Song Qingshu frown, Lu Guining quickly said, to be honest, if it weren't for this, I wouldn't be so magnanimous to let my wife. Yao Jia has already sacrificed enough for me. I cannot be so selfish. After thinking about it, the only way I can repay her kindness is to make her pregnant with my own flesh and blood. Lu Guining spoke with an expression of deep emotion. His body seemed to emit a holy light. However, there were still some things that he did not say. The reason why he made such a decision was firstly to cover up the fact that his body had such a defect. For a man, it was too embarrassing. Originally, there were many people in the family who were secretly talking about him and his wife. If their injuries were to be exposed, what would happen? If he had a child, he would be able to shut up people's mouths and completely pull his wife to his side. Although Qing Yaojia didn't show any disgust, people's hearts could change. In a few years, what if she couldn't stand this kind of life anymore? Having a child would solve all problems. Secondly, he wanted to ride on Song Qingshu's coattails. Song Qingshu had saved him and his wife's lives, and he had even promised to pass him the Bixia swordplay that countless people dreamed of. Everything seemed so unreal, and Lu Guining was always uncertain, afraid that he would wake up from his dream. If he could facilitate the marriage between the other party and his wife, he would be much more confident. Third, he wanted to save Han Yuezhou, but Song Qingshu had already treated him very well. He had nothing to repay, so how could he ask for help? If the other party had such a relationship with his wife, then they would be considered a family, and it would be much more convenient to speak. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. If he had not given Qing Yaojia to Tang Quebian, Lu Guining would not have made such a decision. He was like a red-eyed gambler. He had already lost so much, he had to seize every opportunity to make a comeback. Fourth, it was for the future status of the family. After all, he had worked so hard and even sacrificed his wife's innocence to save Han Yuezhou. Han Yuezhou would certainly repay this kindness. But if he had no children, it would benefit others in the family. This was something he absolutely could not accept. Of course, there was also his gratitude to Song Qingshu and his guilt toward his wife. All these factors intertwined and Lu Guining made such a shocking decision. Seeing Lu Guining's earnest eyes, Song Qingshu suddenly felt a headache coming on. How can I agree to this kind of thing? Although he had already stolen Qing Yaojia's body and mind, Lu Guining's request felt strange. Lu Guining smiled bitterly and said, I know this kind of thing is very difficult for you, but I hope you can understand our current difficulties. We really have no other choice but to come up with this plan. We? Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. Did your wife agree? Lu Guining suddenly stammered, At first she didn't agree, but after I analyzed the pros and cons with her, she agreed. She agreed? Song Qingshu did not have too many doubts. After all, the two of them had already been intimate, so it was not surprising that Xianxia agreed. Seeing that Song Qingshu still had a hesitant expression, Lu Guining had to continue to increase the price. You can rest assured that no outsider will know about this matter. From now on, Xianxia and I will only pretend to be husband and wife in front of outsiders. In private, you can look for her at any time. Even if Xianxia becomes pregnant and has children in the future, if you don't mind, you can still look for her. I won't say anything. That works? Song Qingshu's eyes widened. To be honest, this condition was too generous. He did not need to perform any obligations and enjoyed all the rights. His only obligation was to make Xianxia pregnant, if that counted as an obligation. Lu Guining sighed and said, "We can't repay you for your kindness in this lifetime, so I also want to use this matter to repay you." Song Qingshu's expression turned serious and hurriedly interrupted him, saying, "I am helping you because of Jianghu morality. I do not have any ulterior motives, and I do not need this kind of repayment." Lu Guining hurriedly explained, "I know that you are a person of noble character and unquestionable integrity. Right now, we are in urgent need of your help, not to repay you." Song Qingshu revealed an awkward expression. After a long time, he said bitterly, "All right, I only hope that young Master Lu will not resent me in the future." He did not agree because he was greedy for Xianxia. After all, he already had Xianxia. The reason why he agreed was because of the Hangzhou Bay landing plan. If he wanted to control the Lu family, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Seeing that the other party had finally agreed, Lu Guining was overjoyed. "Young master, you worry too much. I am grateful that you agreed to help me, so how can I resent you?" "Young master, this way please." "Ah?" Song Qingshu was startled. "Please what?" Lu Guining's expression was also a bit awkward. "My wife is waiting for you in the room." "Starting tonight?" Song Qingshu sucked in a breath of cold air. This husband was really free and easy. "I'm afraid we won't be staying in Yangzhou for long, so we naturally have to hurry." Lu Guining smiled embarrassedly and then said, "Young master, Xianxia's temperament is a bit shy, and this kind of thing is too embarrassing. When we get to her room later, she may be too embarrassed to answer you. You don't have to worry so much, just, in the end, he could not say the rest of the words. Thinking about how he would once again push his wife into the arms of another man, Lu Guining's heart suddenly ached. However, his eyes quickly became firm again. For the current him, there was no meaning to love. Only martial arts and power were the meaning of the rest of his life. Lu Guining led Song Qingshu to the door of his wife's room and said, "Go in, young master. I won't show myself, lest it becomes awkward later." "Actually, brother Lu, it's not too late to regret." Song Qingshu changed the way he addressed him. After all, Lu Guining was older and he was his brother, so he deserved to be called brother Lu. Noticing the change in the way he addressed Song Qingshu, Lu Guining was elated. He felt much closer to Song Qingshu and hurriedly said, "Don't worry, young master. This decision was made after careful consideration. We will not go back on our word." "Then? All right." At this point, Song Qingshu had nothing more to say. Just as he was about to push the door open, he suddenly stopped and handed a thin booklet to Lu Guining. "This is a copy of the Bixia swordplay manual. You can study it when you have time." Song Qingshu had always been kind. Since Lu Guining had given his wife to him, he couldn't let him go back empty-handed. Plus, he had planned to give him the Bixia swordplay anyway. Thank you." Lu Guining's voice was trembling. His hand that reached out to take the booklet was also trembling. He was obviously very excited. In addition to relying on Song Qingshu, half of his future career would depend on this peerless martial arts manual in front of him. Watching Song Qingshu walk into his wife's room and close the door behind him, Lu Guining opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. As a man, making such a decision was not an easy thing to do. However, looking at the secret manual in his hand that everyone in Jianghu dreamed of, his spirit recovered. Taking a deep look at his wife's room, Lu Guining gritted his teeth and left in a hurry. He didn't want to stay there. If he heard the sound coming from inside, he wouldn't be able to bear that kind of torment. Plus, he needed a quiet place to study the Bixia swordplay, so he left without any reluctance. Hearing that Lu Guining had left, Song Qingshu walked into the house. He didn't know why there was no light in the room, but when he thought about what Lu Guining said about his wife being shy, he suddenly understood. Xianxia usually looks as pure as a little white rabbit. I didn't expect her acting to be so real. Song Qingshu couldn't help laughing. Miss Qing did not come out to greet him. Instead, she lay quietly on the bed in the inner room. Her body was covered with a quilt. Her chest rose and fell slightly, and her breathing was very calm. Asleep? Song Qingshu was startled, but it was indeed a little late. It was normal for her to fall asleep after waiting here for a while. After all, in Lu Guining's opinion, this night must have been very stressful for his wife. However, in reality, the two of them were already in perfect harmony. Xianxia was no longer on guard against him. Even if she fell asleep, she wasn't afraid that he would do anything to her. Sleeping is also good. Song Qingshu did not wake up the beauty on the bed. Instead, he felt that it would be more interesting to try a different scene. He quietly took off his coat and clothes. Song Qingshu quietly crawled under the quilt on the bed. The key to this situation was to steal. If he woke her up, it would be bad. As soon as he crawled under the quilt, Song Qingshu's hand felt soft and smooth like cream. The beauty on the bed seemed to only be wearing the most intimate layer of underwear. Song Qingshu secretly laughed. Usually, Miss Qing is so dignified and quiet. Now, she actually came to wait for me naked. It seems that Lu Guining's decision broke her heart, so she simply let go of herself. A beauty's feelings were heavy. Song Qingshu naturally couldn't disappoint her good intentions. He reached out to hold her fragrant shoulder and gently kissed her. All the beauty under him moaned. It seemed that she had already sensed it. Song Qingshu felt the woman under him tightly clenched her teeth. He couldn't help but laugh. We are already an old couple. Why are you still shy? He didn't know if the beauty was moved by his words or if she really couldn't resist his various superb attacks. Her red lips parted slightly and in the end, he kissed her deeply. The other party's kissing technique was rusty. It was obvious that she was dodging. Song Qingshu didn't care. He only thought that she was thinking that her husband was still in the garden and couldn't let go of his hands and feet. So, he used all kinds of flirting methods and kissed her until she was gasping for breath and her heart was beating fast. Hey, madam seems to have lost weight these past 2 days. Song Qingshu felt that her skin was not as plump and soft as before. It seemed to be more compact and slender. Woo Miss Qing seemed to want to say something. However, when she opened her mouth, she only made some sweet humming sounds. Instead, it added fuel to the fire, causing Song Qingshu's hot kisses to fall like raindrops. Your legs also seem to have become longer. Song Qingshu couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. It seems that fumbling in the dark has its own advantages. In the dark, skin and skin rubbed against each other. Song Qingshu's whole body was burning hot. He estimated that the time was right and leaned over. Hey! Song Qingshu felt as if he was tightly bound by something. He couldn't move forward. He wondered why Miss Cheng's body was still like that of a young girl. Feeling her body tremble slightly, Song Qingshu moved closer to her ear and gently said, "It's not our first time. Why is madam so nervous?" Miss Cheng hummed again. Unfortunately, in Song Qingshu's ears, it was only an affectionate invitation. Song Qingshu straightened his waist and his whole body sank down. His whole body suddenly froze because he keenly felt that he seemed to have broken through a thin layer. As a veteran in the field of love, how could he not know what was going on? Miss Cheng had been someone's wife for many years and they had skin contact before. How could she still be a virgin? Song Qingshu's face was ashen. He lifted the curtains and shot his solitary yang finger force at the oil lamp on the table. The solitary yang finger force was extremely firm and yang. When it rubbed against the wick of the oil lamp, sparks immediately appeared and the room gradually lit up. Lowering his head to look, Song Qingshu was stunned. Yellow Nancian was lying under him, her face streaked with tears, looking at him pitifully. "Ah, why is it you?" Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. His first thought was that Lu Guining had set up a trap and was planning to assassinate him. He hurriedly looked around, but he couldn't find anything unusual within a radius of several dozen feet. Wu Yelu Nanxian let out that kind of whimpering sound again. Song Qingshu finally understood that her mute acupoint had been sealed. No wonder she had been whimpering several times before. He thought she was too embarrassed to speak and deliberately pretended to be half asleep. As soon as Yelu Nanxian's acupoint was unsealed, she said in a sobbing voice, "Quickly, go away ah." Only then did Song Qingshu realize that he was still in her body. He couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Looking at the young girl's tear-stained face, even if he had a heart of stone, he would still be able to soften it. "Okay, I'll come out immediately." Song Qingshu was a bit flustered. Objectively speaking, he had already been through thousands of flowers and not a single leaf had touched his body. Normally, he was always calm and collected, and it was very rare for him to lose his composure like this. However, the current situation was too unimaginable. In addition, he had taken advantage of her, so he couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. He could only maintain his previous position, afraid that he would make this tear-stained beauty cry again. However, their current position was too ambiguous. For Song Qingshu, it was a great torment. In order to divert their attention and resolve the awkwardness, Song Qingshu hurriedly asked, "Nanxian, sister, why are you here?" He had originally planned to call her Miss Yelu or Miss Nanxian, but since he had just bullied her, it would be too distant. So, he changed it to Nanxian sister instead. Yelu Nanxian's attention was not on this at all, nor did she notice the change in the way she addressed him. She angrily said, "Isn't it all because of that Madame Lu you speak of?" "Xianxia?" Song Qingshu's face was full of disbelief. How could it be? Xianxia had always been shy and bashful in his heart. He really could not imagine that this was her doing. How could it not be? Yelu Nanxian angrily said, "I was resting in my room when she suddenly ran in. Without saying anything, she sealed my acupuncture points and brought me to this room. Then she took off my clothes and put me on the bed. Not long after, you came. This is really a misunderstanding. I thought that the person in the room was. Song Qingshu's face was full of embarrassment. He did not know how to explain the whole thing. "I thought it was Madame Lu." Yelu Nanxian sneered, "One of you is a married woman and the other is a married man. You two hooked up in private. You really are an adulterous couple." Song Qingshu was unhappy. "We are in love with each other. How is it as dirty as you think? Moreover, young Master Lu also knows about our matter. He was the one who asked me to come here tonight." Keep making things up. Yelu Nanxian did not believe him at all. What husband would let another man into his wife's room? Come to think of it, this has something to do with you father and daughter. Song Qingshu laughed bitterly and roughly explained the whole story. Hearing that Lu Guining could no longer have sex, Yelu Nanxian was finally moved. No wonder Madame Lu wanted to do this to me. So it was to avenge her husband. Seeing her nibbling her red lips as she spoke, Song Qingshu felt that it was exceptionally alluring. The change in his heart quickly reflected on his body. Ah, Yelu Nanxian cried out in shock, her body involuntarily trembling. Song Qingshu could feel it even more clearly. He realized that as she trembled, he sank deeper and deeper. Yelu Nanxian angrily stared with tears in her eyes. Song Qingshu's face was filled with anger. Yelu Nanxian cried out, her body arched like a bow, her body turned soft. Her. Yelu Nanxian face. Yelu Qingshan's eyes, her face. Song Qingshu face. Yelu. Yelu Yan felt as if he had a Lu and Yan on, Yelu not knowing how much time had passed. In a daze she saw Song Qingshu's handsome face dripping with sweat. A strange feeling welled up in Yelu Nanxian's heart. She couldn't stop herself from hooking her arms around his neck. Song Qingshu finally woke up. Looking at the red marks on her body, he felt extremely guilty. Sister Nanxian, before he could finish, Yelu Nanxian coldly cut him off. Get out. What happened tonight was my fault. I will take responsibility for it, Song Qingshu continued. Get out. Yelu Nanxian picked up the clothes beside her and silently put them on, her face still as cold as ice. Song Qingshu knew that she had suffered a great shock today. It was useless no matter what he said. He could only wait for her to calm down and then slowly explain to her. Then you rest first. I won't disturb you any longer. Seeing that she didn't respond at all, Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and left the room, closing the door behind him. Taking a stroll in the garden, Song Qingshu was filled with regret. He and Xianxia originally admired each other, and even had a feeling that the friendship between gentlemen was as indifferent as water. In the end, what happened tonight completely destroyed their friendship. Although he thought of himself as charismatic, the time he spent with Xianxia was too short. It wasn't enough to win her heart. How could she willingly give herself to him, but what could he have done in that situation? Would he have listened to her and left, put on his clothes and returned to his own home? That would have been extremely awkward. Rather than that, it would have been better to leave an unforgettable impression in her heart. The night is cold and the stars are sparse. Young master, why aren't you accompanying a beautiful woman in a warm and gentle place? Why are you sighing alone in the yard? Not far away, a delicate female voice came. When Song Qingshu heard this voice, he was instantly enraged, and with a single step, he appeared beside her. He pushed her down and fiercely slapped her plump and supple butt as she cried out in surprise. After a dozen slaps, the evil fire in Song Qingshu's heart gradually subsided. He fiercely glared at her, "Isn't it all because of you?" Xianxia was in so much pain that tears welled up in her eyes. She covered her buttocks and stood up. Who told her father to do that to Guining? Song Qingshu gloomily snorted, "Her father is her father, she is her. Every debt has a debtor. It's not like she hurt young Master Lu. Why are you looking for her? It's only right and proper for a son to pay his father's debts." Xianxia bit her lips. Her usual bashfulness was gone and her expression became extremely stubborn. Song Qingshu looked at her in surprise and said, "I didn't expect you to have such deep feelings for young Master Lu. It's not what you think." Xianxia hurriedly waved her hand and explained, "Actually, I still have some feelings for Guining." After, she raised her head and looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, she said in a low voice, "After all, I did something wrong to him. But this time, when I heard that he gave me to you, my last feelings of guilt disappeared. I've thought it through now. In the future, I'll be at ease." Xianxia raised her head and looked at Song Qingshu. She immediately lowered her head and a trace of shyness appeared on her cheeks. "In order to be at ease as your lover in the future, I'll do one last thing for Guining. I'll also put an end to our many years of love as husband and wife." After Song Qingshu heard this, he couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that Xianxia has suffered. Who said it was hard on her? Xianxia snorted. "In the future, she will understand how lucky it is for a woman to be able to have sex with a man like you." Song Qingshu suppressed the smile on his face and deliberately said with a straight face, "Do you think I won't pursue this matter because you flatter me?" Song Qingshu snorted and said, "That was just the appetizer. Then what is the main course?" Miss Cheng's cheeks were red and her eyes were shining with a strange light. Song Qingshu stepped forward and picked her up. He said in a rough voice, "Of course the main course is my wife." Because Xianxia's skin had just cracked, he was worried that she wouldn't be able to bear it, so he held back his strength. In the end, she was stuck in a stalemate. Coupled with this blunder, he had been suppressing an evil fire in his heart and urgently needed to vent it out. Miss Cheng cried out in alarm. Her eyes were evasive as she said, "Didn't Miss Yalu let you eat until you were full?" Song Qingshu smiled evilly, "Young man or Master Lu, didn't you ask me to help you get pregnant? As the saying goes, one who is entrusted with a task must be loyal. I will do my best until my death." Xianxia let out a soft cry and buried her head in his bosom. In the end, her skin was not as thick as Song Qingshu's. Song Qingshu laughed heartily and carried her to his room. "Hey, young Master Lu is still awake so late?" After walking for a while, he suddenly ran into Lu Guining. Lu Guining looked tired, but his eyes revealed excitement. From time to time, it was obvious that he had been studying the Bixia swordplay all night and was immersed in profound martial arts. "Ah?" Lu Guining saw him and subconsciously replied, "I was a little dizzy from reading so I came out to get some fresh air." "Young master, you are..." Speaking to this point, he finally saw Miss Cheng in Qin Haodong's arms. For a moment, his expression was very interesting. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Why did I run into him at this time? Miss Qing sighed. At this time, she could only bury her head in Song Qingshu's arms like a panicked ostrich. Song Qingshu was very calm. He smiled as if nothing had happened and said, I just brought your wife out to admire the moon. Now I'm going back to sleep. Miss Qing almost fainted. It was already embarrassing enough that her husband saw her with his lover, but he deliberately said this. Was it not enough to provoke Lu Guining? Lu Guining's face twitched and he didn't know how to answer. After thinking for a long time, he could only say, thank you for your hard work, young master. His original intention was to make Miss Qing pregnant. It was not an easy task, but when he said it, it sounded wrong. Miss Qing's eyes rolled. Her husband's words were even more senseless. She couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. There was no such complicated relationship in the world. A wife and a lover were having an affair in broad daylight. Not only was the husband not amazing, but he was afraid that his lover wouldn't do her best. Young madam is as beautiful as a flower and as beautiful as the moon. Not only is it not hard, it is also a rather enjoyable task. Song Qingshu saw that he had provoked enough and changed the topic. The martial arts recorded in the Xianxia swordplay are extremely profound. Young master, when you cultivate, do not be greedy and rush to advance. If you have any doubts, you can come to me. Lu Guining's face was very ugly. Although he was impotent, he had not been in this state for long. His mentality as a man had not changed yet. Originally, when he saw his wife in the arms of another man in the middle of the night, he felt a little uncomfortable. After being provoked again and again, he couldn't help but feel his blood boil. He almost went forward to take his wife back. While he was hesitating, he suddenly heard the Xianxia swordplay. Lu Guining immediately calmed down. His yearning for advanced martial arts finally won over the pitiful self-esteem in his heart. He subconsciously answered, I did encounter a few problems just now. I practiced according to the swordplay and felt my blood boil, that's the imbalance of yin and yang. Song Qingshu casually explained for him. Just like that, Song Qingshu answered several of her questions in succession, making Miss Qing extremely depressed. These two men were too much. Was this the time to ask for martial arts advice in this situation? She had become an outsider. Feeling resentful, Miss Qing quietly pinched the soft flesh on Song Qingshu's waist. Song Qingshu was slightly startled, but he quickly reacted and said, haha, young Master Lu, it's getting late. As the saying goes, a moment of one's body is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. As for other questions, young master can ask them next time. Miss Qing, who was in his arms, was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. What do you mean by a moment of one's body is worth 1,000 pieces of gold? Who said this to their husband? Lu Guining also had a strange expression on his face. He smiled embarrassedly and said, I was rude. I won't disturb the two of you. He also felt that this matter was very **ket up. What the hell was going on? However, his main focus was still on the Xianxia swordplay manual. He kept repeating Song Qingshu's pointers in his mind, afraid that he would forget them later. Seeing his appearance, Song Qingshu laughed and carried Miss Qing back to his room. You. After entering the room, Miss Qing was about to complain, but just as she opened her mouth, Song Qingshu covered her mouth. Woo. Miss Qing was a bit surprised by the other party's rudeness. However, the strange thing was that she didn't dislike this kind of rudeness at all. Instead, her whole body inexplicably heated up. After quickly and easily undoing her clothes, Song Qingshu directly pressed her down on the bed. After a soul-stirring cry, the whole bed began to violently shake. The next morning, Song Qingshu woke up feeling refreshed. He saw Miss Qing lying beside him with her hair in a mess. She looked like a fresh flower that had been ravaged by a violent storm. However, there was a different kind of beauty to her. His fingers caressed her delicate face. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh in his heart, no wonder everyone says that a wife is better than others. At least you don't have to feel bad when using them. Yellow Nanshan's tear-stained face from last night suddenly appeared in his mind. His expression changed. Seeing that Miss Qing didn't have any intention of waking up for a while, he hurriedly put on his clothes and went in the direction of Yellow Nanshan's room. I'm leaving. Looking at the note in his hand, Song Qingshu couldn't help but smile bitterly. After what had happened, this result was not out of his expectations. He was experienced, or perhaps his skin was thick enough, so he was able to remain calm. But for a virgin like her to encounter such a drastic change, it was already very fortunate that she didn't seek death. I can't believe she left a note. Looking at the graceful yet heroic handwriting, Song Qingshu's originally somewhat disappointed mood suddenly became happy. When he came out of Yelu Nanshan's room, he unexpectedly bumped into Lu Guining again. This time, the other party also saw him and his expression was clearly a bit unnatural. Song Qingshu took the initiative to step forward and said with a smile, "Young master, why are you up so early?" "Last night, I was immersed in the mysteries of the Bixia swordplay manual." Unknowingly, the sun had risen. In fact, Lu Guining wasn't telling the truth. Last night, he was indeed immersed in the Bixia swordplay manual, but the faint voice of his wife coming from afar made his heart flutter. Young master still needs to strike a balance between work and rest. If you immerse yourself like this, you'll be at a disadvantage, and could easily go berserk. Song Qingshu said seriously. Lu Guining's expression turned serious. "Many thanks for young master's advice." "It's not advice, we're family now, there's no need for young master to be so polite." Song Qingshu put his arm around Lu Guining's shoulder and said warmly. "Family." Lu Guining muttered to himself, his heart filled with bitterness. "If young master has any difficulties in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. As long as it's within Song Mao's ability, I won't even frown." Song Qingshu said as he patted Lu Guining's shoulder to show their closeness. Lu Guining's heart warmed. Even though he felt a little uncomfortable imagining his wife under Song Mao's body, Song Mao's enthusiasm made him feel much better. At least, it was 1,000 times better than that damned Tang Quebian. That person would leave after he was done, and Song Qingshu would at least fulfill his obligations. "I do have a problem here." Lu Guining stuttered. He was also hesitating whether to wait for a few days to make it seem less like a business deal, or to strike now while the iron was hot. Song Qingshu smiled and said, "There's no need to differentiate between you and me. Young master, just tell me, there's not much I can't do in this world." Infected by his enthusiasm, Lu Guining blurted out impulsively, "Actually, I want to save Han Kuzhou, Master Han." He briefly explained the situation, then stared nervously at Song Mao's reaction, afraid that he would refuse. "This." Song Qingshu immediately frowned. "Is it very difficult?" Lu Guining asked anxiously. "It is indeed a little difficult." Song Qingshu's words made Lu Guining's heart sink, but what he said next made him wild with joy. "If it was anyone else who asked me for help, I would definitely refuse without thinking, but with Brother Lu's current relationship, since Brother Lu has asked, I will do it no matter how difficult it is." "Young master agreed?" Lu Guining said in surprise. Song Qingshu nodded. "Brother Lu, there's no need to be so distant in the future. You can just call me Qingshu or Brother Song." "Brother. Brother Song." Lu Guining knew his place and did not dare to call him by name. Brother Song was enough to make him excited for half a day. After all, the difference in their martial arts and status in the martial world was not small. Lu Guining suddenly thought of something and said hurriedly, "Right, the imperial court seems to have sent people over to help. I will think of a way to contact them first. When the time comes, we will have a higher chance of success if we work together." The imperial court? Song Qingshu quickly realized that the imperial court that Lu Guining was referring to was the southern Song dynasty. Thinking about it, it made sense. Han Zhongzhou's power was overwhelming. With such a big thing happening here, it was impossible for the southern Song dynasty to ignore it. "Good. Brother Lu, thank you for your hard work." Song Qingshu nodded and looked at Lu Guining's back as he left. He seemed to be lost in thought. It was better to have people from the southern Song dynasty. He would not have to be the vanguard. Moreover, he could take advantage of this opportunity to get in touch with the people from the southern Song dynasty. Reporting to the Great Master. "We have found traces of the Song Mountain sect in the vicinity of the Pure Jade Monastery." A subordinate of the Golden Dragon gang ran over and reported while Song Qingshu was lost in thought. The Song Mountain sect? Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. His expression became thoughtful. Why would the Song Mountain sect come here? Being hugged by Song Qingshu from behind and smelling his manly scent, Xianxia's cheeks could not help but blush. Thinking about this man's dissolute methods, her whole body went limp. Seeing him dote on her so much, Xianxia was happy from the bottom of her heart. But in the end, she didn't lose her reason. Thinking of her identity, she couldn't help but worriedly say, "If you show your face with me, will it affect your reputation?" In the past, Song Qingshu had the appearance of Tang Qibian. At that time, she was not afraid of wandering the streets with him. In any case, he was a Jin man and did not have much of a reputation. But Song Qingshu was different. In recent years, he had been in the limelight in Jianghu. In addition, he had assassinated Kangxi and defeated the Qing army. Countless Han people praised him. If it was said that he was with a married woman at this time, it would indeed damage his reputation. Thinking of this, Xianxia could not help but feel sorry for herself. She wondered why she did not meet him earlier. If she had met him in Ox Village instead of Guanyin, at this time, the two of them could be together openly. Of course, Xianxia quickly put aside this unrealistic fantasy. Even if time went back, with Song Qingshu's martial arts and status, she would not be able to become his wife. Becoming his lover now was actually very good. Seeing her suddenly disappointed expression, Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. "Madam is worrying too much. In Jianghu, I am famous for being a lascivious person. Even if someone sees me with Madam, nothing will happen. On the contrary, it is very likely that it will affect Madam's reputation." Xianxia smiled lightly. "In any case, Guanyin has agreed to our relationship. What am I afraid of? That's good." Looking at the young woman in the mirror, Song Qingshu's heart was moved. He could not help but start kissing her neck and cheeks. As he kissed her, he asked softly, "Madam, how long do you want to dress up?" "Almost done." Xianxia's breathing became erratic. She suddenly bit her lip and said in a trembling voice, If you take your hand out of my clothes, I should be able to do it faster." Song Qingshu laughed. "Whenever Madam is ready, I will take it out." After about the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Xianxia finally finished dressing up. She tidied up her wrinkled clothes and could not help but grumble coquettishly, "It's so wrinkled. How am I supposed to face people when I go out?" Song Qingshu savored the lingering softness on his fingertips. With a gentle voice he said, "Madam, you don't need to worry, Yangzhou City is full of silk and satins. Later I will buy 10 pieces of silk and satin to compensate you, okay?" Only then did Xianxia's anger turn into joy. "Remember what you said." She enjoyed this man's gentleness. In the past, Lu Guanyin never considerately accompanied her to buy clothes. Of course. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly as he looked at the excited woman in front of him. There was no sexy underwear in this world. Otherwise, it would be a great pleasure to let her wear it for him to see. He suddenly thought of something. Since there was silk in this world, was it possible to make silk stockings? Thinking of the long legs of his female friends and the stockings, Song Qingshu suddenly felt his nose become somewhat hot. After the two of them went out to the street, they casually ate breakfast at a roadside stall. Then, Song Qingshu took Xianxia to several silk and satin shops. They bought dozens of exquisite silk and satin and ordered several beautiful clothes. Song Qingshu said to Xianxia, "Madam, please stroll around here first. I still have something to do over there. I will come back to pick you up in a moment." Be careful." Xianxia was not a little girl who did not understand the general interest. She knew that he had something important to do. Song Qingshu ordered 2 of the Golden Dragon Gang's men to help Xianxia carry her things. Then, he went straight in the direction of the Clear Jade Monastery. He heard from his subordinates that the Song Mountain sect's people had been seen in the vicinity. However, the Golden Dragon Gang had not been here for a long time, so it was difficult to get accurate information. Therefore, he decided to personally come and take a look. He wanted to find out who the Song Mountain sect's people were. With Song Qingshu's current cultivation level, it would be very difficult for an average person to notice him even if he deliberately hid himself on the street during the day. Therefore, it was much more convenient for him to inquire about information than the Golden Dragon Gang's people. According to the information of the Golden Dragon Gang's spies, Song Qingshu quickly approached the house where the Song Mountain sect's people were hiding. After secretly investigating, he discovered that the Song Mountain sect had sent more people than he had expected. In addition to the Song Mountain sect's disciples, there were also a large number of evil path experts. Among them were some of Song Qingshu's old acquaintances, such as the twin evils of Hejian, the white-board evil star, the Qing Haiao, and so on. Apart from these people, there were many more people that he did not recognize. However, he could see that they were all experts. So many experts have come. What is Zhuo Lenchan trying to do? Song Qingshu was secretly alarmed. Suddenly, he heard a sound coming from the study room. He quietly went over. Are you sure that Wu Tianda is hiding in the Clear Jade Monastery? A dull voice sounded. Song Qingshu recognized that it was Zhuo Lenchan's voice. I'm sure. Someone saw Wu Tianda staying in the Clear Jade Monastery about half a month ago, another person replied. This time, Song Qingshu couldn't tell who it was. However, he could roughly guess that it was the 13 tycoons of Song Mountain and Zhuo Lenchan's fellow disciples. But, the strange thing is that we haven't seen Wu Tianda in this period of time, another person said. Song Qingshu felt strange. Why were they looking for Wu Tianda? Could it be that they knew that Wu Tianda was Ling Huchong in disguise? But, wouldn't it be too strange for them to muster such a large force just for Ling Huchong? Perhaps he is hiding in the monastery, studying the Bixia swordplay day and night. How could he have the time to show himself? Zhuo Lenchan coldly snorted. Bixia swordplay? Song Qingshu was secretly startled. So, they had come for the Bixia swordplay. But, why were they looking for Ling Huchong? Zhao Sihai, are you sure that Wu Tianda is using the Bixia swordplay? Zhuo Lenchan suddenly spoke again. In the Battle of Longquan, Heng Mountain sect's old nun Ding Xian was about to be killed by junior brother Zhang and junior brother Sima, but suddenly, Wu Tianda appeared. His swordsmanship was like a ghost. We are all experienced and knowledgeable, and we can more or less recognize a few of the swordsmanship in the world. But, we have never seen his swordsmanship. Presumably, only the legendary Bixia swordplay could have such power, Zhao Sihai answered. That's right. That swordsmanship was too strange. We were hit before we could even see the sword moves clearly. When we thought about it later, we felt that we were the ones who foolishly took the initiative to hit his sword. That swordsmanship was really strange. Zhang Jingqiao and Sima De chimed in from the side. From the situation you described, that Wu Tianda's swordsmanship is indeed somewhat similar to the legendary Bixia swordplay. Zhuo Lenchan said in a low voice, coupled with the information I received from the Zhongli sect, the Bixia swordplay is indeed in Wu Tianda's hands. Then what are we waiting for? Let's just rush in and find him, someone else spoke up. I have been feeling a little uneasy lately. It's better to be careful, Zhuo Lenchan replied. Moreover, the Pure Jade Monastery is one of the Wudong's Wudong Monastery. It's best if we don't get into conflict with them. Zhuo Lenchan was silent for a while, then finally answered, Fine, we'll wait for another 3 days. If Wu Tianda doesn't come out by then, we'll just go in and kill everyone. The Wu-Tang faction won't know we did it. Good. Zhuo Lenchan's words received a warm response from everyone. But before that, we have to make sure Wu Tianda is inside. Otherwise, we'll risk offending the Wu-Tang faction for nothing, Zhuo Lenchan said again. How about I go in and check it out tonight? Someone volunteered. No. Zhuo Lenchan immediately refused. Daoist Mahjong of the Jade Temple is very powerful, and that Wu Tianda is a master among masters. It won't be good if we alert them. We can't leave anyone alive, so we have to catch them by surprise. We can't leak any information. I'll think of another way to confirm whether Wu Tianda is inside or not. Once we're sure, we'll act immediately. Song Qingshu was shocked. Zhuo Lenchan was indeed a fierce and ruthless man. His first move was so ruthless. Just listening on the side was enough to make one's hair stand on end. By the way, is there any news from the Huashan faction? Zhuo Lenchan spoke again just as Song Qingshu was about to leave. According to the scouts, the Huashan faction has left Yangzhou safely, a subordinate answered. Zhuo Lenchan snorted, Ma Qifeng and Zhang Jun are too incompetent. As the prime minister of the southern Song dynasty, they can't even destroy a mere Huashan faction. Song Qingshu's eyes widened. From Zhuolenchen's tone, it sounded like Ma Qifeng and Zhang Jun were his subordinates. What was going on? I heard they sent Zhang Rou and the others from the loyal army. Just as they were about to succeed, two mysterious people appeared and saved the Huashan faction, another person answered. Mysterious people? Zhuolenchen's expression was solemn. The Jianghu is big, and there are many talented people. It seems like we have to get the Bixia swordplay as soon as possible to be qualified to compete for the world. We lied about Yu Lingshan being Yufei's orphan to fool Ma Qifeng and Zhang Jun. Will they find us after they realize it? Someone said worriedly. Don't worry, the Song Mountain sect didn't show up directly, they won't be able to find out anything about us. Besides, Zhuolenchen's voice turned cold, so what if they find out? They can't even destroy a mere Hua Mountain sect, and they want to deal with our Song Mountain sect? Song Qingshu nodded to himself. Although Ma Qiqing and Zhang Jun were prime ministers, the Song Mountain sect was located in the Jin Kingdom. Song Qingshu had always been a subject of the Jin Kingdom. No matter how powerful they were, it would be difficult for them to influence the Song Mountain sect. Zhuolenchan indeed didn't need to be afraid of them. Moreover, Ma Qiqing and Zhang Jun's current situation didn't look good. Everyone could see that the imperial court was only looking for them as a temporary team. Their top priority was to stabilize their positions as left and right prime ministers. After staying for a while longer and seeing that there was no valuable information, Song Qingshu left quietly. As he digested the information he had just obtained, he walked toward the street where Miss Qing was. Suddenly, he heard a cry of alarm. It seemed to be Miss Cheng's voice. Song Qingshu's expression couldn't help but change. He moved his feet and crossed a distance of several dozen feet. Just in time to see Miss Cheng fall to the ground. A 17 or 18-year-old girl was holding a dagger and slashing it toward her cheek. The girl was wearing a light green robe and had an oval face. She was beautiful and alluring, but unfortunately, her eyes were ruthless and had an unapproachable temperament. Miss Cheng cried out in alarm. Seeing that the dagger was getting closer and closer to her, she was in despair. Suddenly, Song Qingshu appeared in front of her. He stretched out his finger and flicked the dagger. The girl felt a huge force and the dagger flew out of her hand. It fell to the ground, buzzing and trembling. The sore and numb feeling in her hand made the girl realize that she was no match for him. Without hesitation, she turned around to escape. Unfortunately, as soon as she moved, Song Qingshu's solitary young finger sealed her acupoint. She couldn't move at all. After restraining the girl, Song Qingshu went over to help Miss Cheng up and asked, "Madam, what happened?" Miss Cheng was still panic-stricken. Only when Song Qingshu patted her hand did she manage to calm down. She then began to narrate what had happened. It turned out that after separating from Song Qingshu, Miss Cheng had strolled around. She had bought a lot of clothes. As for jewelry, she didn't lack it since she was the young madam of the Lu family. Finally, she mainly visited some rouge and powder shops. As the saying goes, a woman will make up for her lover. After being together with Song Qingshu, she seemed to have returned to the age of a young girl yearning for love. She always wanted to show him her most beautiful side. The Golden Dragon Gang's stronghold didn't have any rouge and powder. Therefore, this time, she planned to prepare some. Everything else was fine and was quickly prepared. The only thing she couldn't find was the rouge that suited her. It turned out that she was used to using rouge from Jiangnan's colon store at home. That kind of rouge was the best match for her skin color. It brought out the best in each other. Who would have thought that after asking several shops, the colon store was out of stock? With great difficulty, she finally found a shop that had the last box left. Just as she was about to pay the bill, the rouge on the table was taken by another girl. Miss Cheng thought that the other girl had accidentally taken the wrong box. She hastily explained that she had already bought the rouge. Who would have thought that the girl would directly reply, "You said that this rouge is yours. Why don't you call it and see if it responds?" Miss Cheng was almost angered to death. Normally, with Miss Cheng's shy temperament, she would have given in when encountering this kind of situation. However, this time, she wanted to dress up in front of Song Qingshu. After looking for so many shops, there was only one box left. Naturally, she wasn't willing to give in. In order to fight over this box of rouge, the two women quickly quarreled. After all, the girl was in the wrong. Finally, she flew into a rage out of humiliation and directly hit her. She shouted that she would scratch Miss Cheng's face so that she wouldn't need to wear rouge. The two Golden Dragon Gang subordinates that Song Qingshu had left behind saw that the situation was not right. They hastily rushed forward to help. Who would have thought that although the girl was young, her martial arts were quite brilliant. With just a few punches and kicks, the two men were lying on the ground, losing the strength to fight again. Miss Cheng had no choice but to help. As the disciple of the Chuanjin sect's seventh disciple, she could be considered to have a famous master. Unfortunately, she was shy. Before she could use her martial arts, she had already lost 30% of her martial arts. Moreover, after getting married, her martial arts had more or less been abandoned. Fortunately, her internal energy had made some progress. Otherwise, her current martial arts might not be as good as when she was a girl. However, this girl's martial arts had obviously been taught by a famous master. In addition, her attacks were much more ruthless. Miss Cheng quickly fell into a passive position. When Song Qingshu arrived, it was just when she was about to be knocked down. You are so young, yet you are so ruthless. Today, I will properly discipline you on behalf of your elders. After listening to the whole story, Song Qingshu suddenly looked at the girl with an unkind expression. Stinking brat, you have such a big tone. It is not up to outsiders to discipline my granddaughter. At this moment, a cold snort came from not far away. Hearing that person's voice, the girl suddenly revealed a look of ecstasy. Grandpa, come quickly. Someone is bullying me. Humph, now you know fear. Who told you to cause trouble behind my back all day? Just as he finished speaking, another person appeared on the street. Miss Cheng raised her head and saw a man with white hair and a smiling face. He was an old man with a kind face. However, when her eyes met his, she couldn't help but shiver. There was an indescribable fierceness in this man's eyes. As soon as she saw him, she felt a chill run down her spine. It was as if the chill had seeped into her bones. Sensing her fear, Song Qingshu gently patted her shoulder. Xianxia felt a mellow and warm internal force enter her body. Only then did she slowly calm down. Stinky brat, are you the one who spoke arrogantly and wanted to teach my precious granddaughter a lesson? The old man walked over and stood in front of the young girl. He looked at Song Qingshu with an unfriendly expression. Song Qingshu indifferently replied, this girl wants to ruin someone's appearance without saying a word. She is too vicious at such a young age. If we don't discipline her as soon as possible, in the future she will certainly. Before he could finish speaking, the old man impatiently waved his hand and said, I hate hearing these sanctimonious preaching words the most. In Jianghu, the weak are prey to the strong. If others can't beat her, it's because they don't have enough skill. If she doesn't have enough skill and can't beat others, she only has herself to blame. What else is there to say? Song Qingshu nodded and said, what you said is not without reason. Brat, you're quite sensible. Seeing that he agreed with what he said, the old man beamed with joy. However, his expression quickly changed. However, you bullied my granddaughter. We have to settle this matter. Your granddaughter injured my men and almost injured my companion. How should we settle this account? Song Qingshu helped the other two Golden Dragon Gang members up. Although they appeared to be seriously injured, they were actually only dislocated muscles and bones. After recuperating for a while, they would be able to recover. Song Qingshu's complexion improved a bit. Humph, can these people be compared to my precious granddaughter? Stinky brat, do you know who I am? The old man fiddled with a cigarette pipe and took a deep breath. Old man of heavenly secrets? Song Qingshu frowned and probed. He had a pipe in his hand, a granddaughter, and he spoke with such confidence. All these characteristics were very similar to the elder of heavenly secrets, who was ranked first in the weapons manual of Little Leaf Flying Dagger. Cough, the old man almost choked on his breath. What bullshit is Elder Tianji? My surname is Ding, and my name is Taboo. I have a nickname in Jianghu called Not 3 in a Day. Tisk, so it's Ding Busan. I thought it was the elder of heavenly secrets. Song Qingshu couldn't help but be surprised. No wonder he didn't recognize it at first. Among Jin Yang's novels, Journey of the Gallant was a relatively unpopular one. He was not as familiar with the characters as he was with works like the Condor Trilogy or Demigods and Semi-Devils. Ding Busan's nickname, Not Three in a Day, was because he had killed too many people in his early years. Later, he turned over a new leaf and set a rule that he could not kill more than 3 people in a day. That girl was his granddaughter, so naturally, she was Ding De. In Journey of the Gallant, Ding De fulfilled all the characteristics of the main heroine of a golden book. She was beautiful, seductive, and threw herself at the protagonist. In some ways, she was similar to Huang Rong. Unfortunately, unlike Huang Rong, she did something extremely vicious and challenged the bottom line of all the readers. She had killed Shi Potion's personal maid, Shi Jian, and made it look like she had been raped and killed. She was so vicious. In addition, she loved Shi Zhongyu and Shi Padian was just a substitute. So in the end, she became the second female lead and one of the most hated main female characters in the readers' hearts in Qin Shing's previous life. No wonder she ruined the girl's appearance without saying a word. This Ding De is really vicious. Song Qingshu looked at the girl not far away. Although she was beautiful, he did not like her at all. Seeing Song Qingshu's reaction, it was Ding Busan's turn to be stunned. He was highly skilled in martial arts and could kill without blinking an eye. People in Jianghu were often frightened by his reputation and kept a respectful distance from him. They were unwilling to have any dealings with him, but he insisted that people be intimate with him. As long as they showed any fear or disgust, he would kill them. But all these years, he had never encountered such a situation. "Grandpa, why are you talking nonsense with him? Unseal my acupoints first." Seeing that she had been forgotten, the girl was so anxious that she kept stomping her feet. Unfortunately, her acupoints were sealed, so she could not stomp even if she wanted to. "Stupid girl, last time you stole my dark ice fire wine and gave it to your lover. I haven't settled the score with you yet. How dare you throw a tantrum at me now?" Although Ding Busan said that, he still walked to Ding De and reached out to unseal his granddaughter's acupoints. "Huh?" Ding Busan casually tapped a few times and found that his granddaughter was still staring at him blankly. There was no sign of her acupoints being unsealed. He could not help but feel embarrassed. He quickly corrected his attitude and used all his strength to unseal her acupoints. However, after trying several times, his strength was like a stone sinking into the sea. Her acupoints were still not unsealed. Ding De immediately became angry and said, "Can you do it? You always boast about how good your martial arts are, but you can't even unseal a young man's acupoints." Xianxia had also heard of Ding Busan's name. She knew that he was a famous devil on the evil path. She saw his arrogant and insufferably arrogant appearance as soon as he appeared. Who would have thought that he couldn't even open his acupoints? This kind of strong contrast made her unable to restrain herself from laughing out loud. Song Qingshu also smiled slightly. The Duan clan of Dali's single yang finger was famous throughout the world. In terms of power, it might not be the strongest finger technique in the world, but in terms of acupoint sealing effect, it was second to none. With Song Qingshu's current strength, it would be strange if Ding Busan could unseal her acupoints. Being ridiculed by his granddaughter and ridiculed by a beautiful young woman, Ding Busan immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. He said, "I'm not the best in the world. What's so strange about not being able to unseal your acupoints? This brat's acupoint sealing technique is a bit strange. Wait until I capture him and let him personally unseal your acupoints." As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced on Song Qingshu and said, "Brat, have a taste of your grandpa's power." Song Qingshu stood where he was with a faint smile and did not move at all. Seeing that the distance between them was less than 3 feet, Ding Busan opened his mouth and a cloud of smoke shot towards Song Qingshu's eyes like a sharp arrow. The people around immediately exclaimed. Those with good eyesight could already see that it was the smoke that Ding Busan had just inhaled. He had used his profound internal strength to wrap it and shoot it toward the enemy. If he was hit, he would probably lose his eyes. This old devil was really vicious. However, to everyone's surprise, the young man didn't dodge. Instead, he allowed the smoke arrow to shoot toward him. He suddenly opened his mouth and exhaled, causing the smoke arrow to shoot back toward Ding Busan at an even faster speed. Yesterday, the official account mentioned various cases of men sacrificing their wives for glory. Looking back at Lu Guaniying's behavior, do you think it is not so exaggerated? Ding Busan had been famous in Jianghu for many years and was a famous expert of the evil path. Naturally, he had rich fighting experience. He saw that his opponent's acupoint sealing technique was strange and was worried that he had some exquisite moves, so he attacked with his internal energy. In Ding Busan's view, this young man was very young. Even if his moves were strange, his internal energy could not be faked. He had used decades of internal energy to break his opponent's technique and catch him off guard. Who would have thought that his opponent would blow back his internal energy with one breath? His internal energy was obviously far above his own. Fortunately, Ding Busan was very experienced and held back every time he attacked. He twisted his waist in midair and dodged the smoke arrow. With a flick of his wrist, the pipe in his hand shot toward a major acupoint on Song Qingshu's chest at a very strange angle. Song Qingshu thought nothing of it. Although the opponent's move was ruthless and cunning, it was not a problem for him. He stretched out his hand, intending to flick the opponent's pipe away just like Ding Ao's dagger. Who would have thought that after the pipe was hit, a lot of sparks suddenly appeared in front of him? Ding Busan seemed to have expected this. Taking advantage of the sparks blocking his opponent's line of sight, he grabbed Xianxia and brought her back to Ding Da's side. Ding Busan had rich combat experience. When he realized that his opponent's martial arts were above his own, he immediately made a decision. Attacking Song Qingshu with great momentum was just a smokescreen. His real goal was to capture Xianxia, who was next to him, as a hostage. Song Qingshu could not help but sigh that he had been too careless. As his martial arts became higher and higher, he had underestimated the world's heroes. Just as he was about to step forward to save Xianxia, Ding Da shouted, "Don't come over or I'll break her neck." As he spoke, he placed his hand on Xianxia's neck. The Ding family's grappling technique really lives up to its reputation. Song Qingshu secretly admired him. Even though he had been tricked a moment ago, to be able to take Xianxia away from his hands in a split second was not something an ordinary martial art master could do. It was only because his grappling technique was too exquisite that he was able to capture Xianxia like floating clouds and flowing water. Hehe, my black demon palm is also famous in Jianghu. If I press it on this girl's back, no matter how high your martial arts are, you won't be able to save her, Ding Busan said complacently. Seeing Ding Busan strangling Xianxia with one hand and pressing down on her back with the other, Song Qingshu frowned and immediately became silent. Stinking brat, hurry up and release my granddaughter's acupoints. Otherwise, I won't be polite anymore. Ding Busan was also extremely fearful of his opponent's martial arts. He knew that he had only used a trick just now. If they were to fight again, he would definitely not be his opponent. Sure. To Ding Busan's surprise, Song Qingshu did not bargain with him. Instead, he agreed and smiled at him, revealing his snow-white teeth. However, Ding Busan's many years of experience in Jianghu made him subconsciously feel that something was wrong. But he could not tell what was wrong. Just as he was about to add some conditions to his opponent, his eyes suddenly widened. This was because Song Qingshu had disappeared into thin air. Ding Busan subconsciously blinked his eyes, thinking that his eyes were playing tricks on him. After all, he had been on guard against his opponent and did not even see his close move. How could he disappear? His instincts as a master made a chill run up his spine. Just as he was about to leave, his body suddenly stiffened because his acupoints had been sealed. Although your grappling technique is not bad, my qigong is not bad either. Song Qingshu walked out from behind Ding Busan and pulled Xianxia into his arms. Madam, how do you think I should deal with these two people? Xianxia was still in shock and was about to answer when she heard Ding Busan shout, Lao Si, we are being bullied here. Are you still watching from the side? A burst of heroic laughter was heard. Who said I was watching? I just wanted to see if your martial arts have improved recently. Then, an ugly but honest-looking old man jumped down from the restaurant next to him. Song Qingshu carefully looked at him and thought that this must be Ding Busan's younger brother, Ding Busi. Of these two brothers, one was kind but sinister and vicious, and the other was ugly and ferocious but simple and honest. They were really a pair of weirdos. Ding Busan's face heated up. Ever since they were young, the two brothers had always been competitive. They had fought for decades over whose martial arts were better. Now that his brother had seen him get caught, he felt ashamed. But he did not want to admit defeat to his brother, so he shouted, "You're only messing up my mind. If I'm distracted, I'll be ambushed." "It's really unlucky." Ding Busi laughed and said, "Then I will leave immediately. You can focus on fighting." He turned his head to Ding Bu and said, "Your grandfather always says that his martial arts are great and invincible, but he seems to be better than your fourth grandfather. Now open your eyes wide and watch carefully. Watch your grandfather, with only a pair of bare hands, beat people until they withdraw their swords, admit defeat, kneel on the ground and beg for mercy." Ha 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 ha. The laughter was strange, and many of the onlookers felt their eardrums ringing. They all felt very uncomfortable. Song Qingshu was amused and did not rush to make a move. He wanted to see what the brothers could do. Ding Busan was furious. "Lao Si, what are you laughing at?" Ding Busi laughed. "I am laughing at you." Ding Busan angrily said, "What are you laughing at? What is so funny about me?" Ding Busi said, "I am laughing at you for being so competitive all your life. When you are in danger, you always need your brother to help you." Ding Busi angrily said, "This pretty boy is my junior. If I did not respect my status, I would have killed him long ago. What danger do I have? Who asked you to carry it? You'd better go and carry a wine pot or a urinal." Grandpa, seeing how the two of them were bickering, Ding Ao rolled her eyes. She was so anxious that she almost went crazy. Only then did Ding Busan remember the situation he was in. His expression turned ugly and he could only snort, "All right, cut the crap. Even I can't beat this brat. You're no match for him either. Go back and find brother Dian." Ding Busi was originally smiling, but when he heard this, he immediately became angry. "What do you mean I can't beat him just because you can't? I will show you whose martial arts are better." After saying this, he howled and pounced on Song Qingshu, causing Song Qingshu to be speechless. In less than the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, Ding Busan's screams came to an abrupt end. Seeing that Ding Busi's acupoint had also been sealed, Ding Busan was immediately overjoyed. "Tisk, tsk, tsk, at least I managed to snatch someone from his hands. How many moves did you last? Ha ha ha, now it goes without saying which one of us is more skilled in martial arts." Although the situation was not good, Ding Busi was used to bickering with his brothers and could not help but gloat. "Bullsh *T, bullsh *T. Ding Busi's face turned red. He glared at Song Qingshu and said, "Brat, I was careless just now. If you have the ability, unseal my acupoints and fight again. I still have a lot of brilliant martial arts that I have not used." Fourth grandfather Ding Bu almost fainted. He wondered what he had done in his previous life to have these two funny grandfathers. Before Ding Busan could reply, an anxious shout came from not far away, "Have mercy!" Song Qingshu looked up and saw Lu Guining anxiously running toward him. Because he was injured, he coughed as he ran, and even after running for half a day, he hadn't run very far. The people beside him couldn't wait any longer. Two people grabbed one of his arms and leaped over to Ding Busan's side. "Third uncle, fourth uncle, are you all right?" A scholarly man in his 30s looked at Ding Busan and Ding Dian with concern. "Nonsense, do we look fine?" Ding Busan couldn't help but curse. "Hurry up and unseal our acupoints. It's your nephew's fault." The scholarly man looked embarrassed. He examined the two's bodies and suddenly had a strange expression. "I can't unseal your acupoints." "You can't even unseal them with your martial arts?" Ding Dian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw him, but when he heard that he couldn't unseal the acupoints, he was stunned. "You were hit by the solitary young finger. The Dali Duan family's acupoint sealing technique is unparalleled in the world. I really can't help you." The scholarly man turned to Song Qingshu. "May I ask which young master of the Dali Duan family are you?" He suddenly felt a little confused. The person in front of him seemed somewhat familiar. Song Qingshu looked at him excitedly. "Big brother Ding, is it really you?" The man in front of him had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. He had a scholarly air about him, but there was also a faint sense of righteousness, forming a unique temperament. Who else could it be but Ding Dian? Ding Dian stared blankly for a moment before carefully sizing up Song Qingshu. Pleasantly surprised, he too said, "Brother Song?" When he first met Song Qingshu, it was when Song Qingshu was at his lowest. Now, Song Qingshu was full of vigor and elegance, his brilliance was restrained, and he had the bearing of a master. He couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as when he was in dire straits, so Ding Dian actually didn't recognize him in the beginning. Song Qingshu went up and gave him a bear hug. After all, if he hadn't learned the Divine Illuminating Sutra from Ding Dian, he wouldn't be where he was today. "Brother Song, I've heard a lot about you in recent years. Your achievements really put me to shame." Ding Dian was also very excited. After all, the two of them had gone through thick and thin together, and the other had even saved his life. More importantly, if not for Song Qingshu, how could he and Ling Shuanghua have come together? "It's all thanks to Brother Ding's Holy Light Sutra," Song Qingshu said modestly and looked to his side. "Why don't I see sister-in-law? She is nurturing her pregnancy at home." Speaking of his wife, Ding Dian couldn't hide the joy on his face. "Sister-in-law is pregnant? Congratulations." Song Qingshu was pleasantly surprised. Ling Shuang's Chinese character was as light as a chrysanthemum, and her loyalty to love made him admire her very much. Thus, he was sincerely happy. "So it's uncle's friend. Our lives are safe now." Seeing the two of them being intimate, the happiest person was none other than Ding Da. Her heart had already sunk to the bottom when she saw her grandfather and fourth grandfather, whom she had always revered as celestial beings, being defeated by Song Qingshu. Now that there was light at the end of the tunnel, how could she not be excited? Hearing her words, Song Qingshu looked at Ding Dian. "Brother Ding, do you know these people?" Ding Dian smiled bitterly. "These two are my uncles, and this is my niece. I don't know how they offended you, but I apologize on their behalf. Since they are your relatives, it's just a misunderstanding." Song Qingshu raised his hand and the acupoints of the three people were immediately unsealed. Ding Dian's eyes lit up. "Brother Song's martial arts are really amazing." Song Qingshu smiled. "Brother Ding has mastered the Holy Light Sutra, and with the amazing Shadowless Fist, how can you be worse than me?" The two of them humbled each other. Ding Dian pulled Ding Da over and asked, "Did you get into trouble again?" Ding Bu San and Ding Bu Si were his elders, so he couldn't reprimand them. He could only pull Ding Da over and ask her. Ding Ran smiled sweetly. "I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I offended uncle's brother's wife. I hereby apologize to the two of you. I hope that the two of you will forgive this lowly one's wrongdoings and not bother with an ignorant little girl like me." She had been raised by Ding Bu San and had completely inherited her grandfather's viciousness. However, as a demoness, her most important skill was to read people's expressions and act according to the wind. Song Qingshu's martial arts were so much better than hers. If she didn't understand the situation, it could only be said that there was something wrong with her IQ. However, her apology made Xianxia blush. She quickly waved her hand and said, It's okay. And I'm not young master's wife." Although her relationship with Lu Guining only existed in name, she still had to put on an act in front of outsiders. Lu Guining finally found an opportunity. He stepped forward and said, "This is really a flood against the temple of the Dragon King. We are all family. Let's go to the restaurant next door and talk about it in detail." Song Qingshu nodded. Because of the dispute just now, there were more and more onlookers. He also didn't want to continue being watched like a monkey. On the way to the restaurant, Song Qingshu casually glanced at the other two people traveling with Ding Dian. One was a middle-aged scholar with a wisp of goatee. His eyes shone brightly, and he was obviously a wise and resourceful person. The other was like an old farmer in the fields. He had a face full of vicissitudes, but his eyes were full of compassion for the state of the universe. The reason why they attracted Song Qingshu's attention was that these two people were very strong. They were so strong that Song Qingshu had to pay attention to them. The middle-aged scholar had a gloomy temperament, so the martial arts he learned should be of the feminine side. Although the old farmer looked like an ordinary person, Song Qingshu himself practiced swordsmanship and was very sensitive to sword chi. The old farmer faintly exuded a heroic sword chi. Song Qingshu's first reaction when he saw him was to think of a powerful army. Where did this master come from? Why can't he guess the origin of these two people? Song Qingshu was secretly shocked. They went to a private room in a nearby restaurant. It was obvious that they had been talking about something before. Lu Guining invited them to sit down one by one. Then he said, "Let me introduce you. This is the Golden Snake King, Prince Song Qingshu. This time he is willing to help save Master Han." Those people were all trying to guess Song Qingshu's identity. At this moment, they were all shocked. "So it's the Golden Snake King, it's an honor to meet you." For the past 2 years, he had been the most famous person in the world. He had challenged all the experts in the world with his martial arts and defeated the powerful Qing army on the battlefield. Ding Busan and Ding Busi looked at each other and couldn't help smiling bitterly. They felt that it wasn't an injustice for them to be defeated by Song Qingshu. After all, there were many experts who were more famous than them who had been defeated by Song Qingshu. The famous Golden Snake King is actually so young. He really is a young hero. The middle-aged scholar had a strange look on his face and sighed. "Prince Song, when you have time, you have to tell us how you defeated the Qing army of 100,000 with just a few thousand people." The old farmer looked even more excited. It was obvious that he was very emotional. Song Qingshu was speechless. So he was a warmonger. "Ding Dian, Lord Ding, you must know each other. He is now the Imperial Guard in the Imperial City, a top master guarding the Emperor." Imperial Guard? Song Qingshu was secretly shocked. How could he not know that the Emperor of the Southern Song dynasty had the most elite guards? Every emperor only had a maximum of 6 people with the emperor's imperial armament, and sometimes only 2. Therefore, each of the emperor's imperial armament was not only an expert among experts, but also someone the emperor trusted the most. "I don't know what kind of family background Brother Ding has to be chosen to be the Imperial Guard." Song Qingshu was curious. Ding Dian's kung fu was more than enough to be the Imperial Guard, but if his background was not absolutely reliable, the emperor would not have appointed him. Lu Guining continued to introduce, "This is Lord Su Shirdan, a military counselor under Lord Han. He was left in Linen by Lord Han to guard the rear, but when he heard that something happened to Lord Han, he organized a rescue force to go north." Su Shirdan, the chief think tank of Han Xingzhou. Song Qingshu was secretly shocked. This person was only an advisor, but his name appeared in the intelligence of the Jin and Qing kingdoms, which showed how important he was in Han Xingzhou's group. "This is Xian Qiji, Lord Xian, who was the secretary of the Privy Council." Lu Guining pointed to the old farmer and introduced him. "Xian Qiji?" Song Qingshu suddenly jumped up excitedly, ran over to hold his hand and said, "Lord Xian, I am your fan." "Ah?" Xian Qiji was confused, and even the others were puzzled. It should be known that Xian Qiji's status was probably the lowest among the people present. When the others were introduced, Song Qingshu just responded very politely, and his attitude was a little cold. But when he was introduced, Song Qingshu suddenly became so enthusiastic. It was no wonder that they could not understand, because Xian Qiji was an idol that Song Qingshu admired very much in his previous life. His attainments in poetry were on par with Su Dongpa, and in martial arts, he could lead dozens of people to attack the camp of the Jin and capture the traitor and take him back to the Southern Song dynasty. When drunk, he watched the sword by the lamp, and when dreaming, he blew the horn to the camp. The horse moved as fast as lightning, and the bowstring shook like thunder. Every time he read about Xian Qiji's deeds, Song Qingshu couldn't help but slap the table and stand up. When he saw the pitiful Bai Fashing, he deeply understood the helplessness of not being put in an important position. After all, he had joined the Southern Song dynasty for most of the time. The Southern Song dynasty's emperor and ministers were on the side of peace and surrender. It was not easy to wait for the pro-war Han Xingzhou to come to power, but he was already old and seriously ill. Not long after, he passed away. Thinking of the fate in history, Song Qingshu hurriedly sized him up. Although the other party was old, he was hale and hearty, and had an astonishing cultivation base. He did not look like he had one foot in the grave. However, Song Qingshu understood that Li Bai in the Golden Book system was also a supermaster. One was the most famous poet in the Tang dynasty, and the other was the most famous lyricist in the southern Song dynasty. Moreover, Xianxia himself was a powerful person who could challenge the Golden Army at night. He was a top master in this world. Song Qingshu was not surprised at all. Under everyone's strange eyes, Song Qingshu finally calmed down and continued to talk with the people of the southern Song dynasty. Through the conversation, he learned that they were not the official reinforcements sent by the southern Song dynasty. Instead, they were masters under the command of the Han's group that Su Shidan had temporarily gathered. This was because he wanted to hide it from the court. After all, Han Xingzhou's capture was not a glorious thing. If it was spread out, it would easily damage his prestige, and he would be easily attacked by his political enemies. Therefore, this time there were not many people who came, but all of them were top masters who could be trusted. No wonder Lu Guining has been begging me to help him. It turns out that they are not strong enough. Song Qingshu quietly glanced at Ding De again. He thought that Ding Busan and Ding Busi could barely be called masters, but this one was not a top master. When Song Qingshu looked at her, Ding Da's eyes also moved between him and Xianxia. From the conversation just now, she knew that Xianxia was Lu Guining's wife. However, she clearly saw that she was intimate with Song Qingshu. No one knew what she was thinking, but the corners of her mouth faintly curved into a playful smile. According to Guining's description, there are many masters in the Ruyang mansion. I'm afraid that we are weak. Su Shidan was the leader of this group. As he spoke, he glanced at Song Qingshu and said, I wonder if Golden Snake King has any wise ideas? I dare not say so. Song Qingshu knew that the other party wanted him to help, but he did not want the people of the Golden Snake Camp to have a head-on conflict with the Mongols. But not long ago, I thought of a way. He had originally planned to save Han Xingzhou. Now that there were Ding Dian and his former idol Xianqiji in this group, he naturally had to help them. Oh, what is it? The people of the southern Song dynasty were overjoyed. Drive the wolf to swallow the tiger. Song Qingshu smiled mysteriously. Who's the wolf? Su Shidan's eyes lit up. The Song Mountain sect. Song Qingshu roughly told them the information he had received. At the same time, he also told them the doubts in his heart. He did not know why the people of the Song Mountain sect appeared here so coincidentally. I may know the reason. Su Shidan's face was a little gloomy. I'm afraid this is Jia Shidao's plan to get someone else to do his dirty work. According to our information, the Changle gang is probably related to Jia Shidao. The news of the Bixia sword manual should have come from there. No wonder Jia Shidao didn't make a fuss about it when Minister Han was captured. It turns out that he planned to make Minister Han never return to the imperial court. Through all kinds of clues, he was able to restore the whole thing almost to the truth. He was indeed worthy of being the #1 think tank under Han Xingzhou. I see. After hearing his explanation, Song Qingshu was suddenly enlightened. By the way, according to the information I received, the Song Mountain sect is going to find out if Linghu Wu Tianda is in the Jade Pure Temple. If they accidentally find out that the Mongolians have secretly taken over the Jade Pure Temple, I'm afraid they will give up their plan. So, without hesitation, let's do it tonight. Everyone looked serious. They didn't expect to act in such a hurry. However, after thinking about it carefully, they knew it was the best choice. Su Shidan nodded, stood up, and said seriously, as you said, if we can successfully rescue Minister Han this time, we will definitely repay you later. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. I want to help this time mainly because young Heights Lord Lu is my friend. Su Shidan looked at Lu Guining and smiled knowingly. Minister Han will not forget the Lu family's role in this time. Lu Guining was so moved that he was about to cry. Song Qingshu was really a kind person. Originally, when he saw his beautiful wife acting so intimately with Song Qingshu, he couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. But now, all his dissatisfaction disappeared, and all that was left was gratitude. That night, in the house where the Song Mountain sect was. Look carefully, it's him. That beard, I can't be wrong. A disciple of the Song Mountain sect answered with certainty. Didn't Wu Tianda not come out before? Why did he go in from the outside? The pagoda-bearing hand, Ding Mian, was puzzled. As Zhuelenchun's junior, he had always been cautious and meticulous. After confirming Wu Tianda's whereabouts, Zhuelenchun's face was full of excitement. Hearing his junior's doubts, he said disapprovingly, Wu Tianda has learned the Bixia swordplay manual, his lightness kung fu must be extremely profound. The disciples we sent outside the monastery may not be able to detect him coming out. In any case, we have confirmed that he is inside the monastery. Pass down my order, prepare for a surprise attack at the second watch. Ding Mian said with a worried expression, why don't we wait for the next time Wu Tianda comes out and then surround him? After all, the Clear Jade Monastery has Mount Wudong behind it. According to the disciples' report, Wu Tianda's figure is like a ghost. If we were outside, it would not be so easy for us to set up an ambush. Now that he is resting in the Clear Jade Monastery and unguarded, this is the best opportunity. Seeing that his junior still wanted to say more, Zhuelenchun waved his hand and said, I heard that Li Keqiu has always been on good terms with the people of the Clear Jade Monastery. If we drag this out for too long and Li Keqiu realizes it, then it will be troublesome. So we must finish this quickly. Once we capture Wu Tianda, we will leave Yangzhou overnight. Ding Mian also knew that the longer they stayed in Yangzhou, the more dangerous it would be. He could only agree to the others' plan and go out to make arrangements for the operation. In a residence near the Clear Jade Monastery, Lu Guining looked at Song Qingshu with a face full of amazement. Young master's disguise technique is really superb. You actually impersonated General Wu Tianda so well. Song Qingshu replied indifferently, I just stuck a beard on and found a set of Wu Tianda's clothes. It was dark at the time, so it is expected that the Song Mountain sect would mistake him. He did not want his disguise technique to be exposed, so he casually said a few words. As expected, the others did not suspect anything. Only Miss Qing knew of his ability and looked at him meaningfully. On the other side, Ding Rant's lips gradually curled into a smile. Humph, ever since we entered the house, that Madame Lu hasn't even glanced at my husband. Her gentle gaze has always been on Song Qingshu. If the two of them didn't have something going on, I would have written the character Ding upside down. However, she was a demoness to begin with, so she didn't have any prejudice towards this kind of thing. She just felt that it was fun, and at the same time, she was wondering if she could gain some benefits from it. While Ding Ku was deep in thought, Su Shidan spoke, Young master, why are you so sure that the Mount Song sect will attack tonight? Song Qingshu smiled and said, didn't Mr. Su speculate that the Song Mountain faction came for the Bixia swordbook? And this Wu Tianda's swordsmanship is amazing, so the Song Mountain faction thinks that the swordbook is in his hands. I see. Su Shidan and the others nodded. Legend has it that Lin Yuantu was invincible in the Southern Heaven region with his 72 evil warding sword arts. I'm going to witness it tonight. Xian Qiji was excited, and his body was surrounded by a faint sword qi. Ding Dian said in a deep voice, Jia Xian might be disappointed. The Bixia swordbook may not be in Wu Tianda's hands. Su Shidan agreed and said, that's right. A while ago, heroes from all over gathered in Fuzhou for the Bixia swordbook. I also paid attention to this matter. According to my intelligence, all the powers came up empty-handed. So either the Bixia swordbook doesn't exist, or someone else got it before us. Judging from Wu Tianda's schedule, the possibility of him being the one who got it is very low. Ding Busan laughed and said, the Bixia swordbook is definitely there. My master saw Lin Yuan fight with his own eyes, but I don't know who got it in the end. Your master has seen it? Everyone asked. Ding Busan proudly picked up his tobacco pipe and blew on the Bixia swordbook. Everyone was amazed and began to guess the whereabouts of the Bixia swordbook. Lu Guining nervously looked at Song Qingshu and saw that he had a faint smile on his face. He did not participate in the discussion and did not open his mouth. Lu Guining immediately relaxed. How could he be willing to share a divine manual like the Bixia swordplay with others? The people of the Song Mountain sect are here, Song Qingshu suddenly said. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they all ran to the window to look out. They saw a group of warriors dressed in black, like ants, climbing over the walls of the Clear Jade Monastery. Very quickly, muffled groans and screams could be heard. The Song Mountain sect is really powerful. No wonder they can suppress the other 4 sects of the 5 mountain sword sects. Su Shidan couldn't help but exclaim after watching for a while. Let's wait until they are almost done with the Mongolians and then go in to clean up the mess. Song Qingshu's plan was approved by everyone, and no one had any objections. Ding Busan and Ding Dian killed people without batting an eye. They wanted as many people as possible to die in the monastery. Su Shidan, as Han Xingzhou's trusted advisor, was naturally not a good person. Ding Dian and Xian Qiji were honest people, but in recent years, the Song Mountain sect had made friends with masters from the evil sects and stirred up trouble in Jianghu. They deserved this retribution. The Jade Pure Monastery was located in a remote area. Both the Song Mountain sect and the Mongolians had a guilty conscience, so they deliberately suppressed their voices. So even though the fight was in full swing, it didn't alarm the residents of Yangzhou. After about an hour, the noise in the Jade Pure Monastery gradually died down. Song Qingshu said, "Let's go and take a look." Because of the fighting, there were no Mongolian guards outside the Jade Pure Monastery. The people of the Song Mountain sect who stayed outside were also hurriedly called in because of the fighting inside. Song Qingshu and the others quietly entered the Jade Pure Monastery and found people lying on the ground in the front yard. There were people from the Song Mountain sect and foreign monks from the Ruyang Palace. It was obvious how fierce the fight was. The sound of fighting came faintly from the backyard. Song Qingshu called the others to follow. "Listen to my orders later. Attack when I tell you to." Whether it was the Ruyang Palace or the Song Mountain sect, there was no lack of masters. Only when they were almost exhausted could they minimize their losses. The group hid behind the courtyard wall and quietly looked into the backyard. There were not many people in the backyard. Almost everyone was fighting in pairs. Song Qingshu looked carefully. Zhuo Lingchan and Priest Baixing were fighting. The double evils of Hejian were fighting against the two elders of Xianming, the evil star of Whiteboard, the owl of Qinghai, and Zhuo Lingchan's junior brothers were fighting against the foreign monks under Wang Baobao. Both Taoist priest 100 Damages and Zhuo Lingchan were masters of Colding martial arts. Taoist priest 100 Damages Xianming Divine Palm and Zhuo Lingchan's Cold True Qi were evenly matched. The two of them fought back and forth and were actually on par. Song Qingshu felt strange. He had fought with both of them before. Although Zhuo Lingchan was a top master in Jianghu, there should be a certain gap between him and Priest Baixing. How could the two be evenly matched? He looked carefully and finally figured out the reason. It turned out that Priest Baixing was injured. Perhaps it was because the Song Mountain sect had the advantage in numbers. Although the people from the Ruyang Palace were all top masters, they had to pay a price for fighting alone against so many. Song Qingshu noticed that many of the Song Mountain sect's corpses outside were killed by arrows. They should have died in the hands of the 8 heroes of the Divine Arrow. He had seen the ability of the 8 heroes of the Divine Arrow. Each of them was a master archer. They could shoot arrows in rapid succession. Just 8 of them could make it look like 10,000 arrows were shot at once. Bows and arrows are indeed the most effective weapon in a group battle. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. But soon his eyes focused. He found the corpses of the 8 heroes of the Divine Arrow not far away. It seemed that the Song Mountain sect had paid a great price to kill these people. The Xianming elders and the Hejian double killers were also a pair. The Xianming elders were good at Xianming Holy Palm, and the Hejian double killers were not afraid of the one finger's N. The Xianming elders were good at joint attacks, and the Hejian double killers had been martial brothers for decades. They had long understood each other and had a set of joint attacks. The Xianming elders' weapons were the crane's beak pen and the deer's head staff, while the Hejian double killers' weapons were the acupoint staff and the judge's pen. The 4 of them fought like a horse lantern, dazzling the eyes. Song Qingshu knew that these people would not be able to determine the winner without fighting for hundreds of rounds. So he turned his attention to the other side. The Whiteboard Evil Star, the Azure Sea Owl, and Zhuo Lingchan's junior brother besieged the rest of the foreign monks. Obviously, they had the upper hand. But the foreign monks relied on each other to keep the Song Mountain sect occupied. Song Qingshu had fought with these foreign monks with the appearance of Tang Quebian. He knew that they had a special method of combining their internal energy. No wonder the Song Mountain sect couldn't win even though they had the upper hand. Where's the headmaster of the Jin Gang faction? Song Qingshu thought of another supermaster from the Ruyang Palace. He glanced around for a while and finally found his trace. He saw that his opponent was a wooden-looking young man. Sherpatian? Song Qingshu had seen him last time at the Golden Snake Gathering. He recognized the young man at a glance. During the Golden Snake Gathering, Sherpotion's internal energy was profound, but his moves and fighting experience were extremely lacking. After not seeing him for a while, Song Qingshu noticed that his martial arts and sword skills had improved greatly. It seems that Xuelenchan has indeed spent a lot of effort on him. Song Qingshu nodded. Although Sherpotion's improvement was lightning fast, the Vajra faction master was an old devil who had been famous for decades. Sherpatian couldn't compare to him in terms of experience or cultivation level. Coupled with the Vajra indestructible divine art, Sherpatian was in a difficult position. His mighty Vajra finger poked him until he cried out in pain. However, the Guardian Metal sect master was also secretly shocked. This young man's inner strength is very profound. My Herculean diamond finger stabbed him, but not only did no bloody holes appear on his body, but the recoil force even made my finger hurt. Sherpotion's cries of pain quickly attracted Ding Li's attention. When she saw his face, Ding Li was pleasantly surprised. Brother Tian. Then, she quickly noticed the itinerant monk who was attacking Sherpatian. She shouted, "Don't you dare hurt my brother Tian." Ding Busan was shocked. He reached out to grab his granddaughter, but he missed. With his experience, how could he not see that the itinerant monk's martial arts were far above Ding Li's? He was worried that his granddaughter would be injured, so he quickly followed. Ding Busi shouted, "Third brother, let me help you." He also rushed out. Xuelenchan was secretly complaining. His original plan was to come in and capture Wu Tianda, then leave and kill all the witnesses along the way. Although the Jade Clear Monastery was one of the 5 great monasteries under Wudong sect, this time the Song Mountain Pai had turned out in full force. In addition to the 3 mountains' 5 peaks underworld masters, a mere Jade Clear Monastery was not worthy of his attention. Who knew that when he came in, he found that something was wrong. The people inside were obviously several levels stronger than the Taoist priests of the Clear Jade Temple. When he realized that something was wrong and was hesitating whether to retreat or not, he found that his men had already started killing. The people on the other side were obviously enraged and no longer showed mercy. In the blink of an eye, dozens of lives were lost. Once this enmity was formed, it would not be so easy to withdraw. Xuelenchan was also an ambitious person. He knew that if he retreated at this time, he would lose too much, and he would also offend an unknown powerful enemy. It was better to go all out and eliminate the root of the problem. Anyway, with the people he brought this time, it would be easy to destroy a big sect in Jianghu. The battle went as he expected. The Song Mountain sect had the upper hand, but at this time, 8 master archers appeared on the other side. The rain of arrows became a nightmare for the Song Mountain sect, and dozens of masters were shot down in an instant. After killing the 8 master archers with great difficulty, Xuelenchan was not happy because there were very few master archers in Jianghu. Looking at the posture of the opponents, it was obvious that they were experts in the army. He faintly felt that he had fallen into a big trap, but the other side quickly sent out a few super masters, leaving him no time to think about anything else. He could only focus on the enemy. At this point, Xuelenchan could not withdraw even if he wanted to. He could only brace himself and see who would laugh in the end. At this time, Ding Li suddenly rushed out, followed by Ding Busan and Ding Busi. Whether it was the people of the Song Mountain sect or the Ruyang Palace, they were all shocked and gradually slowed down, no longer fighting to the death like before. Just then, the guardian metal palm struck Sherpotion's chest. Although Sherpotion's internal energy was profound, and this palm strike couldn't take his life, it was enough to make Sherpotion's chest feel stuffy and short of breath. For a short period of time, Sherpatian was unable to breathe, and lost the ability to resist. The sect master of Jin Gang finally found a good opportunity and was about to take advantage of the victory to kill his opponent when Ding Ke suddenly appeared in front of him. "Xiao wants to hurt my brother Tian." The titanium sect master knew that the opportunity was fleeting. He had obtained this opportunity with great difficulty, but it had been ruined by the young girl in front of him. He could not help but fly into a rage. "Get lost, you lowly servant." Ding Li only felt a huge force, and his whole body flew out. "Don't you dare harm my granddaughter." "Don't hurt Ding Li." Ding Busan and Ding Buxi's shocked and furious voices rang out. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, stood in front of the guardian deity. Although the two brothers had been fighting for several decades, their minds were connected. One of them used the Ding clan's grappling hand while the other used the black killing palm. Their coordination was flawless, causing the enemy to be distracted by one thing and lose sight of the other. However, what surprised them was that the other party did not dodge and allowed their fists and palms to land on his body. The Ding brothers were delighted. The cultivation that they had accumulated for several decades was no small matter. In terms of cultivation, they were not necessarily weaker than the Xianming elders and the twin evils of Hejian. However, their expressions quickly changed. They felt that the places where their fists and palms hit were as hard as metal and stone, and the vibrations caused their bones to ache faintly. The titanium sect master laughed sinisterly and waved his hand twice. Ding Busan and Ding Buxi screamed in pain as blood spurted out from their arms. The titanium sect master wanted to take this opportunity to kill the two of them, but Ding Busan and Ding Buxi were also demons who had run amok in Jianghu for several decades. At this critical moment, one of them took out the smoking pipe from his waist, while the other took out the 9-section whip from his waist. One of them attacked the titanium sect master's eyes, while the other attacked his lower body. The two brothers were very experienced in fighting, so they immediately realized that the other party must have practiced the golden bell shield and iron shirt. However, he could not practice it to his eyes, and his lower body was much weaker than the other parts of his body. As expected, the titanium sect master's expression changed, and he hastily defended himself. The Ding brothers did not dare to continue fighting, so they hastily retreated and distanced themselves from the titanium sect master. Song Qingshu had a clear view of the battle. Ding Busan and Ding Buxi had been defeated by him within a few moves, but that was only because the difference in their movement techniques was too great. Just like in the smiling, proud wanderer, if Dongfang Bubi only fought with Ren Wuxing with his fists and feet, their cultivation bases were actually not that far apart. However, once Dongfang Bubi displayed his terrifying movement technique, Ren Wuxing would basically be at his mercy. The titanium sect master was not known for his movement techniques, but the Ding brothers' lightness technique was slightly better. Their fierce reputation was not undeserved. If they had been at a disadvantage because they did not know about the other party's Vajra indestructible divine technique, they would have needed at least 100 moves to defeat the titanium sect master, even though they might not have been able to defeat him. Ding Busan and Ding Buxi's cultivation bases were actually similar to the Xianming elders and the twin evils of Hejian. However, the two of them did not have the Xianming divine palm or the one-finger Zen, so if they really fought, they would probably be slightly weaker than the other two pairs. While Song Qingshu was pondering, the titanium sect master ignored Ding Busan and Ding Buxi and pounced toward Sherpatian. He could see that the Ding brothers were no match for him, and Sherpatian would be more troublesome to deal with. The titanium sect master was a devil of the underworld, so he naturally did not have the concept of stopping at the right time like the righteous sections. Instead, he abided by the principle of taking advantage of the enemy's weakness and decided to kill Sherpatian as soon as possible. Just now, Sherpatian had been struck by the titanium palm on his chest. Even though he had withstood the attack with his profound inner force, he was still shaken by the titanium sect master's decades of cultivation base and could not muster any strength. Dingda noticed his condition and anxiously stood in front of him, hoping to stall the titanium sect master for a while and buy time for his lover. The entire process seemed long, but from the moment Dingda flew out to the moment Ding Busan and Ding Buxi retreated, it only took a few breaths' time. The titanium sect master was angered by the fact that he had been blocked time and time again, so when he saw Dingda standing in front of Sherpatian to protect him, she did not hold back at all. Song Qingshu didn't like the vicious Dingda, so when he saw her in danger, he couldn't help but hesitate whether or not he should help her. Deep in his heart, he didn't really want to save her, but he couldn't bear to watch a young girl in the prime of her youth die just like that. While he was hesitating, he suddenly saw another figure. Song Qingshu immediately relaxed. Just as Dingda was about to lose her life, someone suddenly appeared in front of her and threw a punch at the titanium sect master. The titanium sect master laughed sinisterly and used his titanium palm at full power, ready to shatter the bones in this person's hand. "Shadowless divine fist," Ding Dian said in a deep voice as he retracted his fist. Good skill. The guardian deity's voice was slightly hoarse and his expression was extremely ugly. He had been famous in the martial world for decades and had not taken anyone seriously other than Zhang Sanfeng when he came to the Central Plains this time. Who would have thought that his Vajra indestructible divine technique would be broken by Song Qingshu? Not long ago, he had suffered a setback at the hands of the mysterious embroidery bandit. Now, he was actually forced to retreat by an unknown junior. Of course, he also knew that if he hadn't fought with Sherpadian and fought with Ding Busan and Ding Busi, causing his strength to be far from his peak, he wouldn't have suffered such a small loss. However, it was an indisputable fact that he was forced back by a single punch in front of everyone. Thus, his expression was extremely unsightly. Both the Ruyang Mansion and the Song Mountain sect were shocked when they noticed the situation. The people of the Ruyang Mansion were naturally aware of the guardian deity's strength. The Song Mountain sect had also been slaughtered by the guardian deity earlier. Now that they had seen a top-notch expert who could force him to retreat, both sides stopped their attacks at the same time and looked at Ding Dian's group with vigilance. There was no need to hide now. Su Sherdan and Xianxia also came out from their hiding places. However, Song Qingshu did not show himself for some unknown reason. Su Sherdan thought that he was blaming Ding Dian for ruining their plan and did not say anything. He walked in front of Wang Baobao and cleared his throat. My master has been invited here as a guest. The elders at home miss him and sent me to bring him back. So you're Lord Han's subordinate. Wang Baobao immediately understood and sneered. Go back and tell them that your master is having too much fun and doesn't want to go back now. Su Shidan's expression changed. If you say so, then we'll have to offend you. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia took a step forward and a sharp sword chi spread in all directions. Wang Baobao immediately fell silent. Almost all of the experts under his command were dead or injured, leaving only Priest Bai Shen, the Jinggang sect master, the Xianming elders, and a few foreign monks. Moreover, all of them were injured. It was still a little difficult for them to deal with the group of people just now, but now that the other side had reinforcements, the outcome was very clear. Who knew that while Ding Dian was weighing the pros and cons, the Vajra sect master would fly into a rage out of humiliation because of the humiliation he had just suffered. He shouted angrily, I was careless just now and let you take advantage of me. Let's do it again. He then pounced on Ding Dian again. Ding Dian didn't dare to be careless when he felt the wind from the punch. He quickly put in 120% of his concentration and started to dismantle it. As the two of them fought, strong winds blew in all directions. Ding Run even found it difficult to breathe. Ding Busan and Ding Busi hurried over to drag her away. Bring Brother Tian along with us. Even though they were in a hurry, Ding Li still didn't forget about Sherpadian. Sooner or later, I will kill this stinking brat with one palm. Ding Busan said hatefully. It's said that when a girl is of age, she can't be kept at home. What's the use of raising a granddaughter? You'd be better off living a free and unfettered life like me. Ding Busi gloated at Ding Li's misfortune when he saw how anxious Ding Li was for her lover. Bull*T, this is Bull*T. I will let this brat marry into our Ding family in the future. Ding Busan was furious. When he thought of this, he suddenly felt that Sherpadian was much more pleasing to the eye. Seeing that Ding Busan and the others had taken Sherpadian away, there was a slight commotion among the disciples of the Song Mountain sect. Zhuo Lenchan quietly stopped the crowd and said, let's observe the situation first. Now that the origins of this group of people were unknown, he was worried that they would clash with them. If they joined forces to attack them, the Song Mountain sect would most likely be eliminated from the Jianghu today. Those two old men are the Ding brothers from the Ding mansion of the Zhenjiang kingdom. The elder brother is Ding Busan and the younger brother is Ding Busi. Both of them are vicious and merciless in the underworld. Bai Jianqing was also a member of the underworld, so he had a good idea of these evil experts. Which sect did they get recruited by? Zhuo Lenchan's eyes wandered over the group of people from the southern Song dynasty, wondering who this group of people was. Bai Jianqing's expression was a little ugly. They don't belong to any sect because they have the official background of the Song kingdom. Ding Dequan, the secretary of the Privy Council of the Southern Song dynasty, is a member of the Ding family. People from the Southern Song dynasty? Xianxia was shocked. Then he thought of the characteristics of the people who had just fought and suddenly thought of the Ruyang mansion of the Mongolian Empire, which was widely known in the Jianghu and had many experts. His face became even more gloomy. Bai Jianxing's words also confirmed his guess. If I'm not wrong, that impenetrable monk should be the leader of the Jin sect. The old man in the green robe who fought with you earlier should be the priest of 100 damages. There are also the Xianming elders and the divine arrow 8 heroes. They are all from the Ruyang mansion of the Mongolian Empire. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xianxia said angrily. Bai Jianxing smiled bitterly and said, in that situation just now, how could I have had the chance to say it? Moreover, even if I had said it, we wouldn't have been able to stop. Xianxia's heart turned cold. The Mongolian Empire was powerful now, and the Ruyang mansion had many experts. Back then, they had wiped out the 6 great sects of the Wulin world in one fell swoop. It could be said that they had made a name for themselves. If they offended such an enemy, how could they have a good time in the future? The only thing worth celebrating was that the Song Mountain sect was now in the Jin Kingdom's territory. The Mongolian Empire was temporarily out of the reach of the Mongolian Empire. Xianxia's heart was in a mess. Because the leader of the Jin sect and Ding Dian had fought, the southern Song dynasty regarded the Ruyang mansion as an enemy. A slight move in one part would affect the whole body, and in an instant, they were in a mess. Su Shidan and the priest of 100 damages were fighting, while Xianxia unsheathed his long sword and fought with the Xianming elders' cranebeak brush and antler staff. Because Ding Busan and Ding Busi were injured, they could only protect Ding Ao and Sherpatian while watching the Song Mountain sect beside them with vigilance. Song Qingshu sighed in his heart. His original plan was to let the Song Mountain sect exhaust the Ruyang mansion's strength. In the end, no matter who won or lost, they would not be able to withstand a single blow. Then, the Song Mountain sect would sweep the battlefield like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. It was practically perfect. Who knew that because of a change in the plan, the Song Mountain sect would be sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight, allowing the southern Song dynasty to exhaust the Ruyang mansion. Young master, should we go down and help? For some reason, Lu Guining did not go out with Su Shidan and the others. Instead, he stayed by Song Qingshu's side, subconsciously listening to his instructions. Let's wait and see. Song Qingshu shook his head. The Song Mountain sect hasn't made a move yet. We must stay calm. After all, the people of the Ruyang mansion had just fought a hard battle and were all injured. The experts of the southern Song dynasty were all fresh troops, so they gradually gained the upper hand. The leader of the Jin sect could fight Ding Dian to a draw with the indestructible body of Vedra, but the priest of 100 damages was injured because of his fight with Xianxia's frosty genuine qi. Now that he was facing Su Shidan, it was clear that he would lose. Song Qingshu was full of admiration for Xianxia. No wonder he dared to challenge the tens of thousands of Jin troops with only a few dozen people. Even though he was old, he still had the courage to capture the ringleader first. Seeing this, the foreign monks under Wang Baobao's command hurriedly ran out to block his way. Xianxia was like a dragon in the sea, quickly beating the group of foreign monks into a mess. Fortunately, Lu Xianxia and He Biwing reacted and ran back to block him. In addition, the foreign monks' joint attack technique was very mysterious, so they were able to stop Xianxia's advance. However, there were not many foreign monks and all of them were injured. The Xianming elders were also injured. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that they would not be able to hold on for long before Xianxia broke through. Wang Baobao also noticed the current situation and shouted in a deep voice, "Bring them out." Not long after, his subordinates came out with the Southern Song delegation. Han Xingzhou, Lu Yu, Wu Tianda, all of them looked dispirited. It was obvious that they had not had a good time these days. All of you stop, or I won't be polite to them. Wang Baobao pulled out his saber and placed it on those people's necks as he shouted angrily at Xianxia and the others. Seeing that Han Xingzhou and the others' lives were hanging by a thread, Su Shidan, Xianxia, Ding Dian, and the others did not dare to move and stopped. Taoist Baixing, the Jin sect master, and the others hurriedly ran in front of Wang Baobao to protect him. Song Qingshu, who was hiding in the dark, smiled and said, "The good show is about to begin." Lu Guining, who was next to him, said with a wry smile, "Young master is really calm." He noticed that Xianxi's hand was around Xianxia's waist and the bitterness in his smile became even stronger. "I have seen a lot, so I am naturally more calm than ordinary people," Song Qingshu replied lightly. Xianxia's face turned slightly red. She had already noticed her husband's gaze and subconsciously reached out to push Song Qingshu's hand away. Who knew that his arm was as steady as Mount Tai? She pushed several times but to no avail. She could only blush and acquiesce in this situation. "Release Lord Han!" Ding Dian and Xianqi shouted angrily. Only Su Shiden's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. "If you want this king to let him go, that's fine. First, break your own right arm, and I'll let him go immediately." Wang Baobao's lips curled into a sinister smile. Song Qingshu secretly sighed in his heart. This brother-in-law was really cruel and merciless. Why did he subconsciously call him brother-in-law? The expressions of Ding Dian and the other two changed when they heard this. Ding Ao, who was at the side, rebuked, "Do you take us for fools? If we lose our right arms, how will we be able to resist? Won't we become meat on your chopping board and be at your mercy?" Su Shidan also spoke up, "That's right. If we lose our right arm and you don't release him, we won't be able to do anything at all. If you don't, they'll die right now." Wang Baobao snorted coldly and exerted a little force in his hand. Han Xingzhou's neck was cut by the blade, and a trace of blood flowed out. However, he was, after all, a figure in the southern Song dynasty who was above tens of thousands of people. He still had the ability to remain calm and did not show any ugly behavior of wagging his tail and begging for mercy. "If you want to kill me, just kill me. I'm not a person who is afraid of death. Shirdan, you don't have to worry about me. Anyway, they don't dare to touch me. If something really happens to me, just wait and kill all of them." Han Xingzhou had a cold smile on his face. "Shut up." Wang Baobao was angry, but he also knew that what Han Xingzhou said was true. At this time, his group was already an arrow at the end of its flight. If they really fought, whether it was the previous group of people or the masters of the southern Song dynasty, they would all be in danger. Han Xingzhou and the others were their only bargaining chips. Wait. Su Shidan was worried that Han Xingzhou would slip out of anger and kill Han Xingzhou. If that happened, the Han's group in the south of the Yangtze River would completely collapse. These years, as the chief think tank of the Han's group, he had already offended people like Jia Shidao and Shermiyuan. Seeing Wang Baobao's puzzled look, Su Shidan hurriedly replied, "You release him first, and then we'll cut off his arm." Wang Baobao was so angry that he laughed, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Su Shidan looked embarrassed. He also knew that this proposal was too unreliable, but now, he had to bite the bullet and try. "I will count to 3. If you don't cut off your own arm, I will kill them." Wang Baobao's face showed a trace of ruthlessness. After all, he was a famous general on the grassland, and he knew that he couldn't give in at this time. 1. Hearing him start to count, the people of the southern Song dynasty looked at each other, no one knowing what to do. They really wanted to save Han Xingzhou, but how could they be stupid enough to cut off their own right arm at this time? 2. Seeing that the people of the southern Song dynasty were indifferent, Wang Baobao's voice became colder. Su Shidan was panicked and subconsciously looked at Han Xingzhou. When he saw that Han Xingzhou shook his head imperceptibly, he immediately made up his mind and replied, "If you touch a hair of Mr. Han today, none of you will live today." In fact, with Su Shidan's wisdom, how could he not know what to choose? However, he was worried that Han Xingzhou would punish him in the future, so he had been hesitating. Now that Han Xingzhou had said it himself, he naturally had more confidence. "Is that so?" Wang Baobao showed a trace of a cruel smile. On the other side, one of his subordinates received a signal and raised his knife. The head of the person he was escorting suddenly rolled down the stairs. The eyes were wide open, and it was obvious that he had died with a grievance. "This time is just to teach you a lesson. From now on, if you still don't respond after I count to 1, I will kill one person until the knife finally falls on your Mr. Han's head." Seeing that the blood had shocked everyone present, Wang Baobao was very satisfied with the result. Hiding in the distance, Lu Guaning's face turned pale. He recognized the person who had been killed, and his position in the envoy group was similar to his. If he hadn't been rescued not long ago, he might have been dead by now. Suddenly, he felt a little grateful to Tangqua, who had been cursing him nonstop. Song Qingshu frowned slightly, but the deeper the conflict between the Mongolians and the southern Song dynasty, the better. He was not in a hurry to show up. 1. Wang Baobao began to count again. Su Shidan hurriedly discussed with Ding Dian and Xianxia, but in this situation, what could they do? After a while, Wang Baobao snorted coldly. His subordinate received the signal and raised his knife, and another soul died. You. Xianxia was furious and was about to rush over, but Wang Baobao put the knife on Han Chuanzhou's neck horizontally. Su Shidan was so frightened that he hurriedly pulled him back. 2. After Wang Baobao finished shouting, he didn't give Southern Song's group any time like before. He gave them a meaningful glance and another life was lost. Seeing that Wang Baobao was killing faster and faster, not only Su Shidan and the others were frightened, but even the previously calm Han Chuanzhou turned pale and trembled slightly. Although he knew that Wang Baobao most likely wouldn't dare to kill him, his body instinctively made him tremble uncontrollably. Su Shidan and the others immediately fell silent, but their eyes were filled with hatred. If looks could kill, the Mongolians would have already been torn to pieces. 3. Wang Baobao sneered, ignoring their gazes, and continued to count. Song Qingshu sighed. At this time, he had to act because the butcher's knife was hanging over Wu Tianda's head, Ling Huchong's head. In Song Qingshu's heart, according to the original work, Ling Huchong was not a good disciple. As the eldest disciple of Mount Hua, he had no sense of responsibility. Later, when he was not accepted by the righteous path, it was inevitable that he would die. But no matter what, Ling Huchong at least had one good point: he was chivalrous. Back in Huiyan Tower, knowing that he would die, he fought with Tian Buiguang to save a strange little nun, which was really admirable. Moreover, besides chivalrous, Ling Huchong was also Reninging's sweetheart. Although Ling Huchong was his rival in love, Song Qingshu did not want to see him die in the hands of thieves. He had his own pride, and he wanted to take Reninging from Ling Huchong. How could he watch him die here? In the future, when Reninging learned of Ling Huchong's death, Song Qingshu did not want to see him die in the hands of thieves. Song Qingshu made up his mind. Just as he was about to save Ling Huchong, Zhuo Lenchan spoke first. Wait. Wang Baobao's expression changed. He had intentionally or unintentionally ignored this side because he did not want to provoke a strong enemy. Who knew that the other side would take the initiative to come to him? Sect leader Zhuo, what can I do for you? At this time, one of his subordinates had already figured out the identity of the Song Mountain sect and told Wang Baobao. Hearing that the other side had recognized his identity, Zhuo Lenchan's expression became even more gloomy. But now that things had come to this, he could only bite the bullet and carry on. Little prince, give this person to us, and we will leave immediately. After saying this, he pointed at Ling Huchong. So the Song Mountain sect came for this person. Wang Baobao was puzzled. A mere general from Chuanzhou, besides having passable martial arts, what did he have that was worth paying such a big price for? But he knew that now was not the time to think about this. His mind turned, and he came up with a plan. Kill these people, and I will give this General Wu to you. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed greatly. Seeing Zhuo Lenchan's gloomy expression, Wang Baobao continued, don't worry, this General Wu is of no value to me. As long as you kill these Song pigs, I will give him to you. Song Qingshu secretly clicked his tongue. This Wang Baobao was indeed worthy of being a famous general in history. His strategy of killing people with a borrowed knife was really perfected. However, Zhuo Lenchan was not an easy character to deal with. He said in a deep voice, these people's martial arts are high, and we do not have the confidence to kill them. Why don't we join forces and kill these Song people? Little prince, you can then give this Wu Tianda to us, and the previous grievances will be written off. What does little prince think? The main reason why Zhuo Lenchan was willing to help was that he had accidentally offended the Mongols. In order to avoid future revenge, he could only try to ease the relationship between the two sides. He was worried that Wang Baobao would not appreciate it, so he had to kill everyone present today, even at the risk of losing a lot of strength. Fortunately, Wang Baobao agreed to his request without hesitation. Zhuo Lenchan let out a long sigh of relief and ordered his men to surround them. The expressions of Su Shidan and his companions were extremely unsightly. Originally, they thought that they would be able to watch the tigers fight, but now, it had turned into two tigers joining hands to deal with the hunter. Although the combat strength of their group had not been depleted, they were definitely not a match for the joint forces of the experts of Ruyang Palace and Mount Song sect. I was misled by the scoundrel before, so I offended the young prince. I'm really sorry. I'll kill the old man with the sword for you as an apology. How could Zhuo Lenchan not realize that he had fallen into a trap? He thought about it, and the Song people in front of him were the most suspicious. He was angry, but he did not forget to greet Wang Baobao. He saw that Xianxia's performance was the most outstanding, and he almost threatened Wang Baobao's life, so he chose this person. Wang Baobao was also a smart man. He could see that Zhuo Lenchan's target was only Wu Tianda, not him. Thinking of the heavy losses caused by the unjust fight, his face couldn't help but twitch, but he quickly suppressed the negative emotions and replied with a smile, "How can I let sect masters would take the risk alone? Master, go and help sect masters Wa." Wang Baobao had good eyesight and could see that Zhuo Lenchan might not be able to defeat Xianxia's martial arts. Now that it was a matter of life and death, he would not unwisely choose to add fuel to the fire. As the saying goes, a lion should use all its strength to catch a rabbit. He wanted to finish off the Southern Song experts in the shortest time possible to avoid trouble. Because of Xianxia's sharp sword chi, only the sect master of the Vajra indestructible divine skill did not have to fear his sword chi, so he was the best person to deal with Xianxia. Hearing Wang Baobao's order, the sect master of the Vajra sect grinned and rushed to join the fight. As the leader of the Five Mountain Sword faction, Zhuo Lenchan was a top-notch swordsman in the Jianghu. Coupled with his strange frosty genuine chi, Xianxia was already having a hard time dealing with him. With the addition of the leader of the Vajra faction, the pressure on Xianxia suddenly increased, and he could only fight back 2 out of 10 moves. When they saw that Xianxia was in danger, Ding Dian and Su Shidan rushed over to save him, but the people of Ruyang Mansion and Mount Song sect were already prepared. Daoist Baisu led the Xianming elders to join hands to stop Ding Dian. Originally, Ding Dian's godly reflection Jinqi was firm and yang, and was not affected by the Xianming Holy Palm's cold poison. Shadowless Holy Fist was also an extremely profound martial art. Facing Daoist Baisu alone or the Xianming elders, he was not afraid at all. But with the 3 of them joining hands, the Xianming Holy Palm's power was more than doubled. Even with his godly reflection Jinqi protecting his body, he was still affected by the cold and his blood flow was not smooth. Fortunately, he had already mastered the godly reflection scripture and had a profound internal energy, so he could barely hold on. The White Slate Evil Star and the Hejian Twin Evils surrounded Su Shidan. The White Slate Evil Star was a demon of the same generation as Daoist Baisu, and the Hejian Twin Evils had once put one of the 3 crossers of Shaolin Temple in a dangerous situation. Plus, the 3 of them were from the Qinghai sect, and their martial arts came from the same source, so their teamwork was not difficult at all. Soon, Su Shidan was in a very difficult situation. How can you know Shaolin's one finger Zen? Su Shidan was shocked and angry at the same time. If he was not worried about the power of the one finger Zen, he would not be in such a difficult situation. Who said the one finger Zen is from Shaolin? The Hejian Twin Evils hated people talking about it the most, so they snorted and attacked even more fiercely. Su Shidan no longer had the energy to speak, so he had to focus on fighting the enemies. Grandpa, 4th Grandpa, go help him. Although Ding Li's martial arts were not very good, she was usually the smartest one. With just a glance, she knew that they were going to lose, so she kept pulling Ding Busan and Ding Busi's sleeves anxiously. Ding Busan looked embarrassed and said, "Grandpa's arm is injured, so he can only use half of his martial arts at most. Plus, Zhuo Lenchan and the other martial brothers are eyeing us like tigers watching their prey. If we go forward, we will only attract more enemies." Ding Busi also looked at the bloody hole in his arm and couldn't help but curse, "Damn, the King Kong strength finger is really powerful." Seeing that her 2 grandpas could not be counted on, and Sherposhan's Shanzhong acupoint had been hit and couldn't recover in a short period of time, Ding Li was about to go crazy. Suddenly, she had an idea and shouted, "Song, if you don't come out now, everyone here will die." Both the Ruyang Palace and the Song Mountain sect did not take her words seriously. After all, Ding Li's martial arts were too weak, so how could she know any martial arts masters? Suddenly, a cold snort came from the night sky. "Song? If I come out just because you call me, then I'll lose face." Su Sherdan and the others were originally on the verge of collapse, but they suddenly realized that the enemy's attacks were gradually slowing down. They couldn't help but feel refreshed and slowly turned the tide. "This voice is a little familiar." The Jin Gang master frowned, as if he had remembered something that he couldn't bear to recall. Zhuo Chan also looked in the direction of the voice in bewilderment, but there was no one there. "I think I've heard this voice somewhere before." Priest Bai Xing's face showed a confused expression, but the Xianming elders hurriedly whispered a name in his ear, causing his expression to change. The three from the Qinghai sect looked at each other in dismay. Bo Tai asked with difficulty, "Is it that person?" Haomi looked as if she had seen a ghost. "Who else could it be?" Because the white slate evil star cultivated evil arts, his facial features were corroded and fell off. Other than his 2 eyes and nostrils, there were no other ups and downs on his face, just like a white slate. That was how he got his name. Because he didn't have facial features, he usually looked the same when he was happy, angry, sad, and happy. Because of this, the double evils of Hejian often teased him, but now they actually saw fear on his face, which showed how scared the white slate evil star was at this moment. Seeing that the experts from the Ruyang Mansion and the Song Mountain sect had stopped attacking, Su Sherdan and the others didn't dare to continue attacking, even though they were puzzled, for fear of angering the enemy. They quickly retreated to Ding Da's side. Now that they were surrounded by a group of wolves, they could only feel a little more at ease by staying together. Seeing that Song Qingshu still didn't come out, Ding Da realized that he must be holding a grudge because of what happened before. She rolled her big eyes and smiled sweetly. "Prince Song, brother Song, my good brother, please come out and save me." Her voice suddenly became coquettish, causing all the men in the field to quiver. Some of the young disciples who were not strong enough to control themselves unnaturally turned their bodies to avoid the bulge in their crotch from being seen. Fortunately, the leaders were either old men with one foot in the grave or ambitious men who were not interested in women. All of them stared in the direction where the voice came from. Of course, there was one exception, and that was Lu Zhangke. His greedy eyes couldn't help but sweep over Ding Da's body, thinking, "What a little vixen. If she can be so coquettish in bed, it will be the happiest thing in the world." Fortunately, everyone's attention was on the courtyard gate, so no one noticed his lustful eyes. Bo Tai Hao and Haomi looked at each other, then stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "May I ask if it is Prince Song who has graced us with his presence?" The people of Southern Song sect couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't expect the change in the other's attitude to be so great. Just now, the double evils of Hejian had attacked Su Sherdan, and each of their attacks had been fatal. How could they be polite? Little did they know that these people from the Azure Sea sect had been beaten like dogs by the Isle of Heroes Zhang San and Li Si at the inn, and then Song Qingshu had beaten them like dogs with just one move. The gap between the two sides was like a chasm, so they couldn't bring themselves to make an enemy out of him. Naturally, their tone became extremely respectful. At this point, there was no need to hide. Song Qingshu walked out of his hiding place with a dark expression on his face. He glared at Ding Da and said, "Young girl, where is your integrity?" He didn't have a good impression of Ding Da to begin with, and when he heard her call him Song Qingshu, he was even angrier. He wanted to take the opportunity to grind her temper. In his opinion, an unruly woman like Ding Li would not give in so easily. He wanted to take the opportunity to make her suffer. Who knew that she would call him young master brother without any integrity, catching him off guard? Integrity? Ding Da was stunned at first, and then her face blushed. A trace of fierceness flashed in her eyes, but she quickly concealed it. She giggled and said, "Brother Song, you are so bad. I still have my virginity mark." Normally, if she met a stinky man who dared to tease her like this, she would cut off his tongue. But Song Qingshu's kung fu was better than hers, and she needed his help in this dangerous situation. She could only suppress her anger and put on a sweet smile. "Virginity mark?" Seeing that all the men in the hall were looking at him strangely, Song Qingshu wanted to cry but had no tears. He just said a catchphrase from his previous life, but people in this world had never heard of it. As soon as Ding Da heard the word chastity, she immediately thought of chastity and chastity. Song Qingshu's face darkened. The key was that he couldn't explain such a misunderstanding. He couldn't chase after Ding Da and say that he wasn't asking about her chastity in public. Fortunately, the double spirits of Hejian helped him out. So it's Prince Song. Sorry for not recognizing you. The White Slate Evil Star also bowed respectfully. Greetings, Prince Song. Xianming elders smiled bitterly and had to go forward to greet him. Greetings, young master. It was not the first time that the two of them had fought with Song Qingshu, so they knew that his martial arts were far superior to theirs. In addition, the two of them had always been by Zhao Min's side, so they knew that the royal princess had an ambiguous relationship with him. Perhaps in the future, this person would become their master, so they were even more afraid of offending him. This turn of events caused the eyes of everyone present to widen. It should be known that these people were all top-notch experts in the Jianghu. Before this, all of them had clearly been arrogant and unruly, but now when they saw Song Qingshu, they were like mice that had seen a cat. Ding Da's face lit up. She thought that the two grandpas were useless before, but it turned out that this toy boy was really so powerful. However, Ding Li quickly came to his senses. My brother Tian is still the best. Xianxia, who was following behind Song Qingshu, was not used to the scene of so many men looking at her. She shyly shrank behind Song Qingshu, but her face was brimming with happiness. Which woman did not want their man to be so powerful? Lu Guining, on the other hand, looked excited. Seeing the big shots, who were usually high and mighty, saluting him was something he would not have dared to imagine in the past. It was already good enough for people of this level to look him in the eye. At this moment, Lu Guining suddenly felt that it was worth it to pay so much. Song Qingshu was really a person worth relying on. Since we last met, Prince Song is still as graceful as ever. It's really enviable. Daoist Baiseng also laughed. Next to him, the leader of the Jingang sect did not look as good as him. After all, his Vidra indestructible divine technique was broken by the other party in the inn. It was not an interesting memory. Aren't you also old and strong? Song Qingshu smiled faintly as a response. Previously, the reactions of the twin evils of Hejian and the whiteboard evil star were still fine. Seeing Daoist Baiseng and the leader of the Jingang sect being so polite, the others were even more moved. How did this boy grow so fast in the past few years? Even I have to look up to him. Zhuolenchen's expression was extremely unsightly. He'd always taken losing to Song Qingshu on Mount Tai to be an extraordinary humiliation, and he'd been cultivating bitterly in secret all these years. Unfortunately, every time he saw Song Qingshu, he noticed that Song Qingshu's cultivation would rise explosively, and it was to the point that he didn't dare hope to take revenge now. The eyes of the captured Han Chuanzhou shone brightly. This person was alone, and just by standing there, he was able to intimidate all the forces into not daring to make a move. If he could win him over, there was no need to worry about not being able to achieve great things. Wang Baobao was also very moved. He had heard the people in the residence mention that when the master of the Vidra clan, Taoist priest Bai Xing, and Kubilai's subordinate Jinluan Fawang and other top-notch experts were escorting his sister and Aunt Huaxing to the south, they had suffered a great loss at an inn and were defeated by Song Qingshu alone. Wang Baobao knew very well how high the martial arts of the Vidra sect master, Daoist Baixing, and the others were. When he thought about how they had been defeated by the young man in front of him, he suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. It was likely that things would not end well today. So it's the Golden Snake King who has graced us with his presence. I've long heard of your great name, and it seems that you live up to your reputation, Wang Baobao said with a smile despite his nervousness. Even Wang Baobao had such an attitude, the people from the southern Song dynasty were shocked. The Mongolians had always been arrogant and domineering. Even an ordinary Mongolian envoy would act like a big boss in front of the Song dynasty, let alone a young prince. They had all seen how arrogant Wang Baobao was before, but now that they saw Song Qingshu acting like a completely different person, the people from the southern Song dynasty began to doubt their very existence. Song Mao has long heard that the young prince is the most outstanding Mongolian general of the younger generation. Now that I've met you, you are indeed extraordinary. As the saying goes, give a plum in return for a peach. Moreover, the other party was likely to be his brother-in-law in the future, so Song Qingshu was naturally much more polite. His flattery just happened to scratch Wang Baobao's itch. Wang Baobao had always considered himself to be a famous general. Unfortunately, because he was not a direct descendant of Temujin, the position of commander-in-chief for the western and southern expeditions had fallen to Zulwu and Kublai, which he had always regretted. If an ordinary person had flattered him like this, he might not have appreciated it. But now that Song Qingshu's reputation and status had made him an influential figure in the world, even Wang Baobao, who had always been calm, felt a little smug at being praised by such a person. But in the end, Wang Baobao did not let it get to his head. He quickly calmed down and said, I wonder why Prince Song has come this time. As soon as he said this, the experts of the Ruyang Palace immediately felt their hearts in their mouths. If Song Qingshu had come to help the southern Song dynasty, there would definitely be a fierce battle later. It should be known that even at their peak, they would have a hard time dealing with Song Qingshu, let alone now that they were all injured. The people of the Song Mountain sect also had serious expressions. With the sudden appearance of such a super expert, not only would they fail to accomplish their goal tonight, they might even lose everything. Song Qingshu looked around and said, It's too noisy here. It's not a good place to talk. I wonder if the young prince would do me the honor of having a private chat with Song Mao. Wang Baobao's expression changed slightly. The subordinate next to him immediately cried out in alarm, Young prince, you must not. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a collapsing wall. This person's martial arts are so high that there are few in the world who are his match. If you meet him in private, won't your life and death be in his hands? Seeing that Wang Baobao was also struggling inside, Song Qingshu took out something from his bosom and said, Young prince, after you see this, you should understand. A subordinate of the Ruyang Palace had already run over and brought the thing in Song Qingshu's hand to Wang Baobao. When Wang Baobao saw the thing clearly, his eyes could not help but brighten. Very well, young master, please come inside and talk in detail. The leader of the Jingang sect and the others were shocked. Young prince. Wang Baobao waved his hand and said, All of you stand guard outside the door. Without my order, no one is allowed to come in. Song Qingshu also said to Xianxia in a soft voice, Wait for me here. Xianxia looked at the fiendish faces of the people of the Ruyang Palace and the Song Mountain sect. She was somewhat afraid and thought, if they, Song Qingshu smiled slightly and said, Don't worry, they won't dare to attack you. After saying that, his eyes swept over everyone present. Wherever his gaze landed, everyone's mind would be shaken. Even the top experts like Swalenchan felt a chill run down their spines, and all of them unnaturally averted their gazes. His martial arts have actually reached such a high level. Swalenchan's expression was extremely unsightly. Although he did not want to see Song Qingshu and Wang Baobao talk in private, he had no way to stop them. Now, the three forces had reached a delicate balance. If they were not careful, they would be attacked by the other two forces. Therefore, he could only wait and see. Song Qingshu leisurely walked over to Wang Baobao. Wherever he passed, the experts of the Ruyang Palace subconsciously took a few steps to the side, leaving a path that was neither too big nor too small for him. Seeing him swagger over, Ding Ding couldn't help but shout, Be careful. She did not have a good impression of Song Qingshu at all. The reason why she pretended to care about him was that now Song Qingshu had become their only hope. If he was careless and the experts of the Ruyang Palace swarmed him, then the southern Song dynasty would not be able to resist the joint forces of the Ruyang Palace and the Song Mountain sect. Song Qingshu's figure did not stop at all. It was as if he had not heard anything and directly passed through the experts of the Ruyang Palace. Ding Ding couldn't help but curse in her heart, a dog biting Lu Dongbin does not know good intentions. It's best if he gets plotted against. At this time, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh and say, Miss Ding, you don't have to worry about him. These people can't hurt him. Speaking of which, among the people of the southern Song dynasty, Xianxia was the most confident in Song Qingshu. The others more or less had some doubts. Only she had seen Song Qingshu fight more than once. When he faced the experts of the Ruyang Palace at their peak, he could easily take her away. Now that he did not have her as a burden and they were like arrows at the end of their flight, how could he be in danger? Who's worried about him? Ding Ding snorted unhappily. Suddenly, she smiled with a strange expression and said, "How does Madame Lu understand other men so well?" Xianxia's expression changed and she directly turned around to leave. Lu Guining fiercely glared at her and said, "Little girl, watch your mouth." This matter was originally his sore spot. When he heard Ding Ding's words, he couldn't help but become angry. Before, he might not have used such a fierce method to fight back, but now he had Song Qingshu to support him. In addition, he had cultivated the Bixia swordplay, so his heart suddenly became a lot more confident. "You!" Ding Ding was furious and was about to retort when Ding Dian glared at her and said, "Shut up. Now that the enemy is here, don't let outsiders laugh at you." Humph. Ding Dian had a righteous aura. Ding Ding had always been afraid of this uncle of hers, so she turned her face away and snorted heavily. When Ding Busan saw his granddaughter being wronged, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It was obvious that his heart was filled with killing intent. However, since Ding Dian had come forward, he couldn't say anything. He just meaningfully looked at Xianxia and her husband and sneered again and again in his heart. This little episode in Southern Song's team didn't attract too much attention because the attention of the various forces was currently focused on the tightly shut door. They were all guessing what Wang Baobao and Song Qingshu were talking about in secret. After entering the room, Wang Baobao stared at the unique earring in his hand and asked suspiciously, "Why is Min Min's earring with you?" It was because he recognized that this was his little sister, Zhao Min's favorite earring, that he agreed to take the risk and stay in the same room with Song Qingshu. "Brother-in-law, please return the earring to me first." Song Qingshu smiled slightly. He didn't move, but the earring in Wang Baobao's hand immediately returned to his hand. However, Wang Baobao didn't have the leisure to care about this. Instead, he looked at him strangely and asked, "What did you call me just now?" "Brother-in-law." Song Qingshu said matter-of-factly, "This earring is a token of love that Min Min gave me. If I don't call you brother-in-law, then what should I call you?" This earring was taken from Song Qingshu's ear when he first met Zhao Men after the lion slaughtering convention. Zhao Men had promised to give this item as a token of love to fulfill one of his wishes in the future. How could he not keep it close to his body? A token of love? Wang Baobao's expression was very interesting at this moment. At first, he had some doubts, but when he thought about his little sister and Zhang Wuji falling out long ago and the fact that the Xianming elders often mentioned that his little sister had some ambiguous relationship with this person, he immediately believed 80% of it. "Ha ha ha, so your family." Wang Baobao patted his shoulder. "Not bad, not bad. I think you're much more pleasing to the eye than that Zhang Wuji." Song Qingshu smiled faintly. "I don't like him either. It seems like great minds think alike." Wang Baobao beckoned him to sit down. That bastard almost caused Min Min to not recognize her parents and brothers. She even abandoned her home. "I've long disliked him." Song Qingshu could already face Zhang Wuji normally. In any case, he had already taken his revenge. However, he didn't have much interest in talking about this person. He couldn't help but change the topic. "Why didn't Min Min come to Yangzhou this time?" "Why don't you know?" Wang Baobao's expression instantly became cold, suspicion rising in his eyes. Wang Baobao had reason to suspect that Song Qingshu knew about his sister's recent whereabouts since they were a couple. Song Qingshu replied calmly, "Last time when we parted ways in the Jin Kingdom, Min Min told me that she found clues about the antidote for the 3-corpse brain elixir. She was going to investigate them one by one, but she didn't tell me where she was going." Wang Baobao was relieved to hear that Song Qingshu was right. He laughed and said, "Min Min has always been far-sighted. She must have her reasons for not telling you. It's not convenient for me to tell you in private." "I see." Song Qingshu looked disappointed. He was curious about where Zhao Min was going. They chatted for a while. Wang Baobao finally couldn't help but ask, "Are you here to help the Southern Song dynasty?" This was the question he was most concerned about. Now that he knew the relationship between Qin Haodong and his sister, he became more casual in addressing Qin Haodong as young master and Golden Snake King. Song Qingshu smiled and said, based on my relationship with Min Min, I won't help outsiders to harm my brother-in-law. Wang Baobao finally smiled and said, that's more like it. But what's your plan? Even if you want to capture the entire southern Song dynasty in one fell swoop, as long as you say the word, I will immediately take care of them. Song Qingshu patted his chest loudly, and as he spoke, he was about to get up. Wang Baobao was confused by Song Qingshu calling him brother-in-law. He didn't recognize their relationship so easily, but he couldn't stand Song Qingshu's enthusiasm and his willingness to help the southern Song dynasty. Wang Baobao liked Song Qingshu more and more. That's not necessary. Wang Baobao hurriedly stopped him and said, now the Great Khan is negotiating with the southern Song dynasty in order to concentrate on the western countries. If I kill the southern Song dynasty's envoy, the Great Khan will blame me. This is indeed not easy to handle. Song Qingshu also became hesitant, but he was overjoyed in his heart. In truth, Wang Baobao's attitude was completely within his expectations. Through the venerated Ming, Zhao Min, and the intelligence system of the Jin and Qing dynasties, he was very certain about Mongolia's upcoming strategy. Unfortunately, the southern Song dynasty did not have such complete information, which was why they were intimidated by Wang Baobao's arrogance. I'm also having a headache. Wang Baobao laughed bitterly. Right now, he was in a difficult position. He clearly couldn't kill Han Xianzhou's group, but he had to pretend to be fierce to avoid being seen through by the other party. Song Qingshu pondered for a moment and said, I do have an idea, but I don't know if it will suit you. Oh, quickly tell me about it. Wang Baobao was having a headache over this matter. Hearing this, he immediately became interested. In that case, why don't you just let Han Xingzhou go? With me as the middleman, the southern Song people won't dare to take revenge on you, Song Qingshu replied. Let them go? Wang Baobao frowned. He was extremely dissatisfied. If it weren't for the fact that they had a good chat before, he might have directly turned hostile. Song Qingshu calmly explained, what is your purpose in coming to Yangzhou this time? Of course it's to rope in Li Keqiu, Wang Baobao blurted out. Song Qingshu smiled faintly and said, we are all on the same side. You don't have to use such perfunctory words. Mongolia and Yangzhou are separated by the Liao, Jin, and Qing kingdoms. As the saying goes, the whip is too far to reach. Is it realistic to want Li Keqiu to join the Mongolians? Wang Baobao immediately became silent. After a long time, he nodded and said, that's right. We also know that it won't be easy to get Li Keqiu to join us. So, the bottom line is to not let Li Keqiu join any of the Jin, Qing, or Song sides. Based on the current situation, Li Keqiu is closest to the southern Song. That's why I've been holding Han Xingzhou for so long. I'm worried that they'll reach some kind of agreement in private. Actually, I've already solved the problem that the Mongolians are most worried about. Song Qingshu smiled mysteriously. Wang Baobao's heart skipped a beat. You mean, Song Qingshu slowly said, Jianghuai has already become the enclave of the Qing kingdom. The Qing court is now busy quelling the rebellion of the three border defenses. Their control over Li Keqiu can be said to exist only in name, so the Qing side can be ignored. The Jin have just experienced internal strife and their political situation is unstable. Tangqua's rise is too fast. His first problem is to solve the opposition forces in his country, so he has no time to care about the east. Not long ago, the Jin left in a hurry, which just shows that his rear is unstable. Wang Baobao nodded inwardly. According to the news not long ago, the Jin had indeed withdrawn from Yangzhou, which coincided with what Song Qingshu had said. Song Qingshu coughed lightly and continued, as for the Song side, it is indeed a bit troublesome. The southern Song borders Li Keqiu's territory. For the powerful Mongolians, the southern Song may be weak and easy to bully, but for a separatist force like Li Keqiu, the southern Song is a colossus. Li Keqiu has to consider the threat of the Song. Moreover, they are both Han people, so pledging to the southern Song is his best choice. Wang Baobao immediately snorted coldly. That's why I have been holding Han Xingzhou, otherwise they would have reached an agreement long ago. I wanted to take the opportunity to force Li Keqiu to side with the Mongolians, but Li Keqiu, that old fox, has been vague and won't give a definite answer. He was speaking indignantly when he suddenly thought of something and looked up at Song Qingshu in surprise. You just said that you have helped me solve this problem, could it be? Song Qingshu nodded. Yes, I have already convinced Li Keqiu to ally with the Golden Snake Battalion, so you don't have to worry about him pledging allegiance to the Southern Song. Wang Baobao's expression suddenly became very interesting. After a long time, he smiled bitterly and said, You brat, we have worked hard for half a day, but in the end, we have benefited you. Song Qingshu chuckled and said, In any case, we should keep the goodies within our own fields. Thinking of his relationship with Zhao Min, Wang Baobao's expression became a little better. Yes, it is better for Jianghuai to fall into your hands than into the hands of those countries. In the future, I will introduce you to the Great Khan. With your talent and the power under your command, it is more than enough to obtain the title of prince. At that time, you can marry Minmin. It will be a match made in heaven, ha 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 ha. In the future, if the Ruyang residents obtained such a powerful son-in-law, their strength within the Mongolian Empire would be above the other kings. At the thought of this, Wang Baobao couldn't help laughing out loud. Song Qingshu didn't respond to his words and only answered ambiguously, Now that the Jin and Qing are powerful, I am afraid that I may not be able to wait for that day. Wang Baobao nodded and said, Their strength is indeed a little troublesome. Originally, the Qing Empire was in a three-way war, and the Jin Empire was in internal strife. It was a good time to move south, but it is a pity that the Great Khan's strategic focus has shifted to the west, and he can't make a move. With the strength of our Ruyang residents, it is a little difficult for us to move south, but now that Brother Song has annexed Jianghuai, your strength has increased greatly. I will report to the Great Khan and have Mongolia cooperate with you in secret, so that you can take this opportunity to develop yourself and restrain the Jin and Qing empires. In the future, when our Mongolian empire moves south, you will be the main contributor. Song Qingshu's heart moved. Although Mongolia was his ultimate enemy in his heart, it was a good thing to make use of Mongolia to develop himself at the current stage. Since they were working together in secret, it wouldn't affect his reputation in the future. Right now, there is something that I might need your help with, Song Qingshu said. Oh? If there is anything I can help with, don't hesitate to ask. Wang Baobao smiled. This trip to Yangzhou seemed to be at the end of the road, and he might even be in danger of losing his life. But Song Qingshu's appearance brought a turning point. Although he couldn't rope Li Keqiu in, he gained an even stronger ally in Song Qingshu. The harvest of this trip to the south was extremely good. Song Qingshu replied, Didn't I say before that Li Keqiu was worried about angering the southern Song, causing them to mobilize their army north? Now that I have obtained Jianghuai, I also have to face this problem. How do you want me to help you? If it was someone else, Wang Baobao wouldn't be so kind, hoping that they would start a war with the southern Song and weaken each other's strength. But with his sister Zhao Min's relationship, Wang Baobao subconsciously treated Song Qingshu as one of his own. In the future, when Song Qingshu submitted to Mongolia, his strength would also be the strength of the Ruyang residents. In the depths of Wang Baobao's heart, it wasn't that he didn't have any thoughts about who the Great Khan's throne would belong to in the future. In addition, the Mongolians pursued the principle of strength, so he naturally didn't want to see Song Qingshu's strength be weakened. Everything will fall on this Han Xingzhou. Song Qingshu's eyes flickered, and he glanced meaningfully at the door. After the two talked for a while, Wang Baobao walked out and said to Han Xingzhou, Minister Han, Golden Snake King wants to talk to you alone. Talk to me? Han Xingzhou's expression was strange. He had no friendship with Song Qingshu, so when he heard that Song Qingshu wanted to talk to him, he was extremely surprised. What was even more surprising was that Wang Baobao actually came out to pass the message and allowed the two to meet alone. He walked in with a perturbed heart. Song Qingshu stood up to greet him, Minister Han, please sit. As he spoke, he untied the rope on Han Xingzhou's body. After living as a prisoner for so many days, he finally felt like he could see the light of day again. Han Xingzhou immediately had a good impression of Song Qingshu. What does Golden Snake King want to see me for? If it was before, with his status as the prime minister, he actually didn't think much of these Jianghu people. Even if Song Qingshu had the Golden Snake Battalion under his command, in his mind, it was just a relatively powerful force of grass bandits. But now, he vaguely realized that his life was in Song Qingshu, and when he looked at him again, he seemed to have a holy light on him. Sensing that the Song Mountain sect, Su Sherdan, and the others outside were craning their necks to look in this direction, Song Qingshu casually waved his hand, and the door seemed to be closed by a pair of invisible hands, cutting off all kinds of vision from the outside. Minister Han, do you want to return to the Southern Song dynasty alive? Song Qingshu's smiling words immediately made Han Xingzhou's expression change greatly. But after all, Han Xingzhou was a person who had experienced great storms, so he quickly calmed down and snorted, I don't believe that Wang Baobao dares to kill me. Although he didn't have enough information, his decades of experience and knowledge allowed him to vaguely judge that Wang Baobao didn't want to kill him. That was why he had been able to calmly face Wang Baobao's threat. Han Xingzhou's expression changed, but he was shrewd and still said calmly, I don't understand what you're talking about. Song Qingshu smiled faintly, since you said you don't understand, I might as well explain it more clearly. Without waiting for Han Xingzhou's response, he continued, Minister Han's trip was extremely secretive, but you encountered several assassinations on the way. In the end, it was Ling Wu Tianda who happened to pass by and saved you. I think Minister Han knows who ordered those assassins. Song Qingshu had learned most of their encounters on the way from Xianxia and Lu Guaniying, so he immediately hit Han Xingzhou's weak spot. Maybe it's just a group of blind Jianghu people who want to rob. Although he had a general guess, Han Xingzhou was still unwilling to show his true thoughts to outsiders. Really? Song Qingshu smiled noncommittally. Some time ago, Minister Han accidentally fell into the hands of the Ruyang mansion. You should know that the White Lotus Society came to attack the Jade Pure Temple, right? I know, Han Xingzhou replied expressionlessly. As far as I know, the White Lotus Society and Minister Han have never been on good terms. They didn't attack to save you this time, did they? Song Qingshu sighed on purpose. Speaking of which, the Ruyang mansion also suffered an undeserved calamity. They got into a fight with the White Lotus cult for no reason at all. Although we managed to defeat the White Lotus cult, we also suffered heavy losses. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been reduced to such a sorry state by the people from the Song Mountain sect. Han Xingzhou's eyes flashed, but no one knew what he was thinking. Song Qingshu continued, speaking of which, the Ruyang mansion is really unlucky. First, they helped Minister Han block the White Lotus Society, and this time they helped you block the Song Mountain sect. Han Xingzhou was finally moved. Didn't the Song Mountain sect come for Wu Tianda? Although he didn't know what attracted them to Wu Tianda, Zhuo Lenchan of the Song Mountain sect had just said it himself, so it didn't seem fake. That's right, the Song Mountain sect is here for Wu Tianda. Song Qingshu changed the topic. Someone told the Song Mountain sect that the long-lost Bixia sword manual is with Wu Tianda, causing Zhuo Lenchan to turn out in full force. Evil warding sword manual? Han Xianzhou's expression changed. Although he had lived in the temple for a long time, he had heard of its name and knew that it was a very precious Wuling treasure book. Minister Han is not a person of Jianghu, so you may not understand Zhuo Lenchan's style of doing things. On the surface, he is one of the leaders of the righteous faction, but in fact, he is cruel and merciless. He has also secretly befriended many masters of the underworld, such as the White Slate Evil Star, the Qing Haiel, and the Hejian Twin Killers. They are all famous devils of the underworld. In order to maintain his positive image, every time he does something bad, he will follow the principle of in for a penny, in for a pound. He will kill all the witnesses. Therefore, although many people in Jianghu know that Zhuo Lenchan has done bad things, they have no evidence. Noticing the change in Han Xingzhou's expression, Song Qingshu knew that with his knowledge, he probably already knew what was going on. This time, after the people from the Song Mountain sect entered the Clear Jade Temple, they killed everyone they saw. If it wasn't for the people from the Ruyang Prince's mansion blocking them, do you think Minister Han would have been able to escape? Jia Shixian, you're good. Han Xianzhou finally couldn't stand it anymore and slammed his hand on the table. The two of them had been fighting for so many years, how could he not see who was behind such a sinister and vicious killing with a borrowed knife? I'm afraid you didn't ask me to come here just to talk about this. Han Xianzhou calmed down and looked up at the young man in front of him. Song Qingshu nodded, yes, I asked Minister Han to come here because I want to make a deal with you. What kind of deal? Han Xianzhou frowned. Minister Han must be clear about your current situation. There are several forces in the imperial court who want Minister Han to never return. Song Qingshu paused and waited for Han Xianzhou to reflect for a while before continuing. During this time, Li Keqiu has agreed to submit to the Golden Snake Camp. As long as Minister Han represents the Southern Song Imperial Court and recognizes this relationship, I can let Minister Han return to Linen City safely. Han Xianzhou was immediately tempted. Since he was captured by the Mongolians, he knew that this time he might not have a chance to win over Li Keqiu. Now his primary goal had changed from winning over Li Keqiu to escaping safely. As for Li Keqiu's power, as long as it did not fall into the hands of the Jin, Qing, or Mongolian forces, the Southern Song could accept it, although he had already agreed in his heart, Han Xianzhou, a political old fox, would not give in so easily. He deliberately snorted. This time, not only did I not make any achievements, but I also lost soldiers and generals. When I return to Linen with my tail between my legs, Jia Shixian and the others will not let go of such a good opportunity. Once they use this trip to Yangzhou to attack me, I'm afraid it will be a foregone conclusion for me to step down. Instead of falling into that miserable end, it is better to die for the country in Yangzhou and leave a good name. Song Qingshu laughed inwardly when he heard Han Xingzhou's impassioned speech. How could he be deceived by these superficial words? Han Xingzhou had deliberately said this to fight for more benefits. In any case, he already had enough trump cards to satisfy Han Xingzhou's appetite. Minister Han worries too much. I have a way to let Minister Han return to the Southern Song in glory. Not only will you not be attacked by your political enemies, but you will also be in the limelight for a while and become a national hero. Han Xianzhou was very curious, but he still looked at him suspiciously. What can you do? Instead of answering directly, Song Qingshu asked, May I ask Minister Han, between Jianghuai and Sichuan, which is more important? Sichuan, of course. Han Xianzhou blurted out. Sichuan was the country of abundance and could provide nearly 1/3 of the Southern Song Court's taxes. At the same time, Sichuan was also the Southern Song Court's western barrier. When Sichuan was conquered by the Mongols, the entire Southern Song Court was shocked. In the end, with the strength of the whole country, and with the addition of talented generals like Yu Jia and Wang Jian, they barely blocked the Mongols at Diaoyu City. However, losing Sichuan meant that the Southern Song country had lost its western barrier. The Mongols could not only advance eastward, but also bypass Guizhou to approach the hinterland of the two lakes. They could even borrow Dali to attack the rear of the Guangdong and Guangxi provinces. This forced the Southern Song Court to set up defenses everywhere, which consumed a lot of manpower and material resources. It was like a sword of Damocles hanging over their heads, making the Southern Song emperor and ministers restless. If Sichuan was in their hands, the Southern Song could retreat to the front line of Zhangguoyangping Pass. Sichuan had always been easy to defend and difficult to attack. At that time, the pressure on the Southern Song would be greatly reduced. At the same time, the hinterland of Sichuan could provide a steady stream of taxes and grain, easing the Southern Song's financial situation. What if I can persuade the Mongols to return Sichuan to you? Song Qingshu smiled mysteriously. How is that possible? Han Xianzhou stood up in shock. Noticing that Song Qingshu did not look like he was joking, he immediately reacted, As long as your excellency can facilitate this, I guarantee that the court will recognize the Golden Snake Camp's rights and interests in Jianghuai. Both sides can also sign a non-aggression agreement. At the same time, I will request the emperor to officially confer your excellency the title of King of Qi. It was almost the end of the month, and the monthly votes were ranked 20th. He was in a state of being robbed at any time. He still had lingering fears about the tragedy of being overtaken by the people behind him in the last 5 minutes of his ranking. He really did not want to repeat the same mistake, so he shamelessly asked for monthly votes. I will update at least 7 chapters today and tomorrow to repay everyone. The temptation of Sichuan was too great. Han Xingzhou believed that as long as he could get Sichuan, the imperial court would not be stingy. A strange expression appeared on Song Qingshu's face. The other conditions were within his expectations, but the Prince of Qi was truly a pleasant surprise. Although he was called the Golden Snake King, everyone in the world knew that it was just a title. No one really took it seriously. However, the title of King Qi was different. In China's system of nobility, the title of King of one word was much more noble than that of King of 2 words. Among the titles of king of one word, Qin, Jin, Qi, and Chu were the most noble titles. However, due to historical reasons, the Song, Zhao, Liang, and Shou kings would not bestow their titles to anyone. Therefore, King Qi was definitely the most noble title. The reason why it was Qi instead of Qin was that Song Qingshu controlled Jianghuai and Shandong, which was close to the territory of Qi during the spring and autumn period. In this world, legitimacy was more important than anything else. With the title of Prince of Qi, Song Qingshu would have a righteous status. He would no longer be a bandit leader, and it would be many times easier for him to attract talents from the Han people. As for whether he would be treated as a subject of the Song dynasty, this was not something that needed to be considered. As long as he was strong enough in the future, it would be normal for him to switch positions. On the contrary, accepting the title of Song would easily arouse the hostility of the Qing, Jin, and Mongols. However, the Qing dynasty and the Jin dynasty were now under his control, and because of Zhao Min, the Mongolian Empire had formed a relationship with them. Thus, the problem that was originally a headache had disappeared. Okay, it's a deal, Song Qingshu said in a deep voice. Then he called Wang Baobao in. The three bargained and finally reached a final agreement. The Mongols would release Han Xingzhou and his men and return Sichuan. The Song dynasty would completely abandon the Jin and pay tribute to the Mongols. At the same time, they would provide the Golden Snake Camp with a year's salary. The Mongols and the Song dynasty would recognize the Golden Snake Camp's legal rights in Jianghuai and confer the title of King Qi to Song Qingshu. At the same time, the three parties would sign a non-aggression agreement. The specific details would need to be signed by an official envoy, but with this agreement, the rest was just a formality. After the agreement was signed, the three parties were all happy. The Mongols had already decided to give up on Sichuan and retract their forces. At the same time, they allowed the southern Song dynasty to once again border their mortal enemy, the western Xia dynasty, to consume the national strength of both sides. At the same time, they also replaced the Jin kingdom as the suzerain of the southern Song dynasty and gained the Golden Snake Battalion as their ally. The southern Song dynasty regained control of Sichuan, paid tribute to the Mongols, and provided the Golden Snake Battalion with a year's salary. Compared to the huge military expenditure before, it was just a drop in the bucket. What's more, they were supposed to pay tribute to the Jin kingdom. Now, they just gave the money to the Mongols and changed their relationship from uncle and nephew to brother. The emperor would be very happy. In the history of the southern Song dynasty, the reason why so many emperors later became emperors was not because they had a high level of consciousness and did not desire power. It was because the agreement between uncle and nephew, later changed to uncle and nephew, with the Jin kingdom was too much of a trap. Because of this relationship, the southern Song dynasty emperors had to call the Jin emperor uncle in official letters. They had to greet the Jin emperor cordially on festivals and birthdays. When the Jin emperor sent an envoy, the southern Song dynasty emperor had to claim to be his nephew to receive the decree. If the Jin emperor was old, it would be fine. But in history, several Jin emperors were only young children when they ascended the throne. No matter how shameless the southern Song dynasty emperors were, they couldn't bear it. So they simply passed the throne to their sons and let their sons call the Jin emperor uncle while they lived a happy life. As for Song Qingshu's gains, it was an ending that all three parties were very satisfied with. But since all three parties were satisfied, there must be someone who was not. Wang Baobao suddenly thought of something and looked out of the room with a grim smile. Where are the people of the Song Mountain sect? Why don't we kill them together? The Ruyang mansion had suffered a great loss in the previous battle with the Song Mountain sect. Wang Baobao had almost lost half of his masters. He had to make peace with the Song Mountain sect to deal with the southern Song dynasty. But now that he had two allies, Song Qingshu and Han Xingzhou, he naturally wanted to get back at them. Agreed. Han Xingzhou replied coldly. The Song Mountain sect was a knife sent by Jia Sherdao. Although he didn't know the relationship between the two parties, he wouldn't give up the opportunity to cut off one of Jia Sherdao's claws. I have no problem with that. Song Qingshu smiled faintly, but he sighed inwardly. Before this, the Song Mountain sect had already retreated. It turned out that Zhuo Lenchan was also a smart man. When he saw Song Qingshu talking secretly with Wang Baobao and Han Xingzhou one after another, and the three of them even met together in the end, although he didn't know what the three of them were talking about. His sharp intuition told him that the coming danger was imminent, so he made a prompt decision to retreat with his men. The people of the Ruyang mansion, Su Shidan, and the others outside didn't dare to act rashly because they didn't get permission from their masters. Instead, they felt that the pressure on their side had been greatly reduced when they left. Although Song Qingshu had sensed the actions of Zhuo Lenchan and the others through his qi, he still pretended to know nothing after thinking about it. He wanted to keep the Song Mountain sect, because it would be of great use in the future. When Wang Baobao went out and found that the people of the Song Mountain sect were gone, he was very angry. Han Xingzhou also looked gloomy. Only Song Qingshu was smiling. Because they had reached an agreement, Wang Baobao directly released Han Xingzhou. Su Shidan and the others hurriedly gathered around Han Xingzhou and asked about his well-being. Seeing this group of loyal subordinates, Han Xingzhou's expression gradually became better. At this moment, a group of people suddenly came whistling, and the person in the lead was Li Keqiu. I heard that some thieves attacked the Jade Pure Temple. Everyone. Are you all right? Seeing the situation, Li Keqiu couldn't help but be confused, even though she was experienced and knowledgeable. What was going on? Why were the Mongolians and the Southern Song ambassadors standing together in harmony? Commander, you really came at the right time. Wang Baobao couldn't help but say sarcastically. Yangzhou was the territory of the Song Mountain sect, but he didn't show up even after such a big movement. It was clear that he wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Han Xingzhou didn't have a good impression of him either. Previously, the two sides had clearly reached an agreement, but in the end, they were captured by the Mongolians. Li Keqiu didn't come to their rescue, and when he came to the Jade Pure Temple several times, he talked to Wang Baobao in secret. Now, he quietly surrendered to the Golden Snake camp. In Han Xingzhou's mind, Li Keqiu was a two-faced person, so he naturally wouldn't give him a good face. Song Qingshu didn't want to see his future father-in-law and ally continue to be embarrassed, so he went over and roughly explained what had just happened. Hearing that he had reached a tripartite agreement with the Mongolians and the Southern Song dynasty, Li Keqiu couldn't help but change his expression. However, he quickly concealed it. After a laugh, he warmly invited the three parties to stay in his residence for the time being. Han Xingzhou's group had been imprisoned for a long time and indeed needed a comfortable environment to freshen up. The people of the Ruyang household were all injured and needed to find a safe place to rest. Song Qingshu had more details of the cooperation that he needed to discuss with Li Keqiu. Therefore, the three parties unanimously accepted his invitation. The three parties had just reached an agreement and were in the honeymoon period. They talked happily along the way, but didn't notice Li Keqiu's flickering eyes. It was almost the end of the month, and the monthly votes were ranked 20th. He was in a state of being beaten up at any time. He still had a lingering fear of the tragedy of being overtaken by the people behind him in the last 5 minutes of his ranking. He really didn't want to repeat the same mistake, so he shamelessly asked for monthly votes here. I will at least update 7 chapters today and tomorrow to repay everyone. Because the Jin and Qing envoys had retreated and the Mongols and Southern Song had reached an agreement, Li Keqiu naturally did not need to hide in the military camp like before. She chose to take everyone back to her admiral's mansion. Li Keqiu arranged for the people of Ruyang's mansion to stay in the east courtyard. At the same time, late at night, he summoned the best doctor in Yangzhou city to treat their injuries. He also took out all kinds of elixirs from the mansion. Wang Baobao was very satisfied with his attitude and his expression eased a bit. He arranged for Han Xingzhou and the others to stay in the west courtyard. In their group, except for Lu Guining and the other low-ranking officials who were tortured, the Mongols did not make things difficult for the higher-ranking officials. After all, Wang Baobao did not want to completely fall out with the Southern Song. They were imprisoned for too long, so they were a bit dirty. Then Li Keqiu arranged for the maids to prepare hot water and fragrant incense for them to bathe and change clothes, which made Han Xingzhou and the others very satisfied. Song Qingshu had originally planned to look for Li Keqiu to discuss some matters regarding the merger, but seeing that he was busy, it was not appropriate to look for him at this time. Thinking that it was already late, and as the saying goes, there was still a long way to go, so he was not in a hurry. Thus, he stayed in a secluded courtyard arranged by Li Keqiu. It's a pity that Miss Qing is too shy to come and accompany me. It's really empty, lonely, and cold. Lying on the bed, Song Qingshu helplessly sighed. Previously, he had used secret voice sending to signal Miss Qing to come quietly, but Miss Qing always blushed and shook her head to refuse. It was fine in private, but in front of so many people, including the elders of the Lu family, how could Miss Qing dare to show the slightest bit of difference? Song Qingshu understood her situation and didn't force her. However, when he saw her shy and coquettish look, he couldn't help but recall the beauty of her singing in bed. Song Qingshu felt a little thirsty. If I had known it would be like this, I would not have saved Han Xingzhou and the others. Song Qingshu thought indignantly and unknowingly fell asleep. On the other side, after Li Keqiu finished making arrangements for the Ruyang mansion and Han Xingzhou's group, her bright smile gradually disappeared. She returned to her bedroom with a solemn expression. After opening the door, he saw an old man slowly sipping tea. Although he looked similar to those old men in the countryside, his shining eyes were like a venomous snake waiting for an opportunity to strike. A handsome young man stood respectfully behind the old man. Li Keqiu frowned but didn't shout. Instead, he hurriedly closed the door, as if he already knew that the other party would be here. "Admiral, have you considered the matter we talked about before?" The old man gently put down the teacup and asked leisurely. Li Keqiu smiled bitterly. "Minister Zhua, this is not a small matter. How can it be so easy to make a decision? Lord Left Minister, if Han Xingzhou was here, he would definitely cry out in surprise." Because the old man before him was the current prime minister of the southern Song dynasty, Machi Sua. Machi Sua's status was even higher than Han Xingzhou's, and he was nominally the #1 prime minister. Machi Feng said indifferently, "Since Admiral can't make up your mind, then I will help you make up your mind." She paused and continued, "Presumably, when Admiral came into contact with Han Xingzhou, you mentioned the old matter again. What was his reaction?" Li Keqiu's expression was somewhat unsightly. He answered in a low, muffled voice. He kept changing the subject and hinted that I should be at ease with the Golden Snake Battalion. Machi Feng showed an expression of having expected this. Of course. Now that Song Qingshu has taken the lead, Han Xingzhou has reached an agreement with the Mongolians to recover Sichuan. This is a great achievement. He wouldn't dare to complicate matters. Ministers will also knows? Li Keqiu was extremely surprised. She had just learned of the tripartite agreement in the Clear Jade Monastery. How could the other party be so well informed while staying in the Admiral's mansion? I have my own channels of information, Ma Qiying said lightly. She then changed the topic, clearly not wanting to discuss this topic any further. Admiral, have you finally given up? Previously, you were determined to find a way to rescue Han Kuzhou. Now, you have seen the results yourself. After all, I had an agreement with him before. Li Keqiu looked embarrassed and unsightly. Machi Feng had actually come to Yangzhou a long time ago and had been trying to win him over. However, Li Keqiu had some misgivings. Even though Machi Feng was now the minister of the left and Han Xingzhou was only one of the vice ministers, Han Xingzhou was obviously a better choice than Machi Feng. Firstly, Han Xingzhou was the descendant of the famous minister Han Qi. The Han family was the most influential family in the Song dynasty. Their family's influence was deep-rooted, unlike Machi Feng who had no foundation. Secondly, Machi Feng was one of the main culprits of Yufei's death. His reputation among the Han people was not good. If he joined Han Xingzhou's faction, who knew if he would be cursed by thousands of people? That was why Li Keqiu had tried to save Han Xingzhou. As for the straightforward promise to join the Golden Snake camp, it was just a delaying tactic. She was trying to use Song Qingshu's power to save Han Xingzhou. From beginning to end, Li Keqiu had never considered the Golden Snake camp. Even though the Golden Snake camp had been in the limelight for the past 2 years, it was still a little inferior compared to other countries. In terms of territory, the Jianghuai region under Li Keqiu's control had always been rich and populous. Coupled with the dense water network, it was a nightmare for all northern cavalry. It was much better than Shandong, which was surrounded by enemies on all sides. In terms of military strength, the 100,000 Green camp under Li Keqiu's command was stronger than the Golden Snake camp. How could he be willing to join the Golden Snake camp and submit to Song Qingshu? Seeing the hesitation on Li Keqiu's face, Ma Qishou knew that the time was right. She said, Lady Li, you should have heard that Han Xingzhou and Jia Shidao are powerful, but they are not as close to the emperor as I am. Li Keqiu nodded. Ma Qishou was a supporter of peace through and through, which was exactly what Zhao Ge wanted. That was why she was so favored in the past few years. She was able to overthrow Yu Fei, who was at the peak of his power, with Qin Hui. Now that Han Xingzhou, Jia Shidao, and Shi Miyuan were fighting fiercely, the first thing Zhao Ge thought of was to call Ma Qishou back to balance the two sides. Han Xingzhou is not sure that he can put your daughter on the throne of the empress, but I am. Ma Qishou finally threw a heavy bomb. Is that true? Li Keqiu was shocked. He had always dreamed of being the emperor's uncle. If he could make Li Yuanji the real empress of the Song dynasty, he would not care about the vague promise that Song Qingshu had made. Moreover, he could only offer the position of imperial concubine. Of course. Seeing that Li Keqiu was tempted, Ma Qifeng smiled faintly. Not only that, after Lord Admiral defers to the Great Song, this minister can persuade His Majesty to bestow Lord Admiral the title of King Wu. Your fief will be here, and I can guarantee that your territory and army will not change. Hearing Ma Qishou throw out bargaining chips one after another, Li Keqiu was finally moved. Thank you to the King of Meat Pigeons, Bingo Ice Fruit, 19420, Bright Moon Janny, for 658116664, Book Friend 810-2740, and other readers for your monthly votes. Now, the monthly votes had advanced by 1 place. Li Keqiu was well aware of the Song dynasty's system of conferring titles to kings. The number of kings was strictly controlled. The highest rank was the king, such as the king of Qin, the king of Jin, and the king of Chu. Usually, those who received these titles were either extremely favored princes who had the potential to inherit the throne, or they were special people. For example, Cai Zongxuan was conferred the title of king of Jing, Meng Chong was conferred the title of king of Chu, Li Yu was conferred the title of king of Wu, and Qian Ti was conferred the title of king of Deng. These people were once true emperors who surrendered after being defeated by the Song dynasty. Of course, there were also some ministers who had made great contributions and could be conferred the title of king. For example, Zhao Pu was conferred the title of king of Han, Chao Bin was conferred the title of king of Han, and Wang Engshi was conferred the title of king of Shu. However, without exception, they were only conferred the title of king after their deaths. None of them could enjoy this honor while they were still alive, let alone have their own kingdoms and armies. The second rank was the king of heirs. These titles were usually passed down through the royal family, and had nothing to do with outsiders. The third rank was the king of Jun, such as the king of Renan and the king of Qinghe. They were usually conferred to princes and grandsons. Conferring the title of king of Jun started with Tongguan, and before that, ministers' titles were not higher than duke. At first, Li Keqiu thought that he would be thankful if he could get the title of duke. If he could be conferred the title of Prince of Guangling, Guangling was the ancient name of Yangzhou, he would be so lucky. Who knew that Ma Qishou would give him the title of King of Wu, and a real king who had a kingdom and an army? Seeing Li Keqiu's shocked expression, Ma Qishou stroked his beard proudly. He had his own difficulties for being so generous. After all, he knew his current situation better than anyone else. Although he was the head of the prime minister, his actual power was divided by Han Xingzhou, Jia Shidao, and Shi Miyuan. His value was to be used by Zhao Ge to balance these two groups, so that the court could reach a delicate balance. Once the time was right, he and Zhang Jun, this transitional group, could be abandoned at any time. Of course, they didn't want to end up like this. Now, all their power came from Zhao Ge, and they didn't have their own foundation like Han Xingzhou and Jia Shidao. Zhang Jun was fine. After all, as one of the 4 great generals, he had some influence in the army, and he had the loyal army's Zhang Rou as external help. Ma Qishou's situation was much worse. When Qin Hui fell, Ma Qishou's minions were also taken care of, and he himself had been living in the wilderness for many years. Now that he was called back to the prime minister's office, he was almost a commander without an army. Therefore, he desperately wanted his own people, and the powerful Li Keqiu was his best choice. Therefore, he was more active than anyone else in wooing Li Keqiu, and his conditions were much better than Han Xingzhou's. Li Keqiu's expression changed, and he suddenly said, "But I have already agreed to serve Song Qingshu, Hearing this, a smile appeared on Machi Sua's face, because he knew that Li Keqiu had agreed. He said, "Don't worry about that, I have my own way to deal with him." Li Keqiu frowned and said, "Ministers may not know how powerful Song Qingshu is. His martial arts are so high that it's rare in the world. I think even if the Ruyang Mansion and the masters under Han Xingzhou join hands, they won't be able to defeat him. Once he realizes it, he will fly into a rage and lead the Golden Snake camp to the south. I don't have the confidence to defeat him." Although Li Keqiu had 100,000 green camp under his command, and the number of troops was greater than Song Qingshu's Golden Snake camp, Song Qingshu had defeated the 100,000 elites of the imperial court of the Qing kingdom. Although Li Keqiu claimed to be a famous general, the imperial court had sent people like Prince Yu Lu, Tu Hai, and Sabusu, all of whom were famous generals. If they really fought, Li Keqiu didn't have the confidence to win. Even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, and he would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Now, the army was his capital. If the losses were too great, the surrounding forces that were eyeing him covetously wouldn't mind devouring this fat piece of meat. The Golden Serpent Battalion is nothing but a group of bandits. The only reason why they are invincible is because of Song Qingshu. Without Song Qingshu, what can that motley crew achieve? Ma Qiying said in a meaningful tone. That's right. Without Song Qingshu, I have the confidence to annex the territory of the Golden Snake camp within a month. Li Keqiu said dejectedly, but Song Qingshu's martial arts are so high, who in the world can keep him here? Machi Sua smiled, pointed to the young man behind him and said, "I brought this grandson here to deal with Song Qingshu. Gue quickly come and greet Master Li." The young man took a step forward and bowed. Machi Gue greets. Master Li, if Song Qingshu or Di Yun were here, they would surely exclaim in shock, because this Machi Gue was shockingly the man who had used despicable methods to seize Di Yun's childhood sweetheart, Qi Feng, from the Jing prefecture city. Wan Gue's father, Wan Zhenshan, was the son of Machi Sua's concubine. After Qin Hui's death, Qin Hui was liquidated, and Machi Sua was soon forced to retire. In order to avoid the revenge of their enemies, their family changed their surname to Wan. Wan Zhenshan and his son were sent to Jianghu to search for the legendary treasure of Emperor Liang Yuan, which would be used for the Machi family's comeback. Later, when Song Qingshu, Ding Dian, and Di Yun caused a ruckus in Jiangling City, Wan Zhenshan was worried that they would seek revenge, so he brought his son, Wan Gue, and daughter-in-law, Qi Feng back to the family in advance. Coincidentally, Machi Sua was re-recruited by Zhao Go as the prime minister and urgently needed help. So their family followed her to Linen and hid in the imperial court. No wonder Di Yun couldn't find out Qi Feng's whereabouts even with the help of the Flying Guillotine's intelligence network. "Young master, please rise." Li Keqiu looked at him in surprise. Suddenly, he frowned and said to Machi Sua, "Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but although young master looks talented, I'm afraid your martial arts." He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Li Keqiu, after all, had spent a lifetime in the military and was also a person with martial arts skills. He could tell that although this young man had martial arts, it wasn't very high. He probably couldn't even defeat himself, let alone Song Qingshu. Pretty boy. This was the true reaction in Li Keqiu's heart. Machi Sua smiled but didn't say anything. Wan Gue answered, "Lord Li, you've misunderstood. Song Qingshu's martial arts are unparalleled. Naturally, it's impossible to defeat him with martial arts. The one who wants to defeat him is not me, but it." He took out a wooden box from his luggage and placed it on the table with a solemn expression. Seeing his serious expression, Li Keqiu's interest was instantly piqued. "What is this?" Wan Gue didn't have time to answer her. He focused all his attention on opening the wooden box. He was very careful throughout the process, afraid that he might break something if he moved too much. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his temples. Li Keqiu frowned and looked inside. She saw a glass bottle in the wooden box. Sealed inside was a lotus flower, but each leaf was shining like gold. When Li Keqiu saw Wan Gui's serious expression, she was filled with anticipation. But when she realized that there was only a flower in the box, she was instantly disappointed. She couldn't help but say in a sarcastic tone, "Young master, do you plan to use a flower to defeat the unparalleled Golden Snake King Song Qingshu? It's the end of the month. In order not to have your chrysanthemums burst, if you have a monthly ticket, please support this monk. This monk will update 5 chapters today to thank everyone. Wang Gui didn't mind Li Keqiu's attitude. Instead, he pointed at the flower in the glass vase and introduced it solemnly. This is no ordinary flower, it's the golden rippling flower. Golden rippling flower? Li Keqiu frowned. After thinking for a long time, she realized she had never heard of it. Wang Gui explained, the word rippling flower is Sanskrit, it means devil. This poisonous flower came from India, and the Indians call it the devil flower. It's extremely poisonous, and there's no antidote in the world. Just a whiff of its fragrance is enough to make a top-notch expert faint. The golden rippling flower came from the city linking incantation. In the original work, Ding Dian fainted after smelling it. Later on, Ding Dian mastered the godly radiating scripture and Ling Tusi smeared the poison on Ling Shuanghua's coffin. When Ding Dian went to carry the coffin and told Ling Shuanghua about his feelings, the golden rippling flower stuck to his skin. As a result, Ding Dian, who had mastered the godly radiating scripture and was almost invincible in the world, was immediately poisoned and died with hatred. Because of Song Qingshu's appearance, the plot of this world had unexpectedly changed. Ding Dian had escaped with Ling Shuanghua in advance, but he didn't expect to suffer the poison of the golden rippling flower himself. When Wan Jinshan and his son were in River Tomb City, they learned about the mystical poison, the golden ripple flower, from Ling Tusi. Later on, when Ma Qisua became the prime minister, Wan Jinshan and his son borrowed his power to get a few golden ripple flowers from Ling Tusi. What? Hearing the terrifying poison, Li Keqiu's expression changed and she subconsciously took a few steps back. Wang Gui closed the wooden box again and said with a smile, Lord Li, don't worry. This flower is sealed with a special method, the poison won't leak out. Ma Qiqiu then said, as long as this flower is placed in Song Qingshu's room, he won't be able to escape no matter how powerful his martial arts are. Li Keqiu suddenly looked hesitant, this. Song Qingshu saved my life after all. I only want to restrain him, I don't want to harm his life. Ma Qiqiu sneered inwardly, thinking, you were trying to think of a way to deal with Song Qingshu, but now that you've found a way, you're acting like this. What a hypocrite. However, he didn't say what he was thinking. Instead, he said, Admiral, you can rest assured. Song Qingshu will faint after smelling this flower. He won't even have time to touch the petals. As long as it doesn't touch his skin, his life will not be in danger. Wang Gui looked at his grandfather in astonishment, thinking that the golden rippling sunflower is known as the king of 10,000 poisons, and just smelling it 3 times will make it incurable. Why would his grandfather lie to Li Keqiu? However, he reacted quickly and quickly came to a realization. He smiled and echoed, indeed. Li Keqiu heaved a sigh of relief. Then I'm relieved. It's already late. Lord Li will lure Song Qingshu out of the room during the day, and then we'll put the golden ripple flower inside. Ma Qiqiu sneered inwardly as she spoke. Now that Li Keqiu was in a dilemma, only by taking things to the extreme would he be able to completely side with her. Subsequently, the few of them secretly discussed the details of tomorrow's operation in the room. At the same time, they also planned how Li Keqiu would lead the army to the north in the shortest time possible after Song Qingshu was controlled. Unknowingly, the sky had brightened. However, with an important matter at hand, all 3 of them were in high spirits and didn't feel the slightest bit tired. After daybreak, Ma Qiqiu and Wang Gui continued to hide in the room to perfect all the details, while Li Keqiu went out to greet the guests of the residence. After a night of rest, the people of the Ruyang household had completely recovered their fighting strength. Seeing that this matter was over, coupled with the heavy losses his subordinates had suffered, Wang Baobao took the initiative to say his goodbyes. After all, the Southern Song party had been captured and humiliated by the people of the Ruyang household. Even though both sides had reached a reconciliation agreement, it was easier said than done to completely bury the hatchet. Rather than getting along awkwardly, it was better to take advantage of the honeymoon period to separate, so as to avoid any future conflicts that would affect the previous contract. Therefore, Wang Baobao had already made up his mind to leave, and the Southern Song party was not sincere in persuading him to stay. Li Keqiu proposed to send troops to escort them, but Wang Baobao refused. If I can't even protect myself, how can I run? Amok in the world? Song Qingshu nodded. He knew that with the strength of the experts of the Ruyang household, even if the people of the Song Mountain sect returned and secretly set up an ambush, they would definitely not be able to stop them. Seeing this, Li Keqiu didn't insist. He was eager for the people of the Ruyang household to leave, so as not to affect the operation at night. He casually urged them to stay, then sent Wang Baobao and the others off. Brat, remember to come to the Ruyang household to look for us when you arrive in Mongolia. Hehe, you have tricked Min Min into falling for you, so you have to give an explanation to your family. Before Wang Baobao left, he pulled Song Qingshu aside and whispered. That's for sure. In the future, I will personally go to the Ruyang household to propose marriage. Song Qingshu had a smile on his face, but he was groaning in his heart. This time, in order to facilitate the peace talks, he had lied that he and Zhao Min had pledged to marry each other. If Zhao Min found out about this, he didn't know whether or not she would fly into a rage out of humiliation. Hearing his agreement, Wang Baobao left with his subordinates in satisfaction. Next, Li Keqiu held a big banquet to welcome the people of the Southern Song party, so as to calm their nerves. The guests and the host were all happy at the banquet. During the banquet, Han Xingzhou expressed his sincere gratitude to Song Qingshu for his help. While Song Qingshu modestly declined, he also pushed Lu Guining forward, telling him how loyal he had been and how he had been running around to rescue them. Han Xingzhou was deeply moved and personally stood up to toast Lu Guining. This made Lu Guining feel flattered, and at the same time, he was grateful to Song Qingshu for his kindness. After that, Song Qingshu deliberately pulled Lu Yu and Xianxia to toast. It should be known that these two were his idols in his previous life. Unexpectedly, they had the opportunity to drink at the same table, which made Song Qingshu sigh at the wonders of the world. Not to mention Lu Yu and Xianxia, even Han Xingzhou and Li Keqiu were a little confused. After all, in this world, Song Qingshu's reputation and status were far above these two. It was not until they heard that Song Qingshu liked the poems of these two that everyone understood. Fengwing and Jiaxuan's attainments in poetry are indeed extraordinary. Except for Mr. Dongpa, I'm afraid no one in this dynasty can match them. Han Xingzhou was also happy to see his subordinates have a good relationship with Song Qingshu, which would be more conducive to future cooperation. Among the people present, only Miss Qing had the most complicated feelings. It was fine that Song Qingshu was on good terms with Xianxia, but when she saw him and Lu Yu talking happily and calling each other brothers, she secretly spat in her heart. Humph, if you really admire him so much, why would you sleep with his nephew's wife? Thinking of the endless sexual methods of the other party, Miss Qing could not help but blush and her heart beat faster. She hurriedly drank to cover up the unnatural expression on her face. Ding Ding had been secretly watching her and found that from time to time, she would put her gentle eyes on Song Qingshu. She could not help but smile playfully. This grand banquet lasted for several hours. After the music ended and people dispersed, Song Qingshu finally had the opportunity to find Li Keqiu. He said with a faint smile, "What is Uncle Li planning recently?" "Thank you to my book friends, Bingo, Big Ice Fruit, and Ultra Free for your gifts and monthly votes." Li Keqiu was shocked and said unnaturally, "What else can I plan?" He was terrified. Is he so resourceful that he even knows our plan? Song Qingshu smiled and said, "Uncle Li, shouldn't you plan on how to merge with the Golden Snake camp?" Li Keqiu was startled and felt relieved. Then he laughed and said, "Of course, of course." Song Qingshu looked at the direction of the Southern Song delegation and said in a relaxed manner, "Uncle Li was worried that if you chose the Golden Snake camp, it would cause a strong reaction from the Southern Song. Now I have handled everything. Not only have I gained the recognition of the Southern Song dynasty, but also the support of Mongolia. In addition, I can influence the decisions of the Jin dynasty and the Qing dynasty to a certain extent. So now we are in a good situation. We only need to take this opportunity to completely integrate the Golden Snake camp and Uncle Li's Green camp, so that when the world changes in the future, we can take advantage of the situation." A trace of guilt flashed in Li Keqiu's eyes, but he quickly concealed it and said, "Nephew, you are right. We really need to prepare for a rainy day." Seeing that there was no one around, Song Qingshu said, "I don't know if I can talk to Uncle Li alone. After all, our two families are united, and some things are confidential." Of course, of course." Li Keqiu leaned to one side and said, "Nephew, come with me." Song Qingshu followed Li Keqiu to his study, and the two began to discuss the details of the cooperation between the two sides. Because he was afraid of neglecting Li Keqiu, Song Qingshu had been taking care of his interests. Some of the requirements he put forward were very reasonable, striving for the principle of a win-win situation. He originally thought that Li Keqiu would argue for more benefits, so he still left room for concessions on some issues. Unexpectedly, Li Keqiu had almost no objection to his proposals and agreed to all of them, which made Song Qingshu feel embarrassed, feeling that he had taken a big advantage. Song Qingshu inevitably had some doubts in his heart. Li Keqiu's reaction today was a little abnormal, not like his usual sly temperament. However, he soon felt relieved. After all, they had already decided to unite by marriage, so they could be considered as a family. Their fundamental interests were the same. Song Qingshu even felt that he was gauging the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. He was not as open-minded as the elders. After several hours of secret talks, the two sides had reached a preliminary consensus on almost all aspects. This progress made Song Qingshu a little overjoyed. Before they knew it, it was time for dinner again. Li Keqiu led Song Qingshu to invite Han Xingzhou and the others to a banquet. Han Xingzhou was not surprised to see them appear together. After all, according to the previous agreement, they were already a father-in-law and son-in-law. Song Qingshu was naturally half the host here. Before, in order to avoid the Jin and Qing envoys, Li Keqiu had moved everyone in the mansion to the military camp, so Song Qingshu had not seen Li Yuanji. But he had been busy with all kinds of things and had not had time to care about her. Previously, in order to avoid the Jin and Qing envoys, Li Keqiu had moved all the people in the mansion to the military camp, so Song Qingshu had not seen Li Yuanji. But he had been busy with all kinds of things and had not had the time to care about her. Now that the situation was settled, Song Qingshu could not help but think of that weird girl. Previously, in the Yanjing Imperial Palace and in Xinjing, the two had always had a good relationship. He did not know if she would be angry when she found out that she was going to marry him. Song Qingshu knew that Li Yuanji had always liked Yu Yutong of the Red Flower Society, but he did not know if Yu Yutong was a mature wife-lover, but he liked his fourth sister-in-law, the wife of Thunderhand Wen Tai Lai, Luo Bing. He ignored the beautiful Li Yuanji and only saw her as a younger sister. Knowing this, Li Yuanji still liked him without complaint. Who knew that in the Battle of Xinjing, Yu Yutong would discover Yu Wanting's secret and die at his hands? I don't know if the girl has gotten over this sad first love. Song Qingshu sighed. Li Yuanji's weird personality was very charming, and he did not want to see her become unhappy and lose her nature because of Yu Yutong. Hearing Song Qingshu ask about her daughter, Li Keqiu's expression was a little unnatural. My dear nephew, after all, you are already engaged. Isn't it a little inappropriate to meet at this time? In fact, Li Keqiu did not want his daughter to meet him. After all, he planned to send his daughter to the Southern Song dynasty to be the empress. There were so many people from the Southern Song dynasty present. If Li Yuanji had an affair with another man, her future would probably be ruined if the news got back to the Southern Song dynasty. Song Qingshu frowned and felt a little depressed. This marriage was probably not something that could be completed in a short time. Didn't that mean that he would not be able to see Li Yuanji for a long time, but he also knew that there was such a rule in this world. It was not very auspicious for a man and a woman to meet in private before marriage. Moreover, her father had spoken, so he could not say anything. After drinking unhappily for the whole night, Song Qingshu walked back to the courtyard where he lived after the banquet ended. He was very depressed on the way back. Every day, he had to sleep alone on an empty bed. It was really lonely. Unfortunately, Xianxia was shy. In front of the elders and other people, she did not dare to quietly look for him. When Song Qingshu asked Li Keqiu about it, in addition to really caring about Li Yuanji, he also missed Luo Bing. After all, last time in Xinjing, Luo Bing followed Li Yuanji to Jiangnan to relax. Thinking of Luo Bing's mature and beautiful body, Song Qingshu suddenly felt thirsty. It was a pity that Li Keqiu did not let him meet Li Yuanji, so he naturally could not get any news about Luo Bing. Song Qingshu was also embarrassed to ask his future father-in-law about other women, so he could only resentfully come back. Why don't I go find Jia Weiner? When he reached the door, Song Qingshu suddenly stopped and looked hesitant. Calculating the time, Jia Weiner should be back soon. Song Qingshu's body moved, but in the end, he did not take a step forward. Forget it. Right now, business is more important. If Li Keqiu finds out that he is cheating, it will not look good for him. After all, the two of them have just decided to unite by marriage. After thinking about it, Song Qingshu still felt that business was more important. If he made a mistake because of his greed for a woman, he would really have no face to face his elders. Forcibly calming down the throbbing in his heart, Song Qingshu pushed open the door to his room. Hey, why is there a pot of flowers? As soon as he entered the door, Song Qingshu noticed the pot of yellow flowers on the table in the room. It smells quite good. Song Qingshu did not have any suspicions. After all, the flower arrangements in the mansions of these high-ranking officials and nobles were changed every day. Presumably, the maidservant had come to exchange for fresh flowers. After closing the door, Song Qingshu lay on the bed and could not help but begin to throb again. He hesitated about whether he should take advantage of the night to run to Xianxia's room. Anyway, Lu Guining would not say anything and would even cover for the two of them. As the scene appeared in his mind, the more Song Qingshu thought about it, the more excited he became. He could not help but stand up. However, before he left, he gave up on the idea. The risk was too great. If Han Xingzhou and Li Keqiu were exposed, it would not look good. Just as he was about to go back to sleep, Song Qingshu suddenly felt dizzy. He could not help but wonder, why is the after effect of this wine so strong? Thank you to Bingo Big Ice Fruit for your reward again. At the same time, thank you to other enthusiastic readers for your support. Fourth update. Also, I have to say that many readers came to me as if they had discovered a new continent, saying that Ma Qishu's surname is Machi, not Wan. Can I say that they did not read the book properly? Of course, I know the pronunciation of these two words. In the original text, it was clearly written that they changed their surname to Wan to avoid the revenge of their enemies. Song Qingshu bitterly laughed. Why is my alcohol tolerance getting worse and worse? As he spoke, he closed his eyes. After a few seconds, he suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a hint of sharpness in his eyes. No. With his current cultivation, he could be said to be able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. If he used his inner force to evaporate the alcohol, then drinking would be like drinking water. Why would he feel dizzy? Could it be that he was poisoned? Song Qingshu's expression was somewhat unsightly as he recalled the details of the feast just now. Everyone ate the same dishes, and the wine was also poured from the same jar. With his cultivation of being able to see and hear in all directions, it was impossible for anyone to poison him during the feast. Moreover, with his cultivation, although he wasn't invincible, normal poisons couldn't hurt him. Since it wasn't during the banquet, then where did he get poisoned? Song Qingshu recalled everything that happened after he left the banquet. Nothing strange happened, so he returned to his room. At this time, he suddenly smelled a faint fragrance, followed by a wave of dizziness. Song Qingshu suddenly turned around and stared at the bouquet of yellow flowers. Could it be that? Song Qingshu didn't dare to stay in the room any longer. He hurriedly ran out. The cool breeze in the courtyard made him feel refreshed. It really was that. Song Qingshu turned around to look at the flowers. The golden leaves seemed to emit a strange and eerie light. What kind of poison is this? Song Qingshu hurriedly circulated his inner energy to expel the poison, but to his shock, he discovered that his inner energy was intermittent and could not circulate normally. This was no small matter. It should be known that ever since he mastered the divine technique, the inner qi in his body had formed its own circulatory cycle, repeating endlessly. Who knew that he could not circulate his inner qi now? Could it be the 7 Hearts cherry apple? The most famous poison in the Golden Book appeared in Song Qingshu's mind. In the legend of the Flying Fox, even the masters of poison schools were afraid of it. It could be seen how terrifying it was. However, he quickly shook his head. The 7 Hearts cherry apple was colorless and odorless. Its characteristics were completely different from this flower. At this moment, his heart suddenly skipped a beat and he raised his head to look at the corridor. A round of applause was heard. The Golden Snake King is indeed the Golden Snake King. Even after being poisoned by the Golden Ripple flower, he still managed to hold on for so long without fainting. Golden ripple flower. Song Qingshu's expression finally changed. As someone who was familiar with the plot of the Golden Book, how could he not know about this poison? In the Ding Dian, who had mastered was poisoned to death without any resistance. Because was not as popular as and it was not as famous as. However, in Song Qingshu's eyes, it was even more poisonous than. The seven heartfelt flowering apple was colorless and odorless, allowing one to die painlessly. Although it was extremely poisonous, there was a way to detoxify it. However, the golden ripple flower was different. Not only was it highly poisonous, there was no antidote for it. Fortunately, Song Qingshu's cultivation was profound, far above that of Ding Dian, who had mastered the. At the same time, he did not come into direct contact with the golden ripple flower's poison like Ding Dian had, which was why he could barely hold on. In fact, this was not due to the carelessness of the person who poisoned him. Wang Gui had already smeared the table, chair, and bed in the room with the golden ripple flower's poison. As long as Song Qingshu's skin came into contact with it, he would die without a doubt. However, his knowledge was limited, and he did not know that at Song Qingshu's cultivation level, there was a faint layer of protective Xianxia circulating around his body. Thus, how could the poison powder possibly come into contact with his skin? Unfortunately, although the protective Xianxia could protect him from the poison powder, it could not block out the fragrance of the golden ripple flower. Song Qingshu was still poisoned. Sensing that his cultivation was gradually becoming undetectable, Song Qingshu's heart turned cold. However, he was not someone who would give up easily. He quickly gathered his thoughts and stared closely at the group of people who had just barged into the courtyard. The person in the lead was naturally Machi Sua, but unfortunately, Song Qingshu did not recognize her. Noticing the young man beside her, Song Qingshu was both shocked and angry. "Wang Gui, why are you here?" Wang Gui laughed savagely. "Didn't expect this, did you? All these years, I knew that you and Di Yun had been secretly investigating me. Unfortunately, you're going to die by my hands first." Song Qingshu snorted coldly, shooting a wisp of sword chi directly towards Wang Gui. "Gui, watch out." Machi Sua did not expect her opponent to still have the ability to resist, and was greatly alarmed. The guards beside her had already taken out their shields and placed themselves in front of the two. With a poochie sound, the shields instantly shattered, and a bloody hole appeared in the chest of the guard in front of Wang Gui. Following that, Wang Gui let out a miserable scream and fell backwards to the ground. "Gui!" Machi Sua hurriedly ran over, and the guards who had already followed her raised even more shields and placed themselves in front of the two, preventing Song Qingshu from attacking again. What a pity. Song Qingshu frowned deeply. Now that he had been poisoned, a portion of his strength had been consumed by the poison, and the other portion was used to suppress the poison in his body. The amount of strength he could use to attack was probably less than 10% of his usual strength. After piercing through the guard's shields and his body, the remaining sword chi was like an arrow at the end of its flight, not enough to kill Wang Gui. As soon as he circulated his true chi, Song Qingshu immediately felt the poison in his body begin to bite back, and he hurriedly suppressed the poison with a gloomy face, not daring to move again. Unfortunately, the gold wave flower's poison was too strange, and with every second that passed, the true chi in his body was being corroded a little bit. With this, it would not be long before Song Qingshu was poisoned to death. In fact, it was already a miracle that Song Qingshu could last until now. Back then, Ding Dian had fainted after taking a whiff of the gold wave flower's fragrance. Song Qingshu had stayed in the room with the gold wave flower for so long, and had taken at least 8 to 10 whiffs of it, yet he was still able to attack. This was also why Machi Rua and Wang Gui had miscalculated, which was why they had swaggered towards him. Unfortunately, Song Qingshu had been poisoned too deeply, and had not been able to take the opportunity to successfully kill them. Even so, the grandfather and grandson pair were still incomparably shocked. With Song Qingshu as the center, the group of people all retreated several dozen feet, staring at him as if they were looking at a monster. The wound on Wang Gui's chest had already been treated, and it was no longer a problem. He hid behind the guard and looked at Song Qingshu with hatred. Unfortunately, he had already been terrified by the attack just now, and did not dare to provoke him again, for fear that Song Qingshu would risk his life to drag him down with him. Wang Gui thought to himself that his grandfather was the current prime minister, and he could be considered young and promising, with a lovely wife and daughter at home, and a bright future waiting for him. In any case, Song Qingshu had already been poisoned by the gold wave flower, and it would not be long before he died, so how could he put himself in danger? At such a critical moment, Song Qingshu suddenly had a funny thought. If I had known it would be like this, I really would have gone to find Jiao Wan'er just now, and I wouldn't have been poisoned. Gentlemen really don't live long, and lecherous live for 1,000 years. Li Keqiu, since you've come, why don't you come out? Are you too ashamed to see me? Song Qingshu snorted heavily. Now that things had come to this, how could he not understand that Wan Gui and his group could openly plot against him in the admiral's office without Li Keqiu's help? No wonder Li Keqiu had previously taken the initiative to find him, and so easily agreed to join Golden Snake Camp. No wonder during the afternoon's discussion of the merger, she had made all sorts of concessions, so it was all to numb him. Song Qingshu suddenly felt a bit of heartache. He did not know if Li Yuanji knew about the entire matter. Fifth update, thank you everyone for your monthly votes these past 2 days, allowing me to rise from 20th place to 17th place. Thank you everyone for your support, but now, the votes at the bottom of the monthly list are about the same. If everyone still has monthly votes, I hope you will not be stingy in supporting me, and reduce the risk of me being killed. I feel like I'm in the football relegation zone, and could be demoted at any time. After a while, Li Keqiu finally emerged from the corridor and looked at Song Qingshu with an embarrassed expression. Nephew, I didn't want things to escalate to this point, but your martial arts are too high, so I had no choice but to restrain you first. Restrain me? Song Qingshu snorted coldly, using the golden rippling flower to restrain me, how extravagant. Li Keqiu gradually regained her composure and said awkwardly, Nephew need not worry, this poison will only temporarily immobilize you, it won't harm your life. Song Qingshu said indifferently, now that things have come to this, there is no need to deceive yourself. The golden rippling flower's poison is incomparably rare, there is no antidote in this world. Ah? Li Keqiu was shocked and turned to look at Ma Qifeng, Left Minister, is this true? Left Minister? Song Qingshu's heart jolted as he immediately realized this old man's identity. So it was the Southern Song dynasty's Left Minister Ma Qifeng. Seeing how nervous he had been about Wan Gui, he seemed to be Wan Gui's direct elder. Facing Li Keqiu's question, Ma Qifeng calmly replied, Lordly, as the saying goes, in for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. Since we've already shed all pretense of cordiality, why show mercy? If we don't poison Song Qingshu while he's unguarded, should we wait for him to come back for revenge? Li Keqiu's heart trembled. As expected of the culprit behind Yu Fei's death, his vicious and merciless methods were truly shocking. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. At this time, it didn't matter if Li Keqiu was putting on an act or not. All his attention was focused on the poison in his body. Unfortunately, not only had he failed to force the poison out, but his cultivation had also dissipated even more. Noticing his subtle reaction, Ma Qifeng was even more certain. Waving his hand, he ordered, whoever kills him will be promoted 3 ranks and rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold. Although he didn't know martial arts, he knew that he couldn't let Song Qingshu force the poison out so leisurely. Even though Song Qingshu's reputation was out there, and he had shocked everyone with his actions just now, there were bound to be brave men who would take the risk when there was a huge reward. Hearing that they would be promoted to 3 ranks and receive 10,000 gold taels, the eyes of Ma Qifeng's personal guards lit up. This was a fortune that they would never be able to earn in several lifetimes. For the sake of this reward, it was worth it. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. A group of people rushed up with red eyes and howling. At this time, Song Qingshu did not dare to casually use his sword qi, which would consume his Jin qi. He could only seize the saber in one of the people's hands and display a set of sharp saber skills. Everyone in the field felt a cold light flash before their eyes. They could not help but admire Song Qingshu for being able to display such exquisite and sharp saber techniques despite being poisoned. Not long after, Song Qingshu propped himself on the ground with his saber, his body shivering slightly in the cold wind. The dozen or so people who charged at him at the beginning were all lying in a pool of blood around him. After all, these people were experts that Ma Qifeng had carefully selected and brought here. If it was any other day, Song Qingshu wouldn't even need to pay attention to them. However, killing these dozen people seemed to have exhausted all of his remaining strength. Puff. Song Qingshu felt the blood and qi in his body churning. He could no longer hold it in and spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone in the field was initially stunned by him, but when they saw him spitting out a mouthful of blood while hesitating, their spirits rose. He's been poisoned, and he won't be able to hold on much longer. Even so, Song Qingshu's might was still lingering. The group of people only dared to shout and shout, but none of them dared to charge forward and throw their lives away. Song Qingshu was well aware of the condition of his body. He had tried to buy time to force the poison out of his body, but as time went by, not only was he unable to force the poison out, his combat prowess was also getting weaker and weaker. If he continued to be entangled here, he would most likely die in the hands of these rascals. He gave Ma Chiku, Li Keqiu, and the others a deep look. Song Qingshu snorted coldly and said, "Even if Song Mao dies today, I'll drag all of you down with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed towards the two of them. Ma Chiku and the others were shocked. They retreated while shouting, "Stop him! Stop him!" The experts under his command hurriedly gathered around their master, and the previously airtight encirclement suddenly revealed a small gap. Halfway through his charge, Song Qingshu suddenly retreated and dashed out of the encirclement, flying towards the outside of the courtyard wall. Unfortunately, his cultivation had been almost depleted by the poison, and he could no longer use so close, yet worlds apart. Otherwise, with his usual condition, he would be able to fly out of the admiral's office with just one step. Just as he was about to fly over the courtyard wall, a group of archers suddenly appeared on top of the wall, knocked their arrows and shot at him. Song Qingshu was shocked. He knew that if he was forced back into the courtyard, he might not be able to escape today. He could only forcefully gather a breath of innate qi and move a distance of nearly 10 feet horizontally, dodging the rain of arrows that were shooting at him. Just as he was about to leap over the wall, the innate qi in his body suddenly disappeared, and he fell heavily back into the courtyard. Ha ha ha, the poison has attacked his heart. He can't hold on any longer. Ma Chiku looked excited as she ordered her subordinates to surround him. The group of people exchanged glances. Just now, this man had easily killed more than a dozen experts. Who knew if he would drag them down with him before he died? Although the reward was tempting, one had to be alive to spend it. Therefore, no one dared to step forward, and just quietly surrounded him. Song Qingshu laughed bitterly. Forcefully moving horizontally to dodge the rain of arrows just now had consumed too much of his innate qi. Normally, it would still be manageable, but today, the situation was dire. The poison in his body had caused his innate qi to fluctuate, and the excessive consumption of innate qi had caused him to be unable to gather any more innate qi. After this incident, his innate qi could no longer suppress the poison of the golden ripple flower. Sensing that the poison had seeped deep into his internal organs, Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. After transmigrating to this world, he had tried his best to survive the hellish difficulty. Who would have thought that in the end, he would die in the hands of a small fry? Forget it, let's see if I can kill Ma Chiku with my last breath and avenge Prince Yu and myself at the same time. Sensing Song Qingshu's murderous gaze, Ma Chiku felt a chill in her heart and hastily retreated a few steps. Only when she saw that she was surrounded by guards did she feel slightly relieved. At the same time, she became angry at her own cowardice. Seeing that his subordinates were hesitating, he was furious that they were afraid of death. However, he was also aware that the other party's martial arts were too high. He rolled his eyes and came up with a plan. "Lord Li, quickly order your archers to shoot this traitor." "This?" Li Keqiu looked hesitant. Ma Chiku said sternly, "Now that things have come to this, there is no way out. If we let that Song fellow escape, neither you nor I will live." Wang Gui also took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. "Lord Li, as long as that Song fellow dies, you can lead your army north and annex the Golden Serpent Camp's territory. Then, you can join forces with Wu Sangui to divide the Manchurian Qing. At that time, you will be one of the strongest powers in the Central Plains." Li Keqiu's eyes brightened. Finally, she was tempted. She waved her hand and said, "Archers." Song Qingshu felt a chill in his heart. Just as he was about to rush over and kill Ma Chiku while he still had a bit of innate qi left, a beautiful figure suddenly rushed out. Spreading her arms in front of him, she cried out in alarm to Li Keqiu, "Don't!" A slim and graceful young girl stood in front of Song Qingshu, her figure elegant and beautiful. Song Qingshu looked at her from behind and saw that the skin on her neck was whiter than snow, white and rosy, so tender that he could pinch water out of it. Seeing the young girl's appearance, Li Keqiu's expression changed. She hurriedly called for the archers under her command, "Stop shooting." Then she turned around and glared at the young girl, "Yuanji, don't mess around. Get out of the way." That young girl was Li Yuanji, who she had not seen for a long time. "I'm not messing around." Li Yuanji bit her lips as tears welled up in her eyes. "Brother Song has saved your life, father. He has also saved your daughter's life time and time again. How can you bite the hand that feeds you and turn around to harm him?" She had been arranged by Li Keqiu to stay in the barracks and could not come out even if she wanted to. After the Jin and Qing messengers left and Li Keqiu returned to the admiral's mansion, Li Yuanji was still kept in the barracks. However, she had a strange temperament. Without Li Keqiu by her side, who could control her? Coupled with her status as the eldest daughter, no one in the barracks dared to make things difficult for her. At first, it was fine. Although she was bored, she could still stay in the barracks. However, when she heard from the soldiers that the Golden Snake King, Song Qingshu, was a guest in the mansion, she could not bear it anymore. She found an opportunity to run out of the barracks. Originally, she wanted to play with Brother Song, but when she returned to the mansion, she saw her father surrounding him. At that critical moment, she could not care so much and ran out to block Song Qingshu. Being scolded by her daughter in public, Li Keqiu was shocked and angry. Her face was frighteningly gloomy. Song Qingshu sighed, "Sister Yuanji, I did not expect that we would meet again under such circumstances." Li Yuanji's eyes turned sour. She choked and said, "It's all my fault. If I had come to find you earlier, none of this would have happened." Song Qingshu smiled indifferently, "What will come will come. As the saying goes, you can avoid it once, but you can't avoid it forever. You don't have to blame yourself." Hearing him speak so freely and thinking of what her father had done, Li Yuanji became even sadder. "Brother Song." Choking with sobs, she wanted to throw herself into his arms. Song Qingshu hurriedly took a step back. "Don't touch me. I've been poisoned by the golden ripple flower. I'm worried that I'll infect you." He knew that in the city linking secrets, Ding Dian would be poisoned from head to toe, so he was worried about hurting Li Yuanji. However, this time, he had worried too much. The reason Ding Dian's entire body was poisoned was because he had hugged Ling Shuanghua's coffin and cried for a long time. The coffin was covered in the poison of the golden ripple flower, and Ding Dian, in his grief and despair, kept kissing and caressing the coffin, causing his entire body to be poisoned. Because Song Qingshu was protected by his Jin Qi, his body was not stained with the poisonous powder, so direct contact with it would not poison Li Yuanji. Poisoned? Li Yuanji turned to Li Keqiu. "Father, you're so cruel." "Shut up." Being criticized by his daughter like this in front of outsiders, Li Keqiu finally couldn't keep his face. "Come, help Miss back to her room to rest." He could see that Song Qingshu had a good relationship with his daughter. In addition, with the other's character, he would definitely not do something like holding his daughter hostage. Therefore, he was certain that he would send people over to take his daughter away. Seeing someone approaching, Li Yuanji instantly screamed. She took out the dagger at her waist and placed it across her snow-white neck. "Don't come over. You." Li Keqiu hurriedly stopped his subordinates and glared at his daughter. "What do you want to do?" Song Qingshu also frowned slightly. "Little sister Yuanji, I appreciate your good intentions, but you really don't have to do this. Put down the dagger, it's too dangerous." Although he was usually a bit greedy and lecherous, he also had his own pride. Although he knew that Li Yuanji might be able to save his life by doing this, he still didn't want to see her take such a risk. "Give me the antidote for the golden ripple flower. Otherwise, I'll die in front of you." Li Yuanji paid no attention to Song Qingshu's dissuasion in the slightest. Her graceful figure trembled slightly in the cold wind, but she stood there with an extremely resolute expression. "Don't be rash." Li Keqiu had always doted on his daughter, and he instinctively looked at Machi Sua. Machi Sua replied coldly. There's no antidote for the golden ripple flower. When he saw Li Keqiu's expression change slightly, he continued. At this point, the arrow is already knocked on the bowstring and has no choice but to be released. Lord Li, why be hesitant? A bright light flickered in Li Keqiu's eyes, and he gradually calmed down. He'd fought on the battlefield, so he naturally understood the principle of going all out. Now that he'd already offended Song Qingshu, if he was allowed to recover, then it would be his turn to suffer an unspeakable misery. Yuanji, you heard it yourself. It's not that father doesn't want to give you the antidote, but there's no antidote at all, Li Keqiu said indifferently. Li Yuanji still wanted to say something, but Song Qingshu also spoke up. Little sister Yuanji, your father is right. There's indeed no antidote for the golden ripple flower. Brother Song, you're so capable, you definitely have a way to cure it. Li Yuanji looked at him, and tears streamed down her cheeks. She then turned to her father and said, Father, I only beg you to let him go. As expected, girls are attracted to their husbands. Li Keqiu was both shocked and angry when he saw his daughter repeatedly opposing him. Now that father and that Song fellow are like fire and water, if I don't kill him today, I'll be the one to die tomorrow. Don't tell me that you're willing to watch me die? No, he won't. Li Yuanji looked at Song Qingshu. Brother Song, say something. Song Qingshu frowned, but did not speak. He only snorted heavily. It was impossible for him to admit defeat and beg for pity at this moment. Although his life was important, there were some things that were just as important. You see, he's already like this now. In the future, he'll crush your father's bones and scatter his ashes. Li Keqiu was so angry that he laughed. No, he definitely won't. Li Yuanji seemed to have made up her mind. She raised her head abruptly and said, one word after another, because my daughter has promised to marry him, and I am pregnant with his child. Why would he do anything to his father-in-law and the child's grandfather? What? Li Keqiu felt her vision darken. Her body swayed uncontrollably, and she almost fell to the ground. Ma Qi-chan and Wang Gui's expressions were also extremely ugly. One had to know that the basis of their cooperation with Li Keqiu was to send Li Yuanji to the southern Song imperial palace to be the empress. If she was secretly married to another man, how could they send her to the palace? Yuanji. Song Qingshu was also extremely shocked. He naturally knew that there was nothing between him and Li Yuanji. The other's words clearly meant that she wanted to save him. In this world, he couldn't be more aware of how important a woman's reputation was. There were so many people present. If any word got out, Li Yuanji would probably have problems getting married in the future. Just as Song Qingshu was about to speak, Li Yuanji interrupted him as expected. She whispered, Brother Song, I know what you want to say. Please don't let my good intentions down. I'll save you today no matter what. Looking at the girl's pleading eyes and feeling the girl's pure and exquisite thoughts, Song Qingshu's heart softened and he tacitly accepted the facts in front of him. Misfortune for the family, misfortune for the family. Li Keqiu was heartbroken. She looked at Song Qingshu, the bastard who took advantage of her daughter. Her eyes were about to spit fire. Second night watch, please cast your precious monthly votes. Also, there's a bug in the previous plot. A long time ago, the twin evils of Hejian mentioned that they had secretly sought refuge with the Ruyang Palace. Actually, when I wrote about the twin evils of Hejian in the previous chapters, I vaguely remembered that they seemed to have sought refuge with the Ruyang Palace. But when I looked up the relevant chapters, I didn't see it. I thought that this was just my initial assumption, and it wasn't written in the novel. In the end, an enthusiastic reader pointed it out for me yesterday. Monk really felt a little ashamed. Fortunately, the twin evils of Hejian are not important people, so it doesn't affect the plot. I need to think about how to deal with them later. Li Keqiu was both furious and regretful at the moment. He was furious that his daughter, whom he had painstakingly raised for over 10 years, had been stolen by another pig. He was regretful that he had so easily agreed to Ma Qirua's request to deal with Song Qingshu. Although in Li Keqiu's heart, marrying his daughter to Song Qingshu was far inferior to marrying her to the southern Song dynasty as the empress, it was undeniable that Song Qingshu was still a good choice. Moreover, his daughter was now pregnant by him, according to Li Keqiu's knowledge. Although Song Qingshu had a wife and many beauties by his side, he had no children. Therefore, his own grandson was his eldest son. Even if Li Yuanji could not become the empress in the future, it was very likely that she would rise in status because of her son. In troubled times, there was not much difference between the eldest son and the legitimate son. It was very likely that he would become the successor of the Golden Snake Camp. However, it was too late to regret now. Song Qingshu was already poisoned and there was no cure. A rift had formed between the two sides and it was impossible for them to continue working together. At the same time, because of his daughter's pregnancy, the agreement with Machi Rua was likely to be broken. What a mess! What a mess! Li Keqiu thought. At this point, it was impossible for him to back down. He could not kill Song Qingshu, nor could he not kill him. Noticing the uncertainty in Li Keqiu's eyes, Machi Rua's eyelids twitched. Worried that Li Keqiu would do something irrational, she hurriedly went over and whispered to him, "Lord Li, don't worry. Your daughter might be deceiving you on purpose. Later, just find a few nannies to examine her. Moreover, even if she is really pregnant, it doesn't matter. When the time comes, I can still deceive everyone and send her to the palace." Li Keqiu's eyes immediately lit up. He had been too worried just now. His daughter had been back for so long, and she had not seen Song Qingshu during this period. Now, her belly showed no signs of growing. How could she be pregnant with his child? However, he was not completely sure. After all, Song Qingshu's martial arts were too high. It was not impossible that he would sneak into his daughter's bedchamber one night. Therefore, when he heard Machi Ju's guarantee, he felt as if a huge burden had been lifted from his heart. However, when Li Keqiu turned his head and saw that his daughter's dagger was tightly pressed against her neck, and there was a faint trace of blood flowing out of it, he felt extremely distressed. He looked at Machi Sua awkwardly and said, "My daughter, this. Left Prime Minister, what do you think we should do? Your daughter's safety is of utmost importance." Machi Ying smiled faintly and replied in a low voice, "Let Song Qingshu leave first." But Li Keqiu wanted to say something but hesitated. She looked at Song Qingshu with fear. "Don't worry, he's been poisoned by the golden ripple flower and won't live past tonight." A hint of a cold smile appeared on Machi Wu's face. "Moreover, I've arranged people outside." Li Keqiu suddenly understood and made a decision in his heart. However, he did not intend to let Song Qingshu go directly because he was worried that his daughter would leave with him. That would be even more troublesome. Therefore, he pretended to be in a difficult position and said, "Yuanji, aren't you making things difficult for me?" Hearing that her father's tone had softened, Li Yuanji was immediately overjoyed. She quietly pushed Song Qingshu and said, "Brother Song, you should leave now. I'll stay here and keep an eye on them. I won't let them chase after you. You should leave the city as soon as possible." Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. Li Yuanji was still young after all. How could she compare to an old fox like his father? She thought that she had seen through her father's thoughts. Who knew that Li Keqiu had deliberately let her leave mainly to separate the two of them? However, he did not intend to expose her. After all, Li Yuanji had already done enough for him. There was no need for her to continue taking risks. Moreover, she had already fought for a chance of survival for him. Even if there were traps outside, it would not be like here where death was certain. "Thank you. Be careful." Song Qingshu took a deep look at the girl in front of him, then staggered out. The surrounding people were just about to stop him when Li Yuanji pressed the dagger against her neck. Li Keqiu was so shocked that she hurriedly waved her hand and let Song Qingshu go. Seeing that Song Qingshu had left, Li Yuanji breathed a sigh of relief. Li Keqiu sneered and said, "Humph, are you satisfied now?" Li Yuanji bit her lip and said, "I know that what I did today made father angry, but I had no choice but to do this." All right. Looking at the faint beads of blood seeping from her delicate neck, Li Keqiu said with distress, "Quickly put down the dagger." "No." Li Yuanji shook her head firmly. "Wait until Brother Song is far away." Li Keqiu's face darkened. She snorted heavily and said, "When a girl is of age, she can't be kept at home." At this moment, there was a commotion coming from the corridor. Han Xingzhou led a group of people and directly rushed in. It turned out that they had heard the commotion in the beginning, but considering that they were guests in the residence, it wasn't convenient for them to ask. They only sent people to secretly investigate. Later, they found out that they were actually making a move against Song Qingshu. This was no small matter. Song Qingshu was related to his deal with the Mongolians. If something happened to him, causing the Mongolians to break the deal, it would be a bolt from the blue. Therefore, Han Xingzhou hurriedly rushed in with his people. Seeing the situation in the courtyard, he couldn't help frowning. When he saw Machi Wu's appearance, he was even more shocked. "Lord Zhuxiang, why are you here?" Machi Wu smiled insincerely and said, "What? Lord Han can come, but I can't." His gaze swept over Machi Wu and Li Keqiu. How could Han Xingzhou, who had been in the bureaucracy for a long time, not know that the two of them had probably hooked up? His heart immediately sank. "I have always been the one in charge of matters in Jianghuai. What is the meaning of Lord Zhuxiang's interference?" Machi Wu cupped her hands towards the south. "I don't understand Lord Han's words. We are all working for His Majesty. Why must you and I be separated?" Seeing that she was using His Majesty to suppress him, Han Xingzhou was filled with hatred. He didn't dare to show it, but his expression became more and more unsightly. Machi Wu continued, "What's more, I heard that Lord Han is in prison, so I came all the way here to rescue him." Han Xingzhou directly interrupted her. "There is no need for Lord Zhuxiang to worry. I have already escaped and reached an agreement with the Mongolians and Golden Snake Camp to reclaim Sichuan. In the end, Lord Zhuxiang made such a scene today. If the Mongolians break the deal and we regain Sichuan, can Lord Zhuxiang bear the responsibility? Lord Han, you don't have to scare me like this." Machi Wu smiled faintly. The one surnamed Song was only a middleman. Now that we have reached an agreement with the Mongolians, he has naturally lost his value as a middleman. The Mongolians' energy is currently focused on the western battlefront. Even if they are dissatisfied, they won't make a big fuss over Song Qingshu. Lord Han, rest assured. No one can steal the credit of reclaiming Sichuan. You. Han Xingzhou was infuriated. Our great Song is a dignified country of etiquette. How can we do such a thing that goes back on our word? We will be laughed at by the world. Third update, continue asking for guaranteed monthly votes. Speaking of which, why are there so few monthly votes? Even if only 1/10 of the subscribers cast a guaranteed monthly vote, there shouldn't be so few. It seems that my charm is still not enough. I'll go cry for a while. Darren Han's words are incorrect, Machi Feng said expressionlessly. When it comes to the interests of the nation, how can we simply use the word etiquette to restrict it? Could it be that Darren Han has forgotten the example of Song Xianggo? Hearing the other party ridicule him for being pedantic, Han Xingzhou was inwardly furious. From ministers was tone, "You are certain that Mongolia will return Sichuan. If something happens, can ministers take responsibility?" Machi Feng chuckled, "These grassland people have always been treacherous and cunning. Even if they really don't return Sichuan, it is because Lord Han was careless and fell into their trap. What does that have to do with me?" He had been in the bureaucracy for decades and was already very slippery. He knew that the biggest principle of the bureaucracy was not to seek merit but to seek to avoid mistakes. History had proven that those who were hot-blooded and spoke passionately to shoulder the responsibility before the dust had settled did not have a good ending. How could he be so unwise as to promise to take responsibility for this matter? You. Han Xingzhou was almost angered to death by the other party's shamelessness. His subordinates were also angry, but it was a pity that it was not convenient for them to curse because of their status. Lord Han, there is no need to be nervous. Machi Feng did not care about the murderous gazes of the crowd and continued, "Even if we can't get Sichuan back, it doesn't matter. This minister has already successfully convinced Lord Li when I came to Yangzhou this time. He promised to bring Jianghuai to our great Song. Obtaining Jianghuai is no worse than recovering Sichuan. Moreover, we don't have to pay tribute to Mongolia or provide Golden Snake Battalion with provisions." Sigh, Lord Han, it's not that I want to criticize you, but your previous agreement was too generous with the imperial court. You didn't pay for it yourself, so you don't feel bad, right? His words made Han Xingzhou's eyelids twitch. What was even more shameless was that Ma Qifeng kept mentioning the imperial court, as if he really was a loyal minister who cared about the country and its people. Han Xingzhou secretly sighed, thinking that he had never seen such a shameless person before. It was a pity that the other party's official rank was higher than his, and the other party was pestering him endlessly. On the surface, he seemed to be in the right, leaving Han Xingzhou with nowhere to vent his grievances. Ma Qizhou observed Han Xingzhou's reaction with great interest. The reason why he had almost openly offended Han Xingzhou was that he knew his position. The reason why the emperor had appointed him as the prime minister was to keep Han Xingzhou and Jia Shidao in check. If he showed any sign of goodwill to either of them, the emperor would definitely be wary of him. All of his power came from the emperor's trust. Once the emperor became estranged, his good days would come to an end. Prince Song has shown kindness to our dynasty. Xianxia could no longer watch. Thinking about how Song Qingshu's life and death were unknown, she couldn't help but burn with anxiety. As soon as she spoke, everyone turned to look at her. Xianxia had always been shy, so she suddenly became the focus of attention. Her face was as red as an apple. Even so, she still plucked up her courage and said, "Prince Song has saved the princesses of our dynasty." Han Xingzhou and the others all agreed. The princesses who had been trapped in the laundry yard had been able to escape from the Jin kingdom because of Song Qingshu. This matter had been widely spread in Linen. "The Chai family has shown kindness to our dynasty's Taizu," Ma Qizhou replied calmly, causing everyone's expression to change. They knew that he was quibbling, but when it came to the dynasty's Taizu, Han Xingzhou and the others didn't dare to say anything. They were afraid that they would be attacked. As the saying goes, it is better to offend a gentleman than a villain. Ma Qizhou was a poisonous snake. In the past, Yu Fei, who was at the peak of his power, had been killed by this person. The others couldn't help but fear his ability to harm people. In the future, if the Mongolians go back on their word, I will report this matter to the emperor and let the emperor decide. Let's go. Han Xingzhou glared at him fiercely, then left with his subordinates. After being interrupted by this group of people, Li Yuanji's grip on the saber loosened a little. The guard next to her saw the opportunity and went over to seal her acupoints, taking the saber from her hand. Li Kishou glared at her daughter fiercely and said, "Someone, take Miss away. Ask Nanny Zhang to carefully examine her body and see if she has done anything to disgrace the family." Li Yuanji immediately became anxious and said, "Father." Li Kishou didn't want to pay attention to him at this moment. She waved her hand and signaled her subordinates to take her away and said, "From now on, Miss is not allowed to take a step outside without my order." "Yes." After Li Yuanji was taken away, Li Kishou looked back at Ma Qizhou with a worried expression and said, "Lord Han." Ma Qizhou sneered and said, "With me here, you don't have to worry. He's just worried that our actions will affect his credit for conquering Sichuan. Do you think he really cares about the life and death of Song Qingshu?" After Han Xingzhou and the others returned to the courtyard, Ding Dian finally couldn't help but step forward and say, "Prime Minister Han, are we just going to sit back and do nothing?" Xianxia and Lu Yu also agreed. They had a good talk with Song Qingshu and it could be said that they were old friends at first sight. Song Qingshu's knowledge and way of talking were very much to their liking. Han Xingzhou frowned and said, "Ma Qichu is my superior in name after all, and he has been using my selfishness as an excuse to pressure me with the interest of the imperial court. It's not like all of you don't know how despicable and shameless he is. If I step forward to save Song Qingshu, won't I be making the dirty water he has poured on me a reality? When I return to Linen in the future, he will sow discord in front of his majesty. With Jia Shidao adding insult to injury, I am afraid that I will not be able to protect myself." In fact, if Song Qingshu hadn't been poisoned by the incurable golden ripple flower, Han Xingzhou might have considered helping him. After all, Song Qingshu was a powerful ally. But now that he was going to die, why should he get involved in this mess? Politicians were all realistic, and Han Xingzhou could naturally distinguish the gains and losses. But Ding Dian wanted to say something more, but Han Xingzhou raised his hand to stop him. "This matter ends here. Let's wait and see. You are not allowed to help Song Qingshu. After all, if you help him, it means that I am involved in this matter." Xianxia, Lu Yu, and the others looked at each other and saw the disapproval in each other's eyes. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became a little awkward. Seeing this, Su Shidan hurriedly said to ease the atmosphere, "Minister Han, you have no other choice. This time we came to Yangzhou, we have lost many soldiers and generals. When we return to Linen, Jia Sherdao and Shermiyuan will not let go of such a good opportunity. At this juncture, it is really not a good time to make another enemy." Ding Li had always disliked Song Qingshu, so when she saw him end up like this, she couldn't help but rejoice in his misfortune and hurriedly chimed in with Su Shidan. Ding Busan and Ding Busi were on the same side, so they naturally chimed in as well. Ding Dian and the others suddenly fell silent. Qing Yaojia's fingernails were almost digging into her flesh. Unfortunately, the status of her husband and wife was not high, and her own kung fu was low. Even if she wanted to help, she didn't know how to start. She could only pray that Song Qingshu would turn his misfortune into a blessing. Ask for monthly votes again. Now that there are so few monthly votes, it proves that the monk is not charming enough. Then, let's make up for it by renewing the votes. If you have monthly votes, please support the monk. Song Qingshu, who was praying to Qing Yaojia, was currently staggering through Yangzhou city. He could sense that the poison of the golden ripple flower had already penetrated deep into his internal organs. His usually surging true qi was almost gone. Even the remaining true qi was in a state of intermittent flow. If he encountered an enemy, it would be difficult for him to protect himself. Feeling dizzy and tired, Song Qingshu had the urge to close his eyes and sleep. But he understood that once he closed his eyes, he would never wake up again. Originally, he had crossed over to this world. If he was alone, it would have been worth it even if he died. But these years, there were so many women who loved him deeply. There were also so many people who relied on him. How could he abandon them for his own freedom? Thinking of this, Song Qingshu braced himself and ran towards the Golden Dragon Gang's secret branch in Yangzhou. First, he was poisoned. He was afraid that he would not be able to leave Yangzhou by himself. If he had the help of the Golden Dragon Gang, it would be a lot easier. Second, he was going to deliver a message. After all, tonight's events were too sudden. Perhaps the Golden Dragon Gang still thought that Li Kishio was their ally. And with Li Kishio's temperament, she would never let go of the Golden Snake Battalion's secret stronghold. To make matters worse, because of the cooperation with Li Kishio, the location of the Golden Dragon Gang's branch in Yangzhou was no longer a secret. With great difficulty, he finally arrived at the previous secret branch. After pushing open the door, Song Qingshu's heart sank. This was because waiting for him inside was not the Golden Dragon Gang's subordinates, but the loyal army led by Zhang Rou. "Golden Snake King, I have been waiting for you here for a long time." Zhang Rou grinned and waved her hand. Her subordinates immediately blocked his way out. "Where are the original people here?" Song Qingshu knew that there was no good ending today. He calmed down and didn't care about his own situation. Instead, he asked in a deep voice. "You will see them soon." Zhang Rou smiled mischievously. Song Qingshu's heart sank. He coldly said, "If Song Mao doesn't die today, I will take your head in the future." To be honest, I wouldn't dare to provoke the Golden Snake King in his normal state. Zhang Rou shook her head and said, "But it's a pity that you're poisoned now. There's no chance for revenge." As soon as he finished speaking, he ordered his subordinates, "Attack." The Prime Minister has sent word that whoever kills him will be promoted by 3 ranks and rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold. Roar! These people lived a life of blood on the edge of a knife. 10,000 gold taels was more than enough for them to live a carefree life for several lifetimes. On top of that, the other party was poisoned. Without any hesitation, they charged forward, fearing that their companions would snatch it away from them. Song Qingshu felt like he was seeing double. He subconsciously shook his head. The person leading the charge from the loyalty army was already in front of him. Even though he was poisoned, his vision was still there. With a stretch of his arm, the man only saw a blur in front of his eyes and the sword in his hand changed hands. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his hand. Seeing one of his arms flying into the sky, the man was horrified. He did not dare to stay any longer and quickly retreated. Fortunately, his companions rushed forward one after another, and the man was lucky enough to keep his life. Zhang Rou, who had been staying at the back, narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, as the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even though Song Qingshu is poisoned, he still has some strength to fight back. I should let my subordinates exhaust him first and let the poison deepen. Only then will I have a better chance of winning. News of the Golden Snake King's defeat of various masters had spread all over the world. Zhang Rou could not help but feel a little afraid. Although he was confident that he could defeat the poisoned Song Qingshu, he was also worried about his opponent's final counterattack. After all, his opponent was a super master, and his final counterattack would be fierce. Therefore, Zhang Rou did not want to be too impatient when victory was within his grasp. Song Qingshu could only see more and more people overlapping in front of him. He knew that the golden rippling flower's poison had begun to invade his nerves. He sighed inwardly. He did not expect to die in the hands of thieves like Xianxia. He did not know if he would end up as miserable as Xianxia, who would be dismembered and taken as a reward. Seeing more and more people pouncing on him, Song Qingshu gradually calmed down. At this point, he had no chance of survival, and there was no point in continuing the fight. He closed his eyes and waited for the weapons in their hands to cut into his body. But after waiting for a long time, he did not feel any pain. He could not help but smile bitterly. At least the golden rippling flower had one advantage: it could numb one's sense of touch, so death would not be as painful. But then he heard a series of screams. Only then did he realize that the situation had changed. He could not help but open his eyes and saw 3 masked men in black blocking the group of loyal soldiers who were charging at him. One of them held a sharp sword in his hand, and with a flash of cold light, the enemy screamed and retreated. The other person did not say a word. He did not have a weapon in his hand, and only relied on a pair of fists. However, everyone who met his fists softened and fell to the ground without a sound. The last person was obviously not strong enough, but his swordsmanship was somewhat ghostly. Song Qingshu immediately recognized these people. Xianxia's fish dragon sword dance, Ding Dian's shadowless fist, and Lu Guining's Bixia swordsmanship. He was deeply moved. He had not expected that these people would come to save him in the end, especially Lu Guining. Song Qingshu even faintly felt that he owed him. When Zhang Rou saw the sudden appearance of these mysterious people, she could no longer stand by and watch. She quickly led the 13 tycoons behind her and rushed over. Ding Dian quickly turned around and shouted, "Brother Wu, quickly bring him out of the city." "Okay." A deliberately suppressed voice came from behind. "Brother Wu? Is there another person?" Song Qingshu could not help but sigh. After being poisoned, he was no longer as sharp as before. He did not even know that someone was standing behind him. Song Qingshu subconsciously turned around, and his expression suddenly became very interesting. Although the person was dressed in black and had his face covered, Song Qingshu always had a photographic memory. He only needed to look at the person's eyes to recognize his identity: Ling Hucheng, the Quanzhou Brigadier General Wu Tianda, who was now hiding beside Han Xingzhou. Ling Hucheng also looked at him meaningfully, then grabbed his shoulder with one hand and used his lightness skill to run out of the city. Song Qingshu had to admit that although Ling Hucheng's lightness skill was not as good as his, with the profound internal strength accumulated by the absorbing star's great skill, his lightness skill was enough to rank among the top in Jianghu. Along the way, Ling Hucheng did not say a word, continuously avoided several pursuers, and then jumped over the city wall under the cover of night. Then he ran for about 10 miles and came to an unknown barren mountain. Ling Hucheng suddenly stopped and threw Song Qingshu to the ground in front of him. Ling Hucheng pressed the tip of his sword against Song Qingshu's throat and sneered, "Song, did you ever think that you would end up like this?" Ding Dian, Xianxia, and the others stayed in Yangzhou City to bring up the rear and escort Song Qingshu out of the city. However, they didn't know that Quanzhou's General Wu Tianda was actually Ling Hucheng, and that Song Qingshu was previously married to Sun Moon Sec's Miss Ren. It could be said that the two hated each other for stealing their wives. "Indeed, I didn't expect this." Song Qingshu sighed. He'd really been too careless, and had fallen for Machika's trick just now. Actually, with his current cultivation, he was practically immune to most toxic poisons, but the gold wave Xuanhua was too overbearing, and the key was that it was impossible to guard against it, which was why he'd failed miserably in an easy task. "I was too arrogant before. If I'm lucky enough to survive this, I must find a way to guard against those legendary poisons," such as the colorless and odorless 7-heart cherry apple. If the enemy uses it against me, it will be even more difficult to guard against. Song Qingshu secretly made up his mind, but looking at Ling Hucheng in front of him, he couldn't help but laugh involuntarily. If he couldn't survive now, what was the point of talking about the future? Do you have any last words before you die? Ling Hucheng couldn't help but admire him for being able to laugh even in the face of death. To die in the hands of brother Ling Hu is naturally better than to die in the hands of those thieves. Song Qingshu replied indifferently. Ling Hucheng was shocked. You recognize me? Brother Ling Hu is so different, even if you changed your appearance, you can't hide your elegance. Of course, Song Mao recognizes you. Song Qingshu smiled calmly. Ling Hucheng couldn't help but snort coldly. It's no use trying to get close to me now, I will definitely kill you today. Song Qingshu originally wanted to shrug his shoulders, but unfortunately, the golden rippling flower's poison made his whole body a little numb. Even this simple movement was a little difficult. Brother Ling Hu, if you want to kill me, at least give me a reason so that I can die knowing. Reason? Ling Hucheng's face turned green. You snatched away my love and used despicable means to forcibly occupy Yingying. Is this reason enough? I wouldn't dare to snatch someone's love away, and I wouldn't call it despicable. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, this marriage alliance was proposed by Cult Master Ren. For the future of the Golden Snake Battalion, I can't possibly reject it, right? Brother Ling Hu, if you really want to blame someone, you should look for Ren Wuxing. He was the one who made some promises to you, and he was the one who went back on his word. Hearing his words, Ling Hucheng's expression immediately changed. Song Qingshu continued, Brother Ling Hu, ask yourself honestly, is the one you love the most in your heart really Yingying? Of course, yes. Ling Hucheng blurted out subconsciously, but he suddenly hesitated because at that moment, the image of him and Yu Lingshan practicing the spiritual surge sword technique together suddenly popped up in his mind. Song Qingshu laughed and said, see, you don't have much confidence when you say it yourself. Follow your heart and find your little shimmy. Ling Hucheng was immediately silent. After a long time, he said, little shimmy likes junior brother Lin. Why should I trouble myself? In this aspect, I am much more experienced than you. Song Qingshu pointed to the seat next to him and motioned for him to sit down. Ling Hucheng hesitated for a while, but finally sat next to him. Song Qingshu then continued, more than 1,000 years ago, the saint of love, Xianxia, had a famous saying, a girl's heart is the easiest thing in the world to change. Ling Hucheng asked doubtfully, who is Xianxia? A man with very strong kidney function. Song Qingshu's face had a faint smile on it, and he couldn't help but think of his past life when he was young and watching Looking for Qin until his ears turned red. Brother Ling Hu should have experienced it yourself. Obviously, at the beginning, Miss Yu's heart was clearly with you. In the eyes of your martial brothers and even your master and mistress, you were a pair. Who knew that after Lin Pingji appeared, everything would change? Ling Hucheng sighed and said, little junior sister has always regarded me as her elder brother. Since she was young, she has always worshipped master. Sect leader Yu, so she likes those dignified, serious, and taciturn men. How could she like a frivolous, unrestrained drunkard like me? Brother Ling Hu, you are wrong. You think that Miss Yu likes Lin Pingji because of your frivolous words, but in my opinion, that is not the most important thing. Song Qingshu replied. Ling Hucheng's eyebrows twitched, what do you mean? Song Qingshu slowly explained, women need companionship. Only by spending time with each other can true love develop. You stayed on the Repent Cliff for a year, then wandered the Jianghu. During this time, Lin Pingji was by Miss Yu's side. Women are emotional creatures. Even if it's a cat or a dog, as long as it's by her side, she will develop feelings for it, let alone a human. How do you even know such details about us? Ling Hucheng looked at him suspiciously, then shook his head, what you said seems reasonable, but in reality, it's not. Ever since we were young, little Shimmy and I grew up together. Haven't we spent enough time together? This is the second point where you did not do well, Song Qingshu said unhurriedly. If Miss Yu invited you to build a snowman with her, how would you answer her? Ling Hucheng didn't even think before he blurted out, I would say, as good-looking as you are, or, to build a snowman as good-looking as you is difficult. As he spoke, he seemed to recall the time when he played with his little Shimmy, and a trace of gentleness appeared on his face. Song Qingshu shook his head. This is the key reason why you lost to Lin Pingji. If it was him, he would definitely say business is more important. Ling Huchong frowned and asked in confusion, won't little Shimmy be angry? You don't understand a woman's mind, Song Qingshu sighed, you care too much about Miss Yu. As long as Miss Yu asks, even if you have something important to do, you will put it to the back of your mind. However, blindly accommodating will only make a woman accustomed to it. Only by rejecting her appropriately will she worry about her gains and losses, and yearn for you even in her dreams. Ling Huchong's eyes flashed, he was clearly moved by his words. Song Qingshu smiled. In fact, there was another reason that he didn't mention. Although in the eyes of the readers, Yu Lingshan was an unruly, willful, and unreasonable little girl, she was actually a very sensible woman. She could distinguish between serious business and playful. In comparison, she was more responsible for the Huashan sect than Ling Huchong. In the original novel, it was mentioned countless times that she was dissatisfied with Ling Huchong's lack of proper work. However, in the beginning, Ling Huchong was outstanding enough, so she could barely tolerate his shortcomings. Later on, Ling Huchong's actions became more and more beyond her understanding. Coupled with the addition of Lin Pingji, who was equally outstanding and diligent, she eventually fell in love with someone else. However, Song Qingshu knew that Ling Huchong wouldn't be able to change this reason even if he said it. Ling Huchong yearned for a free and unrestrained life. At this delicate moment, it was better not to use this to provoke him. You've said so much to me, just to beg me not to kill you? Ling Huchong finally spoke. Song Qingshu smiled, it's not that I'm begging you not to kill me, but I'm certain that you won't kill me. Previously, I didn't know that the Android app's comments were not connected to the PC version. Only yesterday did I find out that many readers were scolding me for splitting the previous chapter into 2 chapters. They were purely tricking the readers. I need to explain this. Because of my own writing habits and the previous editor's request to cater to the wireless version, most of the chapters in this book are more than 2,000 words per chapter. A small portion of the chapters are 3,000 words. These 3,000-word chapters are usually only 3,000 words per day when I only have 1 chapter per day. This is because the website's full attendance reward has a minimum daily word count. 3,000 words per day is equivalent to 300 full attendance, and 5,000 words per day is equivalent to 500 full attendance. So, when I only have 1 chapter per day, in order to meet this minimum word count, I will write a chapter of 2,000 words to 3,000 words. And when I normally update a chapter, it will be more than 2,000 words per chapter. So, this caused many readers to misunderstand. They thought that I was playing tricks and splitting the previous chapter into 2 to trick everyone. Then, many people scolded me. Ling Huchong was so angry that he laughed. This is really strange, the so-called hatred of killing one's father and taking one's wife is absolutely irreconcilable. You snatched Ying, yet you are so sure that I dare not kill you? Song Qingshu lightly replied, Brother Ling, whose hatred of taking one's wife is really unreasonable. Did you and Ying have a matchmaker's words? Was there an order from your parents? Also, have you bowed to heaven and earth? Ling Huchong was dumbfounded by his series of questions and didn't know how to answer for a while. Unfortunately, I have all of these. Song Qingshu's words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking Ling Huchong and making him jump up. You bowed to heaven and earth? Ling Huchong's lips trembled and his words were somewhat incoherent. It seems that Brother Ling Hu is not very well informed. A few months ago in the Golden Snake Camp, my great master Wudong Zhenrenzhang presided over the wedding. Ying has already bowed to heaven and earth with me. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. A gentleman could be deceived with methods, and Ling Huchong was a gentleman. That was why he dared to say such words on purpose. If he had encountered a despicable person, saying such words would have been purely courting death. No, I don't believe it. You must have forced Ying to marry you. Ling Huchong only felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if he had lost the most important thing in his life. I can swear that Ying was absolutely willing to bow to heaven and earth with me, otherwise I will be struck by lightning. Song Qingshu said seriously. The reason why he dared to make such a deadly oath was because Ren Ying was indeed willing to bow to heaven and earth with him, but at that time she didn't know his true identity under the mask. Moreover, this wedding was presided over by my great master. Do you think that with his character, he would tolerate me forcing other people's girls? Song Qingshu continued. When he heard that Song Qingshu swore without hesitation, Ling Hucheng was already 70 to 80% convinced. When he heard that the wedding was presided over by Zhang Sanfeng, he finally completely gave up. Zhang Sanfeng was a legend in the martial arts world and also a model of virtue and virtue. Ling Hucheng didn't believe Song Qingshu, but he had to believe Zhang Sanfeng. Now that Ying is officially my wife, brother Ling Hu, I'm afraid it's not the behavior of a gentleman to keep on pestering her. Seeing that Ling Ling's emotions were about done, Song Qingshu finally struck a vicious blow. Ling Hucheng opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to explain himself. He felt extremely aggrieved, but he had to agree with this statement. After all, according to the concept of this world, Ren Ying was indeed the other party's wife. I respect that brother Ling Hu is a gentleman, so I'm not afraid to tell you these things. Because he hadn't fought with any enemies in this period of time, Song Qingshu had the opportunity to slowly retract the inner qi in his body and suppress the poison of the golden ripple flower. He no longer saw people as double images. Since brother Ling Hu loves Miss You the most, why don't you take this opportunity to thoroughly understand your own heart? As long as you pay attention to the points I've just said, with brother Ling Hu's character and talent, it won't be difficult for you to win back Miss Yu's heart. Ling Hucheng was silent. In his mind, the various good things that Ren Ying had done in the past kept appearing. His heart began to ache and he couldn't help but say angrily, no matter how glib your tongue is, I will kill you today. Brother Ling Hu, are you sure? Song Qingshu was unhurried. Now that I am Ying's husband, if you kill me, will Ying turn against you? Moreover, I've saved Miss Yu's life many times. When that time comes, why would Miss Yu marry a man who killed her savior? You. Ling Hucheng's expression was gloomy and uncertain. At this moment, there was a faint noise coming from afar. A large group of people holding torches were approaching this location. It was obvious that Ma Chi-ke and Li Keqiu's pursuers had searched all the way here. You're right, if I kill you, I will indeed make them sad, Ling Hucheng pondered for a moment before saying, in any case, you've been poisoned by the golden rippling sunflower and won't live for long. It doesn't make a difference whether I kill you or not. However, in the end, you were the one who snatched Ying away. Now that the pursuers are here, it's impossible for me to be magnanimous enough to save you again. You'll have to resign yourself to your fate. Once he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Song Qingshu suddenly smiled and said, Brother Ling Hu, you've already helped me a lot by bringing me out of Yangzhou City. However, I've taught you the secret technique of picking up girls before, so we can be said to be even. Hearing his words, Ling Hucheng's departing figure couldn't help but stagger and almost fall. If you're lucky enough to survive this time, I'll still come and settle the score with you. As soon as his voice fell, he disappeared into the wilderness with a few leaps. Thank you for your auspicious words. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. Ling Hucheng was indeed a gentleman, disdaining to take advantage of others when they were down. If their positions were reversed, Song Qingshu couldn't be as open-minded as Ling Hucheng. The torch was getting closer and closer. Song Qingshu didn't dare to tarry. He got up and staggered towards the depths of the mountain. Li Keqiu sent a housemaid to check on Li Yuanji's body. When she found out that she was still a virgin, a huge stone in her heart immediately fell to the ground. At this time, the news that Song Qingshu had been rescued from the city came. Li Keqiu immediately couldn't sit still. Many years of fighting on the battlefield had taught him that once something was done, it must be done to the extreme. Otherwise, the enemy's backlash in the future would be unprecedentedly great. Therefore, he immediately mobilized the troops of the Green Camp and cooperated with Ma Chi-chu's subordinates. With Yangzhou as the center, they spread out and searched the mountains and seas to find Song Qingshu. The direction that Ling Hucheng had taken Song Qingshu to was of utmost importance. The scouts in the army were experts in the art of tracking. Soon, a group of troops followed the trail and chased after them. When Song Qingshu was staggering in the wilderness, a sharp-eyed soldier among the pursuing troops immediately pointed at his back and shouted, "Over there." While sending someone to inform the other troops in the vicinity, he chased after Song Qingshu. What bad luck. Even cold water gets stuck in the gaps between my teeth. Song Qingshu laughed bitterly. How could he be seen from so far away in the middle of the night? Did these people all bring infrared binoculars? Grumbling was just grumbling. Right now, he could only pick up his pace and hide in the mountains. Fortunately, there was still some distance between them. Not to mention, it was not convenient to sprint on horseback in the mountains. Therefore, these people wouldn't be able to catch up to him for a while. However, now that his tracks had been exposed and there were experts in the enemy's camp, the poisoned Song Qingshu couldn't shake these people off. Outside the city, a chase and escape scene unfolded. In the admiral's manor inside the city, a young married woman was carefully bandaging the wound on Wang Gui's chest. Her thin shoulders, thin waist, tall and well-proportioned figure, under the illumination of the candlelight, was even more graceful and moving. She sighed faintly, "Husband, did you go and harm people again?" This young married woman was Di Yun's junior marshal's sister, Qi Feng, who had fallen into a trap and married Wang Gui. If Di Yun were here, he would have been impressed that his junior sister's face was fuller than it had been a few years ago. Her face was also fairer and more beautiful. However, Wang Gui was not in the mood to be gentle. His expression changed when he heard his wife's words. He stood up and pushed her away. "What do you mean by harming others? What do you know about men's affairs?" Qi Feng smiled sadly. "I come from the countryside. I don't have much experience, but I can still tell right from wrong. I know what you did today. Even the people of the pugilistic world are not ashamed to stab others in the back. Grandfather is the prime minister of the imperial court, but he is unscrupulous. Not only did you not stop him, you even helped him." Slap, with a resounding slap, a red handprint appeared on Qi Feng's fair and tender face. "Shut up." Wang Gui looked out of the window in fear. He was relieved to see that there was no one near the room. He turned around and glared at his wife. "What do you know? My father's family was born of a concubine. They have been wandering the pugilistic world for a long time. If I don't think of ways to please grandfather, how am I going to establish myself in the family? So what if we can't establish ourselves? At most, we can go back to Jingzhou City and live in seclusion. Isn't it good to be a happy family?" Even though she felt wronged, Qi Feng still held back her tears and held her husband's arm. She hoped to soften his heart with her gentleness. What a woman's view. Waving his hand, Wang Gui coldly snorted, "My grandfather is the prime minister of the current dynasty, below only one and above tens of thousands of people. Just how noble is he? Casually doing some work for him is more useful than others studying hard for 10 years. Return to Jingzhou? When that time comes, even a prefectural magistrate like Ling Tusi will give us a hard time. I don't want to live such a sullen life." Qi Feng's eyes flashed with disappointment. She finally understood that the difference in their views was too great. There was no way they could reconcile. Even though she was not well educated, she had been kind since she was young. She could tell right from wrong. When she found out that her husband's grandfather was Ma Qifeng, the person who killed Yu Fei, she felt as if the sky had fallen. However, she had always been a woman. She adhered to the principle that if she married a man, she would follow him. She could only endure it silently. However, in the past 2 years, she had tried many times to persuade her husband to leave, but each time, the couple parted on bad terms. "I'll go back to linen tomorrow morning. I miss the water spinach," Qi Feng suddenly said. Water spinach was her and Wang Gui's daughter. The reason why she had such a strange name was to commemorate Di Yun. This was the nickname she had given Di Yun when they were childhood sweethearts. Of course, Wang Gui did not know the reason, otherwise he would not have allowed his daughter to use another man's name. "We still have things to take care of here. How can we leave tomorrow?" When he thought about how Song Qingshu was still on the run, Wang Gui couldn't help but feel slightly uneasy. But when he saw his wife's miserable expression, his heart couldn't help but soften, and he knew that it would only be torture for her to continue staying here. "Alright, I'll send someone to send you back tomorrow." The reason why he took her to Yangzhou this time was to pretend that they were going out for a family trip to deceive the eyes and ears of those with ulterior motives in linen. Now that the situation in Yangzhou had been settled, and they had also met Han Xingzhou and his group, there was no need to hide anymore. So, it was better to let her go back, lest she stayed here to nag every day and make him angry. Originally, with the success of today's plan, Wan Gui was complacent and planned to find his lovely wife to be intimate with while he was healing. Who knew that she would say a lot of clichés, making him lose all interest. After promising to send her back to Linen tomorrow, he left with a disappointed face. The gloomy face of her husband when he left appeared in her mind. The more Qi Feng thought about it, the sadder she became. She fell on the bed and sobbed. If Song Qingshu knew that the culprit who harmed him was not on good terms with his wife, he would definitely clap his hands and be happy. Unfortunately, he had no time to think about other things at this moment. After all, he was poisoned. As he ran violently, the poison of the golden ripple sunflower, which was originally calm, came out again and caused trouble. Song Qingshu gradually felt a numbness in his limbs. Sometimes he even had an illusion that he seemed to only have consciousness left and could not feel his body. Hurry up, it's over there. Sensing that the pursuers were getting closer and closer, Song Qingshu had also been on the battlefield. Judging from the whistling of the pursuers, he quickly realized that the people behind him had split into two. One group was chasing from behind and the other went around to the front to block. Knowing that it was futile to continue running, Song Qingshu simply stopped. He just happened to see a hidden cave not far away and struggled to run into it. Casually getting some branches to cover the entrance of the cave, Song Qingshu was completely paralyzed. What he could usually do with a wave of his sleeves, he did not expect that today it would almost take his old life. He had already thought it through. Either the pursuers were blind and did not find this cave, then everything would be fine. Of course, this possibility was very small. Since the other party was searching for him, they would definitely not let go of any bush, so how could they ignore this place? However, even if he was discovered, there was no way out anyway. Instead of being surrounded by enemies on all sides, he might as well make use of the cave's topography to hold the fort. Although he knew that he did not have long to live, with the help of the cave's topography, he could drag a few more people down with him before he died. It's time to leave my last words, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind, and Song Qingshu suddenly became silent. He had heard this sentence when he watched Higher Brothers in his previous life. At that time, the alien on Easter Island had waited his entire life for his companion's spaceship to pick him up. Knowing that his time was coming, he muttered this sentence to himself. At that time, he did not think much of it, but now that he thought about it, Song Qingshu could not help but feel a deep resonance. He was the same as the alien, a passerby in this world, and when he was about to die, he was exceptionally miserable. Since the alien left his last words with the Easter stone statue before he died, I should also leave something to prove that I existed in this world. Song Qingshu took out a roll of white cloth from his pocket and took out a charcoal pencil, but when he was about to start writing, he hesitated. Last words were always said to the people closest to him, but he did not have any children. Although he had many female confidants, he did not have that much time and a large piece of white cloth to write his last words for each of them. Since it would not be good to leave anyone out, then he might as well not write anything. Let them hate him together. On the contrary, it would be too much of a pity if they were buried with him. Song Qingshu finally understood why so many protagonists in novels were able to obtain the martial arts secret manuals of senior masters every time they fell off a cliff or entered a cave. It was because he was now a senior master who was on the verge of death, and he really didn't want to see the divine skills decay with him. Because the space in the white cloth was a little small, after thinking about it, he finally decided to write the mnemonic of the blissful Zen on it. Who knew that just as he wrote a few paragraphs, the noise of the pursuers could be heard not far from the cave. Sigh, there's no time. Song Qingshu sensed that the poison of the golden ripple flower had already spread to his limbs and bones. Now that he could not even hold the charcoal pencil in his hand, he simply closed his eyes in resignation. Right at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Hey, is this the martial art that caused me to be embarrassed last time? Yesterday's article on the public account tested whether you guys had a girl complex or a wife complex, and the results were delightful. Public account, Monk Lu Ru. Hearing this extremely ethereal voice, Song Qingshu opened his eyes in a daze. Because of the golden ripple flower's poison, his vision was now greatly affected, and he could only vaguely see a woman in white standing beside him. However, he didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but he seemed to see this woman walking over from the clouds, like a fairy descending from the heavens. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. I thought a lustful person like me would go to the 18th level of hell after death, but I didn't expect a fairy to come and take me to heaven. The woman in white held her forehead as if she was very speechless. Song Qingshu was instantly amused. He thought to himself, it seems that fairies aren't completely devoid of emotions and desires. I have to properly display the skills that I've previously trained to please this fairy sister, so that I won't be made difficult in the future. Seeing him open his mouth as if he wanted to say something, the woman in white finally became a little angry. You're poisoned, so don't waste your energy talking at this time. Fairy sister told me not to talk, so I won't talk. Because of the golden ripple flower, Song Qingshu couldn't distinguish reality from illusion. Seeing that Song Qingshu was awake, the woman in white frowned slightly. She squatted down and placed Song Qingshu's head on her lap. Then, she took out a porcelain bottle from her bosom, and a crystal clear amber liquid gradually flowed into his mouth. So sweet, is this the immortal world's bejeweled nectar? Song Qingshu smacked his lips and muttered to himself. The woman in white retracted her finger as if she had been electrocuted. Just now, Song Qingshu was greedily sucking the porcelain bottle like a baby sucking milk, and accidentally sucked on her finger. Glaring at him rather angrily, the woman in white helped him up and made him sit cross-legged in front of her. Then, she used a unique hand technique to seal several major acupoints on his back, and pure inner energy was continuously transferred into his body. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Song Qingshu finally opened his eyes, and the turbidity in his eyes gradually returned to normal. When he saw the stunning appearance of the woman next to him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Little junior sister, how come it's you?" The woman before him was draped in a white dress that was like a veil, and she seemed to be shrouded in mist. The faint moonlight shone in and illuminated her exquisite and otherworldly appearance. Who else could it be but Xiaolong Nu? I'm not a fairy from the 9 heavens. Are you disappointed? Xiaolong Nu said calmly. However, there was a hint of a smile on her face. Song Qingshu's face reddened. He still had a vague impression of his embarrassing behavior just now, but he had always been thick-skinned, so he quickly smiled and said, how could I be disappointed? Junior sister is much more beautiful than any fairy from the 9th heaven. You're about to die, yet you're still so glib. Xiaolong Nu frowned slightly. Obviously, she wasn't used to him praising her so bluntly. I fed you jade bee jelly earlier and combined it with my inner energy. Unfortunately, it was still unable to expel the toxic poison in your body, and it could only slightly delay the poison in your body. It won't be long before I'm already satisfied to be able to regain a moment of clarity and see this beautiful world once more. I'm even able to see you once more before I die. Song Qingshu had expected such an outcome since long ago. If the poison of the gold wave flower was so easy to cure, then it would truly be unworthy of the title of being incurable in the original work. You're quite open-minded. Xiaolong Nu responded faintly and did not continue. She had always had such a cold temperament. Grandma's son, who had taken care of her since she was a child, died in front of her, and she did not have the slightest change in her emotions, let alone Song Qingshu. This time, it was Song Qingshu's turn to be depressed. Hey, with our friendship, you should at least comfort me a little. I'll pretend to be calm and show that I don't care about life and death. This is the normal development of the plot. What friendship do I have with you? For some reason, when she heard these words, Xiaolong Nu suddenly thought of that time in the ancient tomb when the two of them were naked and hugging each other. Even though she was usually cold, she could not help but feel a little embarrassed and angry. Looking at her white jade-like cheeks faintly showing a trace of bright red, Song Qingshu could not help but be a little stunned. Xiaolong Nu was already incomparably beautiful, and now with a trace of bright red on her cheeks, she was even more tender and beautiful. I suddenly feel a little reluctant to die. Thinking that after dying, he would never be able to appreciate such beauty again, Song Qingshu could not help but sigh. Everyone will die in the end. There is no difference in dying earlier or later. At this time, Xiaolong Nu had already returned to normal and replied faintly. Well, don't comfort me. Your way of comforting me makes me feel even more uncomfortable. Song Qingshu could not help but smile bitterly. Oh. Xiaolongnu answered and really did not say anything else. She really was a young girl. After all, Song Qingshu was a person who loved crowds. He did not want to die too quietly, so he could not help but ask, "Why are you here?" "I was originally here, you just did not notice me." Xiaolongnu's face slightly heated up. In fact, she did not tell the truth. She was originally resting in this cave, but it was a little deeper. Song Qingshu absent-mindedly rushed in. First, he did not think that there would be someone in this wilderness, and second, he did not have the energy to search the entire cave. Xiaolongnu woke up the moment he rushed in. When she saw that it was Song Qingshu, she changed her normal behavior and her expression could be said to be very interesting. Because of what happened in the ancient tomb, Xiaolongnu did not want to face him again, so she quietly hid. Now that Song Qingshu had lost his martial arts, he naturally could not detect her existence. At first, Xiaolongnu only thought that Song Qingshu was coincidentally passing by. She prayed in her heart that he would leave quickly. Fortunately, she had a calm temperament since she was young, so she patiently waited for him to leave. Who knew that later, she gradually discovered that there was something wrong with Song Qingshu's body. After realizing that he was poisoned, she could no longer hide, so she came out. Although she did not want to face Song Qingshu again, she also did not want to watch him die. After all, he was her brother-in-law, and he had saved her life several times. Unfortunately, even though she used all her strength, she could only delay the time of his death. There was no way to cure him. So that's how it is. Song Qingshu still wanted to say something, but suddenly there was a shout from outside the cave, "There is a cave here, the surnamed Song is likely to be hiding inside. Everyone, go in and search." Xiaolongnu looked at him in surprise, "These people are chasing after you." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and nodded. Not long ago, he was a person who took the head of a general among millions of soldiers, but now he was actually being chased by a few small soldiers. There was no escape for him. It was really like a tiger being bullied by dogs. At this time, a group of soldiers rushed in. When they saw Song Qingshu, their eyes lit up. After all, his head was worth 10,000 taels of gold, and he would be promoted by 3 ranks. But when they saw Xiaolongnu beside him, the noisy cave instantly quieted down. Everyone had the same thought, how could there be such a beautiful woman in this world? Seeing the dumbfounded expressions of these people, Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "Little junior sister, your charm is really exaggerated." Hearing his teasing, Xiaolongnu frowned slightly and did not answer. The group of people finally came to their senses. "She's in cahoots with Song Qingshu. Kill Song Qingshu. Capture the woman alive." The group of people shouted at the same time. Song Qingshu did not expect that his casual words would bring trouble to Xiaolongnu, but he soon felt relieved. For this group of ruffian soldiers, meeting a fairy-like woman in the wilderness, and the other party was alone, even if he was not there, they would probably still have sex. Sensing the burning desire in these people's eyes, Xiaolongnu, who had always been calm and collected, couldn't help but feel a little angry. When the group of soldiers rushed over, Xiaolongnu's figure flashed and directly went up to meet them. Ouch, everyone only saw a flash of white light in front of them, and before they could see clearly what was going on, they felt a sharp pain in their wrists. They could no longer hold the weapons in their hands, and they fell to the ground with clanking sounds. They all looked at the woman not far away in horror. Xiaolongnu had already returned to her original position, and the 2 swords in her hands were sheathed. She stood there with a calm expression, her clothes fluttering in the wind, like a mysterious fairy. Go quickly." The desire in the group of soldiers' eyes faded, leaving only deep fear. They did not know whether the woman in white in front of them was a fairy or a demoness, or else how could she use such a magical sword technique. Seeing that the other party did not kill them, the group of people felt as if they had been pardoned and ran out in panic. In the blink of an eye, only Song Qingshu and Xiaolongnu were left in the cave. "Why didn't you kill them?" Song Qingshu frowned slightly. After these people returned, they would definitely tell the situation here to their companions. It would not be long before more experts heard about it and came here. Xiaolongnu replied indifferently, "I don't like to kill people." Song Qingshu was startled. Thinking back, although Xiaolongnu's martial arts were high now, she did not kill people from the beginning to the end. He could not help but admire her in his heart. Although she looked cold on the outside, she was extremely kind on the inside. How did you end up like this? Xiao Longnu suddenly asked after a moment of silence. This was something she had always been curious about. After all, she knew Song Qingshu's martial arts cultivation very well. Usually, it was him who chased after others. Who would dare to chase after him? It's a long story. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly, and then roughly explained how he was poisoned, how he was betrayed by Li Kexiu, and how he was being hunted. There's actually such a powerful poison in the world? Hearing about the poison of the golden ripple flower, Xiao Longnu was also shocked. It must be known that for martial arts experts, as long as their internal energy reached a certain level, they would be able to force out the poison on their own. Otherwise, the world's #1 in the pugilistic world would have long been in the bag of the 5 poison sect and the other poison-using sections. At Song Qingshu's level of internal energy cultivation, he could almost be said to be immune to poison. Who knew that he would still be poisoned by the golden ripple flower and be unable to force out the poison at the same time? The golden ripple flower is indeed a poison named after the heavenly demon that fought with Buddha. Song Qingshu was also filled with emotion. How can I save you? Xiao Longnu suddenly asked. How about I go to the Admiral's office and see if I can find an antidote for you? Although she didn't want to meet him before, after knowing his current situation, Xiao Longnu's heart rippled. She didn't understand why she had such emotions. When Grandma's son was about to die, she could be very calm. Why was it that when he was about to die, she was somewhat unwilling? Could it be that the martial arts that she had cultivated since she was young to abandon the 7 emotions and 6 desires had regressed so much, she couldn't understand it no matter how she thought about it? She could only think that it was because he was eldest senior sister's man. Eldest senior sister was such a good person. If she knew he was dead, she would definitely be sad. Song Qingshu didn't know that in this time, thousands of thoughts had turned in Xiao Longnu's mind. Hearing this, he couldn't help but answer, it's useless. As far as I know, the golden ripple flower has no antidote. And even if there is an antidote, I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for that time. Hearing that he was losing strength to speak and his eyes were opening and closing, Xiao Longnu quickly went over to check his pulse. Her delicate face suddenly froze. She murmured, I didn't think it would relapse so soon. Don't touch me. I might still have the poison of the golden ripple flower on me, Song Qingshu said hurriedly when he sensed that she was checking his pulse. I touched you so many times just now. Why haven't I been poisoned? Xiao Longnu asked curiously. Song Qingshu also froze. He thought about how Ling Huchong hadn't been poisoned when he had taken him out of the city. He quickly realized that it was probably because he usually had Jinqi circulating around his body. The poison powder couldn't get close to him. He had been poisoned because he had smelled the fragrance of the golden ripple flower. Naturally, it wouldn't spread to others. He was about to explain when Xiao Longnu's eyes lit up. I know. Then, under Song Qingshu's puzzled gaze, she took out an item from her bosom and brought it to him. He saw a yellow ball the size of a pigeon egg in Xiao Longnu's jade-white palm. It was dark and inconspicuous. This is the rhinoceros dragon pill you gave me when we parted last time. According to what you said, this item can ward off 100 poisons. It should be thanks to it. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. The rhinoceros dragon pill was obtained by Western poison Ouyang Feng from the body of a strange beast in the West. It was refined with all kinds of rare medicinal herbs. When worn on one's body, one would be immune to 100 poisons. Venomous snakes and insects would all stay away from it. However, it was clear that this was not the reason why Xiao Longnu wasn't poisoned. Just as he was about to explain, a strange light shone on Xiao Longnu's face. Since this item can ward off poison, then after you eat it, is it possible to cure the poison of the golden ripple flower? Song Qingshu answered weakly, this item has a preventive effect, and its main purpose is to ward off venomous snakes and insects. Now that I've been poisoned, it has no effect. Moreover, this item is to be worn on one's body, not eaten. When Ouyang Feng had given this item to him, he had specially warned him that this item was refined with all kinds of medicinal herbs, so it was also deeply poisonous. He must remember not to eat it. Unfortunately, the poison of the golden ripple flower had just been suppressed by Xiaolongnu with the help of the jade bee honey and internal energy. Now that it had made a comeback, it was especially fierce. Before Song Qingshu could finish his sentence, he had already fainted. Xiaolongnu hurriedly checked his breathing. It could be said that his breathing was very weak. Her beautiful face couldn't help but change slightly. Now that things have come to this, we can only try everything in a desperate situation. In fact, she also knew that this rhinoceros dragon pill could not be taken, but now that things have come to this, she had no other choice. She couldn't just watch as he gradually breathed his last and do nothing. Her two jade-like fingers clamped the rhinoceros dragon pill and brought it to Song Qingshu's mouth. Unfortunately, because of the poison of the golden ripple flower, his muscles were stiff all over and his mouth was tightly shut, unable to be fed. Xiaolongnu tried a few times but couldn't get the dragon pill into Song Qingshu's mouth. She couldn't help but frown. Sensing that Song Qingshu's breath was getting weaker, Xiaolongnu hesitated. If she couldn't get the pill into his mouth, she was afraid that she wouldn't even have a chance. And she also noticed that the dragon pill in her hand was the size of a pigeon's egg. Even if she managed to get it into his mouth, she didn't know how long it would take for the pill to dissolve and produce its effects. And what Song Qingshu lacked the most now was time. As if she had made an extremely difficult decision, Xiaolongnu hesitantly put the dragon pill into her mouth and bit it with her pearly white teeth. Who knew that the dragon pill was as hard as a rock, and when she bit it, her teeth hurt instead. She could only circulate her internal energy and bite down hard again. The dragon pill was finally broken by her bite and a foul smell spread in all directions. Xiaolongnu frowned. She could only suppress the annoyance and nausea in her heart and chew it. Then she leaned over and moved closer to Song Qingshu's lips. She reached out and pressed the pressure point on his chin. Taking advantage of his lips softening, Xiaolongnu moved closer and used the tip of her tongue to pry open his lips. Who knew that his teeth were tightly shut? Xiaolongnu was secretly annoyed, but it was a matter of life and death. She could only endure the shyness in her heart and kept probing with the tip of her tongue. As the saying goes, even well-tempered steel will become soft. Under her unremitting efforts, Song Qingshu's tightly closed teeth finally opened a gap. Xiaolongnu hurriedly opened his mouth and put the chewed dragon pill into his mouth. Sensing that he had swallowed it, Xiaolongnu hurriedly moved away from his body. She wiped her lips and could faintly feel her cheeks burning with the back of her hand. Her face, which had always been as cold as frost, was now as red as a rose. I haven't even kissed Guo before. Xiaolongnu couldn't help but stomp her feet. Her face was filled with annoyance, regret, and shyness. Suddenly, she felt dizzy and her lips felt numb. Xiaolongnu couldn't help but exclaim, "What a powerful poison!" She couldn't care less about her embarrassment and annoyance. She immediately spat out what was left in her mouth and took out a bottle of jade bee honey to drink. Then, she hurriedly sat down cross-legged to circulate her qi to force out the poison. The earth dragon pill of rhinoceros was a panacea developed by Western poison. It could only be worn and not eaten. If a normal person swallowed it, he or she would have died a long time ago. Fortunately, Xiaolongnu only chewed it and did not swallow it, so the poison was not deep. Later on, when she fed Song Qingshu, her tongue came into contact with his lips and teeth, so she was naturally infected with the poison of the golden ripple flower. However, the poison in Song Qingshu's saliva had already been diluted, and Xiaolongnu's mouth contained a panacea against poison, so she didn't end up like Song Qingshu. But even so, she had no choice but to hurriedly circulate her true qi to force out the poison. Wow! Song Qingshu, who was originally unconscious, suddenly turned over and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood on the ground was especially bright red and dazzling, emitting a demonic glow. Xiaolongnu was shocked. Ignoring the poison in her body, she ran over and asked, "How do you feel?" The numbness in her lips and the dizziness in her head were naturally the signs of being poisoned by the golden ripple flower, but at the same time, she felt nauseous and extremely uncomfortable, which should be caused by the toxicity of the Tongsha earth dragon pill. Therefore, she was very worried that Song Qingshu would not be poisoned to death by the golden ripple flower, but be poisoned to death by the Tongsha earth dragon pill first. Unexpectedly, after Song Qingshu vomited blood, he fell into a coma again. Moreover, his body gradually became hot, and it was obvious that he was having a fever. At this moment, Xiaolongnu was also helpless. She could only resign herself to fate. Taking a deep look at Song Qingshu, she took the opportunity to sit by the side and continue to circulate her true qi to force out the poison. This was the difference between Xiaolongnu and other people. At this moment, if it was Ajiao and Xia Qingqing accompanying Song Qingshu, even if they knew that there was no way, they would still stare at him at all times and put all their attention on him. Xiaolongnu had cultivated the martial art of abandoning the 7 emotions and 6 desires since she was young. She had already achieved a heart as still as water. When she realized that she had done what she could and whether Song Qingshu could be saved depended on his own luck, she calmly sat by the side and began to circulate her true qi to meditate. When Xiaolongnu finished dispelling the poison in her body, Song Qingshu still did not wake up. However, what was worth rejoicing was that even though his body was burning, his breathing was much stronger than before. Thinking of the toxicity of the golden rippling sunflower that Song Qingshu had described before, he should have been dead by now. It seems that the dragon pill of penetrating rhinoceros is still effective. Xiaolongnu nodded and unknowingly let out a sigh of relief. Hot, so hot. Song Qingshu suddenly sleep-talked. She saw him constantly tearing off his clothes, and soon, his strong upper body was revealed. Bah! Xiaolongnu could not help but spit. She only took a glance before hurriedly looking away. Then, she returned to the deeper part of the cave and lay down on the rope that was previously hanging across the wall. Usually, as soon as she lay on the rope, it was very easy for her to fall asleep. However, today, she could not fall asleep no matter what. She could only change her position on the rope and lay on her side, observing Song Qingshu's situation from afar. If there was a third person in the cave at this moment, they would definitely be amazed that Xiaolongnu was on the rope as if she was on a bed. She changed her position at will, but there was no sign of her falling off. At this moment, Xiaolongnu supported her chin with her hand, lying on her side on the rope. Her graceful figure was outlined by the rope, making it even more alluring. It was a pity that no one had the good fortune to be able to appreciate this picture of a dragon girl lying on her side. The only man, Song Qingshu, also had his eyes closed at this moment. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. After an unknown amount of time, Song Qingshu suddenly sat up straight. Xiaolongnu's beautiful eyes looked around, staring at him nervously. She saw that Song Qingshu still had his eyes closed, but his whole body was sitting cross-legged. His hands were drawing some strange patterns, and he began to circulate his qi to heal his injuries. Xiaolongnu's eyes lit up. Seeing that he could start to circulate his qi, presumably, his life was saved. Not daring to go over, for fear of disturbing the other, Xiaolongnu was still lying on her side on the rope, her pair of big eyes staring at him. After an unknown amount of time, Song Qingshu spat out a mouthful of blood again. However, this time, the blood had a faint golden luster. Xiaolongnu thought that he was possessed. Her body flashed, and she lightly flew to his side. Feeling the elegant fragrance coming from beside him, Song Qingshu finally slowly opened his eyes. "You're healed?" This time even Xiaolongnu couldn't help but ask curiously. "It's not that easy," Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "I didn't have time to tell you just now, but the dragon pill of Xianxia itself also contains a strong poison. Who knew that you would really feed it to me?" Thinking of the scene of him feeding the pill just now, Xiaolongnu's expression was a little unnatural. "At that time, I had no other way. If it was someone else who swallowed the dragon pill of Xianxia, I'm afraid that they would have died on the spot," Song Qingshu said with lingering fear. "Fortunately, I was poisoned by the golden ripple flower. The two poisons clashed, allowing me to take the opportunity to circulate a trace of the Xianxia in my body to protect my heart meridian. That's why I didn't die immediately." "Is this the legendary fight poison with poison?" Xiaolongnu said in surprise. Hearing Song Qingshu's words, Xiaolongnu asked in confusion, "Can't you use your inner force to force the poison out now?" Xiaolongnu had also been poisoned earlier, and she had used her inner force to force the poison out. Song Qingshu's skills were above hers, so she could not understand why he was so troubled. Previously, Song Qingshu had been too deeply poisoned to force the poison out, but now that the poison of the golden ripple flower had been suppressed, he should be able to force the poison out with his skills. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. The poison of the golden ripple flower is really unique for it to be named after the heavenly demon. Even though my life is temporarily out of danger, the meridians in my body have been sealed by the poison. I can feel my skills spreading through my limbs and acupoints, but because the poison has entered my meridians, I can't circulate my vital energy. In other words, I have all my skills, but I can't use them. In fact, it was not completely impossible to use them. Song Qingshu had tried a few times just now, and he could occasionally successfully circulate some vital energy once in 10 times. Unfortunately, the time he could maintain it was extremely short, and it could be said to be fleeting. It could not be used to force the poison out, and instead, it was easy for the poison to enter deeper into his organs due to the sudden disappearance of his vital energy. Song Qingshu had finally managed to achieve a delicate balance with the poison in his body, so he did not dare to take the risk and try again. When he thought about how he had become like Duan Yu, his martial arts sometimes ineffective, Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. To be honest, he was currently inferior to Duan Yu. Even though Duan Yu could not use the 6-pulse divine sword most of the time, he could still use it normally quite a few times. The probability of Song Qingshu being able to use martial arts now was very small, and the opportunity was fleeting. After listening to Song Qingshu's explanation, Xiaolong knew somewhat understood. Since you can't force the poison out yourself, why don't you find someone else to help you? It still doesn't work. In this short period of time earlier, Song Qingshu had already thought of various methods. Presently, the poison of the gold wave flower has already penetrated deep into my meridians and internal organs. If I use external force to expel the poison, and I'm slightly unable to control the strength, then the meridians in my entire body will be crippled, and I'll die an unspeakable death. In fact, his current situation was more or less the same as that of Zhang Wuji after he had been struck by the mysterious dark palm in his youth. Because the cold poison had invaded Zhang Wuji's heart and arteries, it had caused Zhang Wuji's world-shaking martial arts to be helpless. After all, a person's heart and arteries were extremely fragile. Once an external force invaded, even a moment of carelessness would result in death on the spot. In the end, he could only rely on Zhang Wuji's cultivation of the Nine-Yang manual, relying on his own strength to dispel the cold poison within his body. Song Qingshu's current situation was even worse than Zhang Wuji's back then. The poison of the gold wave flower had already invaded every meridian in his body, blocking the circulation routes of his true qi. As a result, he couldn't even circulate the true qi within his body, let alone cultivate other martial arts like Zhang Wuji to dispel the poison within his body. Then what should I do? As each and every plan was rejected, Xiaolong Nu couldn't help but worry for him. I don't know either. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly, wondering if he should make a trip to the King of Medicine Manor to see if the Poison Hand King of Medicine and Qinglingsu could do anything about it. However, there was always a limit to medical skills. Now that the poison of the gold wave flower had already intertwined with his meridians and organs, even the Poison Hand King of Medicine would be unable to save him. Everything in the world follows the law of mutual promotion and suppression. Although this gold wave flower is miraculous, I believe that there must be something in this world that can suppress it. Don't be too discouraged. Seeing Song Qingshu's dejected expression, Xiaolong Nu couldn't help but comfort him. Song Qingshu's eyes immediately lit up. Because he was too familiar with the original work, he fell into despair when he heard that he had been poisoned by the gold wave flower. After all, it was clearly written in the original work that the gold wave flower had no antidote. However, there were 3,000 great Daos, and there was still a chance of survival. Although it wasn't written in the original work, it didn't mean that there really wasn't an antidote in the real world. Even if it was really as mentioned in the original work that there was no antidote, the original work didn't say that there was no antidote, it was just a difference of one word, but the result was immediately different. In the original work of the Legend of the Flying Fox, the jade silkworm poison goo, crane's crown red, and peacock gallbladder were used together. The divine chapter of the King of Medicine clearly stated that there was no antidote, so it warned the disciples to never use the 3 poisons together. Morong Jingyue was also a disciple of the King of Medicine. After he was poisoned, he couldn't save his life even after using all his skills. Beside him was the junior brother of the Poison Hand King of Medicine, Poison Hand God El Shirwanchen. He was also helpless and could only watch as Morong Jingyue walked towards death. In the end, Hu Fei was accidentally poisoned, and even the readers thought that he was dead for sure. However, Qinglingsu sacrificed her own life to save him. This was the so-called "there is no antidote, but there is a way to save him." After thinking through all of this, Song Qingshu suddenly brightened up. Although he appeared to be indifferent to life and death, in reality, he was more pessimistic than anyone else. This was because he was all too clear about the toxicity of the golden rippling flower. But now he understood that even if there was no antidote for the golden rippling flower, there was definitely a way to neutralize its toxicity in this world. Therefore, Song Qingshu's spirit, qi, and spirit were instantly refreshed. "Junior sister, do you have any jade bee needles on you? Give me a few." Song Qingshu suddenly asked. "Yes, what do you want these for?" Xiao Longnu took out 3 jade bee needles and handed them to him in puzzlement. After Song Qingshu took them, he didn't say anything. He just picked up the jade bee needles and pierced them into his body. "What are you doing?" Xiao Longnu cried out in alarm. Could it be that the poison had entered his brain and he had gone crazy? Although her jade bee needles weren't as effective as Li Macho's soul-freezing silver needles, the toxicity was still not small. It could torture a person to the point that they wished they were dead. In the original novel, the Taoists of Chongyang Palace were very annoying, but it had to be said that apart from Zhao Zhijing, most of them were hard bones. In the end, after being poisoned by the jade bee, the Chongyang 7 masters could only disregard their face and ask Xiao Longnu for the antidote. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, exclaimed in pleasant surprise. When he noticed Xiao Longnu's astonished expression, he explained, "Junior sister, don't worry. Not only did your jade bee needles not hurt when they pierced me, they even felt slightly comfortable. I presume the jade bee's poison just happens to have a restraining effect on the gold wave flower's poison." It turned out that when Song Qingshu was thinking of a way to restrain the golden ripple flower, he suddenly saw Xiao Longnu's beautiful face. An idea flashed through his mind. He remembered that in the original novel, Zhou Baodong was poisoned by the 5-colored snow spider. In the end, he had to use the jade bee's poison to cure it. So he asked Xiao Longnu for the jade bee needles to experiment. If there was only pain when the needles pierced his body, then it meant that the jade bee's poison had no effect on the golden ripple flower. On the other hand, if there was a comfortable feeling, then it meant that it was effective. Oh, Zhou Baodong also used the jade bee to detoxify the poison. Xiao Longnu's eyes lit up. It was obvious that she was thinking the same thing as him. After the previous experiment, Song Qingshu knew that when the jade bee needles were inserted into his body, the feeling of comfort was minuscule. If he hadn't been concentrating on feeling it, he might have missed it. So it was obvious that the toxicity of the jade bee needles was far from enough to restrain the poison of the golden ripple flower. He could only learn from Zhou Baodong and use a large number of jade bees to win. Okay. Xiao Longnu took out the bottle of honey. After opening the cork, she circulated her internal energy to evaporate the fragrance from the bottle. After a while, a faint buzzing sound came from the cave. Song Qingshu's face lit up and he hurriedly took off his clothes. He was completely naked. What are you doing?" Xiao Longnu glanced at him and unnaturally turned her head away. She couldn't help but feel a trace of anger in her voice. In fact, when Zhou Baodong used the jade wasps to fight poison with poison, he had also stripped naked like this. Back then, she was unperturbed and did not find it inappropriate, but now that she saw Song Qingshu's body, it made her anxious and uncomfortable. Song Qingshu was startled and hurriedly explained, "I was worried that my clothes would get in the way so that more jade bees would sting me." Normally, he wouldn't be so rash, but he had just taken a trip to the gates of hell. Right now, all his energy was focused on how to force out the poison, so he naturally didn't care about these details. He only reacted when he sensed the anger in Xiao Longnu's tone. Xiao Longnu also knew that what he said was reasonable, but the impact of a young man's muscular body was extraordinary. She could only grit her teeth and say, "Then turn around." Song Qingshu nodded and quickly recovered. He looked at the cave entrance with a face full of expectation. Xiao Longnu's betaming technique was indeed amazing. Before long, many wild bees had smelled the honey and rushed over. Xiao Longnu used a unique whistle to command the wild bees, wanting them to attack Song Qingshu and inject bee poison into his body. Although the wasps had never seen Xiao Longnu before, they all flew in the direction of Song Qingshu under the control of her magical bee controlling technique. Song Qingshu opened his arms and relaxed his body and mind, as if he was welcoming a baptism. Seeing this, Xiao Longnu's face turned red. She was a little angry, so she ordered the wild bees to sting him as hard as they could to teach him a lesson. At first, the wild bees did follow her instructions and rushed towards Song Qingshu. However, when they were a few meters away from him, the wild bees suddenly stopped and started buzzing around him. Xiao Longnu felt strange. She thought that these wild bees came from the mountains and were not as easy to control as the jade bees in the ancient tomb. She could only continue to use a special method to order the wild bees to attack. Under her relentless efforts, the wild bees moved forward a few feet, but when they were a meter away from Song Qingshu, no matter how much Xiao Longnu urged them, the wild bees were not willing to move forward. Song Qingshu opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Longnu with a puzzled expression. Xiao Longnu's face turned hot. She thought that this person didn't know how to cover certain places. This was improper. Although Xiao Longnu didn't know much about worldly affairs, she was still very clear about the difference between men and women. In desperation, she could only order the wild bees to surround him. She thought that as long as he was surrounded by the wild bees, she would immediately hide in the cave. However, something unexpected happened. The swarm of wasps received her forceful order, and there was an obvious commotion. Then, all of them suddenly flew out of the cave. In an instant, not a single one of them could escape, leaving only a man and a woman in the cave looking at each other. Could it be that your honey has gone bad? Song Qingshu's expression was very interesting. He couldn't help but look at Xiao Longnu. He couldn't always question the other's ability to control the peak. He was worried that she would lose face, so he found a way for her to step down. Honey won't go bad even after a few years. Xiao Longnu shook her head. Her eyes also showed puzzlement. The wild bees seemed to be afraid of something. Could it be the poison of the golden ripple flower in your body? But she quickly overturned this conclusion. That's not right. The five-colored snow spider was so poisonous, but the wild bees weren't afraid at all. A light flashed in Song Qingshu's mind. I know, it should be because of the dragon pill. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. The greatest effect of the dragon pill is to ward off all poisons. Poisonous insects and snakes don't dare to come close. I swallowed the dragon pill. The wild bees should have felt the aura on my body, so they didn't dare to come close. Ah? Xiao Longnu's mouth opened slightly. It's all my fault for feeding you the dragon pill. If I had thought of using the wild bee poison to deal with the golden ripple flower earlier, it would have been good. With Song Qingshu's current state, he probably needed tens of thousands of wild bees to be able to restrain the golden ripple flower in his body. But now, because of the dragon pill, the wild bees didn't dare to come close to him at all. Didn't that mean that the only way was broken? Of course, she could slowly refine the wild bee poison and use the jade bee needles to stab him. But the jade bee needles weren't that easy to make. And to restrain the golden ripple flower, the number of jade bee needles would also be an astronomical number. Perhaps before she could make enough jade bee needles, the golden ripple flower poison in Song Qingshu's body would act up again. Seeing Xiao Longnu's face full of self-blame, Song Qingshu hurriedly comforted her. If little Shimmy hadn't fed me the dragon pill just now, my bones would already be cold. I can't even thank you enough, why would I blame you? Xiao Longnu glanced at him and turned around unnaturally. Since the wild bees can't get close to you, you first put on your clothes. Song Qingshu hurriedly picked up the clothes on the ground and put them on. He apologized. I accidentally stained little Shimmy's eyes. I'm really sorry. Xiao Longnu gave a faint hum and didn't speak again. The cave immediately fell into a strange silence. Song Qingshu was just about to say something when Xiao Longnu's expression changed slightly. She hurriedly jumped to the entrance of the cave and looked outside. Now that he couldn't use his power, Song Qingshu's eyes and ears were naturally far worse than before. Seeing this, he was shocked. Is it the pursuers? Yes. Xiao Longnu nodded. When she came back, she said with a solemn face, and the number of people is very large. Song Qingshu couldn't help sighing. It seems that the few people you let go went back to inform and gathered more companions to come back for revenge. Xiao Longnu secretly regretted it. But if time could go back, she probably still wouldn't have killed them. There are too many of them. I'm afraid I can't deal with them, Xiao Longnu suddenly said. As a martial arts master, Song Qingshu had also been tempered by blood and fire on the battlefield. He knew that most of the martial arts masters in Jianghu actually didn't have much power to resist in front of a real army. Once on the battlefield, there were enemies everywhere. Sabers, spears, swords, and halberds attacked from all directions. The movement and dodging techniques that they learned on a daily basis were completely useless. Jiao, Zhou Jirua, and the others were already first-rate martial arts masters in Jianghu. But in the last battle with the Qing court, they were completely unable to use their martial arts skills. They weren't even as useful as a small group of well-trained ordinary soldiers. In the original book of the Return of the Condor Heroes, Zhou Badong, Huang Rong, and the others tried to go to the Mongolian army to rescue them. In the end, many of the top martial arts masters in Jianghu were almost wiped out by a few hundred Mongolian soldiers. Therefore, unless one was like Song Qingshu, Dongfang Bubi, who had heaven-defying lightness skills, or like Ouyang Feng, who had poison to protect himself, or like Gu Jing and Xiao Feng, who were born with the constitution of the god of war, or like Zhang Sanfeng and Nameless, who had absolute power, if they were surrounded by an organized army, they could only die. And although Xiao Longnu's swordsmanship was high, it was clear that she hadn't reached the level where she could ignore an army. "Take off your clothes," Xiao Longnu suddenly said. Seeing that Song Qingshu didn't move and was looking at her with a strange expression, Xiao Longnu finally reacted and said angrily, "What are you thinking?" "I was thinking of wrapping your clothes around a piece of wood and pretending to escape with you to distract the pursuers before they surround us." In fact, Song Qingshu also knew that he must have thought wrong, but he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when she confirmed it. Fortunately, he quickly came back to his senses and asked worriedly, "Won't that put you in danger?" Xiao Longnu shook her head, "With my qing gong, it won't be difficult to get rid of them." Only then did Song Qingshu remember that the ancient Tomb sect was famous for their qing gong, so he took off his outer clothes and handed them to her. "Then I'll have to trouble you." Xiao Longnu smiled lightly, "You've saved me so many times, it's no big deal for me to save you." Xiao Longnu practiced kung fu that abandoned the 7 emotions and 6 desires, so her expression was usually very indifferent. Now that she suddenly smiled, it was really like the first snow melting and flowers blooming. Noticing that Song Qingshu was staring at her, Xiao Longnu's expression became a little unnatural. "I'm leaving." After saying this casually, she wrapped his clothes around a piece of wood, pretending to carry him on her back, and jumped out of the cave. Song Qingshu ran to the entrance of the cave and looked into the distance. He saw that Xiao Longnu deliberately appeared in front of the group of pursuers, and then led them to run in another direction. "I hope she's safe." Song Qingshu returned to the cave and found that without Xiao Longnu, the whole cave seemed to have lost its color. Song Qingshu sighed and sat down again in boredom, trying to restrain the scattered jinqi in his body. Unfortunately, he tried many methods, but it didn't work at all. Crack! With a slight crisp sound, Song Qingshu suddenly opened his eyes and looked out of the cave. "Big brother, they all went to chase that woman. What are we doing here?" A grumbling voice rang out. Song Qingshu couldn't help narrowing his eyes. He hadn't expected that someone would actually find their way here. "What do you know? As the saying goes, what is real is fake, and what is fake is real. Maybe that woman is using the trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. I just asked the injured brothers, and according to their description, the cave should be nearby." Listening to the man's voice, it was clear that he was an expert. Normally, Song Qingshu wouldn't care about such an expert, but now that he couldn't use his power, such an expert was an existence that he couldn't resist. "Big brother is indeed wise," another person echoed. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. A third person, now. He couldn't even deal with one person, let alone 3 people. Song Qingshu tried his luck, and as expected, he still couldn't activate it. If only he had a sword in his hand now. Suddenly, Song Qingshu's eyes lit up. Just now, Xiao Longnu had shown great power and stabbed those people's wrists. Many of them couldn't hold their weapons steadily, and they left their weapons in the cave. Song Qingshu picked up a sword that he could use, and his heart finally calmed down a little. Back then, Ling Huchong had lost his internal power because of the heterogeneous Xianxia, but he was still able to blind more than a dozen experts in the battle at the King of Medicine Temple with one sword. With a sword in hand, he wouldn't be trampled on. It was a pity that Song Qingshu's swordsmanship was more natural. The reason why he could turn something rotten into something magical was because the angle and timing of the sword were just right. Now, his eyesight was still there, but the lack of internal power caused his speed and reaction to be greatly reduced, and he might not be able to achieve as exaggerated a result as the 9 strategies beyond the swords. This didn't mean that Song Qingshu's swordsmanship was inferior to the 9 strategies beyond the swords, but the 9 strategies beyond the swords had relatively lower requirements for the swordsman. For example, even if the swordsman didn't have enough internal power, he would still be able to exert a lot of power. However, Song Qingshu's swordsmanship was more simple and gentle, so naturally, the requirements for the swordsman were higher. At the very least, the internal power needed to reach a certain level in order to exert the power of the swordsmanship. I've already survived the most difficult times. If I die now, it would be really depressing. The 3 people outside were obviously not weak. Right now, he only had swordsmanship, but he couldn't use his internal power. If he were to fight against 3 masters, he would probably be in danger. Just as he was fretting, he suddenly saw the pool of golden blood at his feet. Song Qingshu suddenly had an idea. He took out Xiaolong Nu's jade bee needle. Because it had been used, the bee venom on it had been greatly reduced, and it would be difficult for it to cause any harm to people. However, this was not a problem for him. There was a pool of ready-made poisonous blood on the ground. Song Qingshu carefully dipped the jade bee needle in the poisonous blood, and then stuck it into the ground at the entrance of the cave. This was the inspiration he got from Xianxia. In The Return of the Condor Heroes, Xianxia and Li Macho used this method to escape from the pursuit of the 2 masters, Jinluan Fuwang and Nimixing. They also destroyed Nimixing's legs. Although Xiaolong Nu's jade bee needle was not as powerful as Li Macho's icy silver needle, now that it was mixed with the poisonous blood of the golden ripple flower, its lethality was probably above that of the icy silver needle. Found it, the cave is here. In this short period of time, the 3 people outside had found the entrance of the cave. Everyone be careful, there might be a trap in the cave. The leader was obviously very cautious and hurriedly reminded them. Hearing his words, Song Qingshu's heart immediately sank. As the saying goes, plans can't keep up with changes. He did not expect the 3 unknown bodyguards to be so much more cautious than Jinluan Fuwang and Nimixing. There are needles on the ground. Be careful. Big Brother indeed has foresight. Soon, the 3 bodyguards cautiously entered the cave. Looking at their attire, they were not Li Kishio's subordinates. They should be the bodyguards accompanying Ma Qingyao. Song Qingshu sighed in his heart. Ma Qingyou's subordinates had been with him for a long time, and had probably done a lot of scheming and harming people. Therefore, they were much more vigilant than ordinary people. Man proposes, God disposes. When the bodyguards saw Song Qingshu clearly in the cave, they were all startled for a moment before bursting into laughter. That bastard Zhang Quan was worried that us brothers would fight for the credit, so he purposely sent us to the back. Who would have thought that we would be the ones to benefit from it? Ha 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 ha. The Zhang Quan they spoke of was nicknamed Wind Chanting Swift Sword. He was the leader of Ma Qingyou's bodyguards and was very famous in the martial world of Jiangnan. He had never been on good terms with the 3 brothers. This time, when they were trying to capture Song Qingshu, he had purposely sent the 3 of them in another direction to deliberately mess with them. Who would have thought that by a stroke of luck, the 3 of them would actually find Song Qingshu? Looking at the 3 of them, Song Qingshu sighed. I did not expect that I would still be found by you. May I know your esteemed name so that Song Mao will not die a muddled ghost? The man in the lead was extremely tall and sturdy. Seeing that he was about to receive 10,000 taels of gold for his promotion by 3 ranks, his mood was exceptionally good. He could not help but chuckle. Well said, us brothers are known as the Heaven Eye 3 heroes. I am Xiongde. Then he pointed to the man beside him who had a stocky build and a face full of stubble. This is Xiong'er. With a strange expression on his face, Song Qingshu stared at the last man with a wretched appearance. Don't tell me you are called Baldi Chong? Bullsh *T. The man was furious. How is my head bald? I'm the third oldest, so of course I'm called Xianxia. Song Qingshu's face turned cold. You'd better watch your mouth. Xianxia was furious and was about to scold him. However, when he met Song Qingshu's eyes, he felt a chill in his heart and involuntarily shrank his neck. He's heavily poisoned. What are you afraid of? Xianxia couldn't help but smack him on the head. I don't know what's going on, but I feel panic when I see his eyes, Xianxia mumbled awkwardly. De Xiong looked at Song Qingshu in surprise. The Golden Snake King is worthy of being called the Golden Snake King. Even now, his eyes are still so fierce and majestic. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. A tiger is bullied by a dog when it falls, but a tiger is a tiger after all. The three brothers were furious. Even De Xiong sneered. We'll cut off your head soon. Let's see if you can still be so proud then. It's not certain who will kill who, Song Qingshu said calmly. The three brothers looked at each other in shock. Could it be that the other party had recovered his martial arts? With the Golden Snake King's cultivation, even if he had only recovered 20% to 30%, it was still not something the three of them could deal with. Although Brother Xiong was tall and sturdy, his thoughts were extremely meticulous. After pondering for a moment, he laughed out loud. Surnamed Song, why do you have to bluff? If you had really recovered your power, why would you take the unnecessary step of setting up a trap at the entrance of the cave? Song Qingshu's expression changed. Seeing this, De Xiong was even more certain. He called the other two brothers and slowly approached Song Qingshu in a triangular formation. Don't talk nonsense with this guy. Just kill him. Remember not to cut his face. When the time comes, we'll need his head to claim the reward. After confirming that Song Qingshu had no strength to resist, De Xiong's eyes flashed with a greedy light. At the thought that as long as they killed this man, they would not have to worry about wealth and glory for the rest of their lives. Xianxia and Xianxia's eyes lit up, and they raised their sabers to slash at him. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in front of them, and the three of them hastily retreated. Bear and Bear San covered the wound on their wrists, and said in horror, Big brother, his martial arts are still there, let's run. Brother. Bear ran over and slapped each of them. He chuckled and said, You two are really scared out of your wits by the Golden Snake King's name. If he had really recovered his martial arts, I'm afraid your hands would have been broken. How could it be like now, with only a few scratches? Xianxia and Xianxia finally calmed down and carefully examined the wound on their wrists. They were pleasantly surprised and said, Oh, the tendons are not broken. It was just a small wound. Brother Bear pointed in Song Qingshu's direction. Nonsense, are you blind? The sword in his hand was sent flying by me. I'm sure that he doesn't have any internal energy left. It turned out that in a split second, Song Qingshu had suddenly stabbed Bear and Xianxia's wrists with his sword. Unfortunately, he couldn't use his internal energy, and his attack speed and strength were too weak. In a hurry, Brother Bear's saber slashed at Song Qingshu's sword. He could no longer hold the sword in his hand, and it fell to the ground several feet away. Son of AB*TCH, he scared me. I'm going to chop him a few times later. Bear and Xianxia reacted and roared angrily. There was no trace of panic on Song Qingshu's face. Instead, an enigmatic smile appeared on his face. You should have heard of my deeds. You should know that I was able to summon the wind and summon the rain to defeat the Qing army. Brother Bear sneered, Those tricks can only deceive country bumpkins. If you really have the ability to communicate with ghosts and gods, you can just say a word and let the King of Hell take our lives. Won't you be saved then? Who knew that Song Qingshu would seriously reply, What's so difficult about that? Brother Bear's face was full of disdain. He thought that this famous Golden Snake King was a madman. Song Qingshu ignored him and looked directly at Bear San? Ah? Bear San replied subconsciously. Song Qingshu indifferently said, You can die now. Bear San suddenly flew into a rage. Suddenly, his eyes opened and his whole body fell to the ground. Brother Bear and Bear hurriedly ran over and saw that he had stopped breathing in an instant. They were both shocked. Bear, you can also die now. Song Qingshu's voice sounded again. Bear looked terrified and hurriedly ran out of the cave. Who knew that as soon as he got up, his whole body would fall to the ground? Big Bear's trembling hand went to check his brother's breathing, and he was instantly scared out of his wits. Everything that had happened in front of him was far beyond the scope of his understanding. The two brothers were still alive and kicking just a moment ago, but with just a few words from Song Qingshu, the two of them died one after another. Thinking of the legends of the Golden Snake King described in the stories, Brother Bear finally collapsed. Was the other party an immortal or a devil? Brother Bear, it's your turn now. Song Qingshu's voice sounded again. My turn? No, I don't want to die. Brother Bear's limbs were already weak and he could not stand up. He could only desperately move his body outside, but his eyes became more and more unfocused. Finally, he also lay on the ground with his eyes wide open. The cave gradually returned to peace. Song Qingshu's entire body suddenly relaxed, beads of sweat dripping from his temples. How could he have any supernatural powers? The reason why Xianxia and Xianxia died one after the other was because his sword was stained with the poisonous blood of the golden rippling flower. Their wrists were stabbed, and the poison entered their bodies. Song Qingshu reckoned that it was about time, so he played this trick. From the beginning, Song Qingshu understood that in his current state, it would be difficult to deal with these three people. So, in addition to arranging the jade bee needles at the cave entrance, he also stained his sword with poisonous blood. Because he could not use his inner force, his attack power was limited. However, if it was just to leave a small wound on the opponent's body, he was confident that he could do it. In the end, as expected, he could only injure Bear Air and Bear San. Brother Bear was very cautious, and when he saw that something was wrong, he immediately retreated, causing Song Qingshu's sword to stab empty air. Instead, it collided with the opponent's saber, and he was sent flying. Brother Bear escaped the fate of being stabbed because of his cautiousness, but at the same time, because of his cautiousness, he gave up the great opportunity to pursue and attack. Although it was a pity that he did not stab the three people, Song Qingshu had already achieved his goal because he still had the trump card, the soul transfer technique. Because the process of forcing the poison out of the poison consumed a lot of his mental energy, he did not have the confidence to use the soul transfer technique on three people at the same time. If he first used the golden ripple flower poison to get rid of two people and only dealt with Brother Bear, then it would be much easier. Even so, Song Qingshu was still very careful. He first planted a psychological suggestion in him, and then used Bear Air and Bear San to suddenly die for no reason to completely destroy his mental defenses. Only then did he use the soul transfer technique on him. This time, it was a matter of life and death, so Song Qingshu did not stay behind like before. In an instant, he destroyed Brother Bear's consciousness. According to modern medicine, this person was already brain dead. When Song Qingshu came out of the cave, a bright red sun was rising in the horizon. Breathing in the fresh mountain air, he couldn't help but feel refreshed. A new day is truly beautiful. Song Qingshu stretched his body. Last night, he would have died without a doubt, but by a stroke of luck, he actually survived. Now, the golden ripple flower in his body had also temporarily calmed down. Although he still couldn't use his inner force, he didn't really mind it. He was an optimistic person. As long as he was alive, there would be endless possibilities. At this moment, Song Qingshu deliberately concealed his figure. It wasn't because he was careless, but because he didn't need to conceal himself anymore. Because he didn't appear with his original appearance, but had changed into Xiong Da's clothes, changing his appearance to look like him. He was clear that with Xiaolong Nu's Qinggong, she shouldn't encounter any danger. On the contrary, if he continued to stay in the cave and was found by others, he might not be so lucky to escape. Therefore, he simply changed his appearance to Xiong Da's. In any case, the entire mountain was filled with soldiers searching for him. Blending into the crowd would be like a fish in the ocean. How could others find him? He casually found a pit to bury Xianxia and Xianxia's corpses, and even pretended to erect a tombstone. As for Xiong Da's corpse, it was turned into a puddle of blood by the corpse disintegration powder. In this way, even if someone found anything in the future, Song Qingshu's current identity wouldn't be exposed. However, he didn't continue to stay near the cave, and chose to go straight down the mountain. He was worried that if he stayed near the cave, he would be discovered and become suspicious. After all, he had to be careful in everything. He couldn't afford to take any risks. He planned to wait for the storm to pass before returning to the cave to wait for Xiaolongnu's return. Along the way, he encountered several groups of soldiers searching the mountain. However, they only took a glance at his attire before continuing their search. Obviously, they recognized him as Ma Qingyao's personal guard based on his attire. Seeing that almost every one of them had a portrait of him, Song Qingshu couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he had changed his appearance, otherwise he would probably be recognized even if he changed his clothes. After descending the mountain without any mishaps, Song Qingshu strolled at the foot of the mountain, observing the deployment of the troops. He couldn't help but admire Li Keqiu's talented subordinates. Although most of the troops had been attracted by Xiaolongnu, they didn't relax in other areas. Instead, they left several troops nearby to conduct a cross-sectional search. Suddenly, the sound of hooves came from not far, and a dozen riders came down the mountain. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, but didn't reveal any strange expression. Instead, he continued to stay in place. Soon, the dozen or so riders galloped past him. Song Qingshu had just breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that the leader had suddenly turned his horse around and was heading towards him. Soon, more than a dozen riders surrounded him, stirring up a cloud of dust. It was obvious that their attitude was extremely unfriendly. Song Qingshu's heart shuddered. Did I make a mistake somewhere? Oh, I was wondering who it was. Isn't this Big Bear? Song Qingshu was startled. Only now did he notice that these people were wearing the same clothes as him. He seemed to have seen the leader of the group at Ma Qisu's side last night. Oh, Song Qingshu responded vaguely. Aren't you usually very arrogant? Why are you like a frosted eggplant today? The leader said in a sarcastic tone. Oh, why don't I see Bramble and Bramble? Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. From this man's tone, he seemed to have a bad relationship with Big Bear. Suddenly, he thought of the wind-chanting fast sword Xianxia the three brothers had mentioned last night. Could it be him? Big brother Zhang is asking you a question. Are you mute? Another man said angrily. Finally getting confirmation, Song Qingshu deliberately said angrily with reddened eyes, "It's all your fault for luring us away. In the end, when we went to investigate the cave, they were stabbed by the poisonous needles in the trap and died. Bramble and Bramble are dead?" Zhang Quan's eyes flashed a trace of schadenfreude. It's none of my business. You accidentally fell into the trap. I'll kill you. Song Qingshu deliberately pretended to rush over, but someone had already stopped him. Forget it. I won't argue with you for the sake of your bereavement. Zhang Quan waved his hand. This Big Bear's martial arts was good. If he was really annoyed, it would be a little troublesome. It's not suitable for you to continue to stay here to perform tasks in your current state. It just happens that the young mistress is going back to Linen and needs an escort. You can escort her back. Ah? Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. He just pretended to be casual. Why did the young mistress suddenly come out? And escort her back to Linen? No. I want to stay here to accompany my brother. Song Qingshu subconsciously refused. What a joke. He still had to wait for Xiaolongnu to come back. How could he run to Linen? This is the order of the left Prime Minister. Do you dare to disobey? Zhang Quan said as he put his hand on the sword at his waist. Song Qingshu's pupils shrank. He knew that Big Bear had never been on good terms with him. If he used this as a pretext to kill him, it would be really unjust. He had no choice but to snort. I'll go. Come with us back to the city to pay your respects to the Prime Minister. Zhang Quan waved his hand and signaled his subordinates to give him a horse. In desperation, Song Qingshu had to follow this group of people to Yangzhou City. It was not that he did not think of escaping along the way. However, in his current state, once his identity was exposed, he would not be able to escape far. Unknowingly, the group of people returned to Yangzhou City. Ma Qisu did not stay in the admiral's office. Instead, she requisitioned a rich merchant's mansion and lived there. She planned strategies and directed Song Qingshu's arrest. Zhang Quan led this group of people to salute Ma Qisu. Ma Qisu nodded and casually said, "This time, you will escort the young mistress back to Linen." Young mistress? Song Qingshu had a puzzled look on his face. He suddenly thought of Wan Gui from last night. His heart was filled with excitement. Could it be Qi Feng? Unexpectedly, after Zhang Quan heard his words, he did not accept the order. Instead, he said, "Prime Minister, I'm afraid this subordinate will not be able to escort the young mistress back this time." Eh? Ma Qi-su immediately raised her head. Her eyes shone with a frightening light. Zhang Quan felt a chill in his heart. He did not dare to deliberately mystify things. He hurriedly said, reporting to Prime Minister, "When we were capturing Song Qingshu yesterday, we were about to succeed. Who knew that a woman in white would suddenly appear and save him?" Ma Qi-su frowned and said, "I already know about this. This time, Li Keqiu has sent several thousand people to surround and capture him. Even if someone saved him, Song Qingshu would not be able to escape." Zhang Quan hurriedly added, "It's not Song Qingshu. It's related to that woman." Song Qingshu lowered his head. When he heard this, his heart shook. "It's related to Xiaolong Nu." Ma Qi-su clearly had the same doubts. "What happened to that woman?" "About 2 hours ago, this subordinate met that woman from afar. I saw her face clearly." Zhang Quan seemed to recall some terrifying memory. His voice trembled slightly. "She seems to be Li Hua from back then." Li Hua. When she heard this name, Ma Qi-su suddenly stood up. She was clearly shocked. Who is Li Hua? Song Qingshu was extremely puzzled. Someone who could make Ma Qi-su lose her composure like this was clearly not an ordinary person. Impossible. Ma Qi-su finally came to her senses. Li Hua died long ago. Even if she didn't die, she would be over 50 years old now. However, according to the information we received yesterday, the person who saved Song Qingshu is clearly a young woman. It can't be her. This subordinate also participated in the operation to capture Li Hua back then, so I recognize her appearance. That girl in white is practically a copy of her. Zhang Quan also revealed a puzzled expression. However, no matter how good Li Hua is at preserving her appearance, it's impossible for her to look so young. Moreover, their martial arts are quite different. Zhang Quan secretly glanced at Ma Qi-su. Then, he said, according to this subordinate's deduction, that woman in white is very likely the baby girl from back then, Yu Yinping? Ma Qi-su's face darkened. No wonder the information we received said that she appeared near Yangzhou City. At first, I thought she was the daughter of Yu Buchuan of Mount Hua. Song Qingshu finally remembered who Li Hua was. She was Yu Fei's wife. She was also the aunt that Li Qingluo had mentioned before. Because of her mysterious identity, the people of the southern Song dynasty did not know her real name. They only referred to her as Li Hua. Song Qingshu knew that if not for the mask on his face, his current expression would be very interesting. He did not expect that Yu Fei's orphan was actually Xiaolong Nu. However, when he thought about it carefully, all the characteristics fit together. When Xiaolong Nu was still an infant, she was left at the entrance of the Chuanzhen sect. Presumably, at that time, Yu Fei was killed unjustly. Li Hua was also weak after giving birth and was chased by Ma Qi-su and Zhang Jun's lackeys. She was unable to protect her daughter and did not dare to trust anyone. Thus, she left her daughter at the entrance of the world's most righteous sect, the Chuanzhen sect. At that time, Wang Chongyang was a trustworthy person in terms of martial arts and character. However, she did not expect that in the end, Xiaolong Nu would be carried back to the ancient tomb by Lin Chaoying's servant girl. No wonder I always felt that Wan Yuyan and Xiaolong Nu looked somewhat similar. I thought that it was because of the influence of the movies in my previous life. I did not expect that they were really related by blood. Song Qingshu was suddenly enlightened. Although Xiaolong Nu and Wan Yuyan were only a few years apart, according to seniority, Xiaolong Nu should be Wan Yuyan's aunt. Zhang Quan, arrange for one person to escort young mistress back to Linen. Send the rest of the people out. We must capture that woman. Inform everyone that we don't need to care about that Song Qingshu anymore. Anyway, he won't survive after being poisoned by the golden ripple flower. Send everyone to capture that woman. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Ma Qi-su's eyes. Because of what happened in the past, she had already formed a blood feud with the Yu clan. These years, the public opinion had gradually been crying out for Yufei's innocence. If they knew that Yufei's daughter was still alive, there would definitely be people who would take the opportunity to reverse Yufei's verdict. At that time, they would all die without a burial place. Therefore, Yufei's descendant must not be allowed to live in this world. Understood. A trace of joy flashed in Zhang Quan's eyes. Back then, he had made a name for himself by hunting down Yufei's family. He had been recognized by Machi Su and gradually promoted to become the leader of the imperial bodyguards. If he could capture that woman this time, it would be another great achievement. When that time came, he would be rewarded with glory and wealth. The prime minister would definitely not mistreat him. Zhang Quan turned around and looked at Song Qingshu. He pointed at him and said, "Xiongde, this time, you will escort young mistress back to Linen alone. The rest of you, follow me to capture that woman." He was not in good condition today. The three Xiong brothers had always had a bad relationship with Zhang Quan, so Zhang Quan would deliberately make things difficult for the three of them in his work. For example, he left the three of them in the rear because he was worried that they would catch Song Qingshu and take the credit. Who knew that they would run into Song Qingshu by accident? Of course, Zhang Quan did not know that the three brothers were dead, so this time he deliberately transferred First Xiong to protect the young madam. Such a task was not profitable and risky, so it was necessary to do it well. If the young madam was injured on the way, the guards would not be able to bear the consequences. On the contrary, if they went to capture Xiaolong Nu and gained something, they would not have to worry about wealth for the rest of their lives. Noticing First Xiong's sullen face, Zhang Quan felt a strange pleasure in his heart. Song Qingshu wanted to cry but had no tears. He did not expect that his expression at this time was particularly in line with First Xiong's reaction. Originally, he was only worried that staying near the cave would arouse the suspicion of someone with ulterior motives, so he wandered around the foot of the mountain and waited for Xiaolongnu to come back before running back to meet her. Who knew that he would first be brought back to Yangzhou by Zhang Quan, and now inexplicably be assigned to escort the young mistress back to Linen? The only gain was that he learned the secret of Xiaolongnu's life experience, so this trip was not in vain. As for Machi Su mobilizing the experts under her command to surround and capture Xiaolongnu, Song Qingshu was not very worried. On this trip to the north, Machi Su could only mobilize a limited number of people. With the martial arts of Zhang Quan and the others, it was not realistic to hurt Xiaolongnu. Moreover, with Xiaolongnu's lightness skill, it was more than enough to get rid of these people. The only thing worth worrying about was whether Xiaolongnu would have an accident in order to come back to find him. Song Qingshu was thinking of ways to inform Xiaolongnu, but unfortunately, he was in the tiger's den now and could not find any opportunity. After I send that young mistress out of the city, I'll leave quietly. No one will know. Song Qingshu thought about it and decided that this was the safest way. Zhang Quan and the others left excitedly, while Song Qingshu was led by a servant to the side door. A carriage had long since stopped there, and Wan Gui was currently helping a young married woman with a flowery dress, saying something indistinctly. Song Qingshu looked up and saw that the young woman had slender eyebrows and curved lips. Perhaps because she lived a comfortable life in the Wan clan, her skin was white and tender, like that of a young girl. However, she was more voluptuous than a young girl. She looked somewhat familiar. Song Qingshu thought for a moment and remembered that he had seen her once in Jingzhou City. This young woman was naturally Qi Feng. Last time, Dian said that he found her whereabouts, so he bade farewell to her. I wonder if he has seen Qi Feng. Song Qingshu thought that under normal circumstances, he would definitely ask Qi Feng directly. However, he did not dare to reveal his identity now. Hearing the commotion, the husband and wife turned around. Noticing that Song Qingshu was alone, Wan Gui's expression immediately turned ugly. Eh? Why are you alone? Where are the others? Even though they were enemies, Song Qingshu had no choice but to admit that Wan Gui was indeed very handsome and confident. It was a pity that he only had a good appearance and his heart was full of crafty tricks. The Prime Minister has other important matters to attend to and cannot split his hands. Song Qingshu gave a rough explanation. Wan Gui's expression changed slightly. Hearing that it was Ma Qiju's idea, he did not dare to question it. He could only comfort Qi Feng. This trip to the south is very safe. Coupled with the Prime Minister's waste token, we can mobilize the officials along the way at any time. There is no need to worry about safety. Qifeng nodded absent-mindedly. That's good. I don't like too many people either. Only then did Wang Gui turn back to Song Qingshu. Protect young mistress well along the way. If she loses even a strand of hair, I will ask for it on your behalf. Song Qingshu responded casually, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. If not for Di Yun's sake, how can I quench the hatred in my heart if I do not protect your wife to bed after you harm me like this? Wang Gui did not notice the look in his eyes. Instead, he turned to the gorgeous woman beside the carriage and said, Tao Hong, you will take care of young mistress' daily needs. As for the other heavy work, just instruct Xianxia to do it. Young master, rest assured. The gorgeous woman giggled, her tone faintly tinged with the aura of a prostitute. It turned out that this woman named Tao Hong was originally Wan Jinshan's concubine. Back then, under the instructions of the Wan father and son, she framed Di Yun and attempted to rape her, causing Di Yun to be thrown into prison. Thus, she was deeply trusted by the Wan father and son. However, she came from a brothel. After the Wan father and son returned to the family, her identity could not enter the Machi family. She could only stay by Wan Jinshan's side in the form of a maidservant. This time, she was sent to accompany Qifeng back to Linen. Note, in the original work, after Tao Hong framed Di Yun, Wan Jinshan burned the bridge after crossing the river and chased her out of the Wan family. In the end, she hid in a broken ancestral hall behind the Wan residence and became a crazy beggar. Wang Gui still wanted to say something, but suddenly, a manservant ran over and reported, Young master, the Prime Minister is looking for you. 1. Gui did not dare to delay since Ma Qifeng was looking for him. He could only say to Qifeng, I will go in first. Go back and take good care of the water spinach. N. Qifeng frowned. She wanted to say something, but when she thought that her husband would definitely not be willing to listen, she could only drop the subject. Seeing her husband anxiously running back to the courtyard, Qifeng faintly sighed. She turned around and was about to get into the carriage. Perhaps it was because her mind was elsewhere, she actually stepped on empty air and her entire body tilted to the side. Madam, be careful. Song Qingshu subconsciously reached out to support her. However, his expression quickly changed. Because he was unable to use his internal energy, he had originally wanted to support her arm. Who knew that he would be so weak and powerless that he actually failed to support her? Seeing that the two of them were about to fall to the ground, he hurriedly reached out with his other hand to stabilize her body. A soft and bouncy feeling came from his palm. It turned out that in his panic, his hand had actually touched the other's full chest. Song Qingshu was really on the verge of tears. He could swear on his dignity that he had absolutely no intention of taking advantage of her. It should be known that he was currently in a tiger's den. His top priority was to safely leave Yangzhou City. How could he dare to complicate matters? This was really a case of misfortunes. Song Qingshu quickly withdrew his hand and awkwardly apologized, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. You damn, do you know the rules? Is the young madam's hand something you can touch? Tao Hong was tidying up her luggage to the side. When she turned around and saw this scene, she opened her mouth to curse. Song Qingshu's face sank. He had already begun to consider how he would escape when the guards inside rushed out. It doesn't matter. It was my own carelessness. I don't blame him. At this time, Qifeng suddenly said in a soft voice. Seeing that the young madam had spoken, Tao Hong did not dare to say anything. She could only fiercely glare at Song Qingshu. Fortunately, the young madam is a good person. Otherwise, you would have to suffer a beating today. Song Qingshu knew that from Tao Hong's angle, she could only see him supporting Qifeng. She should not be able to see where his hand was placed. Otherwise, how could she let it go so easily? On the contrary, Qifeng suffered such a big loss, but she did not blame him at all. Was she worried that it would damage her reputation if it was spread out? After Qifeng finished speaking, she did not look at him again. With the help of Tao Hong, she got into the carriage. After a while, Tao Hong poked her head out of the carriage and saw that Song Qingshu was still standing there. She angrily scolded, What are you still doing there? Get on the carriage and go. Oh, Song Qingshu came back to his senses. He jumped into the carriage and subconsciously lifted the curtain. He saw Qifeng holding her chin with her hand. Her snow-white wrist and rosy face complemented each other. It was a different kind of amorous feeling. Qifeng was in a daze inside the carriage. She noticed the movement at the door curtain of the carriage. She could not help but look up at him in surprise. Song Qingshu woke up. For a moment, he forgot his current identity. He still thought that he was the Golden Snake King who was treated as a guest of honor wherever he went. Tao Hong, who was next to him, suddenly became angry. Is this a place where you should be? Get out. Song Qingshu frowned. This evil woman really bullied the weak and feared the strong. Before, she was extremely flattering to Wan Gui, but in front of the other servants, she was arrogant. However, the two sides were not on the same level. Song Qingshu did not get angry over such a small matter. He retreated and sat in front of the carriage. A servant next to him smiled and waved his whip. It turned out that in addition to Song Qingshu, Qifeng, and Tao Hong, there were two servants accompanying them. One drove the carriage in front, and the other was in charge of the carriage at the back. In addition to driving the carriage, these two servants were also responsible for carrying the luggage and serving tea. After all, Song Qingshu's identity at this time was as a guard. His main responsibility was to protect the safety of the group. The carriage drove for a while. Song Qingshu suddenly suspected something. He could not help but ask the servant next to him. Hey, this doesn't seem to be the direction to leave the city? The servant was startled at first. Then he reacted. There are two directions to leave the city. One is to go out of the city gate and go by land. The other is to go here and go by water. This time, we are going back to Linen. Of course, it is more convenient to go by the Grand Canal. We actually have to take a boat. Song Qingshu suddenly had a headache. Originally, he thought that after going out of the city, he would find a chance to quietly leave and then go find Xiaolong Niu. Who knew that now he would have to take a boat? At that time, there would be a vast river all around. He would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. But Song Qingshu had no other choice now. Now he was still in Yangzhou City. In order to capture him, Yangzhou City was under martial law. If there was any strange movement, he would be surrounded immediately. He did not dare to take this risk. Originally, Song Qingshu was still wondering if he should take Qifeng hostage if he was exposed. But he quickly gave up this idea. It should be known that in the original work, the father and son of the Wan family were more vicious than snakes and scorpions. Qifeng died in the hands of Wan Gui. Now, there was a Machi Chen who was 100 times more vicious. Why would he care about the life and death of a granddaughter-in-law? Let's leave the boundary of Yangzhou first. Song Qingshu weighed the pros and cons. Finally, he decided to board the boat with this group of people first. With the name of the Wan family's young mistress, at least he did not have to deal with a city full of soldiers. Many readers have responded that the scenes of the main wife, Zhou Zhirua, are too few. I am also having a headache over this problem. I still need all readers to brainstorm. If you think of any plot related to Zhou Zhirua, please leave a message on the official WeChat account. When the group arrived at the dock, there was already a huge merchant ship docked there. This world's water transport was very developed. Even though the countries were fighting, there were still countless ships coming from the south to the north. Wang Gui used his background to find such a ship in a short amount of time. The owner of the ship was an old Zhejiang merchant family. Knowing that important people were coming, they purposely left the top floor of the ship open. A sailor had already helped the servant move the luggage up. After they all got on the ship set sail. The Southern Song Prime Minister's mansion sure has a lot of face. Song Qingshu looked at the flattering ship owner and couldn't help but laugh. As the young madam of the Prime Minister's mansion, Qifeng naturally didn't have to deal with these merchants. These social activities were all handled by Tao Hong. She went back to her room to rest. The other two servants were arranging the accompanying luggage. Song Qingshu was a little bored at the moment. After all, this ship was a large merchant ship. The guards on the ship were already very impressive. In addition, they were at the highest level, so no one would be stupid enough to disturb them. Song Qingshu went out and stood on the balcony of the top deck. He looked at the city of Yangzhou that was getting further and further away. He sighed. This trip to Yangzhou had been smooth. They were about to succeed. Who knew there would be such a big change at the end? This time, he was able to escape death. Song Qingshu couldn't help but be glad that he was lucky. The past day and night was so long. There were a few times when he thought he couldn't escape. Who knew in the end, he would make it? When I first came to this world, I was looking for martial arts manuals all over the world. At the time, I sighed that the main characters were unbeatable. Now, it seems that my luck is also very good. The river wind brushed his face. Song Qingshu felt refreshed. He had always been an optimistic person. Maybe in the eyes of others, he had lost his martial arts, which was a bit tragic. But in his eyes, when he first came to this world, his meridians were all broken and he was on the verge of death. That was called despair. Now, his heart was strong enough. All these years of experience and vision allowed him to know that his cultivation had only temporarily dissipated because of the golden ripple flower. As long as he found a way to cure the poison of the golden ripple flower, recovering his cultivation would be a matter of course. Furthermore, this calamity wasn't in vain. At the very least, judging from the current situation, he was now completely immune to all poisons. Sigh, comparisons are odious. Duan Yu is invincible just by eating a toad, but I've been struggling on the edge of life and death for so long. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Guard Xiong, why are you laughing? A gentle voice suddenly came from behind him. Song Qingshu stared blankly. For a moment, he didn't realize that he was the guard Xiong that the other party had mentioned. It wasn't until the other party repeated her question that he turned around and said, "So it's young madam." The cool breeze on the river caused Qifeng's dress to flutter. The hair on her head was also somewhat disheveled and hung over her cheeks. Her body was graceful and slender, as if she would be blown away by the wind. The wind is strong outside. Young madam, you should return to your room and rest. Song Qingshu didn't want to have any contact with her. Once the boat was far enough away from Yangzhou, he would find a chance to quietly disembark. From then on, their fates would be in their own hands. Qifeng shook her head and said with a slight smile, "It's fine. In my early years, I also learned martial arts. My body isn't as delicate as the other madams and young ladies in the capital." Hearing this, Song Qingshu couldn't help but look her up and down. Although he had lost his cultivation, his eyesight was still there. The young madam in front of him had a rosy complexion and exuded a moist luster. Indeed, she looked healthier and more energetic than most of the ladies in the boudoir. However, that was all. Presumably, after living like a princess for so many years as a young madam, coupled with the fact that she had given birth to a child, her martial arts had long since been mostly abandoned. Noticing that Song Qingshu's eyes were staring at her, Qifeng's elegant eyebrows wrinkled. She thought to herself, how can this person be so rude? However, she was, after all, born in Jianghu. She wasn't as particular as the other noble madams. Lightly coughing, she opened her mouth and said, "Guard Xiong, these past 2 days, you've been busy inside and outside. In the end, what have you been doing?" Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. "Young madam, you don't know?" "I know a little. As for the specific details, I'll need Guard Xiong to tell me." At this time, Qifeng was standing in the wind. Song Qingshu could faintly smell a woman's body fragrance. "I don't know what kind of rouge and face powder she uses. It smells pretty good." Song Qingshu secretly pondered. "Guard Xiong?" Qifeng continued to ask with a frown. "Since when?" "Young master didn't tell you, he naturally has his reasons." This subordinate doesn't dare to speak carelessly. At this time, they still hadn't completely escaped from danger. Song Qingshu had no choice but to be careful. He imitated Xiong Da's tone and replied. "Guard Xiong, you only have young master in your eyes. You don't have me?" Qifeng somewhat angrily glared at him. "I don't dare." Song Qingshu lowered his head and didn't meet her eyes. He was very clear about his greedy and lustful nature. This Qifeng used to be Jingzhou City's #1 beauty. As the saying goes, Jingzhou City's thousands of beauties and hundreds of beauties. Even with Song Qingshu's picky eyes, he had to admit that the young woman in front of him was as beautiful as a flower. He was afraid that looking at her a few more times would cause his lustful nature to act up again. However, the current Song Qingshu was no longer as unprincipled as he was a few years ago. Di-yun, that silly boy, was honest and loyal. Over the years, he had done his best to do things for him. As the saying goes, one shouldn't bully a friend's wife. Even though the woman in front of him was now Madame Wan, she was also Di-yun's sweetheart. Therefore, Song Qingshu tried his best to avoid any interaction with her. Qifeng didn't expect to run into a soft rebuff. In her anger, she suddenly came up with a plan. Just now, you were a bit rude to me. If I speak of it, you should know what the consequences are. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. He didn't expect this girl to know how to use both kindness and power. What does young madam want to know? Seeing that he was on the right track, Qifeng smiled with satisfaction. Who were you dealing with last night when you were so busy? Golden Snake King. Song Qingshu. Whenever he spoke his name, he always had a strange feeling. It really was him. Qifeng had also vaguely heard some of it yesterday, but as far as I know, Golden Snake King's martial arts are unparalleled and his qinggong is unparalleled. How could you people deal with him? Humph, of course we had to use some despicable means. Song Qingshu snorted coldly and roughly explained the matter of the golden ripple flower. After he finished, Song Qingshu suddenly noticed Qifeng's surprised expression and couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Young madam, please don't speak of this. Noticing his nervous expression, Qifeng smiled faintly and said, Don't worry, I won't tell young master. Moreover, I also think that this method is a bit despicable. After a pause, she suddenly faintly sighed. Why do you want to deal with Golden Snake King? This subordinate doesn't know. Song Qingshu casually replied. I heard that Golden Snake King fought against the Manchurian Qing and is a great hero of the Han people of the Central Plains. In addition, he also saved a dozen princesses. Sigh, third brother really shouldn't have done this time. The third brother Qifeng was talking about was naturally Wan Gui. Wan Jinshan had many disciples and Wan Gui was ranked third among them, so he was addressed as such. Song Qingshu looked at her in surprise. It should be known that all the people she had come into contact with in her life, except for Di-yun, were all evil and shameless people. Her father Qi Changfa, her father-in-law Wan Jinshan, her husband Wan Gui, and now Ma Qichen, living in such an environment, it was really rare for her to still be able to maintain a pure and innocent heart. Qifeng was just expressing her feelings when she suddenly remembered that there was an outsider beside her. She couldn't help but blush and hurriedly said, I was just saying it casually today. Don't take it to heart and don't spread it. She then turned around to return to her room. Young madam. Song Qingshu suddenly called out to her. Qifeng turned around and looked at him with her big eyes in confusion. Why did young madam help me hide what happened in the carriage? Song Qingshu couldn't help but ask. Thinking back to when this man had grabbed her breasts, Qifeng's face turned red. However, she quickly gathered her thoughts. Afraid that the other party would misunderstand, she hastily replied in a cold voice, Don't let your imagination run wild. I just don't want someone to die because of me. She didn't wait for him to reply and hurriedly returned to her room. Song Qingshu was startled but quickly realized what she was worried about. He couldn't help but laugh. She was indeed a woman who scrupulously abided by the virtues of a woman. However, Qifeng's tragedy was that she scrupulously abided by the virtues of a woman. She was an extremely traditional woman, adhering to the principle that if she married a chicken, she would follow the chicken. Even after she found out that her husband's family had harmed her father and Di-yun, she still wholeheartedly thought for her husband. In the end, she died in Wan Gui's hands. If she had the personality of a city woman in the future, it would have been a different ending. After all, Di-yun liked her so much that he didn't mind her marrying and having children. If she had been a bit braver, this pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks could have lived happily together for the rest of their lives. After Qifeng returned to her room, she hastily hid behind the screen and untied her clothes. Looking at her wet chest wrap, she couldn't help blushing. It turned out that the reason she had rushed back was not only because she didn't want to be misunderstood, but also because her breasts had swollen up. After giving birth to a daughter, coupled with living like a princess, her milk had always been plentiful. However, there were professional wet nurses in large families, so she didn't need to breastfeed herself. This caused her breasts to swell up and become heavy, so she had no choice but to quietly squeeze them out every once in a while. After a long time, Qifeng was drenched in sweat and finally finished her routine. Looking at the bowl full of milk in front of her, her cheeks were extremely attractive. Soon, it was night time. Because the ship was well guarded, Song Qingshu didn't need to do anything, so he sat in meditation in his room, trying to communicate with the true qi that was scattered throughout his body. Suddenly, he felt something. After opening his eyes, he saw a black shadow sneaking past the door. Song Qingshu's heart trembled. It must be known that Qifeng was now the young madam of the prime minister's residence. The owner of the merchant ship naturally didn't dare to neglect her, so he vacated the top floor for them to live in. And Song Qingshu's room just happened to be at the entrance of the stairs. Qifeng and Tao Hong's room was even further inside. In this way, Song Qingshu could provide better protection. To get to Qifeng's room, they would inevitably have to pass by his door. Could it be a thief? Song Qingshu frowned. He really couldn't figure out who would dare to mess with the Tai Sui. Moreover, there were guards arranged by the merchant ship at the entrance of the stairs. How did this person get up here? If Qifeng was only Ma Qichu's granddaughter-in-law, Song Qingshu couldn't be bothered to care about her life or death. Unfortunately, she was also Diyun's sweetheart. Moreover, Song Qingshu also didn't want to see such a kind-hearted person meet with any mishap. Raising his long sword, Song Qingshu hurriedly chased after the thief. Although he couldn't use his internal energy now, he still had his sword skills. He was more than enough to deal with ordinary thieves. Moreover, he still had the soul transfer art as his trump card. If he really ran into an expert, he would still have the power to protect himself. When Song Qingshu came out of his room, he saw a black shadow flash past the corner of the corridor not far away. He couldn't help but feel his heart sink. That was Qifeng's bedroom. By the time he chased after it, he had already lost track of the black shadow. After looking around, he suddenly saw a slightly swaying window. It just happened to be Qifeng's bedroom. Did that person go in? Song Qingshu was shocked. However, he didn't dare to rush in rashly. After all, this was only his speculation. Young madam, young madam? Song Qingshu knocked on the door and asked in a deep voice. Unexpectedly, there was no response even after he shouted a few times. Song Qingshu's heart sank. Young madam, I just chased a black-clothed man here. If young madam still doesn't answer, in order to ensure young madam's safety, this subordinate will come in now. There was still no answer. Even Tao Hong's room next door didn't move. Song Qingshu no longer hesitated. He reached out and pushed the door. He found that the door was locked from the inside. In desperation, he had no choice but to jump in through the half-opened window. Young madam? After entering the room, Song Qingshu continued to call out to Qifeng while he braced himself for the thief's sneak attack. Creak, there was a movement on the other side. Song Qingshu looked up and saw a black shadow jumping out of the window over there. Song Qingshu chased after it for 2 steps and suddenly stopped. Now catching the thief is secondary. The most urgent task is the safety of Qifeng. He hurriedly lit the candle and vaguely saw a person lying on the bed. Song Qingshu hurried over to check. Huh? He saw Qifeng lying quietly on the bed, covered with a quilt. Young madam? Song Qingshu shouted twice. There was still no movement. Song Qingshu checked her nose and found that she was still breathing. He was relieved. Fortunately, it's just a drug. Noticing that Qifeng's round shoulders were faintly exposed, Song Qingshu couldn't help but frown. He hesitated for a moment and reached out to lift the corner of the quilt. He couldn't help but hold his breath. It turned out that Qifeng was naked under the quilt, her fair and supple body was unreservedly displayed in front of him. Her smooth shoulders, delicate collarbones, slender waist, perfectly round thighs, and especially that heavy and full chest, there was a faint trace of sparkling milk stains. Is it a rapist? Song Qingshu was shocked. His eyes swept over her body, and when he didn't find any signs of being violated, he heaved a sigh of relief. I must have found out before you could do anything. Song Qingshu thought that he needed to strengthen his guard in the future. He was about to put down the quilt when suddenly the door was kicked open and Tao Hong rushed in with a group of people. You came at the right time. Noticing that there were men coming in, Song Qingshu hurriedly put down the quilt and was about to tell them what happened just now. Tao Hong was already trembling with anger. She pointed at him and cursed. Come on, take down this beast who violated the mistress. Song Qingshu was stunned for a moment, then realized that the current situation was indeed a bit easy to misunderstand, so he hurriedly explained, You misunderstood, I am, unfortunately. Before he finished speaking, a group of people swarmed up and surrounded him, the tips of the swords in their hands flashing with cold light, as if they were going to cut him at any time. Song Qingshu felt strange. How could there be so many people? Wasn't he the only guard accompanying them? Looking carefully, from the clothes of these people, he recognized that they should be the guards of the merchant ship. The criminal is someone else, I just came in. Song Qingshu said quickly, at the same time tightly holding the hilt of the sword at his waist. He was on guard, he didn't want to be killed here. However, his temples were slightly sweating. After all, he couldn't use his internal energy. With so many people attacking together, he wasn't sure he could come out unscathed. Fortunately, as a guard of the Prime Minister's residence, these people didn't know his actual situation. They were also afraid of him, so they didn't immediately rush over. But this was only a temporary situation. Song Qingshu understood that this balance wouldn't be maintained for long. After all, they had the advantage in numbers. Once someone took the lead, they would all rush over. The young madam was drugged, wake her up and ask her, Song Qingshu said quickly. Tao Hong opened her mouth, but the other party's words were reasonable, she couldn't refuse, so she could only order those people, watch him. Then she ran to the bed to wake Qifeng up. Seeing that Qifeng didn't respond after she called a few times, Song Qingshu frowned. She was drugged, you can't wake her up like this, quickly find some water and put it on her face. Tao Hong seemed to have caught something, pointed at him and said, You even know that the young madam was drugged, and you still say it wasn't you? Song Qingshu sneered. This is common knowledge that must be learned in the martial world. As the Prime Minister's bodyguard, how could I not know? Uneducated people are really terrible. He deliberately pointed out that he was the Prime Minister's guard, just to make these people hesitate to attack. Tao Hong's face turned red from his sarcasm, but unfortunately, there was nothing she could do. She could only wake Qifeng up first. Tao Hong gets some water and puts it on her face. Qifeng finally wakes up. What's going on? Qifeng vaguely saw that there were many more people in the room, so she couldn't react for a moment. It's like this. Tao Hong was about to add oil to the fire when Qifeng suddenly noticed that she was naked. She couldn't help but scream and hurriedly grabbed the quilt on her body, for fear that there would be a little bit of exposure. How could this be? Qifeng's mind went blank, and her eyes became dull as she muttered to herself. Don't worry, young madam. I came in just in time. That scoundrel ran away before he could do anything. Young madam shouldn't have suffered any injuries. Song Qingshu said, On the contrary, I'm afraid it's a little inappropriate for so many men to squeeze into madam's room. Why don't we ask them to leave first? Okay. Qifeng wasn't used to being surrounded by so many men. Now that she wasn't wearing any clothes under the bed, she was so embarrassed that she almost found a hole to hide in. Young madam, don't be fooled by this thief. Tao Hong hurriedly interrupted Qifeng. Just now, he broke into young madam's room and was about to do something bad. Fortunately, we ran into him. It's you. Qifeng turned around and glared at Song Qingshu. Her beautiful eyes were filled with rage. After all, as soon as she woke up, she was stripped naked, and she was almost violated. No woman could accept such a drastic change. Young madam, don't misunderstand. I noticed a thief sneaking up the stairs, so I came out to investigate and found that he had entered young madam's room. I asked young madam several times outside the door, but there was no response. I was worried that something had happened, so I came in. Song Qingshu was not in a hurry, and in just a few words, he restored the situation just now. Huh? Qifeng frowned slightly, and for a moment, she was also puzzled. You make it sound better than you sing. Tao Hong sneered. It's obvious that you are bold. At night, I accidentally found you sneaking into young madam's room. Unfortunately, I am a weak woman, and I dare not come out to stop you. My life is small, but if I can't save young madam, I will die 1,000 times. So I hurriedly ran down to find Mr. Du and asked him to summon his guards to rush up together. I just happened to see you preparing to do something bad to young madam. The Mr. Du she mentioned was the owner of this merchant ship. After all, the world was in chaos. It would be difficult for a person who traveled all over the world without some bodyguards. Song Qingshu was shocked and angry. What nonsense are you talking about? With which eye did you see me? I just knocked on your door, but there was no movement inside. I thought you were also drugged. His mind turned quickly. Why did Tao Hong say that she saw me? Could it be that the thief had deliberately changed my clothes to confuse her, or, this was originally a conspiracy against me? But now he was Brother Xiong. He had specially inquired about him before. Except that he did not get along well with Zhang Quan, he did not have any enmity with anyone. But even if it was Zhang Quan, in order to frame him, he made such a big scene and even involved the mistress. Did he have such courage? Chi Feng was drugged, and now she still felt a splitting headache when she woke up. Hearing Tao Hong and Song Qingshu's different statements, her expression was also surprised and uncertain. Mr. Du, is what Tao Hong said just now true? The fat middle-aged man respectfully saluted, replying to young madam's question. Just now Tao Hong did run to me in a panic, saying that a thief had broken into young madam's room. I hurriedly brought some people over and just happened to see guard Xiong standing in front of young madam's bed. He secretly complained in his heart. This time, he was very happy to send the young madam of the Prime Minister's mansion back to Linen. He just thought that he had a connection with the Prime Minister's mansion. Who knew that something would happen on the first night? How could he explain it to the Prime Minister's mansion? At this time, Tao Hong spoke again. Brother Xiong, you just said that you saw someone coming up the stairs, so you came out. Yes. Song Qingshu replied faintly. He had calmed down. Tonight's matter was clearly a trap. As the saying goes, soldiers with arms, water with an earthweir, water with an earthweir. He wanted to see what tricks the other party was playing. That's strange. Mr. Du's people have been guarding at the bottom of the stairs. Did they see anyone coming up? Tao Hong looked at Mr. Du. Absolutely not. Mr. Du said while wiping the sweat on his fat face. I was worried that some people would disturb Madam's rest, so I specially ordered my men to guard below and not allow anyone to come up to disturb. Cixi, Wang Er, you also live in the room at the top of the stairs. Did you see any suspicious people coming up? Tao Hong turned to look at the two accompanying servants in the Prime Minister's mansion and asked. No, no. The two servants shook their heads like rattle drums. Tao Hong then turned to look at Song Qingshu. Brother Xiong, when we came in just now, were you lifting Madam's quilt? Ah? Chi Feng exclaimed and looked nervously at Song Qingshu. She thought that she was not wearing anything now. If he really lifted the quilt, wouldn't he see everything? Song Qingshu frowned, but eventually nodded. That's right. Getting his confirmation, Chi Feng almost fainted. Brother Xiong, what else do you have to say now? Tao Hong stared at him with a proud face. Song Qingshu was too lazy to pay attention to her. He looked directly at Chi Feng and calmly said, at that time, I was just worried that young madam was injured, so I lifted the quilt to check. I didn't expect, don't say it. Chi Feng hurriedly interrupted him. Her pretty face was so red that it was about to drip blood. Now she was hiding in the quilt, and other people did not know what had happened. If they knew that she had been seen naked, how could she face others in the future? Mr. Du, this time such a big thing happened on your ship. As the owner of the ship, you can't escape the blame, right? Tao Hong moved to Mr. Du's side and whispered. Mr. Du was in a cold sweat and whispered, I hope you can put in a good word for me in front of young madam. After this, I will definitely give you a generous gift to thank you. The corner of Tao Hong's mouth rose slightly. She pointed to Song Qingshu and said, first, punish this evil slave on the spot as a warning to others. Yes, yes, yes. Mr. Du gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Kill him. Song. Qingshu's heart trembled. Just as he was about to fight, Chi Feng suddenly said, wait. Among all the people present, she was the most distinguished. Mr. Du's men stopped when they heard her. Tao Hong hurriedly ran to her side and said, "Young madam, why keep such a thief alive?" Chi Fong also showed hesitation, but in the end, she shook her head and said, "I don't like killing, and I don't want anyone to die because of me. Lock him up first, and wait for third brother to come back and deal with him when we get to Linen." Song Qingshu took the opportunity to say, "In order to show my innocence, I am willing to surrender. After returning to the Prime Minister's mansion, I will thoroughly investigate what happened today." After that, he threw the weapon in his hand on the ground. When the people around saw this, they immediately surrounded him and tied him up. Chi Fong's heart moved and she looked at him in surprise. Tao Hong hurriedly said, "Young madam, don't be deceived by him. He knows that he is surrounded by so many people and can't escape, so he deliberately pretends to be righteous." Song Qingshu smiled faintly and said, "Whether it is right or wrong, there will be a day when the water comes to the bottom." Chi Fong looked at him in surprise again. She never expected that a servant would reveal such a unique and outstanding temperament. Noticing her expression, Tao Hong secretly cursed and was about to speak, but Chi Fong said, "That's it. Take him away and keep a good watch. In addition, let the others get out." She was still naked. Although she was covered with a quilt, under the gaze of so many men, she really didn't want to stay a moment longer. "Yes, yes, yes." Boss Du nodded and bowed. "I will send more people, and I will never let anyone disturb Madam again." "No need, you just guard downstairs." Chi Fong was going to take a bath and change clothes later. How could she be willing to have other men outside? "No problem, no problem." Boss Du asked his men to take Song Qingshu out. It didn't take long for the people in the room to be evacuated, leaving only Tao Hong and the two servants. "Tao Hong, prepare a set of clean clothes for me. I want to take a bath and change clothes. Cixi, Wang Er, you go to the door and guard. No one is allowed to come in." After today's events, Chi Fong only dared to trust these former people of the Wan mansion. Song Qingshu was taken to a cabin on the bottom floor by Mr. Du's men. They pushed him in and closed the door. Obviously, they didn't want to talk to him too much. Now that he thought about it, he was a suspect of sexually assaulting a female member of the Prime Minister's mansion, and he was also a guard of the Prime Minister's mansion. Mr. Du would rather know as little as possible about the internal affairs of these big shots. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, remained calm. He sat cross-legged in the room and began to regulate his breathing. Tonight's incident was obviously a trap, and the other party would definitely not let it go. Instead of making wild guesses without sufficient information, it was better to wait for the other party to come to him. He didn't worry about any danger. After all, he had the Soul Transfer Grand Spell, which was his trump card. Even a master could be caught off guard. Moreover, according to his observation, the people on the ship were just ordinary servants and guards. However, just in case, he still began to think about how to recover his strength. After all, he was used to being a super master, and he didn't feel safe in his current state. Song Qingshu thought about the martial arts he knew. Sword, palm, and lightness skill obviously couldn't expel the poison. However, the single yang finger, which could bring people back to life, seemed to have some possibility. He remembered in the Return of the Condor Heroes, Xiaolong Nu was hit by Guofu's ice soul silver needle at the critical moment when she was expelling the poison. Later, he met Reverend Eating, who lamented that he was injured by Qiu Qianren. Otherwise, he could have used the single yang finger to save Xiaolong Nu. Thinking of this, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel happy. Unfortunately, I can't gather my inner force now, so I can't use the single yang finger. There's an old saying, if you can cure yourself, don't cure yourself. That's true. Looking at the whole world, apart from himself, Reverend Eating and Wang Chongyang were the only ones who could use the single yang finger to save people from death. Unfortunately, these two people were always elusive, and he might not be able to find them in a short time. Other than the solitary yang finger, the Nining Manual, and godly radiating scripture, were both good at healing wounds. Unfortunately, he had already tried it, and the poison from the golden ripple flower had already penetrated deep into his internal organs, and the Nining Qi was already useless against it. As for the godly radiating scripture, he directly ignored it. After all, in the original work, Ding Dian, who had mastered the godly radiating scripture, had died to the golden ripple flower. Apart from these martial arts, there was only Mankasvara left. Mankasvara was the most mysterious and treacherous martial art of Tantric Buddhism for thousands of years. It was also because of the protection of Mankasvara that he did not die immediately after being poisoned by the golden ripple flower like the original Ding Dian. Unfortunately, he had tried many times in the past 2 days, but the Mankasvara's Mankasvara was also intermittent and could not be used to expel the poison at all. The biggest problem now is that my genuine qi is intermittent and I can't use it. Song Qingshu was deep in thought. The dual cultivation method in the mandala also had the uncanny ability to bring the dead back to life. But it mainly focused on the control of yin and yang qi, which everyone already had. It was not counted as genuine qi, so he didn't know if it would work. It's a pity that I don't have anyone around for dual cultivation. Otherwise, I could give it a try and see if it would work. Song Qingshu sighed. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. He could not help but think of Qi Feng's voluptuous and fair body when he lifted the quilt just now. Why don't I go look for her? With this thought in his mind, Song Qingshu felt as if there was a little devil tempting him. Now that she's almost unguarded, it'll be a piece of cake to get her. Although she's married and had a child, she's still beautiful. Her breasts are perky, and she's still breastfeeding. She's the perfect cauldron. Ma Qi-chan and Wan Gui have caused you so much trouble. It's only right that you use their granddaughter-in-law and wife as compensation. After a long time, Song Qingshu let out a long sigh. His eyes were full of regret. It's a pity that you're Di Yun's sweetheart. Di Yun was honest and inarticulate. He was also loyal to him. In addition, he had suffered a lot in the past few years. No matter how much Song Qingshu thought about it, he could not bear to rub salt into his wounds. Forget it, I'll think of another way. Song Qingshu's eyes gradually regained their clarity. At this moment, a sound came from outside the door. I'm here on my master's orders to bring Xianxia up for a proper interrogation. Song Qingshu frowned. From the sound of it, it seemed to be Qi Feng's manservant, Shi. Could it be that Qi Feng had finally thought of something and wanted to interrogate him? Soon, the cabin door opened and Shi walked in. Xianxia, come with me. Song Qingshu snickered. Previously, the other party had called him Brother Xiong very intimately. Now, he was calling him by his name. The world was indeed cold. However, this was human nature. Song Qingshu did not take it to heart. He smiled and stood up. The guard at the door offered to help escort Di Yun, but Shi waved his hand and refused. He's now tied up with ropes soaked in sesame oil. No matter how skilled he is, it's useless. I can handle him alone. The guard wanted to say more, but Shi became impatient. My master doesn't want this matter to be known by too many people. There are too many of you. It's not convenient for you to go up. Hearing him mention Qi Feng's name, Mr. Du's subordinates immediately stopped talking and watched the two of them leave. After walking behind Shi for a while, Song Qingshu suddenly said, "This isn't the way up, is it?" Shi scolded, "Stop talking nonsense. Just follow me." Song Qingshu sneered inwardly. It seemed like he was right. The fox was finally showing its tail. Shi led him all the way to a secluded area at the stern of the ship before stopping. Why did you bring me here? I want to see the young madam. Song Qingshu pretended to be panicked. Shi looked around. Usually, no one would come here. Moreover, it was the dead of night. He took out a padao from his waist and grinned. See the young madam? Go see the king of hell first. Song Qingshu sneered. So you're the one behind this. Shi flashed the shining padao in his hand. It's too late to know now. Tell me, do you want to eat bandao noodles or wonton? This was a slang in Jianghu. Bandao noodles referred to chopping and throwing into the water, while wonton referred to taking off one's clothes and jumping into the river to drown. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. Unfortunately, the fortune teller said that I still have a long life ahead of me. Shi was stunned and then became angry. It seems that you want to eat bandao noodles. Song Qingshu ignored him and raised his head to look at him. Who sent you here? He did not believe that a manservant like Fourth Joy would be so audacious. You don't have a chance. Xixi's voice suddenly lowered. It's Sister Taohong. It really was her, however, Song Qingshu was still confused. Even if Taohong's status was higher, there was a limit to it. Did she have the guts? Then who sent Taohong? Song Qingshu continued to ask. I don't know. Xixi's eyes were blank. It was obviously because of the soul-shifting spell. Help me untie the rope first. After untying the rope, Song Qingshu asked again, why did you dare to help Taohong harm the mistress? It should be known that this was a society with a strict hierarchy. If a servant offended a superior, the punishment would be unprecedentedly severe. Xixi's face turned red. Taohong is Master Wan's concubine. I was muddle-headed and couldn't help but sleep with her. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. He had a rough idea of what was going on. In any case, adultery with Taohong was a capital crime. He could only go down this path. Then he asked a few more questions. Seeing that he could not get anything valuable out of him, Song Qingshu said faintly, you just wanted to treat me to bandow noodles. Then I'll treat you to some wonton. Cixi nodded and walked to the edge of the deck mechanically. Then, with a splash, he jumped into the water. After falling into the cold water, Cixi finally came to his senses. Unfortunately, he only had time to shout one word before he disappeared in the rushing river. I have no grievances with Taohong. She can't be trying to harm me. Song Qingshu thought quickly. Suddenly, he looked up at the faint light of the room on the top floor in the distance. It seems to be to deal with Qi Feng. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment. He could have taken the opportunity to leave secretly at this time. Unfortunately, he was still within Li Kishou's sphere of influence. It was far more convenient to escape by using this boat to go downstream. Moreover, now that he knew that Qi Feng was in danger, if he ignored her, he would not be able to explain it to Di Yun in the future. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Song Qingshu finally decided to find Qi Feng first and inform her. Unfortunately, Qi Feng now lived in the room on the top floor. After what happened tonight, the stairs leading to the top floor were full of Mr. Du's guards. It was impossible to pass through. If it were the usual Song Qingshu, these things would naturally not be a problem for him. Unfortunately, now, after Song Qingshu was taken away, Qi Feng hurriedly changed her clothes and immediately ordered the servants to prepare a bucket of hot water. Perhaps the thought of being undressed without her knowing always made her feel a sense of being defiled. Although she carefully checked her body and found no traces of being violated, she still wanted to wash with water to feel at ease. After what happened tonight, Mr. Du on the boat had long been scared out of his wits. He wanted to use all his skills to flatter her. Hearing that she wanted to take a bath, he immediately asked the maids to boil a large bucket of water and prepared a lot of fresh petals for her. Everyone was driven out of the room, even Taohong was no exception. After carefully checking the doors and windows of the room, Qi Feng came to the front of the bathtub. Feeling the hot steam, her cold heart felt a trace of warmth. Gently untying the belt, Qi Feng just took off the light gauze dress outside. Suddenly, she heard a sound coming from the window. Although the sound was very soft, now Qi Feng was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bough. She suddenly turned around and asked, "Who is it?" There was no response. She hesitated for a moment, worried that she had heard it wrong. She did not call the people outside, but drew out the sword beside her and vigilantly walked to the window. After all, she had learned martial arts. Now that she had a sword in her hand, she was no longer as afraid as before. Unexpectedly, when she turned around the screen, she saw that the window was wide open, and a person was climbing in awkwardly. Seeing the person's appearance, Qi Feng's beautiful face suddenly turned pale, and she opened her mouth to scream. "I'm very sorry for not updating yesterday." It was Song Qingshu who was climbing in through the window. Because the normal way up the stairs was heavily guarded, he could only go around to the other side and try to climb in under the cover of darkness. Unfortunately, he was no expert rock climber. After several attempts, he had to give up completely. He could only change his way of thinking and see if he could use lightness skill. His biggest problem now was not that he had no internal energy, but that his internal energy could not circulate freely in his body, so he could not use his martial arts. But like Duanyu, after trying 8 or 10 times, he could always use his internal energy for a moment. Although it was fleeting, it was enough for him to use lightness skill. After countless failures, Song Qingshu finally recovered his internal energy for a moment. His whole body became as light as a swallow, and he leaped to the top floor of the room dozens of feet above the ground. But just as he flew outside Qifeng's window, the internal energy in his body suddenly disappeared. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and grabbed the windowsill. Otherwise, he would be crippled even if he did not die from the fall from such a high place. Looks like I can't risk using lightness skill in the future. Otherwise, I'll be the first lightness skill master in Jianghu to fall to his death. What a joke. Song Qingshu looked down at his feet and suddenly felt terrified. His hands hung on the windowsill, and his whole body was suspended in the air. It took him a lot of effort to climb into the window. Just as he struggled to climb out of the window, he looked up and saw Qifeng not far away. His heart skipped a beat, knowing that if the people outside were alarmed, he would be in trouble. He didn't know where he got the strength from, but he rushed forward and threw Qifeng to the ground. At the same time, he covered her mouth tightly with his hand. Wu Qifeng was greatly shocked in her heart. Originally, she was still dubious about whether or not Xiongde was the culprit, but in the current situation, how could she still have any doubts? She hurriedly opened her mouth to shout, but unfortunately, her mouth was tightly covered by Xiongda's hand, and her cries for help all turned into low whimpers. At the same time, she struggled with all her might. After all, she had learned martial arts, so she was not as delicate as ordinary ladies. She twisted her body like a female leopard, trying to get out from under his body. Unfortunately, the woman's body was naturally weak, so after her hands were held down tightly by the man on top of her, she couldn't move at all. In a moment of desperation, she lifted her leg and rammed it towards the man's lower body. Song Qingshu immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough. At the critical moment, he used his legs to clamp the other party tightly. Otherwise, if he were to suffer such a vicious blow, the women at home would probably become widows. Although Qifeng looked like she was living a comfortable life, her body was full of energy because of her martial arts training. Her whole body was still twisting and struggling. If it wasn't for Song Qingshu pressing her down with his body weight, he might not have been able to hold her down now that he couldn't use his inner force. Song Qingshu suddenly felt a little strange in his heart. At this time, Qifeng had taken off her coat and was only wearing a close-fitting shirt. It was completely unable to conceal her energetic body. The astonishing elasticity that came through the clothes, the faint body fragrance of the young woman, and the fact that she kept twisting under him, made Song Qingshu awkwardly realize that he was actually responding. Qifeng's body trembled, as if she had also sensed something. Then, she began to struggle even more desperately. Song Qingshu vaguely felt that he couldn't control her anymore. In his heart, he knew that if he alarmed the people outside, he would be in big trouble. Helplessly, he could only say in a low voice, "I'm Di Yun's friend." Hearing his words, Qifeng stopped struggling and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Song Qingshu then said, "I'll let you go right now, but don't scream. If you agree, just blink your eyes." As expected, Qifeng kept blinking and tried to nod at the same time. Only then did Song Qingshu slowly remove his hand from her lips. "Are you really senior brother's friend?" As expected, Qifeng didn't shout. Instead, she asked anxiously. It must be known that her relationship with Di Yun was only known to the people of the Wan residence. Big Xiong was a guard of the Prime Minister's residence, so it was impossible for him to know of Di Yun's existence. "That's right." Song Qingshu answered affirmatively. Qifeng opened her mouth and was about to speak when she suddenly noticed something. She couldn't help but blush. Biting her lips, she said in a bad mood, "How long do you plan to ride on my body?" Song Qingshu's old face heated up. He hurriedly stood up and reached out to help her up. "I'm sorry, the situation just now was urgent. I had no choice but to do so. If I offended you, please forgive me." Qifeng refused his support and stood up from the ground. She tidied up her messy hair and hurriedly asked, "Is my senior brother still alive?" She clearly didn't want to discuss the issue just now. Song Qingshu was startled. "Of course he's alive. Who told you that he's dead?" "It's..." Fang opened her mouth and quickly realized something. Her expression suddenly became a little ugly. The one father and son told you, right? Although she didn't say it, Song Qingshu could roughly guess it. Don't worry, your senior brother is alive, but what? Fang suddenly heard about Di Yun's whereabouts. At this moment, she was surprised and happy. It's just that he was wrongly imprisoned. His shoulder blade was pierced, and a few of his fingers were cut off. Song Qingshu sighed. But that's not what saddened him the most. What saddened him the most was that his beloved junior sister eventually married another man. My poor senior brother. Upon hearing about Di Yun's misfortune, Fang's entire body swayed. She hurriedly held on to the table beside her to steady herself. However, she quickly thought of something and said sadly, how good would it have been if you hadn't been muddle-headed back then? Song Qingshu frowned, what do you mean by muddle-headed? Fang bit her lip and finally shook her head, I don't want to remember what happened in the past. Song Qingshu said in a deep voice, although I don't know what happened in the past, I can tell you that Di Yun was wrongly accused. Although he was more familiar with the original work, the city linking technique was a relatively unpopular novel. It was impossible for him to remember every detail. He only remembered that Di Yun was wrongly accused by the one father and son and was imprisoned, but he couldn't remember exactly how the one father and son had framed him. You said that senior brother was wrongly accused? What exactly happened? Fang's heart thumped and she hurriedly asked. I don't know the specifics, I only know that Wan Gui lusted after your beauty and framed Di Yun, leaving you in the Wan residence, Song Qingshu answered. Fang felt dizzy and her vision darkened. The other party's words were like sharp knives stabbing into her heart. She couldn't help but cry out, I've wrongly accused you, wrongly accused you. However, when she thought about how her husband had always been gentle and considerate to her all these years, she suddenly began to waver. She thought to herself, could it be that this person, in order to survive, deliberately made up some shocking lies to drive a wedge between us as husband and wife? Master? Song Qingshu sneered, Wan Gui is not even worthy of carrying my shoes, how dare he call me master? You. Hearing him insult her husband like this, Fang was furious, but she quickly reacted and exclaimed, you are not Xianxia. The voice of the other party was completely different from Xianxia, and the disdainful aura on his body was not something that a servant of Xianxia could emit. At this point, there was nothing worth hiding. Song Qingshu took off the mask on his face and revealed his original appearance. Of course I am not Xianxia. Seeing the man in front of her change from a reckless guard of the Prime Minister's residence to a handsome young master, Fang was startled and involuntarily took a few steps back. You, who are you? I am Song Qingshu. Ah, you are that golden snake king Song. Song Qingshu? Fang exclaimed and suddenly looked at the other party with some curiosity. After all, she had only heard of this person in various rumors before. Now that she saw him, he was indeed handsome, just as those storytellers described. If those madams and misses in linen saw his appearance, I'm afraid none of them would be able to sleep. In the past 2 years in linen, Fang did not have little contact with those noble ladies and misses. Many rumors about Song Qingshu were heard from those people. However, Fang was not the kind of person who valued appearance, otherwise she would not have liked Di Yun so much in the beginning. She quickly recovered, looked solemn, and tenderly snorted, you are now being hunted by my husband everywhere, and you still dare to appear here. Do you want to die? Song Qingshu did not take it seriously and smiled, Madam is in a much more dangerous situation than I am, but you are still here to care about others. Who cares? About you. Fang was just taken advantage of by him, and thinking that he had seen her naked appearance before, it was impossible for her to have any good impression of him. She just thought that he was deliberately frivolous, so she couldn't help but snort, what danger can I be in? Song Qingshu took the mask that he had taken off before and gestured at his face, Madam, have you forgotten that I am now your guard? What happened before was obviously to get rid of me, but Xianxia has no grudge against anyone, so what's the point of framing him? After thinking about it, the only explanation is that someone wants to kill you and needs to get rid of your guards in advance. Fang's eyes widened as she was bewildered by his words. Madam, do you know that Zishi said he brought me here for interrogation on your orders? Song Qingshu continued to ask. Fang snorted, nonsense, I was just about to. I didn't give him such an order. Song Qingshu shrugged, that's it. After Cixi brought me out from Mr. Du's place, he didn't come here. Instead, he brought me to the stern of the ship and wanted to kill me to keep me quiet. Kill you to keep you quiet? Fang's expression changed slightly. Although she wasn't as smart as Huang Rong, as the granddaughter-in-law of the Prime Minister, she had seen a lot and was much more knowledgeable than the young girl who had just come from the countryside. She immediately realized that this matter was not normal. Unfortunately, I was already prepared, so I sent him into the river. Then, I hurried over to warn you, Song Qingshu said casually. Fang's heart froze. From his tone, Cixi should be dead. After a long silence, she said, in the end, this is only your side of the story. Now that Cixi is dead, there is no evidence. How can I believe you? Song Qingshu frowned, if you had been this careful a few years ago, Diyan wouldn't have ended up like that. In the end, I could have left quietly, but I took the risk to warn you because of Diyan. I didn't want that silly boy to be sad if something happened to you. Senior. Hearing him mention Diyan, Fang's expression changed, where is Senior now? Song Qingshu shook his head, I don't know, I haven't seen him for a long time. When we entered Yanjing together, I wanted to assassinate Kanshi, and he wanted to use the intelligence network of the Stickler to find out where you were. About a year ago, I heard him mention that he seemed to have found out where you were, so he said goodbye to me and came to find you. Did he not find you? No. Fang looked confused. Song Qingshu frowned, wondering if something had happened to him. But with Diyan's current martial arts, he should have no problem protecting himself. Suppressing the worry in his heart, Song Qingshu casually said, then maybe the information he received was wrong. Fang suddenly sighed, even if he found me now, I have already become someone else's wife, how can I still think about him? I've already told you, it was Wan Gui, that despicable person, who played tricks and forcefully separated you. Seeing Fang's eyebrows raise, Song Qingshu said somewhat impatiently, forget it, I know you won't believe the words of an outsider like me. In the future, when Diyan finds you, he will tell you himself. Why is this woman so stubborn? She still remembers the boolsh *t feudal rubbish of if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken, if you marry a dog, follow the dog. Song Qingshu was very depressed. Only then did Fang's expression soften a little. Tell me more about me. How did you two meet? She was very curious, how did her silly senior know such a great person like the Golden Snake King? How? Song Qingshu's face showed a trace of nostalgia, it all started from the Jingzhou prison, then, he roughly told her what happened that year. During the process, he could not help but recall the despair he felt when he first entered this world, as well as Icy Snow's sudden appearance in his world like goddess Guanyin. He was a little dazed for a moment. Senior brother, you have suffered so much. Fang felt a sharp pain in her heart, and her whole body could not help but sway. At this point, she already believed Song Qingshu 70% to 80%. After all, these things were so detailed, it was impossible for him to make it up on the spot. Moreover, the Diyan he mentioned was exactly the same as her senior brother, so it was impossible for him to be faked. Fang hesitated for a long time and suddenly said, well, I will believe what you said for the time being. For senior brother's sake, I will not expose your whereabouts. When we arrive at a safe place, you can leave quietly. Okay, in return, I will stay by your side and be responsible for protecting you, Song Qingshu replied. Stay by my side? Fang was stunned and said in disbelief, are you planning to stay in this room? Of course, Song Qingshu nodded naturally, if it was in the past, I could naturally protect you in the room next door, but now that I've been poisoned by your husband's golden ripple flower, I have lost most of my martial arts. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to save you in time, so I can only protect you in this room. Don't be so dirty. I won't do anything to you, Song Qingshu said faintly. If it weren't for Diyan, I wouldn't have tried so hard. You can't live with me. Fang shook her head like a rattle drum and refused flatly. I know what you're worried about, Song Qingshu said. You can rest assured that no one will know that I'm in your room. I'll leave quietly after this. I won't damage your reputation. Seeing that Qi Feng was about to say something, Song Qingshu interrupted, even if you don't think about your own safety, you have to think about Di Yun. He has been looking for you all these years. Even if you don't care about Di Yun, you have to think about your daughter. Do you want her to lose her mother at such a young age? Water spinach. Qi Feng muttered to herself. Thinking of her daughter's cute appearance, her heart suddenly softened. Okay, but you have to promise me that you won't be rude to me. Otherwise, I won't care about your friendship with senior brother. I'll call people to come in and catch you. Don't worry. I won't bully my friend's wife. I'm a very principled person, Song Qingshu replied seriously. Senior brother and I are not what you think. Although Qi Feng still couldn't forget about Di Yun, she also knew that she was the daughter-in-law of the Wan clan, so she didn't dare to think too much about it. Noticing Song Qingshu's teasing gaze, she couldn't help but blush. Then. Okay, but you have to keep your distance from me during this period of time. Move the screen over there. Normally, there's a screen between us, and we don't interfere with each other. Okay. Song Qingshu knew that it was a little difficult for a married woman to be in the same room with a strange man. He walked over and planned to move the screen to the corner. Feeling the heat in the bathtub, he couldn't help but be startled. Madam, are you going to take a bath and change your clothes? No need. Qi Feng shook her head, but she was secretly annoyed. How could she take a bath when there was another man in the room? Alright then, I'm going to start forcing the poison out. Madam, feel free to do as you please. Song Qingshu had some vague inspiration when he was in the prison cell, but it was interrupted by the arrival of the 4 happy companions. Now that he had temporarily settled down, he could not wait to continue forcing the poison out of his body. After all, he was not confident in his current physical condition. Qi Feng heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Song Qingshu walk behind the screen. As soon as she relaxed, she suddenly felt a chill on her chest. She looked down and found 2 wet marks on her chest. Her face immediately turned red. It turned out that when Song Qingshu pounced on her and she struggled with all her might, it was inevitable that their bodies would come into contact. Her chest was also squeezed in various ways, and some milk was squeezed out, soaking the clothes on her chest. He hadn't noticed it previously, but now that he had relaxed, he finally realized what was going on. This is so embarrassing. I wonder if he saw it. Qi Feng's face was so red that it was about to bleed. She glanced guiltily at the screen. Seeing that there was no movement, she felt slightly relieved. So bloated. Qi Feng bit her lips and revealed a troubled expression. It was almost time for her daily milking, but there was an unfamiliar man in the room. How about I forget about it today? As soon as the thought arose, Qi Feng subconsciously shook her head. She had just given birth. Although she felt uncomfortable, because she was inexperienced and shy, she didn't know how to squeeze out. Not long after, she started to have a fever and her chest swelled up. That serious illness almost took her life. Later, after being diagnosed by a doctor, and with the guidance of an experienced servant in the Fu, she learned that she needed to squeeze a few times a day to ensure her health. She still remembered the uncomfortable feeling when she was sick, and she really didn't want to experience it again. In the end, the shyness in her heart couldn't beat the reality of her body. Qi Feng glanced at the screen again and thought, he's using his internal energy to force out the poison. He probably won't notice the situation here. Pursing her lips, Qi Feng finally made up her mind. She found a wooden bowl and placed it on her lap. She sat on the bed with her back facing the screen and quietly unbuttoned the front of her clothes. Her heart was beating wildly. She turned her head back to confirm once more before she began to carefully squeeze. Perhaps it was because she thought of the unfamiliar man not far behind her. Qi Feng's hands trembled slightly, causing her usually well-practiced movements to become jerky. Her delicate body under the thin clothes also trembled from time to time. Because she was too flustered, Qi Feng only used half the time she usually used to do it today. Looking at the wooden bowl full of milk, she couldn't help but blush. She hurriedly tidied up the clothes in front of her chest and planned to quietly pour out the wooden bowl. Madam, I have a presumptuous request. At this time, Song Qingshu's voice suddenly sounded not far behind her. It scared Qifeng so much that she shivered and almost dropped the wooden bowl in her hands. You. When did you stand there? Turning back to look at Song Qingshu, Qifeng's heart trembled. The blood on her face quickly faded and became incomparably pale. Madam, please rest assured. I just came out and didn't see anything that I shouldn't have seen, Song Qingshu answered. The more he said like this, the more Qifeng felt that something was wrong. She kept exclaiming in her heart, it's over, it's over. He saw everything. Qifeng forced herself to calm down, but her voice still trembled. You. What did you call me for? Song Qingshu also revealed an awkward expression. He said somewhat unnaturally, that. Madam, since you're going to pour it out anyway, why don't you give it to me? Give what to you? Qifeng didn't react for a moment. She noticed that the other person's eyes would occasionally glance at the wooden bowl in her hands. Only then did she realize something. She was embarrassed and angry. You. When he saw the young woman before him blushing red from anger, Song Qingshu hurriedly explained, Madam, please don't misunderstand. I wasn't speaking frivolously, I just wanted to cure the poison. Cure? Qifeng was stunned, but she quickly became even more embarrassed and angry. What poison can this thing cure? I'm good friends with the poison hand King Wu Chen, and I've heard him mention by chance that human milk is an extremely miraculous thing that can cure many strange poisons. Song Qingshu explained swiftly. I've been poisoned by your husband's golden ripple flower this time, and I've thought of many ways to cure it. Now that I have no other choice, I can only resort to this. If I've offended you in any way, I hope Madam won't take offense. Proteins would denature when they encountered heavy metal ions, and this kind of denaturation could not be restored. Proteins were bioactive substances. Once denatured, they could no longer play their original functions. It could be said that the various functions in the human body were dominated by proteins. Any reaction in any part of the body was related to proteins, so heavy metal ions could poison people. However, heavy metal ions could not bind with other proteins after binding with proteins, because this reaction was irreversible. Therefore, once heavy metal poisoning occurred, substances containing a lot of proteins such as milk were used to bind the heavy metal ions, so that the heavy metal ions would not bind with the functional proteins of the human body as much as possible. Although the golden ripple flower did not seem to have much to do with heavy metal, although most of the plant toxins acted on the nervous system, many of them also acted on proteins. Song Qingshu also knew that the success rate of using milk to detoxify the golden ripple flower poison was very slim, but as long as there was a chance, he had to try. After all, he was not living for himself anymore. He had so many confidants who loved him, and so many subordinates who relied on him. The heavy responsibility made him have a strong desire to survive. Hearing that it was her husband who had poisoned her, Qifeng could not help but bite her lips. She had previously quarreled with Wang Gui over this matter. As a kind-hearted person, she could not accept her husband's despicable actions. At the same time, she had secretly prayed for Song Qingshu to escape. Although she did not know him, Song Qingshu had been so famous these years, and he was often mentioned in the circle of women in Linen City. She could more or less understand him. Judging from all the information, Song Qingshu should be a good person, even a hero. She naturally did not want such a person to have any misfortune, and at the same time, she also wanted her husband to have less blood and sin on his hands. In addition, the other was Di Yun's friend. If it was other ways, Qifeng might not even frown and agree. However, she had never even given such a private and shameful thing to her husband, so how could she give it to another man? No, absolutely not. Qifeng shook her head fiercely. I can think of other ways to help you, but this, Song Qingshu knew that Qifeng was a very traditional woman. The concept of abiding by women's morality could be said to have been imprinted in her bone marrow. It was really impossible for her to give him the milk that she squeezed out. Forget it. For the sake of Zhirua and the others, I can only be shameless for once. Song Qingshu clenched his teeth and suddenly shouted, "Ah, the poison is acting up again." As he spoke, he fell to the ground, his body trembling non-stop. His face revealed an expression of extreme pain. You. What's wrong with you? Qifeng was shocked. She called out to him a few times, but he couldn't respond to her at all. Don't scare me. Qifeng immediately became anxious and paced around him anxiously. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do. Tell me quickly, how can I help you now? She had always been kind-hearted. In the past, when Diyun killed a butterfly in front of her, she had been sad for a long time, let alone a living person. In the midst of her anxiety, her gaze suddenly fell on the wooden bowl at the side. Qifeng couldn't help but recall Song Qingshu's previous words. Can this thing really cure the poison? Qifeng's face flushed red. For a moment, she hesitated, but in the end, the kindness in her heart prevailed. A human life is at stake. I can't care so much. Qifeng squatted down and helped Song Qingshu up. She let his head rest on her thighs. Then she picked up the wooden bowl and took a deep breath. With a blushing face, she brought it to his mouth. Song Qingshu only felt a stream of warm nectar flowing into his mouth. His heart was suddenly filled with emotion. Qifeng was really kind to the bone. Unfortunately, she married a cruel and unscrupulous husband. It could only be said that fate was fickle and nature made fools of people. Unknowingly, he drank the big bowl clean. Song Qingshu only felt a lingering fragrance in his mouth. The tip of his nose could still smell the faint body fragrance of the other party. Even if he was thick-skinned enough, he still felt a little guilty. He could only deliberately groan and pretend to wake up. Song Qingshu's plan really worked. Seeing this, Qifeng hurriedly put him back on the ground. Then she suddenly stood up and stood 3 feet away from him. She asked nervously, Are you feeling better? Slowly opening his eyes, Song Qingshu subconsciously answered, much better. Huh? Originally, he didn't have any hope of curing the poison. He just wanted to casually comfort the other party. After all, she made such a big sacrifice. If there was no effect at all, he was afraid that she would feel even worse. But before the words left his mouth, Song Qingshu was suddenly surprised to find that the qi in his body, which had been stagnant for a long time, was actually showing signs of returning to circulation. He didn't have time to answer and hurriedly began to circulate. Seeing this, Qifeng didn't care. Knowing that he was at a critical moment, she didn't say anything to disturb him. But she suddenly noticed that there was still a drop of milk left on Song Qingshu's lips. Under the candlelight, it was especially crystal clear. Her face immediately turned red. I'm really too daring. Why did I do such a thing today? At the same time that Qifeng was at a loss, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Because he'd actually successfully circulated the qi in his body for a cycle. This was absolutely unimaginable in the past. Could it be that human milk really has such a miraculous effect? At this moment, Song Qingshu didn't have the time to ponder about the profundities. He hurriedly circulated his qi and tried to force out the poison of the gold wave flower in his body. Earlier, his biggest problem was that the qi in his body couldn't circulate normally, so he was unable to force out the poison in his body. Now that the most critical problem had been solved, how could he not be pleasantly surprised? Actually, this could be considered a lucky hit. After being poisoned by the poison of the gold wave flower, the biggest characteristic was that the whole body started to become numb. This was similar to the symptoms of the poison of aconitine. In his previous life, medicine was developed, and in order to cure the poison of aconitine, a large amount of atropine was needed. Atropine was also a highly toxic substance. Once it was overdosed, it would also cause death. Using the term commonly used in martial arts novels, this was called fighting poison with poison. Using the theory of modern medicine to explain it, it was that the poison of aconitine dilated the blood vessels of the human body, rapidly lowering the blood pressure of the human body. At the same time, it suppressed the central nervous system and respiratory center. On the other hand, the poison of atropine could relieve the spasms of the smooth muscles, improve the circulation of the capillaries, suppress the secretion of glands, and remove the suppression of the vagus nerve on the heart, causing the heart to beat faster, dilate the pupils, increase the pressure of the eye, and excite the respiratory center. The effects of these two poisons were just opposite, so they could detoxify each other. The earth dragon pill that Xiaolong knew had Song Qingshu take came from the body of a beast from the west. That beast loved to eat a highly toxic plant, belladonna, when it was alive. belladonna was rich in the poison of atropine. Unfortunately, it wasn't as pure as modern industrial extraction. The amount of atropine in the Earth Dragon pill wasn't enough to cure the poison of the gold wave flower. It could only temporarily save Song Qingshu's life. As for detoxifying the poison of aconitine, apart from a special medicine like atropine, modern medicine had proven that milk also had a certain effect. If milk could work, then human milk would naturally work too. Furthermore, this was Qifeng's first child, so there was a large amount of growth factors and immunoglobulin in her milk, which was even more beneficial for detoxification. So, by a freak combination of factors, Song Qingshu was able to circulate his internal energy again. But what he didn't know was that the toxicity of the gold wave flower was far above that of aconitine. Aconitine required a large amount of atropine to neutralize, so how could a mere bowl of milk be enough? I was already admiring my ability to spout nonsense with a straight face. Even this could be explained with a scientific explanation. However, aconitine did require a large amount of atropine to detoxify it, and milk also had a certain effect. Song Qingshu's Xiangong recovered and he hurriedly sat down and began to expel the poison. With his current strength, he quickly forced out a drop of golden poisonous blood from the tip of his finger. However, the golden wave flower was a strange poison in the golden book, and now it was lingering in his internal organs. If he wanted to force out all the poisonous blood, he was afraid that it would not be done overnight. Song Qingshu did not know whether the recovery of the true qi in his body was permanent or temporary, so she did not dare to delay and continued to expel the poison. With the operation of his Xiangong, his body gradually emitted a trace of white gas. After an unknown period of time, his heart suddenly trembled because the true qi in his body suddenly had a trace of obscure feeling. Oh no, it seems that it is too early to be happy. Song Qingshu hurriedly stopped and did not dare to continue to expel the poison. He was worried that if the true qi suddenly disappeared halfway, it would cause the poison to backfire. However, although he was cautious enough, he did not expect the true qi to disappear so quickly. Just when there was an obscure feeling, the next moment the true qi circulation suddenly broke. He did not have time to stop in time. Without the suppression of true qi, the poison of the golden wave flower came back, and it was a bit more fierce than before. Song Qingshu groaned and then fainted. You. What happened to you? Qifeng was sitting on the side in a daze. Seeing that Song Qingshu suddenly fainted, she was also at a loss. Wasn't it all right just now? Checking the other person's pulse, it was frighteningly chaotic. Qifeng thought in her heart, could it be that he accidentally went crazy when expelling the poison? At this time, there was suddenly a hurried knock on the door. Madam, madam? Hearing that it was Tao Hong's voice, Qifeng was shocked. She looked at Song Qingshu on the ground with some guilt and hurriedly pulled the screen in front of him. Then she pretended to be calm and asked, "What's the matter?" "There are officers and soldiers on the ship to search. I specially came to remind Madam." Tao Hong replied. Qifeng frowned. "Remind me for what? Do they dare to come here too? Search?" Normally, she did not put on airs, but now that there was a strange man hiding in the room, and the other party was a wanted criminal, she had no choice but to put on the airs of the young madam of the Prime Minister's residence. Tao Hong's panicked voice was heard. "I also told those people about Madam's identity, but the leading general did not give in the slightest. He said that this was Li Taidu's order, to strictly search all the boats, carriages, horses, and pedestrians leaving Yangzhou. Not a single nook and cranny is to be let off, no one is to be exempted. It seems like it is to capture a criminal surnamed Song." It turned out that those soldiers were lured away by Xiaolong Nu. Later on, they finally recognized that the person behind her was just a scarecrow. When Li Keqiu received the news, she was furious. She ordered to seal off the waterways and investigate all suspicious people. Li Keqiu understood that if Song Qingshu managed to escape this time, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, even though he knew that this would offend many influential families, he still ordered the soldiers to check every room at all costs. "What?" Hearing Tao Hong's words, Qifeng couldn't help but exclaim, her beautiful face turning pale as she looked at the other side of the screen. When that group of soldiers came in, how could a mere screen hide people? Qifeng hurriedly ran over and shook Song Qingshu. "Quickly wake up, quickly wake up." Unfortunately, the other did not have any reaction. She clenched her teeth and hurriedly put one of his hands on her shoulder, supporting him to the side of the bed. Fortunately, she had learned martial arts and grew up in the mountains. Her body was very healthy, so she was able to drag such a tall and sturdy man to the side of the bed. Her first reaction was to hide Song Qingshu under the bed, but when she reached the side of the bed, she hesitated. Since they even dared to break into her room, they would definitely search everywhere. The bottom of the bed would definitely be searched. Thinking that Song Qingshu would be discovered by those soldiers, Qi Feng shuddered. Song Qingshu was currently unconscious. If he was discovered, he would definitely not be able to escape. Her kind heart was not willing to see this kind of ending, not to mention that he was her senior brother's friend. On the other hand, she was a married woman, hiding a man in her room in the middle of the night. If this news were to spread, how would she face others? After the Jingkong rebellion, because a large number of Song dynasty's imperial women were raped by the Jin, and the southern Song dynasty's imperial court was unable to take revenge, gradually, geography became popular, and the issue of women's chastity was regarded as abnormal, teaching women that if they encountered similar situations in the future, they should protect their chastity with death. In this kind of environment, Qi Feng was clear that with Ma Qishui's personality, she would definitely not allow her family to be humiliated, and Wan Gui, she really did not have any confidence that her husband would be able to protect her. I can't let him be discovered. Qi Feng bit her lip, secretly saying in her heart. At this critical moment, she couldn't care so much. Qi Feng helped Song Qingshu up and stuffed him onto the bed, pulling a blanket over him, then she also hid under the blanket with a red face. However, her brows quickly furrowed, because she found that no matter how hard she tried, the blanket was still bulging. It was still a little too obvious. As long as someone looked, they would be able to see that there was an extra person under the blanket. What should I do? Hearing the noise coming from the staircase, Qi Feng's heart almost jumped out of her throat. She knew that she had to make a decision. Either she would hand over Song Qingshu, or she had to be absolutely sure. Otherwise, if Song Qingshu was discovered in her bed, even jumping into the Yellow River, she would not be able to clear her name. Suddenly, her gaze fell on the still steaming bathtub not far away, and she couldn't help but be moved. No, that is really too absurd. Qi Feng's pretty face was as red as blood, and she shook her head like a rattle drum. But he is already unconscious, he won't see anything. Qi Feng bit her lip, hesitating in her heart. Her complexion changed. Qi Feng thought, if he was hidden under the blanket, people from the outside would still notice, but if he was hidden in the bathtub, those people wouldn't be able to get close to the bathtub to see. Not far away, there was a noise. Qi Feng heard that Tao Hong was negotiating with the soldiers, and she knew that she could no longer hesitate, gritted her teeth, and finally made up her mind. She put Song Qingshu into the bathtub, let him lean against the edge of the wooden tub, his mouth and nose faintly above the water, so that he would not suffocate and drown, and then moved the screen on the corner over. Looking at the man who was still unconscious in the bathtub, Qi Feng sprinkled the petals on the plate next to her on the water, while showing a hesitant look, faintly sighed, and finally gently untied her belt, letting her clothes slowly slide from her silky smooth skin. Lightly biting her lip, clutching her chest, Qi Feng also stepped into the bathtub with a red face. Not long after her body entered the water, the outside door was somewhat rudely pushed open. "Young madam, I have told them many times, but they insisted on coming in to search." Tao Hong also followed in, her tone full of complaints. "How dare you? Do you know who I am?" Qi Feng was also very angry in her heart. If not for them, how could she have fallen into such an embarrassing situation? "This general greets madam." The leader also did not expect the situation in the room to be like this. Through the screen, she could faintly see that he seemed to be bathing. "Since you know who I am, you still dare to barge in?" Feeling nervous, Qi Feng could only pretend to be stern, wanting to drive these people out as soon as possible. Reporting to madam, this time it was the military commander who personally ordered that everyone must be inspected, no exceptions. At the same time, the military commander also consulted the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister also agreed. The general wasn't frightened by her tone. Instead, he quickly scanned the entire room with a sharp gaze as he replied. Hearing that Ma Qichu had agreed to this matter, Qi Feng could not help but feel suffocated, no longer able to use her status to suppress the other side, and could only say, "This madam is bathing right now, with so many of you barging in, won't it tarnish my clean reputation?" Qi Feng's face was gloomy, thinking that her husband should also know about this matter, but he actually agreed to let these ruffian soldiers search her room. Was he not afraid that his wife would be at a disadvantage? "Madam, don't worry, there is a screen over there, it will not be a hindrance. We will search the room for a while, and then we will leave." Finished speaking, he waved his hand, indicating for his subordinates to enter the room and search. The group of people entered one after another, each performing their own duties, very proficiently searching the room, not missing a single place that could hide someone. Through the screen, Chi Fong could faintly see that the soldiers even lifted the quilt on the bed to confirm, and couldn't help but feel a lingering fear in her heart. Fortunately, I did not hide him on the bed, otherwise, I would not be able to hide him from this situation. Quietly looking at the handsome face of the man not far away, Chi Fong's heart pounded, and she kept praying, "This is not the time to wake up, please don't wake up." Very quickly, the soldiers searched the room, and when they retreated one by one, they shook their heads at the general, indicating that they did not find anything. The general nodded, and then said to Chi Fong, "Sorry to disturb madam, this subordinate will take his leave." Hearing his words, Chi Fong could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. The general was walking to the door when suddenly his heart skipped a beat, and he turned to look at the screen, asking suspiciously, "Why is madam taking a bath at the third watch?" Chi Fong's heart suddenly jumped, and she hurriedly replied, "Something happened just now, so I decided to take a bath at this time." "What happened?" The general looked inquiringly at Tao Hong next to him. Tao Hong's expression was also a little unnatural, and she roughly explained what had happened just now. "Oh, a bad guy broke into madam's room at night?" the general said thoughtfully. Chi Fong secretly cursed in her heart. If she had known this would happen, she would have casually found an excuse just now, so she deliberately pretended to be indifferent. "It's nothing, the bad guy has been caught." The general asked his subordinates about the relevant situation, and soon someone came up to report. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "I just received news that the bad guy is no longer in the prison." Is that so?" Chi Fong's tone was a little panicked. The general frowned and looked at Tao Hong, and saw that there was also a trace of unnaturalness on her face, and his heart was immediately filled with suspicion. "Bastard!" Chi Fong's heart jumped into her throat. She angrily said, "This lady is bathing inside. Is this something you can see?" "Don't worry, madam. This general will only check if there are any suspicious people and will not look at madam." The general replied indifferently and then walked step by step towards the screen. He had no other choice. Li Keqiu had given a death order. If they couldn't catch Song Qingshu, all of them would lose their heads. Compared to the imminent danger, offending the women of the Prime Minister's residence was not a big deal. Seeing the general's figure gradually approaching, Chi Fong was so anxious that she didn't know what to do. As for herself, she was fine. Her body was under the water and there was a thick layer of flower petals on the surface. As long as she didn't show her body, there was no danger of her being exposed. But once the general came in, how could Song Qingshu hide in the bathtub? Although the general said he wouldn't look in her direction, how could she believe his words? If he casually glanced at the bathtub, Song Qingshu would have nowhere to hide. Looking at the thick layer of flower petals on the surface, Chi Fong's heart skipped a beat. If Song Qingshu's entire body sank into the water, the general wouldn't notice anything. But the problem now was that Song Qingshu was unconscious and couldn't hold his breath. If she pressed him into the water, he would likely choke and make a sound, which would make it easier for him to be discovered. If he didn't make a sound, it would be even more worrying because he might drown. Just as she was in a dilemma, seeing that the general was about to come in, Chi Fong had no choice but to gently press Song Qingshu into the water. Worried that he would choke, she had his face parallel to the water surface and his mouth and nose above the water. In order to prevent his mouth and nose from being discovered, Chi Fong could only pull him into her arms. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and pretended to cover her body. Then, she left a small space between her hands and her chest for Song Qingshu to breathe. "If you wake up at this time, I'll. Chi Fong was so nervous that she could hear her own heartbeat. But after thinking for a long time, she still couldn't figure out what she would do if Song Qingshu really woke up at this time. The brigadier general walked in and quickly scanned the surroundings. Finding nothing, he subconsciously shifted his gaze back to the wooden barrel. "How dare you? What are you looking at?" Chi Fong was both shocked and angry. If this person hadn't forced her, she wouldn't have held Song Qingshu in this position. She could faintly feel the heat of the other's breath on her chest, and her snow-white skin gradually became flushed. My apologies for disturbing, madam. This subordinate will take his leave now. The general bowed in apology. In that instant, he had already glanced at the bathtub. Aside from Qi Feng, there was no one else in it. The only thing he hadn't checked was probably what was under the water. However, even if he was 10 times more courageous, he still wouldn't dare to offend the young madam of the Prime Minister's residence. What he had done now was already his limit. Get out. Normally, Qi Feng would never be so rude, but what happened today was too absurd. It made her, who was usually good-tempered, extremely angry. Go. The general's face was also gloomy. When he heard about Xiongda's murder, he thought he would be able to find some clues. In the end, not only did he not find anything, he even offended the young madam of the Prime Minister's residence. Today is really unlucky. Cursing in his heart, he led his subordinates and disappeared out the door. Seeing them leave, Tao Hong was left in the room, somewhat at a loss. Young madam, let me help you change. You get out too. Qi Feng couldn't help but vent her anger. I told you to watch the door, but you can't even watch the door. Go out now and close the door, then go stand guard at the stairs. If you let anyone in again, don't even think about staying in the residence in the future. Yes, this servant understands. Tao Hong bowed her head in apology, but a trace of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. When the door was closed again, Qi Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. She felt as if her entire body was about to collapse. Her entire body subconsciously leaned back, leaning against the edge of the bathtub. However, she forgot that Song Qingshu was still in her arms. When she fell, the man in her arms also took advantage of the situation to press down on her body. Coincidentally, the other party's mouth just happened to be on her chest. Qi Feng's entire body quivered, and she hurriedly reached out to push him away. Who knew that the unconscious Song Qingshu would subconsciously make a sucking motion? Qi Feng's body stiffened, and the hand that she stretched out seemed to lose strength in an instant, powerlessly drooping down. Sucking was an instinct that all humans had since birth, even when they were unconscious was no exception. Song Qingshu, who was in a coma, felt a stream of bejeweled nectar flowing into his mouth. When he swallowed it, a warm heat gradually spread throughout his body, causing the pain in his body to ease a little. He could not help but subconsciously take another sip. Ah! Qi Feng finally reacted, and her pink face became incomparably red. She once again reached out to push him away. The unconscious Song Qingshu sensed that someone was trying to take away the bejeweled nectar, and his human instinct told him to immediately protect his own things. He reached out and tightly hugged the slippery body next to him, not having the slightest intention of letting go. Hurry up and let go. Qi Feng pushed a few times, but to no avail. Instead, the other party's embrace became tighter and tighter. She was angry and anxious, and hurriedly used both her hands and feet to try to separate him. Unfortunately, she didn't know where the other party got the strength from, but no matter how hard she tried, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, with no effect at all. Instead, it caused the other party to suck even more intensely. Let go, Qi Feng moaned, and only felt a strange feeling coming from her body. She was so embarrassed that her whole body shrunk into the water. Water suddenly entered Song Qingshu's mouth and nose, and he immediately choked, violently coughing. Qi Feng took the opportunity to kick him away, and then climbed out of the bathtub in a panic. She tore off the clothes on the screen and wrapped them around her body. When she turned her head to look, she found that Song Qingshu was flopping in the water, and it was obvious that he had choked badly. Serves you right. Qi Feng spat, thinking that she had sacrificed so much to help him, and now he turned around and was rude to her. It's best if he drowns. As if to prove her curse, Song Qingshu flopped a few times in the bathtub, and then his whole body gradually sank, and there was no more sound. Stop pretending, get up. Qi Feng snorted as she fastened her belt. In her opinion, Song Qingshu must have woken up long ago, and that was why he deliberately took advantage of her. I'll pretend that this never happened, and no one is allowed to mention it in the future. Qi Feng's chest rose and fell rapidly, and it was obvious that she was not calm. Seeing that there was still no response from the bathtub, Qi Feng suddenly panicked. Hello? Oh no. Is he still in a coma? Although Qi Feng was angry at the other party's rudeness, it was still a human life. She had painstakingly saved him, and in the end, he died because of her. How could she accept this? Qi Feng hurriedly moved to the side of the bathtub and put her hand in, wanting to scoop up Song Qingshu. However, she couldn't touch him, and she became even more anxious. Her upper body unconsciously bent down, and the young woman's soft chest was squeezed by the edge of the wooden bathtub, and it was abnormally full. At this time, a hand suddenly reached out from the water and grabbed her wrist. Before Qi Feng could react, her whole body was instantly pulled into the bathtub. Wu Qi Feng was just about to cry for help, but who knew that as soon as she opened her mouth, a scorching hot mouth would press against her, and her cry for help would be blocked back into her throat. Qi Feng's beautiful face paled, and she couldn't care less about hurting the other party. She used both her hands and feet, and even used her internal energy to attack the other party. However, the other party's body seemed to be made of iron, and he didn't react at all. Because her whole body was dragged into the water, after a while, the air in her lungs wasn't enough. Her pretty face was flushed red, and because of the lack of oxygen, her mind gradually became muddled. Her resisting hands and feet also changed from aggressive at the beginning to light patting. Qi Feng thought she was going to die soon, but who knew that at this time, the other party's mouth would pass a trace of fresh oxygen, and her body's instinctive reaction made her greedily suck it. Why is he still breathing? With the replenishment of oxygen, Qi Feng gradually recovered from her muddiness, and she was extremely shocked. However, she quickly came to her senses. Now wasn't the time to be concerned about this, and she hurriedly struggled to the surface of the water. Unfortunately, the other party held her hands and feet tightly, and his whole body was on top of her, pressing her firmly under the water. Wu Qi Feng made some incomprehensible sounds. In her heart, she would rather die than be humiliated like this, but human survival instincts made her involuntarily kiss the other party's lips tightly, and get oxygen from his mouth. Let's see how long you can last. Qi Feng thought hatefully in her heart. No matter how high Song Qingshu's martial arts were, he wasn't a fish. The qi in his body would eventually be exhausted, and sooner or later, he would come to the surface. Unfortunately, things didn't go as she wished. Not only did Song Qingshu not show any signs of shortness of breath, but he also freed a hand and reached into her clothes. What is he doing? Qi Feng's eyes were wide open, and she was completely dumbfounded. Song Qingshu's body was like red-hot iron, and even in the water, Qi Feng could feel the astonishing heat of his body. When the other party moved his lips away and buried them in her chest, Qi Feng finally exploded, and she struggled with all her might like an angry female leopard. Who knew that after struggling for a long time, she would be shocked to find that not only was there no effect, but the clothes on her body were getting thinner and thinner. She watched as the thin gauze on her body fell off and gradually floated to the surface of the water. Because of the lack of oxygen in her brain, Qi Feng's vision gradually became blurry. Just when she was in despair, the other party suddenly gave her a breath. Don't torture me anymore. Qi Feng silently begged in her heart. Suddenly, as if her whole body was pierced by a hot iron, she couldn't help but stiffen, and closed her eyes in resignation. Song Qingshu only felt that he was dreaming that he was sitting cross-legged under the Bodhi tree, comprehending the Tao, when the demon Buishuan suddenly appeared and tried all kinds of ways to stop him. First, he used threatening words and summoned all kinds of monsters and fierce beasts to attack him. But Song Qingshu had seen so many blockbuster movies in his previous life, how could he be frightened by such a scene? Instead, he enjoyed the other party's performance like he was watching a play. Seeing that his threatening attacks were ineffective, the demon Buishuan changed tactics and sent his 3 incomparably beautiful and enchanting daughters to tempt him. Today, the public account released various versions of Huang Rong, and the result of the poll was that the younger version of Huang Rong was far more popular than the younger version of Huang Rong. Unfortunately, the role of the younger version of Huang Rong did not seem to be beautiful enough. If you have a suitable candidate in mind, please send a message to this monk through the public account. Try to choose a mature and beautiful actress for the role. Before Song Qingshu had transmigrated, he had watched countless spy movies and seriously thought about a question. If he was in a revolutionary era and was captured by the enemy, Would he betray them? He thought about it and finally came to a conclusion. If the enemy tortured him, he was not sure if he would betray them. However, if the enemy used a honey trap, then he most likely would not be able to resist the temptation. This sky demon is really going all out. He actually sent his own daughter out personally, and 3 of them at once. Song Qingshu was speechless, but he did not have the slightest doubt. Modern scientific research showed that when people were dreaming, most of the time, they did not realize that they were dreaming. This was because the common sense module in the brain was not activated. Therefore, no matter how strange the dream scene was, the dreamer would not realize that it was just a dream. Of course, there were very few cases where the dreamer knew that they were dreaming. It was called a lucid dream, but that was a digression. The golden ripple flower poison in Song Qingshu was a plant poison, and plant poisons mostly acted on the human nervous system, causing the corresponding nervous system of the human body to be abnormally excited. Therefore, people who were poisoned would often have hallucinations. Previously, Song Qingshu had suffered from the backlash of the golden ripple flower poison, and his current situation was between a dream and an illusion. Perhaps because the impression of the golden ripple flower was too deep, the big demon that Song Qingshu met in the illusion became Buixuan. The 3 witches made all kinds of seductive poses around Song Qingshu, and from time to time, they would touch him with their graceful bodies. Smelling the endless eroding fragrance, Song Qingshu smiled and said, "May I ask the names of the 3 beauties?" "My name is Trisana. My name is Luodi. My name is Raga." The 3 beautiful and enchanting witches replied sweetly. "Trisana?" Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "This name is really hard to remember. You can also call me Love Desire." Trisana lay in his arms, picked up his hand and placed it on her soft chest, and looked up at him seductively. "You can also call me Lu Desire." Luodi giggled and knelt beside Song Qingshu. She moved closer to his ear and blew a breath of air. "I am Greed." Raga stuck close to his back, and a pair of snow-white arms slowly slid into his collar. After this, Song Qingshu's body went limp. "That's a nice name, and I happen to like ****. He vaguely felt that this scene was somewhat similar to the scene when Gautama Buddha proved the way, but Song Qingshu soon put it to the back of his mind. Anyway, he was not Gautama Buddha, nor did he need to be like Gautama Buddha, who had all 5 skandhas destroyed. As the saying goes, when a flower blooms, it must be plucked. Moreover, since she took the initiative to throw herself into his arms, how could Song Qingshu refuse? Song Qingshu reached out and pulled Rorty and Rorga into his embrace. Song Qingshu was drowned in a sea of joy. However, halfway through, he vaguely felt that Trisana's appearance had become somewhat similar to Qi Feng's, which made him a little confused. However, his desire had already been completely aroused by the 3 witches, so he quickly put the doubts in his heart to the back of his mind. So what if it was Qi Feng? The arrow on the bow had to be fired. Furthermore, it was Wan Gui and his grandson who caused him to be like this. When Song Qingshu thought of pressing his enemy's wife and granddaughter-in-law under him, he felt a strange excitement. Of course, these were just a little darkness in the depths of his heart. Usually, under the constraints of morality and principles, Song Qingshu would not take action at all. But now in the illusion, he only regarded the other party as the 3 satanic witches of love, joy, and greed. Naturally, there was nothing to worry about. The clouds dispersed and the rain stopped. Song Qingshu released the depression and nervousness of the past 2 days to his heart's content. At the same time, he felt a little strange. This dream was a little too realistic. Suddenly, he realized something and opened his eyes. He saw Qi Feng's hair was messy, and her eyes were blurred as she lay under him. Her fair skin was still bright red from arousal, and there were still traces of tears on her cheeks. Young madam. Song Qingshu was extremely embarrassed. Not long ago, he had patted his chest and promised that he would not do anything to her, but in the blink of an eye, he had done it. Although he did not mean it, he had already done it. "I don't know why it's like this. Song Qingshu explained as he withdrew from her body. Sensing his movements, Qi Feng's body could not help but tremble. She silently sat up, grabbed the clean clothes that were placed on the side of the bed, and put them on. Then, she hugged her knees and shrunk in the corner of the bed without saying a word. "I'm sorry, Song Qingshu also knew how weak these 3 words were, but in this situation, he did not know what to say. Get out, I don't want to see you. Qifeng said a little weakly. Her emotions were extremely complicated at the moment. Just now, she had experienced the extreme physical pleasure that a woman could enjoy. This feeling was never given to her by her husband, but at the same time, her heart was extremely tormented. The condemnation of her conscience and the restraint of her morals made her fall into deep guilt and pain. Song Qingshu sighed. Madam might not believe me, but I still have to say it. I really did not have any consciousness just now. The poison of the golden rippling flower made me fall into a kind of illusion. At this point, he was suddenly stunned. Previously, he seemed to have fainted because of the backlash from the poison of the golden rippling flower. Why was he completely fine now? Song Qingshu sensed the condition of his body and found that although the poison had not been forced out, it had returned to calmness. His inner force seemed to have recovered. Why was it like this? Song Qingshu's mind raced. Could it be the joyous Zen? He subconsciously shook his head. Previously, in the illusion, he did not use the joyous Zen to dual cultivate, so naturally, he could not talk about detoxifying. Suddenly, he faintly felt that his lips were a little sweet. Song Qingshu subconsciously touched the corner of his mouth and found that there was still a drop of clear milk hanging on it. He immediately looked at Qifeng's chest with a strange expression and found that it was indeed not as full as before. Looks like the milk really has the effect of detoxifying. Thinking that the reason why he recovered his inner force was because he drank a bowl, Song Qingshu's expression instantly became extremely interesting. I wonder how much I drank just now. Qifeng couldn't help but laugh miserably when she heard Song Qingshu say that he'd fallen into an illusion because of the gold wave flower's poison, and she said in her heart, "Third brother, oh, third brother, you're so scheming, how could you have imagined that it was precisely because of your poison that caused your wife to lose her innocence? In the end, it was all because of you." She was feeling sorry for herself when she suddenly noticed Song Qingshu's gaze. She was startled at first, then she was ashamed and angry at the same time. She covered her chest and said angrily, "Where are you looking at?" Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly and said with some embarrassment, "I have a question to ask madam, but I am worried that this question will offend madam." Qifeng snorted coldly, "Haven't you offended me enough?" Song Qingshu gradually regained his usual calmness. Things that should not have happened had already happened, and there was no point in acting coy now. It was better to face it calmly and see if there was a possibility of a turnaround. However, the doubts in his heart still needed to be confirmed. Song Qingshu said, "Then I will ask directly. Just now, did I suck madams?" Following his gaze, Qifeng glanced at her chest and couldn't help but feel hot. She grabbed a pillow next to her and threw it over. "Shameless, dirty." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, "Madam, I didn't intentionally speak frivolously. I just want to know if the poison in my body being alleviated was because of madam. Madams, you're not allowed to say it." Qifeng was angered to the point of almost fainting. She never imagined that thing would actually be able to alleviate the poison of the gold wave flower. "Even though my husband harmed you, but he owes you. I've already returned it for him earlier. At the same time, I also, Qifeng was embarrassed in her heart, and she bit her lips before continuing. "At the same time, I've helped you resolve the poison of the gold wave flower. If you know how to repay kindness, then don't take revenge from my husband in the future, and don't appear before the 2 of us." "Madam, isn't going to pursue the matter of tonight?" Song Qingshu asked in surprise. "How else can I pursue it?" Qifeng felt extremely miserable in her heart. Something like this had occurred, and she ought to end it with death. But when she thought of how her daughter who had just been born had lost her mother at such a young age, her heart ached to the extreme, and she could only give up on the thought of suicide. At the same time, no matter how bad Wan Gui was, he was still her husband and her daughter's father. Qifeng didn't want anything to happen to her husband in the end because she'd saved Song Qingshu, so she could only use this matter to force him to give up on taking revenge. "If you promise not to take revenge on my husband in the future, then tonight's matter, I can take it as it didn't happen." As soon as Qifeng spoke, it was as if all the strength in her body had been sucked out. She felt that she was a bad woman, as she'd actually used her innocence as a bargaining chip. "Madam is a good wife. Song Qingshu sighed. Unfortunately, Wang Gui harmed me so miserably this time, so how can I not take revenge? You. Qi Fang's beautiful brows knit together. What do you have to be miserably about? Not bad, you suffered quite a bit earlier, but now the poison within your body has been resolved, and you've obtained my body. What else do you have to be dissatisfied about? The corners of Qi Fang's eyes turned sour, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. She thought in her heart, the one who suffered the most was clearly me, alright? Seeing her tears, Song Qingshu hurriedly grabbed a handkerchief from the bed and wiped it for her. Qi Fang didn't appreciate it, and unconsciously turned her head away. Suddenly, she seemed to have realized something, and she turned her head back with a red face as she snatched the handkerchief from his hand. Only now did Song Qingshu notice that the handkerchief he'd used to wipe her tears was actually the undergarment she'd taken off earlier. His face couldn't help but turn hot, and he hurriedly changed the topic. Madam said something wrong earlier, the poison of the golden ripple flower in my body hasn't been resolved. Earlier, you didn't seem to have been poisoned. Qi Fang's jade face flushed red, as she thought of how the other party was as strong as a bull earlier, and didn't look like he'd been poisoned in the slightest. Qi Fang was embarrassed and anxious, but what? It's just that madam's bejeweled nectar can only temporarily suppress the poison. My internal energy can't last long. Previously, when I was forcing the poison out, my internal energy suddenly stagnated again, causing the poison to backfire. That offended madam. Song Qingshu explained. Qi Fang's face was as red as blood, angrily said, "Don't mention that again." Song Qingshu shrugged, "Since madam doesn't want to hear it, then I won't say it." After a moment of silence, Qi Fang bit her lip and asked, "Then how do you cure the poison in your body?" Song Qingshu smiled bitterly, "Naturally, I can only force the poison out every time my internal energy recovers. I believe that one day the poison will be completely forced out." How do you recover your internal energy? Ah. Qi Fang's whole brain was a mess from the beginning. Halfway through her words, she remembered that he just mentioned that he needed that thing to temporarily restore his internal energy. She suddenly exclaimed, her heart was ashamed and angry, and fiercely stared at him. Song Qingshu could only bite the bullet and answer, "I see that every time madam squeezes it out, you have to pour it out. Instead of wasting it, why don't you give it to me to detoxify? Don't even think about it." Qi Fang flatly refused. Previously, she saw that he was poisoned and unconscious, so she reluctantly fed him some. Now that she was awake, how could she give him such an embarrassing thing? Song Qingshu couldn't help but mumble, "It's not like I haven't drunk it before, what did you say?" Qi Fang was so angry that her face turned pale. If it wasn't for the fact that she wasn't dressed properly, she couldn't wait to go over and slap him. "Is madam asleep?" When the atmosphere in the room was awkward, suddenly Tao Hong's voice came from outside the door. Qi Fang's body stiffened, her face drained of blood, and answered in a panic, "Yes. I'm already asleep." She originally wanted to solve this matter by herself, but once Tao Hong found out something, this matter would no longer be within her control. At that time, it would definitely cause an uproar. It was fine for herself, but in the future, her daughter would be unable to raise her head in front of others, and this was the last thing she wanted to see. "I have something to say to madam," Tao Hong replied. I'm already asleep. If there's anything you want to say, let's talk about it tomorrow." Qi Fang replied in a panic. How could he let her come in to talk at this time? Song Qingshu had a playful look on his face. Previously, Xixi's words revealed that they were following Tao Hong's arrangements. Then, she must have bad intentions for barging into the mistress's room so late at night. There would be a good show to watch later. But these words can only be said tonight. Tao Hong's tone was firm, and she did not have the slightest intention of backing down. What should I do? What should I do? Qi Fang felt her head was about to explode. She looked at Song Qingshu, pointed to the bottom of the bed, and whispered, "Quickly hide in there." Song Qingshu shook his head. "I never hide under the bed." Qi Fang was on the verge of tears. "If you're discovered, everything will be over." Song Qingshu rolled his eyes and immediately came up with a plan. "If madam is willing to promise to provide the bejeweled nectar for me to detoxify, I will hide inside." "You." Seeing that he actually took the opportunity to threaten her at such a critical moment, Qifeng wanted to bite him to death. "Madam, you're going to throw it away anyway. Why don't you use it to save someone? As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda." Song Qingshu continued to persuade. Qifeng was a little impressed by him. He could actually make such a matter sound so dignified. His skin was probably thicker than the city walls. "All right, I promise you." Qifeng's chest rose and fell rapidly. Clearly, her mood was not calm. "Thank you, madam." Song Qingshu revealed a bright smile. Qifeng's heart inexplicably jumped at his smile. At this time, Tao Hong, who was outside the door, spoke again. "Madam, I'm coming in." As she spoke, she pushed the door open. It turned out that after the soldiers under Li Keqiu went out, they just closed the door. Before Qifeng had time to lock the door, she was pushed by Song Qingshu. Until now, she still hadn't recovered. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Qifeng was scared out of her wits. She hurriedly looked back at Song Qingshu, but was stunned to find that the other party had already disappeared. She couldn't help but secretly spit. "At a glance, I can tell that he often does these kinds of things. His movements are so skilled." Tao Hong was different from the previous soldiers. It was impossible for her to reach under the bed to search for anything. Qifeng calmed down a little. There was no time to put on the clothes she was wearing. She could only hastily wrap herself in the clothes and then pull the quilt on the bed to cover herself. "This servant greets madam." Tao Hong bowed and suddenly wrinkled her nose. "Hey, what's that smell in this room? Maybe it's the smell of sweat left by too many soldiers who came in just now." Qifeng's face turned red. The previous situation was too intense, and there was still a strong smell of sex in the room. She hurriedly changed the topic. "What on earth do you want to tell me so late?" Tao Hong was obviously full of thoughts and didn't pay too much attention to the smell in the room. She replied, "Nothing, I just want to talk to madam." Qifeng was angry in her heart. "You have to come to the room of the madam in the middle of the night just to chat. Too many things have happened today. I'm a little tired. I'll talk with you tomorrow." Qifeng just wanted to drive her out as soon as possible and didn't have time to be angry with her. "Don't, I haven't finished talking." Tao Hong smiled and didn't ask Qifeng. She pulled a stool over and sat down. Qifeng was very suspicious. Tao Hong usually paid attention to etiquette. Why did she behave so abnormally now? "Madam has been in linen for a long time. Do you know who is the most powerful person in the court now?" Tao Hong asked as if she was in her own room, pouring tea. Qifeng frowned slightly. She didn't know what medicine Tao Hong was selling, so she had to answer perfunctorily, "Of course it's the Prime Minister." In fact, she should call Machi Zhou Grandpa, but she didn't like him, so she usually called him the Prime Minister. Tao Hong shook her head. "Although the Prime Minister is the head of all officials, his foundation is not stable. He is not the most powerful person." Qifeng was angry in her heart. How could she be in the mood to talk about the politics of the court with her in the middle of the night? But she had a guilty conscience and didn't dare to scold her. She could only deal with it. "If it's not the Prime Minister, it's Han Jiefu." Tao Hong chuckled. After overthrowing Zhao Ruyu, Han Jiefu was regarded as the most likely candidate to become the Prime Minister. Unfortunately, the Prime Minister took the fruit. Now his reputation is not as good as before. In fact, even if he becomes the Prime Minister, it is estimated that he won't hold the position for long. Why? Tao Hong was unusual today. She spoke with confidence and assurance, but her words were meaningful, which aroused Qifeng's interest. Although the Han family is the first wealthy family of the two Song dynasties, it's all because of their ancestor, Han Qi. After so many years, how much of the ancestor's shadow can be left? Among the several powerful in-laws of the Han family, the Wu family of Long Gone, the Qin family of Haining, the Yang family of Taiyuan, and the Lu family of Shanin, except for the Wu family and the Qin family who can barely support them, the Yang family and the Lu family have been in decline for many years. No one from the family has been able to enter the inner circle of the court for a long time. So the Han family looks glorious now, but it's empty inside. Tao Hong curled her lips disdainfully. Qifeng frowned and said, "Tao Hong, who taught you these words?" She didn't believe that Tao Hong could have such knowledge. Tao Hong didn't answer, but said, "Madam, you have been in linen for so long. I don't know if you have heard a folk song, Jia is not fake, white jade is the hall, and gold is the horse. A Pang Palace, 300 miles, can't accommodate a governor of Ming Province. The East Sea lacks white jade beds, so the Dragon King invited the King of Gusu. The year is full of snow, pearls are like soil, and gold is like iron." Song Qingshu, who was under the bed, had a strange look on his face. What was going on? Why did he feel like he had entered the dream of the Red Chamber? Noticing Qi Feng's confusion, Tao Hong said with a smile, "Let me explain for madam. Jia is not fake, which naturally refers to the current Privy Council Commissioner Jia Sherdao. His sister is also the emperor's favorite concubine. The second sentence refers to a governor of Ming Province, which refers to the Shi family of Ming Province. The previous family head of the Shi family, Shi Hao, was the emperor's preceptor, and the current family head, Shi Miyuan, is in charge of the censorate. The third sentence refers to the Wang family of Gusu, which was formerly Wang Unshi's Wang family of Linchuan. After the Jingkong Rebellion, the family moved to Gusu. In terms of prestige, it was no less than the Han family. The current family head, Prince Teng, is the commander-in-chief of the imperial army. The last sentence refers to the Shui family of Jiangyin, whose family head, Shui Ji, is now a political advisor and a grand secretary of the Guanwen Hall. In terms of official position, he is on the same level as Han Xingzhou. Each of these four families is the most powerful family in the Great Song, and they have formed an unbreakable political group through marriage. Jia Shidao's wife is Prince Ting's sister, and his nephew is also married to the young lady of the Wang family. Shi Miyuan's aunt is Jia Shidao's mother, and it is said that he plans to marry his daughter to Jia Shidao's son. Prince Ting's eldest sister is married to Jia Shidao, his second sister is married to Shui Ji, and his niece is married to Jia Shidao's nephew. Shui Ji's daughter and niece are both famous for their beauty in linen, and it is said that they also plan to marry Jia Shidao's son. In addition to these four families, there are also the Lin family, the Li family, the Liu family, and the Morong family, who are also inextricably linked by marriage. Lin Ruhai, the family head of the Lin family, is now the Salt and Iron Commissioner of the Third Department, in charge of nearly one-third of the imperial court's taxes. His wife is Jia Shidao's sister, and she also has a beautiful daughter. It seems that she also plans to marry Jia Shidao's son. Li Shouzhong, the family head of the Li family, is the chancellor of the directorate. His second daughter is Jia Shidao's eldest daughter-in-law, and his younger sister is married to the Wang family of Gusu. Morong Bo, the former family head of the Morong family, has married Wang Ziding's cousin. Song Qingshu, who was under the bed, was shocked. The sister of Li Shouzhong, who was married to the Wang family of Gusu, was Li Qingluo. And the Morong family was also a part of the Jia group. Qi Feng couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean by telling me all this?" Tao Hong showed a trace of a strange smile. "I said all this mainly to explain that if you want to be more stable, you can only unite by marriage between rich families. Unfortunately, Madame was born in a peasant family, so she can't bring even a little bit of political capital to the Machi family. Therefore, the Prime Minister and the Old Master have discussed and decided to change the marriage for young Master. In fact, I also hesitated for a long time whether to add the elements of the dream of the Red Chamber or not. On one hand, I wanted to keep the elements of the Golden Book pure, but on the other hand, the structure of the characters in the dream of the Red Chamber and the structure of the Song dynasty in the book almost perfectly fit, which made me really itchy. In addition, Lin Daiyu, Shui Baochai, Shui Baoqin, Qin Keqing, and Wang Shifeng in the dream of the Red Chamber were extremely charming. In the end, I couldn't resist the urge to write in my heart, so I finally added it. This chapter drew out the general outline of the Jia group from Tao Hong's mouth, and at the same time, combined the characters in the dream of the Red Chamber with the characters in the book. However, this is not very intuitive, so I will use the form of a table to publish the internal marriage relations of the Jia group in the public account, hoping that it will be clear at a glance. After listening to Tao Hong's explanation, Song Qingshu's expression was very interesting. He wondered why their relationship was so similar to Dream of the Red Chamber. Would Jia Shidao's son be called Jia Baoyu? Qi Feng was so shocked that she couldn't help but say, "Everyone in Linen knows that I am the daughter-in-law of the Wan family. How can I change it?" There was a dangerous light in Tao Hong's eyes. If you accidentally die, you can change it. What do you mean? Qifeng didn't care so much at this time. She was so shocked that she subconsciously wanted to sit up. However, when she moved, she suddenly felt dizzy and fell down involuntarily. What's going on? Qifeng's face turned pale. She wondered if Song Qingshu had made her legs weak and she hadn't recovered yet. But she soon realized that it was not the reason. She looked up at Tao Hong and said, "You poisoned me?" Tao Hong took out a lit incense from her sleeve and proudly shook it in front of her. "Mistress, you are a martial artist. How dare I not make some preparations?" Qifeng suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "I was drugged before." "Did you do it?" "Of course." Tao Hong couldn't hide the pride in her tone. "If I want to do something to you, Xiongde is a hindrance. I can only get rid of him first. So, after I drugged you, I first took off your clothes, and then I asked Cixi to lure Xiongde here. That man broke in stupidly and fell directly into our carefully designed trap. Hee, I'm afraid that stupid big guy is now feeding the turtles at the bottom of the river. Alas, he can see mistress's beautiful body before he dies. His life is worth it. Tao Hong, how dare you? You actually dare to plot against the mistress." Qifeng was so angry that she was trembling. At the same time, she thought that the world was really unpredictable. Before, she thought it was the most terrible thing in the world to be seen by other men, but it didn't take long for her to lose her virginity. At that time, she thought it was the most terrible thing in the world, but now she had a feeling that what was about to happen would be even more terrible. "Mistress, are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid?" Tao Hong looked at her with pity. "Does madam still not understand? If it wasn't for master and young master's orders, even if I had 10,000 guts, I wouldn't dare do anything to you." "What?" Tao Hong's words were like a bolt from the blue. Qifeng was immediately stunned, muttering to herself, "This is impossible, this is absolutely impossible, third brother would never treat me like this." Based on Qifeng's understanding of Wang Jinshan, she believed that with his ruthlessness, it was very likely that he would do such a thing. However, she was absolutely unwilling to believe that her husband would do such a thing. Although the couple had disagreements on some issues over the years, they were still in love and sweet. Not long ago, she gave birth to a lovely daughter for him, so Qifeng couldn't accept that the man who shared the same bed with her would do such a cruel thing to her. Young master was indeed a little hesitant at first, but 2 days ago, he finally made up his mind. "Otherwise, do you think he would agree to have only one guard by your side?" Tao Hong sneered. "But the other guards have other tasks. This is arranged by the Prime Minister." Qifeng refused to give up. The young master clearly knew the Prime Minister's plan, but he still agreed to such an arrangement, which can only prove that he acquiesced in this matter. Tao Hong replied, "In fact, even if the Prime Minister did not transfer the bodyguards away, the young master would think of other ways. After all, compared with a girl from the countryside, the young lady of a wealthy family in Linan is more attractive." "You're talking nonsense. Third brother is definitely not such a person." Qifeng shook her head and said mechanically. Tonight, one blow after another, her mind was blank at the moment. "Although third brother's means are sometimes a bit vicious, but we have been husband and wife for so many years, I don't believe that he will use these means on me." "Won't use these means on you?" Tao Hong sneered. "If he didn't use them on you, how could you become Madame Wan?" "What do you mean?" Qifeng's heart jumped and she hurriedly asked. "Weren't you very close to that Dian?" Tao Hong said with a smile that was not a smile. "If there was no young master, you should have gotten married and had children." Qifeng's face turned red. "Yes, I did have a very good relationship with senior brother, but third brother also knows about this matter, and this is all in the past. Don't try to use this matter to provoke the relationship between us husband and wife. Of course young master knows about this matter, it is madam who doesn't know about this matter." Tao Hong's tone was full of pity. "What the hell is going on? Don't be deliberately mystifying there." Qifeng glared at her. "Fine, I'll let you be a ghost who understands." Tao Hong sneered again and again. "Madam, do you still remember how your silly senior brother was sent to prison? At that time, he ran into your room in the middle of the night with bad intentions." Qifeng's expression was not good. This matter had always been a shadow in her heart. At that time, she and Di Yun were in love with each other and had followed her father to Jiangling City. While it was fresh, she also secretly felt inferior in the depths of her heart. Especially when she saw the gorgeously dressed Tao Hong, she felt even more like a Cinderella. Later, when she found out that Di Yun had sneaked into Tao Hong's bedroom in the middle of the night, she subconsciously believed it. Because she cared too much about it, coupled with her originally sensitive nature, she simply could not calm down and judge. But at this time, Tao Hong mentioned this, and thinking about the words that Song Qingshu had said before, Qi Feng suddenly realized something. Could it be that you framed him? Tao Hong looked at her with disdain. That's why I said that Madam is really not suitable to be the young mistress of a wealthy family. You only reacted now. How can you help your husband plan and help him rise step by step? Hearing Tao Hong's words, Qi Feng's first reaction was not anger, but pain. So I really misunderstood senior brother. When senior brother saw that I didn't believe him, he was so sad. Thinking of Di Yun suffering alone in the dark prison, she felt as if her heart was tightly grasped by an invisible hand, making it hard for her to breathe. You just said that third brother said that he, Madam is right. Looking at Qi Feng's pained expression, Tao Hong felt a kind of joy. Why was it that this little mountain girl could turn from a sparrow to a phoenix, but she didn't even have a status? This matter was specially arranged by young master. In order to get you, he had to get rid of Di Yun, his love rival. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? Qi Feng collapsed on the bed, her mouth muttering to herself. But thinking of her husband's ruthless character, it was indeed very likely that he would do such a thing. That boy is really lucky. Later on, he actually escaped from prison and learned a high level of martial arts. But a silly boy is a silly boy. His martial arts can change, but his brain is still as silly as before. Tao Hong smiled disdainfully. Not long ago, that silly boy found out about you from somewhere and came to find you. In the end, Prime Minister and young master easily dealt with him with a little trick. Previously, my son poured his milk on my computer, so it's better to have a daughter, not such a brat. Fixing the computer took some time. AI, it's a pity that the computer could still be fixed. What? Thinking of the ruthless methods of Ma Chi-chu and her husband, Qi Feng subconsciously broke out in cold sweat for Di Yun and cried out in concern. A few months ago, that silly boy came to see you. Of course, young master did not agree and ordered the warriors of the Prime Minister's residence to capture him. Who knew that his martial arts would advance by leaps and bounds? Even the guards of the Prime Minister's residence were no match for him. But what's the use of martial arts? Tao Hong sneered, her tone full of disdain. Young master casually arranged for me to disguise myself as you to deceive him. Poisoned by the golden ripple flower, no matter how high his martial arts are, he can only obediently wait for death. Senior brother is dead? Qi Feng screamed, her eyes filled with disbelief. After being poisoned by the gold wave flower, even the invincible golden snake king, Song Qingshu, was unable to escape calamity, let alone a mere Di Yun. Tao Hong sneered without end, and she obviously looked down upon Di Yun, who was similarly from the countryside. Hearing her mention Song Qingshu, Qi Feng could not help but think of the man who took her innocence under the bed. He had indeed been poisoned by the golden ripple flower, but Qi Feng quickly realized that this was not the main point and finally recovered. Senior brother is so kind, you actually did it. At this time, Song Qingshu, who was hiding under the bed, was also burning with anger. It should be known that Di Yun had always been his right-hand man. Not only had he done many things for him, he was also one of his few friends. Song Qingshu greatly appreciated Di Yun's innocence and at the same time sympathized with his experience in the original work. Therefore, he had always taken care of him and raised him as a confidant. Who knew that he would die in the hands of a thief? How could he not be angry? He subconsciously wanted to show himself and kill this vicious woman, but in the end, reason won over impulse. This woman could be killed at any time, but it would not be so easy to know the ins and outs of the matter. Now that she had the desire to pour out, it was better to wait for her to finish. Che, a silly boy, he deserves to die. Tao Hong curled her lips. In fact, the matter of changing young master's wife, the Prime Minister and master have never made up their mind. But after this incident, they finally made the final decision. Because sooner or later, you will find out about Di Yun. You are like a time bomb. It is dangerous to keep you in the foo. Third brother also thinks so? Qi Feng's beautiful big eyes suddenly seemed to have lost all of their spirit, and she said somewhat blankly. What do you think? Tao Hong looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. No, he's not my third brother. Qi Feng suddenly shook her head. She thought about the reason why she married him. It was all a conspiracy. Her beloved senior brother was imprisoned because of her, and now he even lost his life. She suddenly felt that she had been blind to treat him as her husband. At this moment, the door was pushed open with a squeak. Wang Er, one of the two servants that had accompanied them all the way, walked in with a flattering smile. Tao Hong frowned. Didn't I tell you to watch the stairs and not allow other people on the ship to come up? Don't worry, Sister Tao Hong, I have already sent away Boss Du's men. No one will come up. Wang Er said as he looked at Wuji Qifeng's body. Because Qifeng had just done that with Song Qingshu, she did not have time to put on her clothes, and because she was shocked by Tao Hong's words, the quilt wrapped around her body inadvertently slipped a little. Her snow-white shoulders and beautiful and sexy collarbone were exposed to the air, making Wang Er's eyes stare. Feeling Wang Er's gaze, Qifeng only felt uncomfortable all over. She hurriedly pulled the quilt and covered her exposed skin. At this time, she suddenly felt that her body being seen by Song Qingshu before seemed to be a little more acceptable. Then what did you come in for? Tao Hong frowned at Wang Er, very dissatisfied with his current behavior. Wang Er rubbed his hands and said with a wretched face, I thought that since young madam can't escape death anyway, it would be a waste to let her die like this. It would be better to let me have a good time before I die. When I think of tasting young madam, I am so excited that I can't stand it. Tao Hong glanced at the bulge in his crotch and couldn't help but giggle. You little bastard, you are quite bold. A toad wants to eat swan meat. Wang Er showed a lewd smile. A toad that doesn't want to eat swan meat is not a good toad. Hearing the content of the discussion between the two, Qi Feng almost fainted from anger. She did not expect that Wang Er, who had always been obedient and good-tempered, would have such a dirty idea. Wang Er, you are so bold. You even dare to have ideas about me. Wang Er laughed and said, if it was usual, I naturally would not dare to have ideas about young madam, but now that the Prime Minister and young master have abandoned madam, I naturally have more courage. Young madam, there is no need to be afraid. Speaking of which, you should be thanking me. Before you die, I can let you enjoy the pleasures of the world. Ha 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 you. Qi Feng was so angry that her body was trembling. She did not expect this person to be so shameless. Tao Hong, who was at the side, suddenly giggled. Wang Er is right. His martial arts are much better than young master's. I guarantee that he will let you taste a pleasure you have never experienced before. For some reason, hearing Tao Hong's words, the scene of Song Qingshu riding her body to his heart's content appeared in Qi Feng's mind. She couldn't help blushing, thinking that she had just experienced this kind of pleasure. Suddenly, Qi Feng seemed to realize something. She looked at Tao Hong and said, you and third brother, Tao Hong curled her lips disdainfully, although that brat Wan Gui is handsome, it is a pity that he is just a spearhead made of silver. He looks good but is useless. He can't even compare to his father, let alone Wang Er. Song Qingshu, who was under the bed, was speechless when he heard this. This woman was really amazing. As Wang Jinshan's concubine, she had actually had an indecent relationship with Wan Gui. She had even hooked up with the servants of the residence. In the entire Wan residence, was there any man who had not slept with her? He just did not know if Ma Tan had slept with her. Perhaps Tao Hong could achieve the feat of sleeping with all 3 generations of her family. Shameless, disgusting. Wan Gui is even more shameless, even more disgusting. At this point, Qi Feng had finally thrown away all her fantasies of her husband and completely regarded him as a passerby. Tao Hong's face twitched as she scolded, what qualifications does a girl from the countryside have to be rude to me? Do you really think that you are still the Prime Minister's young madam? Good, didn't you boast that you are a virtuous woman? Wang Er, play with her well for me. After you are done, sell her to the lowest brothel. Let's see if she can still be so proud. Yes. Wang Er could not wait any longer. He quickly took off his clothes, leaned towards Qi Feng on the bed and said with a lewd smile. Young madam, your slave will serve you well. Previously, he mentioned adding elements of the dream of the Red Chamber. just to take the opportunity to establish the official system of the Southern Song dynasty and make the family appear more plentiful. He will not add the plot of the Dream of the Red Chamber. Many readers complain that they have not read the Dream of the Red Chamber. This monk can quietly tell everyone that in fact, this monk has never finished reading the Dream of the Red Chamber. Therefore, he will not add the plot of the Dream of the Red Chamber. Wang Er deliberately emphasized the word serve, and his eyes wandered around Qi Feng's body, which made Qi Feng's heart tighten, and she hurriedly shrank into the bed. However, after being hit by Tao Hong's sleeping gas, she felt weak all over. She just moved a little, and then she fell down powerlessly. She could only watch the other party getting closer and closer. "Don't come over." Qi Feng could hear how weak her voice was at this time. It would be strange if Wang Er was really obedient. Thinking of the terrible things that were about to happen, she suddenly felt that what Song Qingshu had done to him was nothing. It was the same as losing her innocence, but giving her body to a world-famous and handsome person was far better than losing her chastity to a wretched servant. "Young mistress, don't be so afraid. I promise that I can make you want to die soon." Wang Er stood by the bed, drooling. Seeing that the other party's hand was about to touch the quilt on her body, Qi Feng could not stand it anymore. "Song, how long are you going to watch?" Hearing her words, Wang Er's expression changed greatly. Just as he was about to get up and escape, a sharp sword suddenly stretched out from the bed and pierced his throat, instantly extinguishing his life. Because the whole process of drawing and sheathing the sword was too fast, Wang Er's whole body fell to the ground before blood could flow out. Seeing a person suddenly appear from under the bed, Tao Hong exclaimed and ran out of the door. However, Song Qingshu had heard that she had pretended to be Qi Feng and killed Di Yun, so he was already angry. Now that there was a chance, how could he let her go? He stretched out his hand, and the long sword in his hand slid across the night sky like a bolt of lightning, directly piercing her chest. Tao Hong stretched out her legs and kicked twice, struggling in pain. Song Qingshu walked in front of her and said coldly, "When you killed Di Yun, did you expect this day to come?" After saying that, he was too lazy to talk nonsense with such a woman and directly pulled out the sword. A big mouthful of blood spilled from Tao Hong's mouth, and she died with a gurgling sound. "Brother D, don't worry. I won't let go of anyone who harmed you." Song Qingshu muttered to himself, then turned around and said to Qi Feng, "In the future, if I want to kill your husband, whose side will you stand on?" Qi Feng bit her lips and said hatefully, "I don't have such a despicable and vicious husband. Brother D's infatuation with you was not in vain." Song Qingshu nodded. "I'll deal with this first. Put on your clothes." After saying that, he picked up Tao Hong and Wang Er's corpses and silently disappeared into the night sky. When Song Qingshu came back, he was surprised to find that Qi Feng was still lying on the bed, staring at him with a pair of big eyes. He couldn't help but ask, "Why aren't you dressed yet?" "I've been drugged, how would I have the strength to wear it?" Qi Feng said in annoyance. "Oh, I almost forgot." Song Qingshu slapped his forehead. "Let me help you." After saying that, he walked over to help Qi Feng up and let her lean on his chest. Then he took the clothes on the side and gently put them on for her. Qi Feng was stunned at first, and then her face was as red as blood. She thought that there was no difference between men and women in this person's heart. However, when she thought that what should and should not have happened between the two of them had happened, she sighed in her heart and let him do what he wanted. She obviously wanted to bite this man to death before, but she didn't know why. After a series of things happened just now, she didn't hate him at all. Perhaps it was because she had Wang Er as a comparison, or perhaps it was because her husband's actions had bitterly disappointed her, but she suddenly felt that there was no point in remaining chaste for a man like that. In that case, what Song Qingshu had done to her before was nothing to be angry about. "What are your plans for the future?" After putting on Qi Feng's clothes, Song Qingshu was very considerate to tidy up her messy hair. His gentle action made Qi Feng's heart tremble, but when she thought of the future problems, her expression became gloomy. "I don't know, maybe I will go back to Linen to pick up the water spinach first." Song Qingshu secretly sighed. Women were really emotional animals. No matter what, they would not forget their children. "Now Machi Chan and Wan Gui, father and son, want to get rid of you. If you go back at this time, won't you be sending a sheep to the tiger's mouth?" but I can't leave the water spinach alone. Qi Fang bit her lips. Thinking of the sad things, she looked like she was about to cry. Song Qingshu patted her shoulder. I'll go with you. Really? Qi Fang looked at him in surprise. Song Qingshu's reputation was out there. With his company, the certainty of bringing her daughter out safely would be a bit higher. Song Qingshu nodded, his eyes full of coldness. Anyway, I also want to find Ma Qichen and Wang Gui to settle accounts. It's just convenient. Although his power had not yet fully recovered, he had found a way to remove the poison. Recovering his power was just around the corner. Qi Fang's expression was incomparably complicated. This person obviously wanted to deal with her husband, but she found that there was no wave in her heart at all. As the head of the court officials, Ma Qichen can't bear the reputation of killing her granddaughter-in-law. So they all secretly arranged for Tao Hong to do it. Now that Tao Hong and others are dead, you will be safe before you arrive in Linen. You can also fully use the identity of the young mistress of the Prime Minister's mansion to enjoy various privileges. Song Qingshu analyzed for her. The two chatted for a while. Qi Fang yawned. Song Qingshu looked at the moonlight outside the window. It's not early now. Go to sleep. Rest well and talk about it tomorrow. N. Qi Fang responded softly. Her ears couldn't help but become hot. She thought that his tone was like a husband who had lived together for a long time talking to his wife. Would he also sleep on the bed later? After lying on the bed, Qi Fang closed her eyes tightly, but pricked up her ears to listen to the movements in the room. She seemed to hear the sound of him taking off his clothes. Then a hot and strong body also burrowed into the quilt. He really got on the bed. Qi Fang's body trembled. She hesitated for a long time. She felt that it was necessary for her to make her attitude clear. You also want to sleep on the bed? It's not comfortable to sleep on the ground. Song Qingshu paused and said with a smile that was not a smile. Why, does madam have an opinion? No. Qi Fang thought, what else can I say? Now that she had severed all ties with her husband, there was no such thing as keeping her chastity for him. Not to mention that she still had to rely on him to help rescue her daughter. If there's nothing else, go to bed early. Song Qingshu said very familiarly. At the same time, his hand naturally embraced the young woman next to him. Qi Fang's body trembled, but she did not make a sound to refuse. Noticing the change in his body, Qi Fang trembled and said in a panic, You're too close. Song Qingshu smiled and said without any embarrassment, the weather is too cold. It's better to sleep close to you. Qi Fang couldn't help but roll her eyes and thought, how is the weather cold? She knew that it was an excuse, but she didn't know how to deal with it. When his hand gradually moved from her lower abdomen, Qi Fang couldn't help but moan. Even in the dark, she could feel that her face was flushed and her breathing was messy. Song Qingshu bit her earlobe and said softly, if you don't want to, just say it. I won't force you. Qi Fang opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Although she had a husband, he not only killed Di Yun but also wanted to get rid of her. Was it necessary for her to abide by the rules of a woman for him? In fact, if Di Yun was still alive, even if Qi Fang found out Wan Gui's true colors, she wouldn't give up on herself like this. Unfortunately, after knowing that her childhood sweetheart was also killed by him, Qi Fang suddenly felt that life was meaningless. At the thought that she could still take revenge on her husband, Qi Fang immediately held back the shame in her heart and let the man behind her touch her body. Song Qingshu originally thought that Qi Fang would refuse or at least resist symbolically. He didn't expect that she would silently choose to obey. He was slightly surprised and guessed what she was thinking. At this moment, words of comfort were so pale and powerless. Song Qingshu could only comfort her in his own way. He kissed her gently, then lifted the lower edge of her skirt and tightly pressed himself against her. Qi Fang's body stiffened and her hair became messy. She bit her red lips and raised her body with a red face, silently catering to the man behind her. In the next few days, Song Qingshu was no longer in a sorry state like he was 2 days ago. Instead, he lived a comfortable life. Qi Fang made full use of her identity as the young mistress of the Prime Minister's mansion. Mr. Du, who was on the ship, thought that he had established a relationship with the Prime Minister's mansion. He was overjoyed and even wanted to worship her as if she was his ancestor. Even Song Qingshu enjoyed the supreme treatment. Qifeng lived on the top floor of the ship, and the others rarely came up. When they did, Song Qingshu would disguise himself as the Four Happy. The reason why he did not disguise himself as Wang Er was because Qifeng strongly objected, because Wang Er had disgusted her. Mr. Du soon realized that there were two people missing in their line, but this kind of thing was common among the rich and noble families, so he would not ask for trouble. He pretended that he did not know that Tao Hong and Wang Er were missing and still tried his best to meet the requirements of the distinguished guests. Another cushion carp soup? Looking at the fragrant cushion carp soup in front of her, Qifeng couldn't help but pout. Although cushion carp was delicious, no one could stand drinking it every day. Song Qingshu hugged her from behind and said with a smile, "Milky cushion carp soup, madam needs to drink more to be nutritious." "Why don't I drink with you? You take a sip, and I take a sip." Qifeng said softly, "You haven't even drunk a sip of my milk from the water spinach, and in the end, it's all yours." Song Qingshu reached out and held her chest, extremely satisfied with the heavy feeling. "If you want to blame someone, blame your cruel husband. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have to rely on this to detoxify." With Qifeng's help, Song Qingshu's speed of expelling the poison had increased significantly. In a few days, he had forced out almost 10% of the golden ripple flower's poison. It should be known that it was difficult for him to force out a drop of poisonous blood. At this rate, in another 1 or 2 months, the poison in his body would be completely removed. "Don't mention that person." Qifeng's face was frosty, and she snorted. "He's a scum, but you're not much better." Song Qingshu said gloomily, "Madam, your words are too heartless. No matter how bad I am, at least I helped you solve the problem of your milk swelling. Usually, you have to take a bowl and squeeze it, but now I'll just—" "Don't say it." Qifeng screamed, and hurriedly covered his mouth. "It's fine if you don't say it, then drink this bowl of soup." Song Qingshu's eyes curved like a fox's. "You're a scoundrel," Qifeng sighed, but in the end, she still picked up the bowl of fish soup and drank it clean. Song Qingshu whispered something in her ear, and Qifeng's ears instantly turned red. Without waiting for her response, Song Qingshu directly untied her lapel, and then buried his head inside. After nightfall, the two of them lay in bed. Qifeng suddenly bit her lip and said, "Tomorrow, we'll reach Linen." She didn't know why, although these few days were somewhat absurd, they were the most relaxed and carefree days in recent years. Unfortunately, all the happiness disappeared when they were about to reach Linen. Qifeng finally returned to reality. She knew that once she returned to Linen, Ma Qichen, Wan Gui, and others would immediately find that things didn't go according to plan, and they would definitely think of other ways to get rid of her. Now returning to the Prime Minister's mansion was a dead end, but she had to go back. Motherly love made her unable to give up her daughter and let her grow up in an environment surrounded by wolves. So what? Song Qingshu's fingers gently stroked her white and plump skin, and said with a faint smile. Qifeng was almost angered to death by his indifferent tone. She couldn't help but pinch him hard. "You only know how to bully me." Song Qingshu repeatedly begged for mercy. "How about we elope?" Elope? These two words seemed to have a great attraction to women. Qifeng's heart skipped a beat, as if she had returned to the age of a young girl yearning for love. But when she thought of her daughter, she quickly calmed down, shook her head, and said bitterly, "If it was a few years ago, I might have promised you, but now I have too many things that I can't let go." Song Qingshu said with a smile, "You misunderstood me. It's not that I don't want to help you save the water spinach, but now the remaining poison in my body has not been cleared. If you return to the Prime Minister's mansion, I really have no confidence to protect you. So why don't we find a place to hide first, and then when the poison in my body is cleared, I will go with you to the Prime Minister's mansion to save my daughter. What do you think? In the end, you are just helping me as. Qifeng suddenly blushed and couldn't say a word. As what? Song Qingshu asked jokingly. You know what I am talking about. Qifeng said angrily, thinking that she was too embarrassed to say those two words. Song Qingshu still intended to tease her, but who knew that at this time, suddenly there was a scream of fighting on the ship. The two looked at each other, and coincidentally looked out of the window, only to see the dark sky had been dyed red by the fire. The ship was ablaze. The sailors and guests on the ship were screaming and running for their lives. Behind them, a group of ferocious people were chasing after them. What's going on? Song Qing frowned. His first thought was that Ma Tan and Wan Gui knew that Tao Hong had failed, so they sent someone else to kill them. However, Song Qing quickly denied this speculation. After all, Tao Hong and the others had been dealt with by him. How could Ma Tan and the others know about it? Moreover, these people were killing people on sight. It was too much of a commotion. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from the staircase. Song Qing shrank back into the shadows. Soon, Mr. Du's anxious voice came, "Young madam, young madam?" Receiving Song Qing's signal, Chi Fong stood up and asked, "What's the matter?" Mr. Du's panicked voice sounded, "We don't know where this group of ferocious water bandits came from. While looting the ship, they are also killing people on sight. Young madam, please run for your life." Chi Fong asked curiously, "We're almost at Linen. Where did these water bandits come from?" "I don't know." Mr. Du was anxious. "Madam, please find a way to escape." Then, without waiting for Chi Fong's response, he hurriedly ran downstairs. Although he wanted to use Chi Fong to get into the Prime Minister's mansion, he couldn't save his life now. He didn't care if she was the young madam of the Prime Minister's mansion. He informed her just in case. After Mr. Du left, Song Qing appeared from the shadows. Looking at his panicked back, Chi Fong couldn't help but look at him. "What should we do now?" Song Qing walked back to the window and looked at the situation below. Suddenly, his eyes focused. "Let's hide for a while." He had noticed that among the pirates, there were two people standing boldly in the middle, smiling at everything that was happening on the ship. One was dressed in a golden rich man's robe, fair and plump, with a kind smile on his face at all times. The other was dressed in black, tall and thin, with a face that seemed to have been frozen for 10,000 years, as if everyone in the world owed him money. And Song Qing happened to know these two people. They were the two messengers of the Island of Heroes, Xianxia and Li Si. Why are they here? Song Qing's brows furrowed as he quickly realized that things were not as simple as they seemed. The Isle of Heroes had always been mysterious, so why were they acting as pirates now? If it were any other time, Song Qing would naturally not be afraid of the envoy of reward, kindness, and punishment, evil, who could make countless small and medium-sized sects in the Chinese plains pale at the mention of their names. Last time, they had fought against each other in the inn. Speaking of which, Zhang San and Li Si should be the ones who should be afraid of him. But right now, Song Qing had not completely cleared the poison in his body, and his qi had not recovered. He might be able to deal with normal martial artists, but when he faced elites like Zhang San and Li Si, he was definitely not their opponent. Song Qing had also considered using the empty city stratagem to scare the other party. After all, the two of them had died in his hands last time. However, in the end, he still gave up on this method. Right now, the news of him being poisoned and being hunted down had probably already spread from Yangzhou. As long as Zhang San and Li Si heard about it, they definitely wouldn't be fooled by him. On the contrary, they would seize the opportunity to take revenge for what happened at the inn last time. Hearing the messy footsteps coming from the stairs, Song Qing did not delay any longer. He grabbed Chi Fong's hand and ran to the back window. "Follow me." Song Qing jumped down from the window first. Right now, although he was unable to use his cultivation, his body was light. In addition, he was proficient in using his strength. A distance of 1 or 2 zhang was not difficult for him. Quickly jump down. "Don't be afraid, I will catch you." Song Qing opened his arms and said to Chi Fong, who was above. Chi Fong gritted her teeth, but did not jump down into his embrace. Instead, her body tapped lightly, and her whole body landed next to Song Qing with incomparable grace. Her posture was many times more elegant than before. Noticing Song Qing's astonished gaze, Chi Fong pursed her lips and smiled. "Could it be that you have forgotten that I also learned martial arts in the past? This height is nothing." Yes, yes, yes. Madam is a heroine among women." Song Qing also smiled, but in his heart, he felt a bit regretful. Although Chi Fong knew martial arts, her martial arts were too low. She could fight against ordinary idlers in the marketplace, but against a true expert, she was too lacking. Sigh, these few days, when I had free time, I should have given her some pointers on martial arts. I shouldn't have dragged her to run up the mountain whenever I had free time. Song Qing was filled with regret, but regretting now was too late. There are people below. At this time, a cry of surprise suddenly came from above. It turned out that when Qi Fang came down, she had forgotten to close the window. Coincidentally, the water bandits who were searching upstairs had discovered that something was amiss. Hearing the footsteps rushing in from all directions, Song Qing laughed bitterly. He could only take Qi Fang's small hand and quickly hide. Unfortunately, in such a hurry, there was no way for him to find a place to hide. Very quickly, he was surrounded by a group of people in a corner. Later, let me drink a few mouthfuls. I will deal with these people first, Song Qing quickly said, shielding Qi Fang behind him. No. Qi Fang's face was red to the ears. Under the eyes of so many people, how could she take off her clothes and let them drink? Kill them. A nearby small leader ordered, and then the group of people raised their blades. Wait. At this time, Zhang San and Li Si walked over. When they saw Qi Fang's appearance, their eyes lit up. Little girl, where are you going? Qi Fang subconsciously looked at Song Qing for his opinion. Song Qing nodded slightly, indicating that she would deal with it casually. At the same time, he rejoiced that he had changed his appearance to see she. Otherwise, he would have been recognized by Zhang San and Li Si. We are going to Linen to visit relatives. Qi Fang said in a slightly panicked tone. Song Qing sighed in his heart. It seemed that Qi Fang really hated her husband's family. Otherwise, if she had announced that she was the young master of the Prime Minister's residence, perhaps these water bandits would have hesitated. Now, she was just an ordinary married woman returning to her hometown to visit relatives. How could these evildoers let her go? Madame is quite beautiful. Looking at the bun on her head, Zhang San could naturally tell that she was already married. He then looked at Song Qing. Who is this to madam? He is my husband. Qi Fang's face turned completely red as soon as she said this. Song Qing was also very surprised. He could not help but smile, making Qi Fang stand there even more embarrassed. The woman is beautiful, keep her. The husband is useless, kill him. Li Si said coldly from the side. Hearing his words, the group of people from the Isle of Heroes were about to brandish their blades and charge forward. However, Zhang San raised his hand and said, wait. Looking at Li Si's puzzled expression, Zhang San said with a smile, could it be that you want the good of that master on the island? He likes other people's wives. Although this young lady is beautiful, if her husband dies, I'm afraid that her charm in that master's heart will be greatly reduced. Li Si also had a look of understanding. However, his tone was full of disdain. At such a young age, you like other people's wives. Li Si frowned. After a good opportunity, he unwillingly nodded his head. That's right. Seeing him agree, Zhang San smiled and waved his hand at his subordinates. Take them all away. Take good care of this young lady. If she loses even a single hair, I will hold you responsible. Yes. Several people stepped forward to take Qi Fang away. Qi Fang's expression suddenly changed. Just as she was about to resist, Song Qingshu shook his head at her. A wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. Let's go with them first. From Zhang San and Li Si's tone, it seemed that they were going to give Qi Fang to an important guest on their island. That way, she would not be in any danger for a short period of time. Zhang San laughed. Young lady, your husband is quite open-minded. Don't worry. When you see that important guest, you will be so happy that you will forget about home and home. Qi Fang had always scrupulously abided by the virtues of a woman, so how could she stand such teasing? If it weren't for Song Qingshu's indication, she would probably have already fought to the death. However, during this period of time, Song Qingshu had a convincing temperament. Since he said so, he naturally had his own plans. After hesitating for a moment, Qi Fang didn't resist in the end. She just deeply looked at Song Qingshu before leaving. Noticing Qi Fang's gaze before she left, Zhang San smiled at Song Qingshu. You and your wife are quite affectionate. Don't worry. As long as your wife serves that young master well, I guarantee that you and your wife will enjoy endless benefits for the rest of your lives. I still need this young master to take care of me in the future. After all these years, Song Qingshu's acting skills had been honed to perfection. Soon, the image of a cowardly person who was afraid of death appeared vividly on paper. Of course. A trace of disdain and contempt flashed through Xianxia's smiling eyes. However, since the other party's attitude was so humble, he did not want to make things difficult for him. He nodded and said, "Look at how clever you are. When you return to the island, go and do your job of serving tea and water. If you perform well in the future, your days on the island will be very comfortable." "Thank you, sir, for your promotion." Song Qingshu, on the other hand, was sneering in his heart. "Once I recover my strength, I'll turn the island of heroes upside down." Apart from the fact that he had yet to recover his cultivation, there was another important reason why he could not hold himself back. He wanted to take this opportunity to explore the Isle of Heroes. The Isle of Heroes had always been the most mysterious place in the world. Even with the intelligence network of the Manchurian Qing dynasty and the Jin kingdom, they could not find even the slightest trace of its existence. This was a rare opportunity. Once he personally went to the Isle of Heroes, he would be able to find out its secrets. Xianxia chuckled and nodded his head. Then, he began to organize his subordinates to loot the entire merchant ship. Anyone who resisted was killed on the spot. All the women were taken captive. The other men who surrendered were also tied up and chained to the Isle of Heroes ship like slaves. Because of what had happened before, Song Qingshu did not have to be locked up in the stuffy bottom of the cabin like the other men. Instead, he was locked up in a room on the deck. Although his 3 meals a day were not sumptuous, they were not lacking either, which surprised him greatly. Could it be that the guest of the Isle of Heroes is into men? Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face, but he quickly shook his head. Even if that person was really interested in men, his current appearance was that of one of the 4 delights, which was extremely unsightly. That esteemed guest couldn't possibly be that desperate. After thinking for a while, Song Qingshu connected the dots with Zhang San and Li Si's previous conversation, and he finally understood the crux of the matter. It was likely that the esteemed guest liked married women, and Song Qingshu's existence was to make him feel more subdued and accomplished when he was with Qi Feng. So it's a kindred spirit. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. However, he was curious about the legendary guest. Unfortunately, there was too little information for him to guess who the guest was. Thus, he gave up on looking for trouble. Instead, he began to purge the poison whenever he had the time. Unfortunately, without Qi Feng to provide him with medicine, he could not suppress the remaining poison in his body. Naturally, he could not circulate his inner force freely. After trying a few times, the effect was negligible. Sigh, it's a pity that Qi Feng is being protected like a panda. I'm afraid it's impossible to get some milk from her. Song Qingshu sighed. According to his investigation these days, the people of the Isle of Heroes treated Qi Feng like a mistress. She would not be in danger for the time being. Forget it. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Song Qingshu was a natural optimist. He did not feel depressed because of this. Since he could not purge the poison now, he changed his focus to the route along the way. After days of observation, the ship of the Isle of Heroes was like a ghost. It shuttled between the canals and the Yangtze River. It avoided the patrols of Li Keqiu and the Southern Song Navy along the way and headed east out of the sea. It was not easy to remember the way in the vast sea. Song Qingshu could barely make a rough estimate of the route by looking at the stars in the sky. It's a pity that I've returned all my geographical knowledge to Master. Otherwise, I could make a sextant or something. The position of the Isle of Heroes would be more accurate. While Song Qingshu was vexed and frustrated, time passed quickly. 10 days later, the ship finally arrived at its destination. Song Qingshu looked up and saw a towering stone mountain on the island. The mountain was lush with trees. He couldn't help thinking, is this the famous Isle of Chivalry? The ship sailed to the south of the island. There was a large beach on the south side of the island. More than 40 ships of various sizes were anchored at the foot of the eastern rock cliff. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. There are many ships here. If I rescue Qi Feng, I can find a small boat to sail out to sea. It shouldn't be difficult to escape. After reaching the shore, the womenfolk on the boat were taken away, sobbing. Following that, the group of male slaves were taken somewhere unknown. Song Qingshu was taken to a place closer to the center of the island and locked in a secret room. Zhang San, Li Si, and the others were nowhere to be seen. Song Qingshu thought that he could not continue waiting like this. Previously, when they were on the sea, Qi Feng would not be in any danger. Now that they were on the Isle of Heroes, she would most likely be sent to that perverted VIP very soon. However, without Qi Feng to provide him with medicine, the poison of the golden ripple flower was not forced out of his body. Time to eat, time to eat. While he was deep in thought, a man in a short yellow robe knocked on his door and handed him a bowl of rice. Then, he turned around and left. "Fellow Daoist, please wait." Song Qingshu shouted Shen Gongpao's catchphrase from the past. "What's the matter?" The man in yellow shirt turned back impatiently. "Open the door." Song Qingshu's eyes became very deep. His voice seemed to have endless magic power. Yes, when the door was opened, Song Qingshu took the opportunity to seal the man's acupoints and put the mask of the four joys on his face. He then threw the man into the cell. Song Qingshu let out a long sigh of relief. This man in yellow shirt had good martial arts. If he was not defenseless, Song Qingshu would not be able to use the soul-shifting technique on him in his current state. Song Qingshu felt like he was facing a great enemy. After all, he could not use his inner energy, and the Island of Heroes was a very mysterious place. According to the original novel, any two disciples could defeat all the masters of the Central Plains. The masters of the Central Plains in this world were naturally not comparable to the masters of the Central Plains in the Path of Chivalry world. However, when he fought with Zhang San and Li Si last time, their cultivation was close to the 5 grades of the Central Plains. There were dozens of such people on the Island of Heroes, and the second island master of Dragonwood was even more unfathomable. If he was discovered, even at his peak, he might not be able to win, let alone now. I have to be careful. Right now, Song Qingshu's only trump card was the soul transfer technique. However, in his current state, it was very difficult for him to use the soul transfer technique on a group. He could only use it for sneak attacks. Fortunately, he still had the transfiguration technique. Otherwise, he was not confident that he could leave the Island of Heroes alive. Touching his face, Song Qingshu confirmed that there was no problem with the face of the man in yellow. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. After about half an hour, Song Qingshu frowned and stopped. The Island of Heroes was too big, and the rooms were like a maze. He was not familiar with the terrain, and it was not a good idea to wander around. As he was having a headache, he suddenly heard a shout from behind, "Stop!" Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Had he been exposed, while thinking about whether to use the soul transfer technique, he turned around and saw a man in a dark green robe staring at him with a frown. After many days together, Song Qingshu had already determined the identity of the people on the Island of Heroes. The one who brought him food was the lowest servant on the island, and he wore a short yellow robe. Following him were the disciples of the 2 island masters, Zhang San and Li Si. Zhang San was the kindness bestowal messenger, and he wore a yellow silk robe. Li Si was the punishing messenger, and he wore a dark green robe. This person's style was the same as Li Si's, and he was obviously one of the punishing messengers. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat when he figured out the other party's identity. He knew that the other party's martial arts was not something he could handle at his current level. Not daring to be negligent, Song Qingshu hastily lowered his head and bowed to the other party. He did not know how people on the Isle of Vigilance addressed each other, so he dared not speak too much. All he could do was pretend to be respectful. Sure enough, the man in the green robe didn't notice anything unusual. He just said coldly, "Why are you still wandering around here? There are some people in the stone room. Go and help them." Stone room? What stone room? Song Qingshu was confused and couldn't help but secretly complain. But he couldn't show it, so he nodded and agreed. Fortunately, he had been in Jianghu for many years and had already trained a sharp observation skill. He noticed that when the man in green spoke, he subconsciously glanced at the tunnel on the right and guessed that the stone room should be in that direction. He pretended to be calm and tried to walk in that direction. After a few steps, the man in the green robe did not have any objections. Song Qingshu knew that he had guessed correctly, so he continued to stride forward. Not long after, he saw a group of men in short yellow clothes going in and out of a room, carrying wooden plates into the depths of the tunnel. "Come and help." While Song Qingshu was looking around, a fat man in the room noticed him and hurriedly waved at him. "It looks like they are going to deliver food to some important person." Song Qingshu noticed that their wooden plates not only had wine and food, but also exquisite snacks and fresh fruits. The treatment was much better than what he had received. He slowly walked to the fat man's side. Before he could speak, the fat man stuffed a large plate into his hands, sent it to Zhaoka's man Huing. Song Qingshu was confused. What the hell was Zhaoka's man Huing? Unfortunately, he didn't dare to ask directly. He could only carry the wooden plate and follow the other people. After walking for a while, suddenly the man behind him patted him. "You've gone too far. The room you want to deliver is over there." Song Qingshu turned his head and looked in the direction the man was pointing at. He saw a stone room not far away. He hurriedly smiled at the man and hurriedly walked in that direction. Fortunately, these people were of relatively low status on the island. Usually, they would not be distracted, so no one suspected that Song Qingshu had just missed the stone room. Song Qingshu calmly walked into the stone room. He saw a large polished stone wall on the east side. There were 8 lit torches next to the stone wall, illuminating it brightly. There were pictures and words carved on the wall. There were more than 10 people in the stone room. Some were staring, some were meditating, some were closing their eyes and mumbling to themselves. There were also 3 or 4 people arguing loudly. "The food and wine are here." Song Qingshu called out softly. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to him. He placed the wooden plate at the door of the stone room. He saw that there were still some untouched food and wine on the table. He couldn't help but secretly smacked his lips. These people could really be said to have forgotten to eat and sleep. He didn't know what they were researching. At this time, the 3 or 4 people arguing not far away suddenly raised their voices. One of them said, "The first sentence is Zhaoka's man Huing." The annotation for this Hu character says, "Hu, people of the western region." The new Tang dynasty's Ganchuan Yun, hundreds of people practice and imitate the Hu people, cutting ribbons to make dance clothes. Another person shook his head and said, "Brother Wen, please look at the person in the picture. He is definitely not a hero like Yan Zhao. Why is he called a Zhaoka?" To understand this sentence, we must first understand this important point. Song Qingshu curiously looked at the stone wall. The person in the picture was indeed a young scholar. He held a fan in his left hand and a palm in his right. He looked very elegant and at ease. The third person nodded his head and said, "I've been studying it recently." The person in the picture is refined and elegant. He should be a feminine figure. The annotation says, "You must start from a fierce and hard place." Of course, it means that the body is feminine and the use of the masculine. This is not difficult to understand. But how to use the body and how to use it, there is a great deal of knowledge in between. After saying that, his left hand imitated the posture of the person in the picture and his right hand suddenly struck out. He said, "Left Yin, right Yang." Most likely this is the theory. The fourth person read the annotation on the wall. Zhuangzi's chapter on the sword says, "The crown prince said, the swordsman my king saw all had disheveled hair, hanging crowns, long tassels and short clothes." Sima Zhu said, "The tassels of a long tassel are rough and unrefined." Brother Wen, the 2 characters long tassel should be interpreted together. Long tassel means rough and simple. Long tassel means that the tassel on his head is not exquisite. It does not mean that he is wearing the tassel of the Hu people. The character Hu means muddle-headed. It is not the Hu of the Hu people of the western region. The man surnamed Wen was refuted by several people and could not help but feel angry. Otherwise, look at the next annotation. Zhou Siwei wrote, "Long tassel of a long tassel." Note, Xian, long tassel, is the name of a warrior's tassel. This is a type of tassel worn by warriors. It can be crude or exquisite. A few years ago I asked Kong Kuan, the leader of the Guyi school in Liangzhou. He is a Hu from the western region. He knows everything about the Hu people. He said that the Hu warriors have tassels on their crowns. The shape is like this. He squatted down and used his finger to draw on the ground. End of chapter 1144. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.